Do a boss is borders. There's really he has the ball in hand. Gabriel,
you've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep. Close combat onto a Morgan. Is that enough to dance? Chopper Cross gets the knockout. Defeats Voltua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the wish cash when he has a little bit of health left? Oh! 1 HP left. I know.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Bonjour and welcome back to the Lille Pokémon Trading Card Game Regional Championships. We are here for a second day of action. In day one, we saw some surprising decks. We saw Clorf, we saw Gouging Fire, not on the stream, but we know it was out there. We saw a lot of things we weren't expecting. I don't know what we're going to see today, except I do know we're going to see the lovely Shay, the lovely Barish, the lovely Freya, and myself. You can decide how lovely I am later. But I start today with an important question. It is the 20th of October. Any fan of the Pokemon Trading Card Game should know what an important day this is. Does anyone remember?
Oh, no, now you're testing me. Oh, no.
Nope.
You make us look very bad here, Ross.
It is exactly 28 years since the Pokemon Trading Card Game first launched in Japan. We are on the anniversary of the Pokemon Trading Card Game. 28 years we have had these cards. Now, technically, that was a Japanese launch, and, you know, our launch in Europe, etc., was a bit later. But 28 years ago today, the Pokemon Trading Card Game made its debut, and I say we mark this with a pretty gosh darn good day 2 of Lille Regionals. Freya, Give us a rundown of day 1. What was fun?
So, I mean, what was fun was just, again, the variety, right? It came up in Louisville, it came up again. We saw so many different decks doing well, and just the stream matches we had as well were very, very high-level play. I know it's a bit of a generic thing to say, but generally every single stream match yesterday I felt like was an absolute stonker.
We did have some very good games on stream, but you know what? This is not the only regional we are going to be having this season in Europe. We, in fact, have one regional level event or higher every month in Europe. So, Shay, run us through the schedule.
Yeah, so here we are getting through the schedule little by little. Here we are in Lille. And then we got good down. Thank you for the laughs there, guys. Appreciate that. And then we got Sao Paulo, that first international of the season. That's going to be very, very fun. And then we're going to move through. We've got Stuttgart after that. Birmingham. That's the closest thing to a hometown regionals I'll ever get. And then we got the international in London. Moved a little bit earlier on in the year now in February. Haven't got to wait as long for that. And then we're going to turbo through the rest of the season with a Stockholm, Seville, Utrecht, Bologna. That's your favorite one, isn't it, Ross? Because the food's meant to be really good there, also I hear. And then we got and then we mentioned this a little bit yesterday, the NAIC in New Orleans, the make or break for a lot of people's World's Invitations will be made there, so that's going to be fun. And then we've got the centerpiece of the season, the World Championships in Anaheim. Oh, goodness gracious me.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun one. I was in New Orleans for North American Internationals last year. It was fantastic. We got a lot of fun ones there. And look, if you're a fan of Clock Towers, the European regional schedule has you sorted. So we go to all these events. What's the point? Well, firstly, they're fun. Secondly, we make friends. Thirdly, we make lots of, Pokemon games happen, and we have, we like playing them. But we also earn championship points. Barish, explain this to us.
Yeah, we were talking about this a little bit yesterday. First place actually takes 350 championship points. This was up from last season, so there's so much more points together from these regionals. One other thing that I want to point out here is that the top 8 is so much, there's like a big gap between top 8 and top 16. So if you want to go for a high finish, anything between first and top 8 is already granting you 280 or more CP, and that's really good to take home and potentially clinch your invite towards the end of the season if you are within the top 125 European Masters here. On top of that, what happens if you win the event again, Freya?
You get automatically invited to the World Championships. You don't even need to be in the top 125.
Yeah, take that pressure off. It's always fun. And this is why we talked about New Orleans. That is the last big event of the season. That is where those last few spots are going to be won or lost. There's going to be some happy people, and there may be some disappointed people as well. But you have a good enough showing at the regionals throughout the year, you make that not an issue. So that's okay. You got your championship points. It feels like you do really well at a regionals. Championship points are nice. You know what else would be quite nice? Prizes. Freya, tell us about the prizes.
$10,000 for first place, which is this is the second year that we've had the increased pricing now. Of course, last year we saw like the first bump up in pricing, and now we have the same again this year. It is a very good chunk of change for playing the Pokemon trading card game, I think it's safe to say. And even going all the way down to top 32, the prize money trickles down. 7,000 for second, third or fourth, you get 5,000. It's a decent bit of cash. And not only that, but you get some booster boxes to open to boost as well.
Love cracking me some booster boxes in the hotel after an event. 108 boosters is, of course, free boxes. 3 times 36, 108. I did the maths on my fingers and everything.
How many fingers have you got?
I got enough, mate.
Got 108 apparently.
Oh, it's good. It's good. You just need to know your look, trust me, it works. It works, Shay. But it's always nice to go and crack some of those boosters open, get yourself some new cards. And look, we've all done it. You open up a booster pack and you're like, you pull a card, and that's when you have that realization of, hang on a second, that's it. That's the card I need to make this deck work. You open a pack of Breakthrough, you see that Garchomp, and you're like, hang on a second, I could bubble top 32 at Liverpool Regionals with this card. And I did.
I remember, so one of my best pulls was opening a box of Silver Tempest, and I got the special illustration Lugia EX, and I think I sat there in stunned silence for a good 2 minutes, and Tyler will be my witness on that, because I never had a pull that good before. That was, still got that in my binder, safekeeping, never get rid of that one.
You want a pack opening challenge? I've mentioned I have 3 young kids at home, and they want to see me open packs. They get excited, and they get excited by the most random cards. I opened a Pour Me the other day, my 4-year-old Archie, loving it, loves Pour Me, big fan. But then they want to touch the cards, and kids don't wash their hands anywhere near as much as you want them to, and kids are greasy, and then they want to, oh, it's a minefield, absolute minefield. But there are a bunch of players that have been navigating their own minefield in day 1. Let's have a look at some of these day 2 qualified players. Shay, pick out some names for us there.
Well, I think Bert went undefeated yesterday, I believe, so shout out to him. Kyrwin Kababe, who managed to get on the stream feature match, currently doing really well.
Also undefeated, I think.
I think undefeated as well, yeah, I think you're right.
Only player at 9-0. After 9 rounds, Kyrwin was the only player at 9-0.
Goodness gracious. Imagine that for you said, Kyrwin said that's his first international regional, that he said. And he going undefeated in day 1. Goodness gracious me. Stefan Ivanov, a player that we picked as our player to watch. One of the best players here in Europe, doing really well. Andres Kubal, 2022 world champion. Got Luke Kirkham doing really well recently this season with that gouging fire. Unsure if he's playing that again. Ethan Wild did really well in Dortmund. So yeah, just all manner of players. Brent Tonneson coming over from Australia as well. Just, to be honest, just very star-studded.
If I remember correctly, Ethan was sitting at 801 after 9 rounds. So Ethan is having a great run. And we need to give a shout out there to Johan, who was one of our other French players to watch this weekend. So 2 of our French players to watch have made that day 2. And then there's just names all over there. Luke Kirkham playing a deck that apparently literally nobody else but him can pilot. He did message me yesterday, heard the shout out on the stream. And, he's feeling pretty good about his chances. He likes that matchup.
Well, we have to also shout out before we move on, Consta Kalama, the Lille Regional Champion last year, still there for, going to try and defend his title.
Yeah, always nice when we see people having 2 in a row. We saw Jelle van Kempen falling a little bit short. 2nd place in Dortmund last year. I believe top 4 in Dortmund this year. So we saw Jelle repeating from a great finish last year to a great finish this year. Consta trying to, do that as well coming in. But look, I like seeing a big list of names as much as anyone. I also like seeing a nice ordered list of names, the standings from yesterday in a nice order with numbers and everything. And these are actually the post-round 9 standings, so we can see their confirmation. Kaiwan at 9-0, Ethan at 8-0-1, Drew Stevenson at 8-0-1 as well. I mean, you know, Barish, tell us about some of those names.
I mean, just before we went live, I took some time to walk through the tables, and yeah, we talked about Kaiwan at the 9-0 player. He's actually playing a Regidrago Mirror on table number 1. And then further down the line, I saw another, I think it was, correct me if I'm wrong, Roan was at 8-0-1, was playing a Snorlax Mirror, very up on the high tables as well.
Yes, 8-1, but yeah, there was a Snorlax Mirror going on last round. And I'm quite glad I don't have to play the Snorlax Mirror. I'm not comfortable playing that matchup, and I don't mind admitting it. So yeah, lots of great names on there. We're still a way away from, you know, we've got 12 rounds in total here. Before we cut to that top 8, we have got some time to go.
I think worth noting as well, shout out to Joshua Van Elvershow. We were chatting to him yesterday after the stream, wasn't it? And he was saying he hasn't changed a single card in his list all the way going back to Worlds, I think he said. And clearly it's working out well for him.
Yeah, Shrouded Fable came out, didn't change a card. Stellar Crown came out, didn't change a card. 2 sets have been released. Joshua Van Overshout has not changed a single card in his deck. And frankly, it's working out. So I'm not saying keep this going until like 2027, but I am saying for now, maybe rock with that deck list. So we've had a look at the players. Let's have a look at the decks. Let's see what we were looking at in the tournament yesterday, because the day 2 meta is, it's a little bit surprising. It is not what we are expecting. I mean, Freya, just tell us some of the things on there.
I mean, I got to point out the obvious at first. Lugia V-Star taking the top slot. When was the last time we saw that in a day 2 deck breakdown? I can't even remember. It's been a very, very long time.
Tempest time, maybe?
Yeah. So Regidrago coming in as well, doing very strong. Charizard, that someone was very down on yesterday.
Still down on it. It's not winning this tournament.
Oh, you heard it here first.
Someone clipped that.
The other deck I was down on, Freya. The deck that I was very bullish was not ready to win a European or North American regional yet.
Well, actually, hold that thought, because I know for a fact when we go to the next slide, it's going to be very, very close to making it there. So, you know.
Also, it almost made it onto the most played decks in day 2.
But I think one of the biggest points is that Raging Bolt dropping down from the most played deck to only having a very low conversion rate. Only 9 out of almost 200 decks that were going into day 1 made it to day 2. So Raging Bolt really dropping off high here after coming off that win last weekend.
You're absolutely right. And Regidrago, I was having a little bit of a peek before we came live here. On the top 6 tables, the top 12 decks, 5 of them were Regidrago. So it's not just that it's converted in high numbers, but you need to look at the position, where it actually is in terms of the standings. And right now, although it doesn't look like it on this graphic, Regidrago is the deck to beat. That is a deck that is flooding the top tables. And 10 control decks in day 2, you know, 10 out of 116. We were used to that a lot last season, but this season control has not been coming out much at all.
And maybe that's part of the reason why Lugia has also been doing so well. Of course, control might have been a call, but Lugia deals with control archetypes very, very nicely with the 4 jet energies and everything.
Yep.
Yeah, let's have a look at the best of the rest from day 2. So this is where we're going to see Terrapagos. It wasn't on the top page. I feel vindicated.
But it's literally, what is it, 9 against 8? God, it's hardly a margin, Ross.
Yeah, it didn't make the first page. It made the second page. There's 8 of them. Look, Terrapagos is a great deck. It is a very good deck. It is a very strong deck. It is a deck of choice for a lot of top players in this metagame. And it's going to have its day. I just don't think it's ready yet.
Sorry, what was your caster prediction, Ross?
Dragapult.
And what's below Terrapagos right there on the day 2 list?
Yeah, it's Dragapult. It's right there quite nicely, but nobody was hyping Dragapult coming into this tournament. The thing that on my
Just won Dortmund, what are you on about?
Yeah, but then it crashed in Louisville. It's a weird metagame, and I love the metagame we've got going on here. We are having wild swings from tournament to tournament, and I absolutely love it. Barish, any other decks on that graphic that jump out to you?
I mean, for me personally, that Origin form Palkia Vista is a bit lower than I would have loved to see, but also great to see Lost Box back in here with 6 contenders going into day 2. Iron Fawns makes an appearance on this graphic. I don't think I've seen that yesterday. Only 5 copies, but like it really, I think you made a great point. Not only how often these decks are in day 2, but also who's piloting them, because that can make a huge difference.
Absolutely, and I love the point you're making, Freya. You are defending Terrapagos here, but the point I think you're making is a very good one. It didn't make the day, it didn't make the first page of the graphic, but it's still a really good, viable deck. And that's kind of the point of this metagame. There are so many good, viable decks, and for people like us that don't have to try and figure out what the play is, oh, it's fun. But we have been following some players throughout this weekend so far. Our trio of French players are all made top 16 in Dortmund, and both Stefan and Johan in day 2 still got a chance of repeating their excellent finish from Dortmund.
2 out of 3 ain't bad, is it, Ross?
2 out of 3 ain't bad. Matthias, I don't believe, unfortunately, has made day 2, but Stefan and Johan, they are having good runs again. France, really making a name. The players from that region in Paris really are putting their stamp on what is quite an early season still.
Imagine going to a League Cup at that locals in Paris, and then having the top 3 of the top 16 in Dortmund that have to face against them to try and get your 50 championship points for a win.
The thing is, it'll have like a bit of a cyclical effect, right? Because if you're a local that goes to the same area and plays the same area as them, it's just going to drag up everyone else, right? Because you're going to have to learn, if I want to come to locals and win, I'm going to have to beat these players eventually. That means your skill level is going to go up, which then raises everyone else's skill level. So this could only be the start of this area in France dominating the season.
Yeah, the old cliche says that pressure makes diamonds, and
yeah.
We heard from Stefan when I interviewed him yesterday. He was telling us, I like having such a competitive local scene because I'm a competitive person and it makes me a better player, and we are seeing the fruits of that. But maybe you've got a story to tell about your local league. Maybe you want to cheer on your favorite player. Maybe you want to show us where and with whom you are watching the regional championship today. Well, wonderful news. We've got X, we've got YouTube, we've got Facebook, we've got Instagram, /Pokemon, #PlayPokemon. That's what you need to remember. We want to hear from you, and we will share the best social posts we get, because we've already done it this weekend so far. So we absolutely want to hear from you. And of course, make sure you are following us on Twitch and on YouTube. We've got the /Pokemon, and 2 points to note. On Twitch, /Pokemon TCG. That is us specifically. And Shay, what do they need to do? No matter where they're watching, what do they need to have ready?
They need to have Twitch getting ready, because when you get that Twitch, interaction where we have our community bracket, maybe some community choice at some point, you got to be on Twitch to get involved with them. So, YouTube's great. I love YouTube. I'm a YouTube geezer myself, but you are going to have to utilize Twitch to get full interaction with the stream. And I want the interaction. I want you at home to influence the stream here to get involved on Twitch as well.
Yeah, we're going to be having some community prediction arguments later on. We're going to need you voting. And frankly, maybe sitting around in a group. Maybe there's 4 of you, watching on Twitch or watching on YouTube. Have Twitch open on your phones. Make sure you all get your votes in. Well, I think that was a pretty good intro. I think we're pretty ready. I feel ready for the regional right now.
Me too.
I feel like we know the metagame, we know the players. So the only thing to say now is we're going to give you a couple of minutes. We're going to show you the format. We're going to explain to you the concept of a metagame. We're going to give you a quick recap of day 1 here in Lille. So grab yourselves a nice cold beverage, but don't go far, because our first round of action for the day, it is zooming towards us.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokémon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. It's a 2-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to Day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On Day 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus all competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokémon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here, and today I'm going to talk about metagaming in the Pokemon trading card game. The competitive Pokemon TCG landscape is constantly shifting and evolving from event to event. We call this the metagame. Basically, what decks are popular and what decks are most successful. Let's discuss how you can use this information when preparing for a Pokemon TCG tournament. By using the results of recent tournaments and following along with online discussion, players can attempt to accurately predict what decks will be most popular at an upcoming event. There are a few ways to approach a tournament with this information. You could take a popular deck or archetype and just choose to play that. There's nothing wrong with doing this. There's a reason those decks were successful at the previous tournament. They are really good. It's easy to find successful deck lists on the Pokemon website. You can either copy one of these lists to use yourself, or use it as a baseline and put your own personal twist on the deck. Some players will look at what has been successful and try to find ways to take advantage of the anticipated metagame. This can be in the form of a single tech card to have an answer to something you expect to play against, or it could be an entire deck. When a player builds a deck with the intention of countering the expected metagame, this is called an anti-meta deck. Anti-meta decks can be very powerful, as they include cards that are good against a variety of popular strategies. But they also can be risky, as oftentimes these decks are less consistent and could lose games simply because they fail to get set up quickly enough. These are not your only two choices, however. Playing the best deck is rarely a bad choice, and trying to find an anti-meta strategy is very fun and rewarding, but you can also find some middle ground. There are dozens of viable strategies that you could play at any given tournament. It really becomes a numbers game. If there's a deck in a format that consistently makes up for 25 to 30% of the meta, it could be a really risky decision to play something with a bad matchup to that deck. I think it's important to recognize that it's okay to play a deck that has a bad matchup, so long as that bad matchup is something that you feel is not going to be very popular. The metagame is also constantly shifting between events, so it can be useful to stay in the loop online to see what the community is discussing and what players are thinking leading into a tournament. When making your final decision, comfort level should also be a factor. It's worth your time to practice and prepare to make sure you have a game plan regardless of what you come up against. Being familiar with not only your own deck, but the popular decks in the metagame will increase your chances to become the very best. To see all the action, be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully that has given you all the information you need. You know how the format works, you know what a metagame is, and you are ready to join both myself and the lovely Barish Akos here for your day 2 action. How you doing, Barish?
Thank you so much for that lovely introduction. Yeah, I'm really excited. We have in total 4 more Swiss rounds to play today, or players are currently in their second round, but a total of 4 more Swiss rounds to be played out before we decide who is advancing to that single elimination bracket. I'm really excited to bring you on board and show you the amazing games we have left on stream before we join that Top Cut games.
Yeah, and I think it is worth reminding people at home that we have what's called an asymmetrical Top Cut. What that means is there will be no bubbling. Bubbling is where you have the same number of points as the player in 8th place, but your resistance, as we call it, your opponent's win percentage is not as good, so you don't make top 8. Here, if let's say the player in 8th place has 32 points, everyone who has 32 points will make that top 8 guaranteed, and whatever the 8th player has, that is the mark we're going for. So it leaves a little bit of uncertainty. Could we have, you know, between 8 and 16 players to have 1 extra round of Top Cut? Could we have between 16 and 32 players? And it also makes a big difference with seeding, because let's say we have 9 players on the right number of points. 1 to 7, they're in top 8. But 8 and 9 have to play for a space in top 8. So the higher seeds essentially are exempt from playing this asymmetrical Top Cut round, so they have 1 extra win on their belt without even trying.
And that's why it's so huge that Kaivan is the only 9-0 player at the moment. And if he proceeds to do really well in the next upcoming 2 rounds, he might secure a bye into that first asymmetrical Top Cut round. So it's really exciting to see if he can keep up that momentum, currently at 9-0, a total of 12 rounds to be played. But I think once he clinches that 10th win, any more ties or IDs would get him there.
Yes, absolutely. 30 points is what a lot of people are talking about as the, you know, that mark to which you are aiming, but that is, you know, not confirmed, not guaranteed. Unfortunately, with ties available in the game, it makes it a little bit awkward to try and figure out what the cutoff is, because actually the number of ties is one of the biggest things that really affects what that cutoff is. And, you know, we saw something in Louisville last weekend where if 1 more game had tied, we'd have had something like an extra 8 people in the asymmetrical Top Cut, but because that tie never happened, those 8 people didn't make asymmetrical Top Cut. It can be that much of a difference. Yeah. So, yeah, just try and get as many points as you can. Stay away from the asymmetrical Top Cut. Just go straight in.
I mean, the easiest way to secure your top 8 spot is making sure you have enough points to be, regardless of any tiebreakers, be within the first 8 players. And then there's no point in not having enough points potentially. So make sure to keep winning. Easier said than done, I suppose, standing behind the desk. But yeah, if you are within the first 8 players, you're guaranteed to advance. So that's a huge bonus.
No, absolutely. And, you know, I've been having a little bit of a cheeky look at some decks and some players. And look, we're currently in round 10, our 10th round of Swiss. That is being played as we speak. But there was a Dragapult going into this round at 8 and 1. So there is still a Dragapult in position at the moment to potentially make top 8. Luke Kirkham with his unusual deck is at 8-1-1. So still very much got a chance at making top 8 there. Cohen Kababe playing at 9-0. Not yet finished that game, but we have a few 9-1s in the field.
I was just going to say, for all the God of our believers out there, we currently have Mafia at 9-1-0 with 27 points, just won the 10th round. And I mean, God of War was one of the decks that was believed to be like out of the format towards the beginning of the season, but then it just won the first regional. But ever since, like, there was still a few God of Wars here and there for the ones who really believed in God of War and kept clinching onto that deck. But Matthew shows us God of War can still win games.
Absolutely. It's you know, you look at the meta game we showed, you look around the top tables, and the very short answer is Regidrago and Lugia. They are the 2 decks to beat. But I'm looking through here and I'm seeing that could be God of War, there could be Dragapult. We've got, there was, I think, a Terrapagos at 8-1-1 and a couple Terrapagos at 8-2. So not in those top seeds, but still very much with a chance of getting a Terrapagos into top 8. We've got control decks running around. There's so much going on here. We could end up, and I'm not saying we will, but we could end up like Louisville, where we got 7 different decks in the top 8 when we actually get past that asymmetrical round. So I'm kind of excited to see how this is going to shake up. Although, I got bad news for you, Barish.
Oh no, what is it, cloth?
There's no cloth. The only Clorf that made day 2 is unfortunately out of contention for top 8. We will not be seeing Clorf in top 8. I'm afraid that is definitely not happening at this stage. There is no way the asymmetrical top cut gets low enough. But look, we had a Clorf in day 2. That alone makes me happy.
And it won on stream going 6-0, which is a huge accomplishment for the deck itself.
That's the point. We got to see Clorf, and I will say, unfortunately, Alex Northey has had 4 losses in a row since they won on stream to make day 2. Currently sitting at 6-4. But look, they went to 6-0 and made day 2 on stream with Clorf. That is an achievement, I think, of which anybody could be proud. And there was a really fun thing that happened in the final round yesterday. Alex Northey ended up playing against Carl Blake in the final round of Swiss. Now, the reason why this is interesting, we introduced Alex Northey as the 2012 UK National Champion. Who did he beat in the finals of UK Nationals in 2012? He beat Carl Blake. And they had a rematch in the final round yesterday, and Carl won that, and he actually sent out social media posts with the match slip and just the heading, "If you know, you know." Got his revenge. It took 12 years, but Carl got his revenge for Nationals 2012.
Yeah. Another interesting matchup that I brought up on the sofa was the Snorlax Mirror, right?
Oh, yes.
And you would believe that it's really difficult to actually go through another Snorlax deck, but as the results just came in, we have confirmation that Rowan actually defeated his opponent in the Snorlax Mirror, which is an interesting feat to see, of course.
Yeah, it is always interesting when you have those control mirrors. Ties are absolutely an issue, but the thing you tend to find with those control mirrors, you will get one game. So if you can have a better start, if you can jump out, if you can, get 1 or 2 good plays to jump ahead and then win, you will win along game 1. I feel pretty confident we're not getting a full 3 games in a control mirror unless there's just some truly terrible starting hands. So yeah, it's not really what you're trying to play against. Control is there to counter the meta. It's not there to play mirror matches against itself. But we have a Control at 9-1. We have a Gardevoir at 9-1. We've got some decks which... we got a Roaring Moon EX at 9-1.
Oh, we didn't feature that at all yet.
We haven't even talked... I don't think we've said Roaring Moon on stream at all. Nikki Pardis is currently 9-1 with Roaring Moon EX. Maybe I predicted the wrong Roaring Moon. Oh, and here we have a quick reminder of the Roaring Moon deck. And really, the theory is this. You whack free energy on. You can either do Calamity Storm, discard a Stadium, 220, that'll KO a lot. But if that's not enough, Frenzied Gouging, it KOs everything.
Yep, you take 200 damage in return, so one counterplay typically against those Roaring Moons is play some damage early on, so if they were to use Frenzied Gouging, at least they would KO themselves in return as well. But there's a great support line with Dark Patches allowing you to attach extra darkness energies from your discard pile to that Roaring Moon. We have Professor Stardust's Vitality, which also allows you combos really well with the Ancient type of that Roaring Moon that allows you to attach even more energies from the discard pile and powers you up so quickly. Like, you might take one of them out, but the second one is just ready to go. One Dark Patch, one manual attachment, and Professor Sada, and you're already there again.
And you know what's played in that Roaring Moon EX deck? Single prize Roaring Moon. What I made as a prediction, which did not look like a great prediction yesterday, is actually in a deck sitting at 9-1. So impossibly, and look, I looked at my own predictions yesterday and went, hang on a second, Dragapult and single prize Roaring Moon, what's going on with that? Well, we got one at 8-1 still playing. We got the other one at 9-1. And I'm just saying, my predictions, which I'll be honest, and I was honest yesterday, my predictions did not look strong coming into the weekend. We've got a couple of heroic players in the hall in Lille this weekend who might be bailing me out.
Yeah, I mean, I doubled down with my prediction full into the Palkia V-Star deck because I had Palkia as the deck itself and then Greninja, Radiant Greninja with Moonlight Shuriken. I actually want to point out that it was less about concealed cards because you see actually the Radiant Greninja in a bunch of decks. I think even that Roaring Moon would like to play that Radiant Greninja to just keep cycling through energies by discarding them with concealed cards and then attaching them with Dark Patches. But for this tournament specifically, I wanted to point out that Moonlight Shuriken has really well placed in the meta at the moment.
It is very well placed in the meta. We do have a Palkia at 8-1-1 and another one at 8-2, so there is still a chance for Palkia. And, you know, my prediction of Dragapult, it's been on a bit of a whirlwind, right? Goes and wins in Dortmund, yay! Does nothing in Louisville. I say nothing, that's unfair. We saw a 24th place finish at best. Massive disappointment after winning in Dortmund, but we have one sitting at, I believe, 9-1 in this tournament here, or at least 8-1 coming into this round. We've got a Roaring Moon, was sitting at 9-1 definitely. That is confirmed. They won their round 10 game to go to 9-1. So, I mean, look, I went a little bit off the wall with my predictions this weekend, and it's kind of going all right now. So, look, I'm just saying, if both of them make top cut, I'm not saying I need like a medal or a trophy or anything like that, but I am saying I'm going to be proud of myself.
Absolutely. I think a lot of people might be thinking those predictions are about what is the most popular, but I think these are actually niche picks specifically, and I love that both your picks in a way work out at the moment and are still in contention. They might not be the most popular deck or the most played deck, but then they're out there and they make a name for themselves in this tournament here in Lille.
I think right now, I'm going to make a bold statement here for you, Barish. I think we are in one of the most interesting meta games. And I've been doing this since 2016. I've been casting the Pokemon TCG for the past 8 years. I've seen a lot of formats and I was playing for many years prior. I think 2009 was when I got really into it. We are in one of the most diverse meta games that I can remember because we've got, you know, like, you look at the graphic. We had the day 1 and the day 2, but actually there were a bunch of the day 2, you know, all the best of the rest that were very close to being on that first page. We've seen decks win in Dortmund and then do nothing in Louisville. We've seen Palkia come out of nowhere. We've seen Lost Bots get second place and nobody gave that any credit. We've got so many decks, and then even this weekend we're talking about the decks we're expecting, but then I'm listing 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 other decks that have a genuine, legitimate chance of making top 8. And look, I can't tell you we're going to have a diverse top 8. We've got a couple of rounds to go, plus we need to finish round 10. But I can tell you right now, we have got a lot of different decks in contention, and that is making me very happy. I think this is a hard one to predict, and that's why we're having some of our weirder caster predictions actually potentially coming up.
Yeah, the caster predictions coming up for sure. I mean, talking about a variety of decks, we had 7 different decks in top 8 last week in Louisville, and I'm really excited to see how, like, what the variety will look like once we are back into that top 8 position.
Yeah.
But,
oh, sorry.
Yeah, beyond that, well, typically if you ask like top performing players, they like a more centralized meta game where they can prepare for the top decks, and like a wide variety is difficult, but I have to say, from my experience at least, playing these top decks, they all have playability into each other. It's not as roulette heavy where you're like, well, I have to pick one of these, but I'm already going into the tournament with like a loss into like 2 of the top 7 decks or something. We saw yesterday on stream actually how Terrapagos overcame that Neuven EX in that Regidrago.
Yeah, that was a game. I was watching that game backstage, and it was just because I was on the interview for that one, and that was a game that there were some wild twists and turns in that game. But you talk about Terrapagos, right? That's one of our stellar Pokemon. And actually, what we're doing this weekend, we have a community prediction bracket where we are trying to figure out definitively, with no argument and no room for maneuver, the best Terra Pokemon in the format. That is what we're trying to do, and we've got our bracket here. Now, yesterday, Charizard took down Greninja, and Galvantula with a stunning upset against Dragapult EX. Well, right now, we're going to be arguing Terrapagos against a Spaffra. And you might be thinking, hang on a second, Ross. That seems like it's not a close enough matchup. Oh, I'm going to tell you why what you're thinking is wrong.
All right, I think we both have to actually... I mean, yesterday you made an amazing case for the Galvantula and took down the Dragapult. And it was only fair that you get to defend the Espaffra today.
Yeah, I've had the underdog all 3 times, and I feel good about this, quite frankly. So I'm going to give you 30 seconds to tell me why Terrapagos is the best Terra Pokemon. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, Terrapagos EX, an amazing card for all the collectors out there. It has a beautiful alt art edition as well. For all the players of the game, it's one of the few Pokemon that comes with a variety of forms. It has 3 different forms that you can play it in. But you know what's better than one type? All the types. And Stella Terrapagos, and seen in the beautiful art of the card, actually shows you, combined with all the Terra Crystals, all the types, Unified Beatdown.
Excuse me, that was your 30 seconds, Marish. I'm afraid you're out of time. I'm sorry.
I thought you would give me a rundown of the last 5 seconds, because yesterday I was a bit short on my 30 seconds, so I would just keep going. But yeah, I mean, the case makes itself, basically.
Okay, well, I'm going to make the case for Aspafra, because this is another Pokemon like Galvantula, which is not getting enough love, and I'm going to tell you why it should. Barish, count me in.
3, 2, 1.
Everybody makes their Pokemon decks knowing how much energy they need to pay for the attacks of their Pokemon. And Aspafra goes, oh, how about you add another extra energy? Terrapagos plays 4 double turbo energy. You attach one to Terrapagos, oh, it's not enough anymore. Now I need another. That's half your energy just to do 1 attack. Dragapult plays Sparkling Crystal to bring the energy down to 1. Aspafra goes, nah, mate, pay another. Oh, and by the way, while you're paying more, I'm going to take advantage and do more damage for every energy you've got on you. And it's Grass Psychic. Boom.
Well, that's 30 seconds on the spot once again. I mean, it just shows your experience to not only cast, but like make a point very specific in 30 seconds. A lot of respect for that. Well done. But, chat, you let me down on the Dragapult yesterday. I need you to come through here and actually support me in the Terrapagas EX. It's the only one who has a chance to actually take down any of the remaining Pokemon. If we have Aspafra and Galvantula in top 4, it's going to be really, really easy.
We're not talking about the rest of the bracket, Barish. Come on. We're talking about this matchup. And look, I'm telling you again, you know, we're talking about a lot of potential here. Aspafra has got potential just coming out. And I love that it's taking advantage of what I like to call deck building conventions. Okay, right, we'll get to that in a second. Poll is open, remember the rule. You can watch wherever you want, we're cool, but you have to vote on Twitch. If you're watching on YouTube, open your phone, your laptop, your tablet, whatever it is, go to Twitch, put your vote in, back to YouTube. I like YouTube. Me and YouTube are kind of friends, right? But you need to make sure you're voting on Twitch, get your vote in, and you know, you could go for the easy answer, or you could be that person that goes, you know what? I saw it early. I knew Aspafra was better than people were giving it credit for. I was that person that saw the potential and didn't just go down to the conventional ideals. And, you know, I'm just saying, we have a lot of decks in the format right now that are really tight on energy. And I'm just saying, Aspafra comes along and it's just like, hey, be a shame if you needed another energy and you didn't have it. Just going to put that there.
All right, okay. I mean, I like Aspafra. Not only do you need more energy, but then the attack also scales with energy on your opposing Pokemon. Hold on. I want to give you I want to give Aspafra some credit, but like...
but there's a limit, right?
There's a limit. I saw his excitement in his eyes. He was like, you're talking about how great Aspafra is? I was like, no. Calm down.
Let's just reel it back a little bit.
Just quick reminder, I need your support on this. I can't be losing again. That would be 2 out of 2, and I can't be having this weekend.
Yeah, see, I'm 1 out of 2, but for some reason, I don't know whether like people trust me or that they're just kind of just trying to make things awkward. I've had the underdog all 3 times here, and look, I think sometimes I've got a little bit of a reputation for being that guy that thinks every Pokemon card is good and championing like every card, but the reality is a lot of cards have potential. And, you know, how many times have we seen the tournament? You know, go back to Worlds 2016, Mega Ordino, right? One of my favorite tournaments ever. That was a deck that was supposed to be terrible. And Mega EX was supposed to be terrible, and Shintaro Ito came along and went, you know what? It's not actually terrible though, is it? It's literally the best deck in the world. So be Shintaro Ito. Be the person that can look at a deck and go, I know not everybody else is saying it's great, but trust me on this. This is a phenomenal card.
I mean, let's see. I think Chad already knows the answer, but the reveal is coming up for us just in a second. I think results are in, and we can actually see that Terrapagos made it, yes!
I mean, mate, Aspafra 41% into Terrapagos. I'm calling that a win. Like, so far, my arguments have been Greninja against Charizard, 40% I'll take it. Galvantula taking down Dragapult, and Aspafra actually doing a bit better than Greninja, going 41 into Terrapagos. So, I mean, look, I'm not winning all of these, but I'm 1 out of 3, and I think that is very, very respectable.
Absolutely. I mean, we have to give some credit to Ross. He pushed both the losers to above 40%, made it quite a close race. But in this case, Terrapagos has been just too powerful and take on that Aspafra. Really exciting to see how the rest of the bracket will play out.
Oh, I'm excited to see it. And look, no, when the results come in, I can then take a step back and just be like, okay, look, obviously Terrapago should have won that one.
I tried my best.
We all know Terrapago should have won that one. I tried my best with Spaffra, but yeah. And look, I do think Spaffra's a good card. We've seen it popping up in a few regionals here and there. We've seen it have these little results, and there is a lot of potential, don't get me wrong. But yeah, they made no mistake about it. And look, I know a lot of the time I feel like I'm down on Terrapagos. I'm not. I've said it explicitly several times. I'll say it again right to camera. Terrapagos is a good deck, and it is going to have its day. I just think right now, I don't know whether it's the card pool. I don't know whether it's deck construction. I don't know whether it's players' familiarity with the deck. Terrapagos right now is settling into a very nice spot where it is a great deck with a lot of potential. It's going to be in day 2, but it's a deck right now that the most likely outcome is occasional top 8, not going to win the tournament. Now, come back to me in a month or two, and everything could have changed massively. But right now, I don't think Terrapagos is ready.
Yeah, I mean, you said that all weekend long, and it doesn't look well for Terrapagos at the moment, and I'm not really hopeful, but I think we still have a few contenders in the field that might take Terrapagos all the way, and even if not, it's still so early on. It was just introduced as a card, so it has so much more time to shine in the upcoming formats. Maybe there will be more support. I mean, we saw Area Zero on the depth allowing you to bench up to 8 Pokemon, and Noctowl is such a great combination with that Terrapagos, but maybe there will be even more support Pokemon, or more combinations that maybe bump up the damage a little bit more from Terrapagos to allow it to take knockouts that it's currently missing.
Yeah, and there could be meta shifts that shift into its favors. Nothing to do with the deck, just ends up helping. I mean, for me, one of the most important things about Terrapagos is the players that are on the deck. Players like Tord Reckler, Nico Alabas. I think we saw Robin Schultz playing it in Dortmund. Alex Dow, our casting buddy, has been on the deck as well. We are seeing this deck over and over again being played by real top-tier players. And these players are not people who just play a deck for the fun of it. These are players who go, I have tested, I am an expert, this is the deck that I think gives me the best chance. And when multiple top players all come to the same conclusion on a deck, that tells you that even though I don't think it's ready right now, that is a deck which at some point is going to be great.
Absolutely, and I'm just getting note that our next round pairings are actually up.
Well, we'll look at that in a second. I want to look at Terrapagos right now. Let's get a look at this Terrapagos deck. We'll talk about the pairings in a second. But just a quick reminder there. I mean, look, Unified Beatdown deals a ton of damage, 240, assuming you have an Area 0 under depths with a full bench of 8 Pokemon. And then you've got all that colorless support like Glass Trumpet to accelerate energy. We've got Bouffalon to reduce the damage being done to you. And you mentioned Knockdown a minute ago. That's a good card, right?
Yep, missing here, but it's an amazing synergy with that. Because Terrapagos, it's already in its name. It's a Terra-type Pokemon here. It allows Noctowl to search out 2 trainer cards of your choice with that Jewel Seeker. One thing that I haven't seen enough in the format yet, it's on this graphic here, is the Glass Trumpet. Allows you to accelerate those energies. So far, most of the Terrapagos decks have opted into that double turbo energy, mainly or only attacking with Unified Beatdown. But I would love to see that Glass Trumpet and maybe some other energy acceleration to see some of the Crown Opal in our current format.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right about that. Right now, Crown Opal is not the way most people are building Terrapagos. It's mostly a deck right now that is played with 4 double turbo energy to just use Unified Beatdown. But maybe that's the change. Maybe it's the Crown Opal list, which are going to, in the future, come up. Now, our players are just getting ready. We're seeing them sit down, start shuffling. I just want to kind of run through the top tables, the decks we're seeing, right? Give people at home an idea of what we're looking at. So we've got Regidrago, Gardevoir, Archeops, Relugia, Roaring Moon, Snorlax Control against Regidrago, Regidrago against Palkia, Lugia against Lugia, Lugia against Gouging Fire. That's the first kind of half a dozen tables. And you'll notice it's still Lugia and Regidrago. They are still the 2 decks to beat in the room right now. But I'm saying things like Palkia and Roaring Moon and Gardevoir and Snorlax. So we've got a weird situation right now with 2 rounds left where we've got 2 decks, your Lugia and your Regidrago, clearly jumping up to the top here, and then a bunch of other decks kind of trying to bash in the door and go, look, I'm here too.
Yeah, and we talked about this. There might be a huge variety in decks in top 8. Again, the 2 favorites with Regidrago and Lugia to make it, but then any of the other decks can sneak in as well, take one of the spots in top 8, in the top 8 graphic, and then maybe make it all the way to the final. But for our next stream game, actually, we're going to have the Regidrago and the Palkia Vista.
Are we now? I did not know that. So we've got Bert Walters against Javier Tengo Hoffre. I apologize for any pronunciations that might be wrong here. We got Javier against Bert. Bert is a player that has been around for a very, very long time. A very well-known player coming here from the Netherlands. They're going to be on Reggie Drago, and we're going to have Javier here, who is going to be on the Palkia. So we've actually got kind of a nice little matchup here. One of the decks that is proven to be a powerhouse this weekend against one of the upstart decks trying to force its way into top 8.
Yeah, it's actually the third time that I get to cast over a Palkia game, and really exciting, and looking forward to see another of those Dusk Noir puzzle games for sure. Let's talk about the two decks a little bit. We talked... Yeah, we have the players getting ready here, and while they shuffle up their cards, let's talk about the two decks here. We have Palkia. Let me quickly brief you up if you haven't seen that deck last or yesterday more so. It's one of its main attackers is that Palkia V-Star, and it uses its Star Portal ability to accelerate free energies to any water Pokemon of your choice. So this can be any other Palkia that you want to set up for future turns, but it can also be the Froakie specifically that can evolve into Greninja EX, which is no longer water Pokemon, but it can make use of that water energies with Shinobi Blade or Mirage Barrage that we were hyping up yesterday. So it has a variety of attackers, and you now combine that with that Curse Blast Dust Noir to take knockouts on the bench. And on top of all of that, you also have the Radiant Greninja.
Yeah, see Javier here, we've got a World's Top 64, we've got Liverpool, Offenbach Regional Top 32s, and a Madrid Special Event Top 4. So actually coming off a Top 64 finish at the recent World Championships in Hawaii. So a player with a lot of achievements. And Bert here, well, I told you he's been around for a while. Look at some of these achievements. World's Top 8, EUIC Top 8, World's Top 16, OCIT Top 16. There's a category of player out there, someone who's been around for a long time and had a huge amount of success. And you can tell these players because when we put their achievements on the screen, we don't even have room for any regional achievements. We only talk about internationals and worlds. And when all of their achievements are ICs and worlds like Bert here, that tells you everything you need to know. Here come the prizes. Oh, Javier has prizes one of Mew, which could be a little bit annoying. Otherwise, nothing terrible, I think, in those prizes.
Yeah, I think it will also come down to which starter Pokemon both of them choosing. We see the Fist Bump, and there's the Froakie that I mentioned just a second ago, and the Regidrago. Perfect start here as well. We see that Javier actually goes first. I think it was a Blood Moon that they pulled out of their top deck, but I see a very playable hand. With that Pokestop, I see a Rare Candy, I see the Earthen Vessel to accelerate or to get one energy in your discard pile. That looks at what he's eyeing at and gets you more energies out of the deck as well at the same time.
Yeah, so we got the Earthen Vessel there. We're going to get rid of something. It is going to be an energy, of course. Star Portal from Palkia V-Star accelerates free energy from your discard pile to your water Pokemon. Important to note, we did a last Palkia game we saw on stream yesterday. We saw that Star Portal worked, but the player was missing their energy attachments for the turn. What you really want to do is get your turn attachment, and then Star Portal is an extra little burst of energy on top of, as a nice little bonus. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one comes around. And, you know, like you said, that's the deck. You've got Greninja EX, which is your big fighting type, single energy, 170 search any card. And then you've got your Palkia V-Star that does 20 damage extra for each bench Pokemon of yours and your opponent with that Star Portal. But then we've got other options like your Radiant Greninja, which you were saying how much you love that Moonlight Shuriken, doing 60 to the 90 to 2 different Pokemon. And then we got things like Dust Noir as well.
Yeah, it might not really come into effect here against those big, I don't want to say big basics, but the V and the V-Stars having enough damage to overcome any of those. A huge, huge Pokestop. 3 hits. You have a Nest Ball to get another Pokemon into play, which is amazing here. And I also liked how you brought up that the players were missing attachment for turn, but Earthen Vessel is such a great card. You had 1 energy that you can already discard. You get 2 out of your deck, so you have 3 energies in total that you can play around with. Attach 1, potentially discard another card, and it's just really great to have here this early on specifically. We'll see the Nest Ball, and I'm assuming that this early on you would probably want to get one of your Palkias into play.
Well, Palkia or Radiant Greninja are generally the choices at this stage. I think Palkia V, yeah, is the better option here. Because, I mean, both of these are turn 2 decks. Both of these decks don't really do very much turn 1. So it's very much set up turn 1, and then turn 2 is where you really start rolling. So going first, actually a really nice advantage for Javier here. And there is an option, if Bert were to fill up his bench, then there is actually a possibility of a turn 2 Palkia KO on a Regidrago. So Bert might have to control his bench a little bit for that reason.
That's a very good point. I was just playing this matchup last weekend at a league challenge, and this was exactly what my opponent did. Limit their bench space, or the number of Pokemon they bench, and then limit how much damage you can do. And I was just short of 20 damage to take out a Regidrago. And that might be something that we see here. Not overbench early on. One Teal Mask Ogerpon could be enough in the first turn, and then preventing the KO and go really hard into that second turn.
The problem is the magic number is 3. If Bert benches 3 Pokemon and Javier fills up his bench, you've got 8 bench Pokemon, that's 160, plus a 60 base is 220, which is enough to KO. So if Bert benches 3 Pokemon here, Javier could potentially get a Palkia V-Star KO on the Regidrago. Good news is Bert has a spare Regidrago. So if one goes down, he's got one. But you really don't want to give up 2 prizes early. So the only way to guarantee that doesn't happen here is to fix yourself at a bench of 2 and no more.
Yeah, really excited to see. We're currently another deck search. Let's see what he's looking for and what we have in the deck. I see a good variety. I mean, we saw the prizes, so everything else is in the deck, of course. Just Bert didn't have access to the prizes just yet. So double checking which pieces he has to plan out the remaining game here. And I think, did I see Fire Energy in hand? That could be huge as an early attachment here. Otherwise, using that Ogerpon Teal Mask ability to not only attach energy, but draw another one as well. There's actually no energy in hand.
No energy in hand. The way the deck works is you get your Regidrago V-Star, it copies the attacks of Dragon Pokemon in your discard pile, and you accelerate energy by attaching to Teal Mask Ogerpon and energy switching it over. But of course, that we just lost 2 grass energy and got a Nest Ball, which is not ideal.
We actually got the Earthen Vessel, which allows us to pull out 2 energies out of the deck. So yes, 2 grass energy gone, but we have the Earthen Vessel, get a fire and a grass. Very typical first turn search there from the Earthen Vessel. Probably attaching the fire energy to Regidrago and using the ability to attach 1 energy to Ogerpon. And you already have 2 energies in play. And exactly as we predicted, it looks like Bert is choosing to limit his bench to only 2 Pokemon because 3 was the magical number you brought up.
Yeah, and we have an energy switch in hand, so you could move the grass energy over this turn. I would imagine that won't happen because there is a very small chance of a gust on the Regidrago and then, you know, putting a lot of damage on one that's already got 2 energy. You would rather try and make sure that doesn't happen, but no, we are going to see the energy switch coming over. Now, yes, okay, on to the active, and this is what I'm talking about. It's making sure that your energy is spread out so that if Javier gets a big hit, there isn't one obvious target. Oh, we do have a 3rd bench now. So that, and now we have a 4th bench. So this is basically Bert going, right, I've benched, I'm in range. As soon as the 3rd one goes down, I can put the 4th one down. My start isn't good enough. I'm going Squawkabilly.
Yeah, interesting part, though, is one counter aspect here is that, yes, overbenched, you might say, and the Regidrago can be KO'd, but it was really smart using the energy switch to actually distribute the energies into 2 different Regidrago, and then if either of them gets KO'd, he still is left with 1 Regidrago with 1 energy.
Yeah, it's why you could never put both on the same one. Even if it's on the bench, all we need is gusting, and that's bad. Here we go for Professor's research here. So that's going to get another, I'll assume this is the Squawk and Seas, which is getting a bunch of new cards. And, I mean, look, Bert basically here is going, I want to set up. We see another Teal Dance here. We've now got Regidrago V-Star in hand, ready to go. Passes over to Javier here, and quite frankly, can you get a big KO with Palkia V-Star?
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to find a way to retreat, find a second water energy, find the V-Star. It's quite a few pieces, but
and 2 bench Pokemon.
2 bench Pokemon, but it's not impossible for the stack. We actually see a rare candy, and is that a Dusknoir that could go immediately in? Palkia V-Star also in hand, so has quite a few Pokemon, but
not much draw is the problem here.
Yeah.
We've got Rare Candy Dusknoir, but then we've got Blood Moon Ursaluna. Oh, Oh, there's an Irida. Okay, so Irida could, and there is a water energy in hand, so you could, oh, and there is an earthen vessel, so yeah. So we can kind of Irida for a Radiant Greninja and use that to draw a couple of cards and hopefully get something going here. But the draw is awkward. Yeah, and there's also the potential for Irida into Buddy Buddy Puffin to get 2 more of the Duskull onto your bench to fill up your bench that way. Froakie's already out, so you can search for that. There's a first evolution, and on top of that, there's a Pokestop, of course. Yeah, so here we go. We got a Rare Candy, we got a Nest Ball, oh, and a Trekking Shoes. Wonderful Pokestop there. Exactly what Javier was looking for. And Trekking Shoes, of course, is some item-based draw. So that's going to help very nicely indeed. Question. Oh, here we go straight away. That's 2 Pokestops in a row with 3 hits. You might be thinking that must be lucky, but of course this deck is very heavy on items, so it's not unlikely that you would hit them this early on when it's still full. We get the Trekking Shoes, we get the Nest Ball, and can just search out another Pokemon here to put on the bench. Now, we're actually getting pretty close to what we need for the KO. We've actually got Nest Ball plus Duskull in hand, so that's the 4 bench Pokemon needed for 8 bench Pokemon, which is the number. We do have an energy to attach to Palkia here. What we need is a way to pivot Froakie out of the active, which you could do using Star Portal, but that is a very suboptimal use of your V-Star power. So you'd really rather not. So we get rid of 1 energy. Okay, now this is better. So now we've got 2 energy in the discard. And if we can discard 1 more, I don't mind using Star Portal for free and using 1 as a pivot if I can get 2 what I like to call real attachments. Yeah, and also because Bird not only had 3 but 4 bench Pokemon, we technically only need 1 more on Javier's side here, and the Irida would also give us access to the Prime Catcher, right? So that could be one way to pivot. I mean, and pick out the, especially the Prime target should be the one with the Fire Energy, because that's the required one to attack here, and they have less Fire Energies in deck. Right, so we have 2 cards drawn, and it was Prime Catcher. That is a pivot and gets you the Regidrago V, so, and we have an energy in hand. So look, if Javier wants it here, you have to bench a Pokemon, and then all you need to do is Prime Catcher up the Fire Energy Regidrago and take a big turn 1 KO. Oh, I don't mind this. Now, what we're doing here is using Dusknoir to attack into the bench Regidrago V, bringing that into range for later. And then we're basically thinking, what if I use Radiant Greninja? What was 13 add 9? Is that 22? That's 22. Oh, feels like the perfect number. So we see the Star Portal, and it looks like it's 3 energies going into that Radiant Greninja, I assume, here. Oh, it's the Froakie. He wants to use Mirage Barrage. Do we have access? We have Rare Candy. Oh, there's an Ultra Ball in hand. So we can Ultra Ball for the Greninja, Rare Candy into that Greninja, and then you can use Mirage Barrage, which is kind of the same thing as Radiant Greninja, except instead of 90-90, it's 120-120. That's huge damage, especially in this matchup. Like, the price race is really rough, and going so early with a huge board state and taking the first knockout, going ahead in prizes, is a huge, huge advantage for Javier. And I'm really excited to see how this one plays out. We see an Irida for a Palkia. I suppose you can discard that with the Ultra Ball next to then get the Greninja, because that's the prime target after that Star Portal for free into your Froakie. Yeah, and another heads-up play here, which we see a lot of these Palkia players doing. You Star Portal onto Froakie, because it is a water Pokemon, and then you evolve it into your fighting type Greninja, which is not, but you've already accelerated the energy. And look, we're sitting here saying 4 bench Pokemon plus Palkia V-Star. That is not the easiest thing to pull off. But what Javier's actually pulled off is your Rare Candy Dusknoir, Rare Candy Greninja, and then you're still KOing a Regidrago, but you're also putting 120 onto the active. So thank goodness Bert did fill up his bench a little bit, because in the end, you know, we saw in the early turn he was trying to avoid it. He then went into it, and actually, Javier's pulled off a much less likely, but much more fun play. Yeah, we see the Palkia also hitting the bench, and there's the final confirmation of the Ultra Ball. And if you want to be left with 1 card in your hand, I think Prime Catcher is an amazing card to have. Of course, you're going to pull some prizes here, and we have always a Pokestop and other potential to draw more cards. But Prime Catcher, not having to use that and still have such a huge turn 2 here, basically, is amazing. And you see the real advantage here of Javier going first. Javier gets to attack before Bert has been able to evolve. If Bert had gone first, we could potentially have 2 Regidrago V-Star here, and there's no KOs, there's just a bunch of damage. So here we go, the play as we expected it, and Bert is just double-checking the wording on that card, but I've got bad news for you, Bert. Your Regidrago on the bench is KO'd, the one in the active, and that's crucial because that is now a very easy KO for a Palkia V-Star on a future turn.
Not only that, but Shinobi Blade 120 plus 170 is 290. That is enough to take the Palkia V-Star. It's a perfect setup here. Sometimes you're missing those crucial knockouts later on in the game, but with the 120 already on that Regidrago, which is kind of forced to evolve here, right? Because otherwise you're still another turn behind. So, and then just setting up the KO on the other side. Is there any way to take out the Greninja EX? I think
no.
With the V-Star power from Giratina, maybe?
You would need, but you need 10 cards in the lost zone
to
activate
true,
that.
That's
so
not an Nexus.
It's not the way Regidrago decks work. So I'm basically not, and that's not what they do. They hit 280 with Giratina. That is the big attack the Regidrago decks have, hitting 280 with Giratina. But Greninja has 310.
Yeah, so there's absolutely, thanks to that, there's absolutely no way to get around the Greninja KO here, especially with what is on the board right now. So yeah, Greninja will just have another turn, and that Shinobi Blade also giving you access to another card out of your deck will be huge.
And that's what's ridiculous here. Like, you're not only doing 170 damage, you get to search literally any card from your deck you like, ready to use it on your next turn. And, you know, Greninja's another card, you know, very much like Galvantula and Espathra, that there was a little period there where it wasn't really seeing much play at all, but it had so much potential. And since we moved into this Stellar Crown format, we've had a bunch of players who have gone, yeah, Palkia Greninja Dusknoir is really good. We do see the Pheasant Dipty coming down from Bert here, so at least gets to draw 3 more cards.
Yeah, we were talking about revenging KOs here, but it's actually quite a long way to get there because you only have 1 energy in play. You're missing the fire energy, but you now have access to with the Earthen Vessel, but you will still need an energy switch this turn to actually get the required 2 grass, 1 fire onto your Regidrago V-Star. And then, I mean, another option would be a boss play here where you'd be like, yeah, I can't take out the Greninja, but if I want to stay in that race, I might as well take out the Palkia V-Star potentially with the 280 damage, or start setting up KOs on the other Pokemon.
Yeah, there's a lot of options. They all seem quite nice. We do get a Teal Mask Ogerpon getting the energy on, and there we see an energy switch moving it over. There's the required fire energy, as you phrased it. I like that phrase. And now we are ready to go. We see another energy switch onto the Regidrago V on the bench. It's holding a boss's orders in hand, so could attack into Greninja or could take out something else. It is the Palkia V. I like this play.
Yeah, Palkia V, an easy target here, can take that out. Let's see, I think he's pointing out at the attack from his discard pile to make sure both players are aware which attack has been used here. Potentially set up some late game KOs as well. So let's see, he's actually pointing at that. Ooh. Dragapult, so 200, not quite enough for the KO, but you can pick up the KO on the bench, right?
Yes, the bench Duskull could go down here, choosing not to. Now, this is where we see the really good players. So the math's going to take some explanation. Some of it's easy. Greninja here goes down to 280. Oh, look, that's how much Giratina hits. That's quite nice. Pheasant Dipty goes down to 200. Oh, look, that's how much Dragapult's attack naturally hits for. Your Radiant Greninja goes down to 110, which isn't quite such a relevant number.
Triforce from the Kyurem and for
Triforce from the Kyurem. Good catch. So what Bert's doing here is going, look, they're all ready for later. The Duskull's an easy KO, don't care. I'm going after my prize map, and the prize map here is essentially Palkia, Greninja, Pheasant Dipty, with Greninja as an option if we need it, because a Trifrost would KO Duskull and Greninja, but every attack from Bert here needs to take 2 prizes.
And I mean, because the V-Star ability was already used, it's really hard to accelerate energy to the active Pokemon, so you need to find a way to retreat. But I've just mentioned it was amazing to keep that Prime Catcher, and that will come really key here. You can pull up another Pokemon of your choice. I mean, that Facility is a prime target as well. Take another 2 prizes, and you're so far ahead with 2 to 6 prizes, or 2 to 5 prizes, I should say, that it's really hard to, or really difficult to come back from that.
Yeah, that is the goal here. I think Prime Catcher could be good. Let's show a Pokestop first. A switch. Oh, that's another fantastic Pokestop. You get 2 item cards, and the only one you discard is a card which is literally useless at this point.
Yeah, and that Rare Candy in hand, I don't think he has access to another Dusknoir just yet. But the switch is even better than the Prime Catcher. Keep that for later. KO the active V-Star instead of any of the benched Pokemon, which Shinobi Blade to get you another card. I think, if anything, that switch was a prime draw out of that Pokestop.
Yeah, that is the prime option, not the Prime Catcher this turn. You KO the Regidrago, because that's the other thing, right? Now the attack has gone down, so now Bert needs Fire Energy, Grass Energy, Energy Switch, Regidrago V-Star. You need that 4-card combo just to mount an attack this turn.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, we have seen that over and over again pulled off. Let's check the hand. I think
There's
there
an
might have
energy
been
retrieval, so that will get the 2 energy.
2 energy. That could be a fire and a grass, but we still need an energy switch otherwise. And we need the evolution, as you have said, perfectly explained there. We have a Professor Research on top deck, though.
That's a nice top deck, because right now Bert needs a bunch of cards. Now, the good news is he's got Pheasantipity to draw 3 cards. He does have the draws from Tealmask Ogerpon. He does have the option of Regidrago's V-Star power as well, plus the supporter card, so he's at least going to be drawing a bunch. Oh, we got an Ultra Ball for the V-Star, actually.
Yeah, so we have access to that evolution. We have access to 1 energy, and then you only, from there on, only need 1 more energy switch to be fully loaded up. And that 30 damage earlier, you pointed it out, the math is just working out perfectly in this matchup. And it's really like showing what caliber of players we have on stream here. You might be tempting, hey, I have Boss, I can potentially take a knockout, but actually, that Greninja is so threatening, I need to make sure that it's prepared for a future KO, and that 30 damage comes in perfectly.
Yeah, anything over 280 represents a real problem for these Regidrago decks, but that's why Dragapult is the de facto attack. And one of the really important things about Dragapult's attack is that you can spread the damage around. It's not 6 to 1 Pokemon, it's 6 damage counters, however you like among the bench. And we saw there Bert actually put 3 Pokemon onto key numbers there by doing so, which was, you know, like I said, a Triforce onto the Greninja might not be an issue, but it's there as an option later on. You needed the 3 on Greninja, you needed the 1 onto Pheasantipity, might as well set up the Greninja as an option as well.
Just, I don't want to go too far ahead here in the game, but depending on which supporter is being used and if there's no hand disruption, we have seen the Prime Catcher, we see a Palkia V-Star, and there's a Squawkabilly on the bench as a prime target to take out in the next turn. So on top of all of that, Bird has to overcome that potential threat as well.
Yeah, he can see the Palkia ready to go. He knows Prime Catcher hasn't been used yet. Now, he does know that these Palkia decks don't play a huge amount of gusting. Counter Catcher is standard, but of course, he's not behind on prizes. Prime Catcher is standard, but it hasn't been used yet, so that's an option. No Boss's Orders in the deck. So Bert is basically saying, I know I lose to Prime Catcher with my Squawkabilly. Can I get around this right now?
The stadium here will at least prevent any future Pokestops to potentially get access to that, to limit the options there. But yeah, it's really difficult to keep all of that in mind. Still has no energy.
Here comes the V-Star power.
Forced to use the V-Star power, and we have seen 1 being used before, so you can actually, but keep in mind, he just had to discard all of his deck.
I think he's going to play some kind of recovery. I hope he is. Legacy Star lets you discard the top 7 cards of your deck and then put 2 cards from your discard pile into your hand. Does not have to be the ones that got discarded. Oh, and look at here. We've got an Energy Switch and an Iono. I mean, I'm really impressed with Bert's play in this game, because what we needed here, like we said, you need the Iono, because at this, you kind of know your opponent's got Prime Catcher, or at least is very likely to have it. You've seen multiple Pokestops, and you've seen them take prizes in a way that didn't need gusting, which a lot of the time happens if you're saving your Prime Catcher. So Bert there using that information and going, I'm not falling for that. Yeah, love the Iono pickup.
Absolutely, and he also had Paul Pad to put 2 more supporters back into deck, so he's not even forced technically to use the Iono, but he has such a huge hand and wants to make sure that there's no potential to deck out. And also, I talked about the hand disruption. There goes your Prime Catcher to the bottom of your deck.
That's what I was saying. Yeah, the Iono here is more about the Prime Catcher than about not decking out. It is, I think you've got your Prime Catcher, I'm not letting you have access to it. Didn't replace the stadium, but did draw into a stadium. And if I'm Bert here, I want rid of that Pokestop, because that represents 3 more chances for my opponent to hit Prime Catcher for game.
Yeah, and have we had any chance to see what Javier draw into? Typically after such a huge Iono, if something goes to the bottom of the deck, ideally you find a way to reshuffle your deck and then draw into any potential cards here. He's choosing to play another energy switch because you will have, oh no, he just pick 2 energies to discard from that attack.
You lost zone 2 energy from the Giratina attack, but it can be lost zone from anywhere. 280 damage, KOs the Greninja here, takes a couple of prizes, but is... Oh, hang on a second. Trifrost wins the game next turn. You put the damage onto Palkia, you put the damage onto Radiant Greninja, and actually you take 4 prizes because you can get the Dust Skull as well. So Bert very much has an opportunity to win next turn with Trifrost. Javier can only really win this turn with Prime Catcher unless Dust Skull shenanigans.
Yes, and of course that Iono down to 2 looks actually like 2 Ionos picked up. It has an Ultra Ball, so you can discard your hand. If you have access to that Mew, that would give you 3 fresh cards, and then flip the script for another 3 cards, plus the Pokestop. And the Ultra Ball is so great because it lets you reshuffle that deck and gives you access. We see the Mew on top actually shuffle that deck and then have access to 6 cards plus the Pokestop. Really, I mean, great comeback or great potential to close out this game, actually. But beyond that Prime Catcher, it might be difficult. I mean, he also, there was the option you just pointed out, have the Rare Candy and the Dusknoir and go from there. But this is going to be quite a draw-heavy turn, and let's see what the draws are.
Rare Candy, Dusknoir Energy will get the win. Prime Catcher, Energy will get the win. You will still need an Energy on the Palkia regardless. So it's an Energy plus either Prime Catcher and Rare Candy Dusknoir. That's really what we're looking for here. There are a couple of options. So we get 3 cards off the Mew. It's an Irida, an Ultra Ball, and a Nest Ball. Could use Irida to get Prime Catcher, could you not?
Yes, but then you're still short an energy?
Yes, you still need an energy. So we draw 3 cards there. It's a Night Stretcher. So in theory, Night Stretcher gets the energy. You attach it to Palkia. Use Irida to get the Prime Catcher. Bring Squawkabilly up into the active. And that is going to be game 1 for Javier. No surprise there. It is Prime Catcher. Palkia takes game 1. And we're headed off to game 2.
Yeah, that was such a great turn there. Getting the Night Stretcher allows you to not only get a Pokemon back from your discard pile, but also an energy. And that's exactly what was needed here. The draw from both Mew and the Pheasantipede EX. 6 cards got him exactly what he needed, got him back into this game. And as you've said, if it wasn't for him, Bat was ready to take that game next turn.
Yeah, let's go and have a look at the replay. See the key moments from that game 1. Here we go with Javier doing that big Pokestop, and we saw Pokestops went very nicely for Javier in game 1, getting 3 items. We see another Pokestop here getting another 3 items here, and that gave him a lot of what he needed. We see the early Greninja taking a KO on the bench Regidrago after the Dusknoir, plus also doing damage, and Bert just double checking, oh no, this is as bad as I was expecting. But that was not over yet. We saw a big KO from this Greninja onto the Regidrago for prizes 3 and 4 from Javier. And with Bert in position, it was a Prime Catcher from Irida onto that Squawkabilly. 6 prizes, clean win.
Absolutely clean win. And I said how important it was to get those knockouts early on. Being so far ahead in the prize trade allows you to close out essentially the game in turn 4 there for Javier. And I mean, it took about 1/3 of our round time, so about perfect time to finish 2 more games, at least with how fast these are going.
Let's hope so. And, you know, if you're Bert there, you're thinking, look, I went second and I was 1 turn away from winning. I know that Trifrost from, you know, copy Kyurem's attack next turn would have got me the win. And it's always a little bit heartbreaking when you go second and lose by 1 turn, but you get to go first here. You get the big setup turn, and then hopefully you can put yourself in a good position. And we could even see an early Trifrost here doing some damage. 2 Night Stretcher, but these Palkia generally play 4. Yeah, there is 4 in the deck, so I think we're cool.
2 major. There's Squawkabilly in your active position. You might as well use that in your next, or when you go next, basically. We see, I think, yeah, Bert going first here. Has the Cleffa active?
Yeah, it's a Cleffa. Cleffa's an awkward one. It's got 30 HP, which is really quite low. And it's got a 0 energy attack that's kind of it's a shuffle draw 6. So you shove a hand into, oh no, sorry, you draw until you have 7. I'm thinking of an old Cleffa. You draw until you got 7 cards in your hand. It's kind of a turn one, going second, I didn't have a good start attack. It's not a great card going first, because really, you go first, you're not allowed to attack, and you want to be using Regidrago turn two.
Absolutely good point here. The one other thing Clever has going for itself is the free retreat. So it's a great basically pivot point here that you can then shuffle into or retreat into any Pokemon of your choice. You might not use the attack. On the other side, with how these games are going, the general plan is to take 2/2/2 prizes basically,
yes.
And then giving up that Clever early on. Yes, it's one extra prize, but might not really dictate the outcome of the game overall here. Was that an Earthen Vessel? Yes.
That's an Earthen Vessel for, stop me if you've heard this before, a Fire Energy and a Grass Energy.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, I mean, was that giving up the Pheasantipity this early on? I mean, you might have access to it later on in the game, but it's typically a very great comeback card. We just saw how huge it was with the free extra draws there. So discarding it this early on, interesting choice.
Yeah, there's one Night Stretcher in the deck. You can obviously also get it back using Regidrago's V-Star power. So it's not the easiest deck in which to recover Pokemon, but it is possible. And I think the thing is, it's not doing anything for you now. It's going to be a couple of turns before it turn 3 is probably the earliest chance you're going to have to use it. So let's just pass over to Javier. And look, you've got 2 energy on the board, including the fire. You've got a Regidrago V, and you don't need another because you know it's not getting knocked out this turn.
That's all you can really ask for. And of course, if you have access to the Regidrago V-Star, you will have enough draw power anyway. So there's plenty of options here. We see an Earthen Vessel being played, and that I think is a Dusknoir being discarded there. So 2 more water energies. I think there's a huge change from what we've seen yesterday. These Earthen Vessels, these early on, just allowing you to get 2 energies, potentially discard any of them, but also have, because you have 2 energies now, have the option to attach 1 for turn, which come in very close, or can be very important for the middle game.
Yeah, it can absolutely come in handy here. There we get a water energy and another water energy. Love those play. Pokemon Sparkly Energy. We're talking a lot about leagues this weekend. Go to your leagues, get some prize packs. That's the kind of energy in there.
I love the Galaxy Holo here. It looks amazing. I actually got these holos for my deck as well. I love the way they look.
Love it. So here we go with a 2 energy in hand. We need some basic Pokemon at some point. Maybe a Pokestop can get us there.
Yeah.
Actually, there's one Nestball. Sorry to cut you off there, Barish. We got one Nestball, but that's the only way to get basic Pokemon right now.
But the other thing I see, I think this is 2 Palkia V-Star in hand right now, 1 Night Stretcher in hand. If you use Squawkabilly here and discard all of that, 2 Night Stretcher in your prize, it's going to be really hard to set them up for later in the game.
Oh, you make an excellent point there, Barish. I didn't even think about that one. 2 Night Stretcher in the prizes, 1 in hand, plus 2 Palkia. Yeah, and this deck only plays a 2/2 Palkia V-Star line. You own, a 3/2 line, but you only play 2 Palkia V-Star. That is both of the Palkia V-Star in the deck. And with only 1 Night Stretcher available at that point, and there's no other Pokemon recovery, I'm not sure you even can Squawkabilly here. I mean,
yeah, but it's such a weird trade-off because you only have the first turn to use that ability, and you kind of want to make use of it while you can. The question is, I mean, Nestball was used, so you had access to information that 2 Night Stretchers are gone. But there we go, 2 Palkia V-Star hitting the discard pile.
Now, we talked yesterday about the fact that if you think you've got a big advantage going first in a best of 3 where you really need a win, not a tie, it's worth sometimes conceding a little bit earlier so you've got more time in game 3 knowing you're going first. If I'm Javier, I'm already starting to think potentially along those lines. I'm going to be struggling for Palkia V-Star this game. Maybe I can do a couple of turns with Greninja, start getting my Night Stretcher out of the prizes, getting my Palkia V-Star and rolling from there. That's fine. But as it stands right now, I think Javier's had a rough start to this game. And you're looking at the clock, you've got 20 minutes remaining. You're going to be going first if there's a game 3, and you know you've got an advantage going first. I am not liking my start if I'm Javier here.
Absolutely agree with you here. Like, potentially conceding as early as turn 1 or 2 could be a huge shift and gives you so much more time for that third game. But, I mean, it looks like it discarded 3 energies at least. That's huge. But if you don't have access to Star Portal...
Okay, so we've actually, what we've done here, this is a really interesting play. We've attacked with Squawkabilly.
I didn't even think about that.
It does 20 damage and attaches 2 basic energy from your discard pile to your bench Pokemon. With no Palkia V-Star on the horizon here, that is a way to kind of get a pseudo Star Portal. It's not as good as Star Portal, It doesn't even KO a Clever as well. But it still gets 2 energy on the field. You had to waste your energy attachment for Squawkabilly. Hopefully you can use it as a pivot. But here's the problem. Bert went first this game. There is a Regidrago on the bench and a 2-price Squawkabilly in the active when Javier's had a very bad start. So Bert's probably gone up 2 prizes already in this game. And the great thing from Bert's point of view, Dragapult's attack KO Squawkabilly, so you don't discard any energy like you would with Giratina or Kyurem or Lost Zone it, and you get those extra 6 damage counters being benched as well.
I mean, it would be even bigger if he manages to find a gusting effect here as well and take out the Palkia. Then Javier would be left with the Radiant Greninja and the Squawkabilly. It's actually such a great turn. I've never seen Squawkabilly used for both its ability and its attack in the first turn here. So that played out really well. I was like, where are these energies coming from? But the attack motive, not seen used often, but very powerful when you're struggling so much that you might have to use that.
In a deck that doesn't have a good turn 1 play, it's actually quite good turn 1 going second, but it's if you don't have a good turn 1 play and you think you're safe. And the problem is a lot of decks, pretty much every deck at the moment, if you have, your opponent has a turn, you have a turn, and then they have their second turn, most decks can KO a Squawkabilly. It's why you don't want to use it very often, because most of the time, if you use it turn 1 going second, it's not safe. We see an energy switch onto the Regidrago. We see an energy switch onto the Regidrago. I didn't repeat myself. That happened twice. We see an attachment of the fire onto the V. We see a Mew being benched as well. I tell you what, we are seeing polar opposites here. Javier's start was not good. Oh, Bert's start is incredible. Do we have the Dragapult in the discard? Yeah, we do.
There we go. There's a Dragapult.
No gusting here, but I'm honestly cool with this. You take 2 prizes on Squawkabilly. You put 4 onto the Palkia, 2 onto the Greninja. Greninja now, of course, in Trifrost range. And Palkia, I mean, you needed 2 on there. The extra 2 is quite nice, but bringing it to 200 was the key here.
Yeah, but once it evolves, goes up to 280, so that's 240 then. Don't think there's an easy way to reach 240 specifically, I suppose. But yeah, I mean, any extra damage can be helpful. There's the second Palkia V, but we talked about it. The 2 Palkia V cells are both in the discard pile, and we need to find the 1 remaining Night Stretcher to get access to that. And that's not going to be an easy ask here. Of course, we technically have access to a Pheasantipity because the knockout was taken here, but it's still quite a long way. We see the counter catcher that can buy you an extra turn, but I mean, Cleffa and Mew, free retreat. 1 Regidrago, do you want to pull that to the active?
Counter catcher onto the Mew. We're actually going to be attacking with Palkia V here. You're going to take 2 prizes with Hydro Break, does 200 damage. But the problem is you're now just in range of Dragapult's attack again. And it's not just the extra damage counters, it's that you discard energy with Kyurem. You lost zone energy with Giratina. When you copy Dragapult's attack, you keep the energy. And one of the biggest issues with Regidrago is keeping that energy flowing. If you're not being attacked, because the Mew's being attacked, and you're not discarding your energy, you're just building up extra attackers. I know we're only a couple of turns in, but I think Bert is in a dominating position in this game.
Very dominating position here. Iono is being played, 6 and 4 cards being drawn respectively. There's a Prime Catcher. I think it's going to come down. We've seen the active Palkia might be KO'd in return, but there's another Palkia ready. And if he finds it either through his deck or through the 2 prizes that Javier will draw, if there's any of the Night Stretches, then you have your Star Portal ready for next turn and having another attacker ready. And I said this before in this matchup, ideally you want to go 2-2-2 in prizes. Bad has done his part, has taken the first 2 prizes. Javier might return.
Rough poker stop. It does at least get an energy in the discard for Star Portal, but that's about the best that we can say here. The other thing is, you know, it's kind of spiraling for Javier here, because not only is Bert going to get the KO on Palkia, but we know he's going to drop 3 damage counters onto Froakie. So one of the things you would try and do in this matchup was, you know, if it's going bad, you put your Greninja EX active and you go, you can't one-hit KO this. But Bert's going to put it down to low enough HP that he can one-hit KO this, which incidentally will be the final 2 prizes. So I think Bert is already approaching a checkmate situation here. And if I'm Javier, I'm thinking there's 15 minutes. I'm going first in game 3. I've got an advantage going first because we're both set up decks. I don't think Javier's winning this game. And we know, especially when we're looking at top 8 positioning, there is a gigantic difference in a win and a tie. And we've already seen Javier win game 1. This is not a horrendous matchup for Palkia.
It's definitely easier winning this matchup going first here. And yes, there's the second Regidrago. There's a Night Stretcher to get another energy to set up. Actually, oh, is that pinging for 10 damage?
That is
you
pinging
can
for
take
10
out
damage
the
on the
Froakie with the
Froakie.
60 and 1 damage counter.
So
that's huge.
Yeah, we're not bringing the Greninja into range, Barish. We're KOing the Froakie. It's a one-off Hawlucha played because there's too many 70 HP Pokemon in the format right now. Bert goes down to 1 prize remaining. Javier has no Greninja EX, no Palkia. He's clearly thinking about the concession here. You see him having a look at the board, flicking at his cards. Yeah,
yes,
we go. There is a concession. Bert wins game 2. We're going to game 3, and Javier will be going first. So Bert evens it up at 1 game apiece, and we're going to a game 3.
That was so beautiful played. This is exactly how we expect this matchup to play out. You get your pieces on the board, you take the first knockout, you're in the driver's seat from that moment on, and you're basically asking the question, hey, do you have a huge swing turn? Is there any way you can disrupt my whole setup? And if not, then I will just be drawing prizes back to back. You might have seen, not happy with that top deck here, and Javier is eventually realizing it's really hard to come back here. I'd rather use the time in my third game. We see, I think, yeah, there was a Squawkabilly, and then we see the Motivator afterwards, but it just wasn't enough. Even the KO and the Mew was just not really advancing you deeper into this game. I think without that Hawlucha, it might have been a different story.
Yeah, we see the KO onto the Squawkabilly there, dropping that damage down. Here comes that Hawlucha you mentioned. But even if we didn't see this, I think we would have just seen a KO of Greninja the following turn. The damage from Dragapult proving a bit too much. And then we see Javier just deciding, you know what, I'm not winning this game. Let's go to game 3. Both of these decks need a turn to set up. But if I'm Javier, I'm feeling all right here. Now, the clock is an issue, but we've got 12 minutes plus 3 turns. So if you play at a decent speed, you can get through this game. But if I'm Javier, I'm thinking, look, I went first game 1, I won. Game 2, we have a quick look at the prize. Oh, Radiant Greninja and Fezandipity. No, thank you. They're really good one-offs.
Absolutely, but then on the other side, Bert is starting with that Kyurem. Not a great starter either. Not really, I mean, you can't really use its ability here because there won't be any Colress in the discard pile, but you will have to pivot out of that and use your Regidrago. Mew, on the other hand, free retreat, has its ability, great access early on, and once again, the turn 1 Earth and West of discarding 1 water energy, giving you access to 2 more.
Yeah, it's a great play. To finish my point about Javier here, you won game 1 going first. Game 2, you went second, had 2 Rescue Stretcher, Night Stretcher prized, had to discard a 3rd one and both your Palkia. Like, that's the worst case scenario. You never win in that game. So I'm just thinking, like, okay, game 1 I won. Game 2 was a worst case scenario. Game 3, I'm going first. I've still got a fair bit of confidence if I'm Javier going into this game because you're in a very different position here, although Greninja and Fezandipity prized is actually kind of annoying.
Yeah, the idea is that you will use Fezandipity a little bit later through the game, and maybe, especially going first, you have the option to take prizes. We saw it towards the bottom of the prizes, I believe, or that was the Greninja at least, so eventually you might have access to that. But yes, missing that and potentially going behind and not having access to that could be huge here. On the other hand, do we see a pass with just a Mew on the field?
Oh my word, no Palkia down, no Duskull down, no Froakie down. You discarded Greninja EX off the Pokestop. Oh my word, that was a rough turn 1. And here's the thing, Bert's gone first here.
Basically
like, Javier did nothing of value on his first turn. No energy attachment, no basics benched, which can evolve. So Javier has no advantage in energy attachment, has no advantage in evolution here. So Bert is essentially going first here.
Yeah, you might be thinking, you could have considered earlier and have even more time, but keep in mind, sometimes playing it out and seeing if you have any option might be better than just starting with a single Mew, no energy on the board, no Palkia in play. So it's not guaranteed that, or it's not impossible to lose a game going first here.
No, absolutely. If this went like game one, I'd be loving Javier's play and Javier's position here. But that was a very bad opening hand. And now Bert's doing Bert things. We've got a fire energy on the Regid Drago. We've got an energy on the Tiamat Gogapon. We're going to Squawk and Seize because you're not worried about Palkia because there is no Palkia.
Absolutely, you can fill your bench as much as you like. You already have quite a few attackers in your discard pile. I think I saw the Noi one hit the discard pile. Giratina was there with the early Pokestop. So you're just setting up your whole board state here. Another Ogabon Teal Mask, getting energies into play. And I think there's going to be huge turn 2 setting up for Bert here in the following in the future, basically. But all the pieces we need, another second grass energy, another draw with a boss in hand, if that really is important here. Energy switch, I mean, just everything you could really ask for.
Yeah, that's a phenomenal first turn. 3 energy on the board, 2 of them on the Regid Drago. And, you know, the only downside there is a suboptimal starting, well, a bad starting Pokemon, but still. Okay, we see 3 items off a Pokestop. Oh, imagine if we got some basics down turn 1.
That would
and then
be
you hit
huge.
a rare candy and an Ultra Ball off of a Pokestop.
That would be huge. But at least with the Nest Ball and the Ultra Ball, access to 2 Pokemon here. Of course, you would have really loved to see that Greninja that maybe was looked for in the first turn, but is in the prizes. Just checking, I guess it's a Palkia that needs to hit the bench here, but it's also a prime target to be. We saw the boss being picked up from that last draw in turn there. So it's already, you kind of need 2 Palkia in play.
And the annoying thing here is Javier actually has a nice stretcher in hand. Had he been able to bench a Froakie turn 1, he had rare candy and nice stretcher for Greninja in hand. Could have had a, you know, a turn 2 Greninja rolling, hitting 170, searching any card, KO and a Kyurem and all of that. But as it is at the moment, just bad start. We see Lost Vacuum getting rid of Pokestop just to limit. Oh, to play another one. Love that play.
That's a huge combo, of course. You could have thought maybe you wanted to get rid of the Pokestop to prevent the opponent from using it, but just the second one ready in hand and another 2 items. Tracking Shoes, looking at your deck, Night Stretcher, a nice card here, but I don't think it brings them any further into the game. And then, of course, if you don't take the Night Stretcher, you might draw another card, but it goes straight into the hand.
Yeah, it's a problem with Night Stretcher is it's such a good card. There's a reason you play 4 of them. You know, there's only really Duskull in the discard at the moment you could want, but it's going to be useful in the future. So Irida here, I'm imagining we probably go Froakie.
Ooh, there's a heavy ball to get you either Greninja or Fezandipity out of the prizes, both as basic Pokemon. So
Froakie as well.
Froakie as your water Pokemon target, and then any item of your choice could be the Hisuian Heavy Ball if you're not happy with your prizes.
Oh, it's got to be a Hisuian Heavy Ball in this game, Barris, surely.
Yeah,
oh, actually
absolutely.
going Palkia V over Froakie, okay. And look, this is absolutely valid. This is a good play. You need your Palkia V star. My only pause here is you have rare candy Night Stretcher in hand. So if you go for the Froakie, you know for a fact you can get the Greninja EX next turn, and it is a single energy attacker. So you've got everything you already need. But I think this is a case of, I know my Palkia is in danger. I know that a Gust could KO my only Palkia. I need Palkia V-Star next turn. So if I only bench 1 Palkia V, I'm not guaranteeing a V-Star next turn, and that is not a risk I'm willing to take.
Yeah, that's why you see some of these decks using or making sure that they have 2 on the bench, exactly as you have explained. We see the Hisuian Heavy Ball. We have concealed cards active now. That's exactly what's happening here. Drawing 2 more cards out of your deck, or from the top of your deck. There's the Froakie, actually.
Oh, that's wonderful. Drawing into the Froakie is beautiful. One of the issues here, of course, is that we saw what happened in the last game when a Froakie got benched mid-game.
Yeah, we saw the Howlucha adding up together with the damage from Dragapult, placing 6 damage counters, exactly working out to take 70 damage on that. On the other hand, we see a Duskull, but that only has 60 HP, so that's an easy knockout there as well. And you kind of want to make sure if you play Duskull, play 2 of them so that at least 1 survives the turn as well.
Yeah, and the thing I'm looking at is how many bench Pokemon does Burr have right now?
4 of them.
There's a space there for Hawlucha, so that's why we're seeing a hesitancy with Froakie here, because there is a bench. Now, with a full bench, you can bench a Froakie knowing it's going to survive. But with a bench space there, it's risky, and you've absolutely called it. Bench 2 Duskull, so if 1 goes down from the residual damage from that Phantom Dive, you at least have another one ready to go. But what we're seeing from Javier here is I'm behind. Even though I went first, I'm behind. I've got to bench 2 Palkia in case one gets KO'd. I've got to bench 2 Duskull in case one gets KO'd. I've got to use my Hisuian Heavy Ball for Radiant Greninja and ignore my Fezandipity. And it's reacting to things outside of your control that you'd rather not have to.
Yeah, and Ultra Ball is such a great card in this deck, not only because of the effect of searching any Pokemon out of your deck, but you get to discard 2 cards. Sometimes it's a high cost to pay, but in this case, he was able to discard the Dragapult as well, a prime target for one of your attacks from Apex Dragon here as well. So that's really nice to get that both at the same time, getting your Regidrago V-Star into play, but also discarding another one of those possible attackers. On the other side, one thing I want to bring up, Kyurem in the active. Not only is it somewhat stuck in the active, but at the same time, you can't use its attack because it's not in the discard pile. So Triforce that could potentially take both Duskulls out of play here is not an option as long as it's in the field. Even if you retweet it, it's on the bench and it's not in your discard pile.
Yeah, that's, Triforce right now would be a really fun attack. You also get an extra 110 damage onto a Mew or a Palkia. Now, and here we go, and I love the way Bert is playing this game. It's wonderful to me. You leave a bench space open to leave the Hawlucha play open in case a Froakie goes down. Froakie can't go down. Now I can fill up my bench with a Regidrago. That is not a coincidence. Bert is doing this very deliberately.
Very conscious of his decisions there, keeping all the options open. Energy Switch, just a very common card here. And we see the Cyclone would actually...
No, we're seeing a V-Star Power coming down here. So now we get 2 cards from the discard pile, one of which I think, yeah.
Yeah, sorry. The point I want to make is that that Cyclone would allow you to actually pick up that Kyurem and get your attacker into place. That was one way to pivot out.
Now, I'm loving this play. We see an energy switch. Are we going to see? We've got Ultra Ball Kyurem in hand. We could see a Trifrost here. That would be an option.
Absolutely, you wouldn't have to gust any of the V-Stars or any of the Vs into active and think about KOs. You just take 2 knockouts and set up a future KO because a 110 sticking on any of the EX or any of the 2 prizes allows you to pick them up afterwards.
Okay, does look like we are just going for a more traditional Dragapult attack there, KOing the Radiant Greninja, dropping 6 damage counters onto the Duskull, and I prefer this play. Trifrost makes you discard all your energy. That's really annoying. You're taking 2 prizes, including Radiant Greninja. There's no Fezandipity down on the board, so that, yeah. Trifrost would have been fun, but Dragapult was the way to go.
Yeah, very, very good point here. Trifrost might be more an end-game attack where you can afford to discard your energies. Some players I saw online were discussing that Trifrost early on is actually such a negative with free energies gone here. So yeah, absolutely good point there. So we have the Palkia and the active. I see a Froakie in hand, but it's not really an option here this late in the game. So there's the Ultra Ball, and I think we will have to look out for that Palkia V-Star as a possible attacker. 1 energy already attached. I don't see a second in hand. There's a Night Stretcher that could get you 1. Star Portal could get you some. But yeah, there's plenty of options to get energies into play. We see Ultra Ball actually for the Dusknoir. I think there was a rare candy in hand as well, so you can evolve that. But yeah, the possible KO would be Subspace Swell plus Curse Blast, I suppose.
Yeah, I think that's what we're looking at here. Curse Blast plus Subspace Well would then get the KO on that active Regidrago. And it's not perfect, but at least that bench Regidrago, there's no fire energy, you don't have the evolution yet. There is still a chance that the attack is whiffed. We do see the Froakie hitting the bench here. Now, this is awkward, because if you use Dusknoir, that puts Bert down to 3 prizes. Froakie then becomes a really potentially easy single prize attacker. That leaves Bert just 1 KO away. So that is potentially awkward, but you need to take the risk, I think, at this stage. So we see Night Stretcher for the energy, and I think we're eyeing up
as an Iono to actually... The 131st, of course, allowing your opponent to draw an extra card, but that also means an extra prize, but also means Iono down to 3 cards back in hand here, and there's no Fezandipity yet in play, so that could come in handy and give Javier an opening here. cards go to the bottom of the deck, as we know, and there will be 6 fresh cards from Javier. They also put the Radiant Greninja into play, so if there's a spare energy in hand, you can use that concealed cards to draw into even 2 more cards and give you the cards that you're looking for. Is there a V-Star in hand? There's the Golden V-Star.
And there is a Night Stretcher if there isn't any energy, so you've definitely got the energy. Oh, we got the energy already. There's Night Stretcher for future. That's what I mean here. So here comes a KO, and Javier here, it is crossing fingers time. There is absolutely a possibility that Bert just goes energy, Regidrago V-Star, KO Palkia, get rid of all the energy off the board, and that is a very awkward situation because then it's 1 prize remaining. Oh, we've actually got Fire Energy in hand already. Do we have the V-Star? Oh, we're using Pokestop. There goes Mew. There goes Regidrago V. There goes Grass Energy. That wasn't ideal. There goes the energy. Do we have the V-Star? Oh, we have Professor's Research here.
We need the V-Star. I'm just thinking through this turn. There's no gusting effect left now with the Research, actually. Otherwise, you could have had
Doesn't have the V-Star, but does have an Ultra Ball. Okay, that'll do it.
I was just thinking, is there any 3-star turn here potentially? And Howlucha plus KOing Mew and getting these 6 extra damage onto the Froakie could be 3 prizes in 1 turn here.
Yes.
But we need the Howlucha, and we would need a gusting effect onto the Mew. So now Professor's Research was already played, so Boss's Order is no longer an option here. And let's see how this play actually turns out. Maybe want to increase the chances or making sure that the V-Star is hitting the deck, so you have an... Maybe, I mean, was it one of them priced? I'm not sure. But just making sure the Howlucha goes also back into the deck here. So that might be in play that Bert was eyeing.
Yeah, see, what I'm thinking here, if I'm Bert, I want the Howlucha. I want to take out the Froakie, because the Froakie can evolve next turn and then prevent, you know, give me a bit of an awkward situation. I don't need to KO the Palkia, because the Palkia isn't threatening a KO with no Dusknoir on the board. So take out the Greninja or the Froakie, 2 prizes remaining, heavily damaged Palkia, and I think we're in turn 1 of time, are we not?
That looks like what it is, so which means Bert will have the current turn, it goes back to Javier, and then 1 more. So Bert has 2 turns, which gives them a lot of time to take the remaining 3 prizes here. On the other side, Javier, with no Dusknoir, no Duskull evolution line in play at all, it looks a little bit tricky. We have seen Mysteries yesterday where there were 4 prize turns here. This one looks a little bit more difficult this time. Not I don't want to say it's impossible, but it looks very hard here. So we see all the cards being played out, the V-Star hitting the field as well, the retreat cost, or would you...
There's the V-Star. Then we are just manually retreating the Teal Mask Ogerpon. Are we going to see a Howlucha coming down? Well, I don't think we are, actually. I don't think there's access to it in the hand. So, no, we need 3 prizes in 2 turns. That is very, 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 very important. The issue here becomes... Oh, then this is tricky now. Because, yeah, that's what I was going to say. You have to use Giratina's attack, because if you drop the damage on the Froakie and the Froakie evolves, you haven't taken a KO this turn and there's no free prize next turn. With the Howlucha, you didn't have to do that. Without it, you had to. But the problem is, well, now it is literally you need Greninja. You have to get Greninja EX. That is the only thing that can survive a hit from Giratina's attack.
On the other side, there's 3 bench Pokemon here. If you fill up your bench, Subspace Swell is still not enough without any further indications.
Doesn't get there.
Yeah.
Goes up to 260, which admits it. There is the Greninja EX. So we've got the Greninja, we've got the energy, we've got the Mew. It will force Bert into having some gusting in order to finish the game next turn. Bert's down to 1 prize, but I'm pretty sure I remember a Boss's Orders in hand. You're pointing excitedly, Barish. I think you agree with me there. I think there's 1 in his hand.
Yeah, so that possible hand disruption here. Bert is down to 1 single card. So I think I see an Iono in hand there that could come in very handy and limit the options. And there's also, I mean, I don't really think Javier can take a KO easily. But the Iono at least... we see, I think he's hovering over it. Yeah, there's the Iono in play. Puts Bert down to 1 single card.
You have to here. Essentially, Javier's going, look, maybe with a bunch of Dusknoir I can pull off an unlikely win. I don't have a bunch of Dusknoir, so Javier's not winning this game, but Bert's got 1 prize remaining. You can put an unKOable Pokemon into the active. So then the question becomes, does Bert have Gusting? And here's the thing, there's no Pheasant Dipty on the board. You've already used your V-Star power, so the chances of hitting it are getting lower and lower.
Yeah, and we're talking about the Facility. It actually hit the discard pile very early on, I believe, in the game. We're talking how difficult it is to get that back. We're looking for the discard pile to maybe get an eye on that right now. There's a Facility in the discard pile.
Is there a Night Stretcher in the discard?
Yeah, it was Ari.
And he only plays one, so there will be no Pheasantipty there. There is a Super Rob, but we saw that played the previous turn. So Pheasantipty's not an option here.
No more draw power, and Pokestop, of course, gets you items card, but not supporters. So you can use it, but you might as well discard your boss and not have access to it either. So it's going to be interesting. I didn't really have a chance to see what the one-off was that Bird draw.
Oh, no, he's being very cagey. He is not showing us Barish. We have no idea what that card is.
Yeah, okay. Another Ultra Ball. Fin your hand. Take another Pokemon. Dusknoir, I mean, doesn't really have a target to evolve here anyway. Mew was already used. Concealed Cards was already used. I think there's only one Pokestop really left for this turn. You have your free retreat. You have a Shinobi Blade possible. Let's see how that Pokestop plays out.
Irida goes, no, Counter Catcher and Prime Catcher. So this is actually really important here because now you can make Bert have Gusting and a pivoting option. So, you know, Energy Boss's orders would now be potentially an issue. So, now we do 170. It doesn't
resisted,
KO.
Actually, it doesn't KO.
Yeah, because of the resistance. So, we need a... Oh, he's using that. We do see any kind of pivot. Nothing useful there. We've got... Oh, there's nothing, I don't think.
There's a Paw Pad and a Dragapult in hand.
Now, we do have energy from the Earthen Vessel. We do have Paw Pad. Oh, and you can get Grass Energy here to draw cards with Teal Mask. Oh!
It's going to be one draw.
Yeah, but you need a switching card for your Squawkabilly. True. If you attach to the Teal Mask Ogapon, do you have any way of getting energy onto Squawkabilly to then retreat it?
I don't think we have.
I don't see any kind of, and you know,
even any energy retrieval potentially?
Not seeing it. Even energy switch would work here. You attach to the Ogapon, energy switch it over to Squawkabilly and retreat.
There was not the one in hand, and I don't think it was in deck either. Running out of option, that Gusting option. Like, it looks like Javier took this catch 'em all very serious, got the counter catcher and the prime catcher off that Pokestop, and that might exactly what got him not back into this game. He went first, didn't have the best start, and if you can't win it, you might as well. I mean, it's not good for either player, but like, you'd rather go out with the tie than lose this match.
And that one match point from the tie could be what gets you into asymmetrical top cut. 1 point is a lot better than 0.
Absolutely here. Bad is going through all the options.
I mean, you have to attach a Grat. I don't see any way to take a prize on the bench. There's nothing which is in Trifrost range. There's, you know, you can get close with Greninja, but not enough. I mean, Hawlucha plus Trifrost would potentially put Greninja 10 damage away, but that's not enough. You can do 280 to the active, but that's not enough. You don't have enough cards in the Lost Zone to be able to pull off Greninja's V-Star power, and even if you could, you've used your V-Star power for the turn.
Let's see where the Grass Energy goes. It goes to the active to make it possible to retreat.
There's no Gusting there. Your hand is Ultra Ball Pow Pad.
All Pad, was there any more draw afterwards? I don't think so.
Here's the thing, right? If there wasn't a counter catcher from Javier there, you can put your boss's orders into the deck, attach your Grass Energy to Teal Mask Ogapon. It's not guaranteed, but you've got a decent chance there of pulling it off with the Squawkabilly in the active, and that's why Javier played the turn for so long with essentially no other option to win, because this was what you were hoping for. Now,
looking through, is there any option to get...
It's Dragapult. You'll do 200 to the active, drop 6 damage counters onto the Squawkabilly, but I think this is Bert's last turn. There's the fist bump, and I do believe that will be a tie. Bert, so close at the end of that game, not able to actually pull off the win in the end, and it was the counter catcher. We don't know if Bert would have got the boss's orders, but we do know we could have put the boss back with the power pad and drawn with the teal dance. There would have been an option.
Time management is so huge in these late game rounds here. I mean, we saw the second game not going well. Maybe scooping a little bit earlier would have given you more time, but it would also have given your opponent more time to give one more turn and potentially take you out there with a bad start. But of course, going into any game, you assume or you are hoping for a good start, even though that was not met in game 3.
Yeah, and you've got to feel a bit for Javier there, because game 1, you played so well, you did such a good job, and then game 2, you had a terrible start, basically being locked out of Palkia V-Star for the game. Game 3, you go first, but you have a lone Mew, attach no energy, bench no basic Pokemon, pass to your opponents, you essentially end up going second. And this is just, it is like the worst case scenario here.
Yeah, it's not only you're like going second, but you suddenly give your opponent the first turn with a supporter option as well. And that's even a bigger advantage that you would like it to have be. But on the other hand, it was just not enough for Bird to close out this game. One prize short.
So close, could not get the gusting. Well, let's take a look at the replay then, remind ourselves of how that best of 3 went. We start off in game 1 where we had just these phenomenal Pokestops from Javier. We saw 3 items.
Another one.
Comes down with 3 items. And, you know, game 1 was really where Javier's deck was rocking and rolling. Lots of thinking to be done, but in game 1, it worked out nicely. We saw the KO on the Regidrago with damage on the active as well. And Bert reading that card going, oh no, that is what it does, isn't it?
The really nice thing about Greninja EX is you accelerate free energy to the Froakie, you use Mirage Barrage, you discard 2 energies, but then you have left the Shinobi Blade, which is one advantage which Greninja has over Radiant Greninja, which after Moonlight Shuriken doesn't have any attack left over. We see the Prime Catcher here to seal out the first game, and it looked so commanding. Like, yes, he was going first, but he drew everything he needed, but this was the mood of the second game.
Yeah, it was not a good start. We had that Squawk and Seize getting rid of both Palkia and a Night Stretcher. With 2 Night Stretcher prized already, meant Javier just had no access to Palkia, and Bert's deck started rolling. He played this game phenomenally. We see the KO on the Squawkabilly with the damage there going down in the right places, making sure that those KOs would keep coming. Yeah. Javier did get a consolation KO on the Mew, but Bert just came up and it was too much. Javier conceded.
Yeah, and then, I mean, game 3 just opened up. Single Mew, no way to access any of the potential other Pokemon you want to have in play. And yes, further throughout this game you set up, but it was a little bit too late. 2 prizes being taken there, with Dragapulse taking 1 of the Duskull, and the activating Greninja even limits more. You're drawing power there, and then it would just KO after KO. And Javier at this point only had 1 out. Let me not lose.
Yeah, and here we go with your counter catcher and prime catcher hit off of the Pokestop. You bring the Squawkabilly in the active, and Bert was not able to find any kind of gusting. So we do a big attack, we get a bunch of damage on the board, but we don't finish off, and we end in a tie. And honestly, if I'm Javier then, I finished game 1 and I'm like, oh, I'm getting my 3 match points, I'm going into top 8, and by the time I get to the end of game 3, I am delighted that I finished with a tie and salvaged that 1 match point.
Absolutely delighted to take away 1 point here. Increasing your odds to potentially advance, but also any placement beyond top 8 is also great, and any point helps you towards it. So there will be 1 more Swiss round, 3 more points up for grab. And yeah, I mean, your final placement will depend on how many points you can rack up throughout the weekend. He was at 811, that's 25 points. He's at 26 now. Maximum you can go is 29. Potentially out of competition here, depending on how the rest of the field will play out. We saw 30 was like a benchmark to hit, but yeah, let's see going to this last round what the current standings will be, and then whether 29 or 30, 31 where the threshold will be.
Well, I mean, I think we can say that Kaiwan Kababe is probably into top 8 at this point. I know we've still got a round to play. Kaiwan is sitting at 10 wins and 1 tie with that Regidrago V-Star deck, so I feel very confident. Here's the thing about Kaiwan here. If you intentionally tie, and you may not have an opportunity to do so, but you may, you can probably even avoid any possibility of an asymmetrical top cut go straight into that top 8. So Kaiwan in a phenomenal position. If you're following the UK players at home, I've got good news and I've got bad news. The good news is Ethan Wild won last round to go to 28 match points, putting himself on a potential winning in for top 8. The bad news is the player that he played was Luke Kirkham with that Gouging Fire deck. So Luke at this stage sitting on 25 points with 1 round to go, probably not making it into top 8. Joshua Van Overschild, got a lot of fans out there, sitting at 10 and 1 with Lugia, 30 points. I don't think they're guaranteed safe at this point, but I think they are in a very, very strong position.
And of course, anyone with 30 points also has the option to ID, go to 31, and then most likely secure their placement in top 8 here. Of course, we already have the next round pairings available to us, and I was just browsing through them. And on the top tables, we have Lugia over Lugia. I see Joshua that you just mentioned on table 2. We have a Lugia Mirror with Ethan that you mentioned, and Nicolas on table 3. And then Gardevoir, Raging Bull, Terrapagos. There's a variety, but what stands out to me is the Lugias taking those top spots.
Yeah, Lugia and Regidrago really are, although actually I'll tell you that Regidrago, we got the top seed with Kaiwan at the moment, and you know, we've got James Cox at 27 points also there. We do have a Terrapagos, Nico Alabas sitting on 27 points, so we've still got a little bit of variety, but it is Regidrago and Lugia still rising to the top here. So our guess is 30 points probably safe. 31 points we're confident is safe. Kaiwan's at 31, Josh is at 30, everybody else, and there isn't even anyone on 29, I don't think. No one on 29. So everyone else needs a win this round.
So we will probably feature some win and ins here to see how those go. But yeah, on top of all that, one deck that you haven't mentioned that is currently playing against Kaiwan at that table number 1 is the Snorlax stall or control deck, so to say. And I feel like there's a variety of Snorlax decks out on the field, and if you hit the right matchups, you can go very deep, right?
Oh,
and we see one on table 1, probably securing that top cut spot as well. So really interesting to see if, like, how these control decks will play out with a 75-minute timer going into the top cut round specifically.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Like, I have a real kind of duality going on with Snorlax control. I love Snorlax. Snorlax is my boy. I got a 2-year-old at home who loves Munchlax and Snorlax. We have many Munchlax and Snorlax teddies. We are a Snorlax household. But I don't like playing control decks. I don't have the patience for playing control decks. I recognize they're great decks. And, you know, players like Roan coming along here from Denmark, and actually, you know, we've got a couple of Snorlax control doing well, but Roan really there, currently sitting, oh no, I lied to you, Roan's at 30 points as well. So should already be into top cut. So we've got 3 players, Kaiwan, Roan, and Joshua. They should be already into our asymmetrical top cut. But like we said, 30 points could well be the bubble. We don't know. If you're sitting at 30 points, and look, the players have done the maths like we have, they're thinking 30 is probably safe, 31's definitely safe. Really would be nice to get above 30 right now, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. And I mean, we have covered so many matches on the desk here for you on stream. But if you're ever wondering, what is the experience like actually on the tournament floor? What does it look like? What are the players actually doing on the tournament floor? We have Shai to cover that for you.
Thank you for that, Barish, and what an insane game that was. But yeah, I've got a little bit of time, so I want to talk to you guys about what it's like to be here in the tournament venue when it's all kicking off and happening. So, as you can see behind me, we have all the stages and everything like this. So if we were to go, left to right, we have the VGC stage over there with the red colorway. Now, I'm going to be honest. There's a little bit of a battle between who are the loudest fans, VGC and Pokemon Go. The VGC guys can get really, really loud, and obviously they get a nice big crowd as well. Now, if we were to go slightly now to there in the middle, we can see the TCG stage. Obviously, I'm a little bit biased. That's my favorite stage. So what I want you to do, if you are in the venue, is come here and watch some TCG action on that blue stage. And then if we were to go all the way to the other side, there in the green, we can see the Pokemon Go side. Now, like I said, the Pokemon Go guys can get seriously loud. There'll be times where you can hear them coming through our microphones. So there's the Pokemon Go as well. I just want everyone to sit back. If you haven't been to a regional event before, you might not appreciate the scale, the size, and the amount of people that are here at these events. It's a big spectacle. I know if I'm ever at an event and I don't make day 2, which I'll be honest is quite often, I'm always there watching the stream, getting involved on the stage as well. But that's gonna wrap up, I should say, our little look here at the sort of tournament venue and stages. We're gonna have our next Swiss round coming very soon, so don't go anywhere.
Between tournaments, I make sure that I can get a lot of rest and recover after the tournament, and as well as taking time to do lots of practice.
A lot of it really comes down to practice and making sure that I'm knowing what I'm playing is the best I can play for that tournament. It's always good to look at the meta, see what decks is performing well. You never want to play something that doesn't beat the top deck. Right now, Charizard is the best deck, and you want to play something that can beat Charizard. So I would just say play a deck and just kind of make sure you know what you're playing, you're comfortable with it, know your matchups, and don't last minute switch decks.
Between tournaments, I like to hit up friends to scrim, making sure I know my counts. So yeah, all those things help me improve for the next tournament.
I continue to practice and test the different matchups, looking at different stats and how everyone's doing in the meta, what's being played. I also find the car rides up to the tournaments a great time to talk strategy with my teammates and prepare to see what matchups we're going to be going against.
I guess the best way for me to improve between tournaments is understanding the meta, having a good idea of team composition, what works well with what has good symmetry with each other and against, whatever you can see between other opponents. I think that that's one of the best ways in order to improve, between tournament and tournament. Also, continually battle, learning counts, learning type differences, learning matchups, those things.
I mainly end up asking my brother what I should do because he's helped me out a lot through the past few years, through juniors, through seniors. Basically, my whole family plays, so it's just repetition, picking every Pokemon that you can, that you know is going to be used, and just practice every day.
Hello, Pokemon fans. Ready to learn a bit more about the Pokemon trading card game? The Pokemon trading card game has multiple card types that can be used in combination with your favorite Pokemon to claim victory. Let's learn about a couple strategic mechanics that can elevate your game, flashy and unique V-Star powers, and the mysterious Lost Zone. Introduced in Brilliant Stars, Pokemon V-Star alongside their signature V-Star powers are dynamic effects that are so impactful that they can only be used once per game. V-Star powers take the form of powerful single-use abilities or a mighty attack that can turn the tide of a game. Build your deck to capitalize on the power V-Stars can provide and choose your moment carefully. Will you use Arceus V-Star's Starbirth ability to grab the missing cards to complete your setup, or will you save it to search out the cards you need to deal the finishing blow? Or Giratina's V-Star attack, Star Requiem. It can only be used once, so will you try to use it early to gain a lead, or save the guaranteed KO to smash through your opponent's final defense? You may have noticed that Giratina Star Requiem requires you to have 10 cards in the Lost Zone. But what does that mean? In the set Lost Origin, players were reintroduced to the Lost Zone mechanic, representing a strange abyss that once a card is sent there, it can never be recovered. In exchange for losing access to certain cards for the rest of the game, players can make use of several powerful effects. Colress's experiment allows a player to look at the top 5 cards of their deck, and in exchange for adding the 3 most important to their hand, the remaining 2 must be sent to the Lost Zone, never to be used for the remainder of the game. After you banish enough of your resources to the Lost Zone, you gain access to some amazing payoffs. After accumulating 4 cards in the Lost Zone, feel free to use Cramorant's Spit Innocently for no energy cost, thanks to its ability Lost Provisions. Mirage Gate can only be used when you have at least 7 cards in the Lost Zone, but then can attach 2 energy from your deck directly to your Pokemon, allowing for the use of some of your best attacks before your opponent has a chance to respond.
I do like the Moonlight Shuriken play here.
Yeah, I don't mind this at all then. Yeah, you can incorporate the early damage that you'll need to soften it up.
Or perhaps you're familiar with Sablei's monstrous Lost Mine attack. When you've sent at least 10 cards to the Lost Zone, a 1/6 of your entire deck, you can place 12 damage counters on your opponent's Pokemon any way you'd like, knocking out your opponent's support Pokemon or potentially setting up for devastating multi-prize turns. Now that you have a better understanding of Pokemon V-Star and the Lost Zone, get out there and experiment with everything the Pokemon TCG has to offer.
One thing I would tell a new player before they do their first tournament is to watch previous tournaments. you have access to high-level players competing with one another, and you get to see a whole lot of cool ideas to build your team around. Like, for example, the team that I'm running today was based off of Lawrence's team that he used at EUIC.
A piece of advice I would give is definitely to sit down and talk to the person across the table from you. They're not always going to talk back, but more often than not, someone sitting across from you is just as nervous potentially as you. And every time I strike up a conversation, it eases a lot of nerves and it helps you play a little bit better because you're less in your head and you're more so having a good time playing Pokemon.
So something I would tell a new player for their first tournament is definitely reach out to the community. There's so many awesome people in this community. I definitely wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the awesome community. So I definitely say to talk to some friends, make some friends, you know, kind of enjoy yourself, learn from them. A lot of people in the community love to help. So that would be my top advice.
What I would tell a new player at their first regional is just try your best to have fun, stay as positive as you possibly can. Even if you lose your first match, first 2 matches, feel like you want to drop, there's side events, but you practice for this, just do your best to have fun.
One thing I would tell a new player who's coming to their first tournament is to bring a team that they're comfortable with. Knowing your Pokemon, how all the matchups play out, goes a long way.
The first thing I would tell someone who is, getting ready for their first tournament is to not be so nervous. I get it's a big event, you don't know how many people are going to be playing. You're going to meet new people, a million deck options out there, but just lock into whatever deck you're practicing with. Bring some extra sleeves in case you break a sleeve, whatnot, and maybe a water, some snacks. Other than that, just have some fun.
Alright then, so I'll run back round from the stage to get back to our caster area because our Swiss Round 12 feature match is going to come to you very hot and fast. I'm Shay Burton, I'm joined by the one and only Freya Pearson. Freya, we have a star-studded matchup here for our Swiss Round 12, right?
Star-studded as it gets, I believe. A former international champion and a former world's top 4.
Yeah, it doesn't get much better than that. Quite honestly, I cannot wait to get this game started. Make sure to leave your thoughts on the socials down below because this next game, I'm sure, is going to be an absolute barnstormer. Cannot wait to get it started. You know, Freya, when you sit across the table and you've got a hard matchup like this, what do you think goes through our players' heads?
I think you're thinking this would bound to happen eventually. When you get into these final Swiss rounds, chances are you are going up against the best of the best. So you know you're up against it, but you just have to know and have the confidence in your own abilities to think, even with that, I can still win.
Yeah, and here we do see James Cox on the left, world's top 4, world's top 8 in 2019 as well, Dortmund regional top 8 and Players Cup top 8 as well. Fantastic player, puts a ton of games into the Pokemon TCG, but he'll be facing off against Nico Alaba, 2020 OC/IC champion, Lille Regional top 4, Bristol Regional finalist, and also won the Utrecht special event as well. Not currently pictured there, but is a special champion as well. Freya, talk to us about these prize cards.
Oh yeah, so that's coming in. You see the one of Fortin prize for Nico. That's not great. Is Nico playing Terrapagos Dusknoir?
He is.
Oh my goodness me. So it's going to be that against James playing Reggie Drago.
Yeah.
So yeah, the prize is not too bad from either side, I think. But yeah, that one of Fortin, if James can KO and stop, an evolution going on, that could be tricky. But yeah, win and in for these two players. Nico's going first. Let's see how it plays out.
Let's make some noise. Nico is starting us off there with that Buddy Poffin. You search your deck for any 2 basic Pokemon with under 70 HP, and you can pop them straight onto your bench. Not only is that going to obviously get the Pokemon in play, also lets you have a little bit of a deck search as well, so you can work out what's in those prize cards. Doesn't get much better being able to search your deck immediately on turn 1.
Yeah, so great to open with this, especially because there are a lot of setup basics that you want, and with the Buddy Puffin especially, this is the perfect thing you go for. You go for 1 Duskull, and then you go for that Fan Rotom, and then of course with that Fan Call ability, you can search for 3 more Pokemon from the deck that are colorless and have 100 HP or less. So you can grab yourself your Pidgey, you can grab a Hoot, you can grab a Noctowl as well. Phenomenal turn 1 setup card.
Yeah, all the support Pokemon. We can't ask for a better start than that, realistically. Maybe you wouldn't want Terrapagos EX in the active, but you know, I think that's perfectly fine. Double turbo, energy attached, and a pass. Doesn't get much better than that for a Terrapagos deck setup. Right, over to James now. He's playing that Regidrago archetype. We're going to start the turn off there with a Teal Dance, attach a grass energy to itself, and then draw a card. So James's deck has a couple of mini games it wants to play first. It needs to get a Regidrago V-Star in play. That's why you need the Vs that have just hit the bench. And then you want to get your attackers in the discard pile, because Regidrago V-Star has the Apex Dragon attack, which lets you use this attack, well, lets you copy, essentially, any Dragon-type attack in your discard pile as this attack. So that is what James wants to do. We do see a Professor's Research. They're going to discard that Giratina V-Star. So now Lost Impact is available via Apex Dragon when it's online. And let's see what James can continue to do here.
Yeah, it's a pretty... Nico's going to be breathing a bit of a sigh of relief here, because as you rightly mentioned, starting with a 2-prizer when you see a Teal Mask Ogerpon could be a bit dangerous, because if you're facing against Raging Bolt, then Raging Bolt could in theory get a turn 1 KO, and then you're far behind. But seeing the Regidrago Vs coming down, Nico knows that it's unlikely to almost impossible that this Terrapagos are going to be knocked out. So he's going to be feeling pretty content about that.
Yeah, there is a world, because obviously these both, well, Terrapagos CH just wants to take 2 prize cards every turn to win the game in 3 turns. That's what it really wants to do. Now, Regidrago can do that, but it can't attack turn 1 as you do so like a Raging Bolt can. So James really needs to try and get a 1 prizer in the activate if possible, just so that Unified Beatdown won't be able to take 2 prize cards next turn, because it's going to be a bit of an uphill struggle there for James. This is actually James's first deck search by the looks of it, so just working out what is available to him.
Yeah, that's like counting the Pokemon, so with the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX over there, and the Regidrago V-Stars as well, very important to count those. Yeah, we didn't quite get a full look at what was discarded off that research, but as you already mentioned, having that Giratina V-Star discarded is great, because that already sets up your discard pile to copy with Apex Dragon nicely. And oh, hold on, have you spotted something, Shay?
No, it's just worth noting. We mentioned stuff in the discard pile, but Regidrago is the deck that has the best access of the discard pile via that V-Star power Legacy style. And you discard top 7 cards of your deck, which is often synergistic for your playstyle. Actually, you want to get your attackers there.
Absolutely.
But you can also then grab any 2 cards you want from your discard pile. So any cards you see in James's discard pile now, remember, at any point in the game, once per game, you can grab back any 2 of them. As we do see a Teal Mask Ogerpon hitting the bench, and then we're going to see an Earthen Vessel going to grab a Fire Energy as well.
Just a Fire Energy, interesting choice here. Not opting to grab the grass as well. Of course, Earthen Vessel does let you search for 2 basic energy.
It does.
Wonder what the thinking is there.
I wish I knew, to be honest with you. I mean, James still has the energy attachment for turn, because that one that's on the Regidrago V was a Teal Dance via energy switch as well. So we are going to see Teal Dance there to attach that Ogerpon, draw 1. Let's see what it was. Another grass energy.
Could have searched out of Vessel,
yeah. Then we're going to see a turn attachment to the bench, energy switch to the other Regidrago V, into Cleffa, into switch.
Oh, that's why.
Grasping draw. It lets you end the turn and draw up to 7 cards in hand.
So James intentionally searching for less cards so that he could draw more with the grasping draw from the Cleffa. That makes sense now.
And James did what he needed to do. That I said he wants to try and end the turn with a 1 prize in the active. How about little Cleffa has a 3 retreat cards and lets you draw cards as well. Now over to Nico though, can activate that Jewel Seeker ability. Freya, I know you've played this deck a lot. Talk to us about Noctowl.
Yeah, Noctowl, absolutely phenomenal card. With that Jewel Seeker ability, if you have a Terra Pokemon in play, once you evolve a Hoo-Hoo into that Noctowl, you can search your deck for any 2 trainer cards and put them into your hand. One of the strongest search abilities we've seen in a long time.
And it just starts to snowball, right? We saw Nico iron up the Pidgeot here. So your Jewel Seeker can find you Rare Candy Pidgeot combo. And what does Pidgeot do? Let's just grab any card you like from your deck once per turn. So all of a sudden, it starts to get out of hand. We actually haven't spoke too much about the Terrapagos deck here, as we do see Area 0 Underdepths and Rare Candy. Let's talk to the people about Area 0 Underdepths, Freya. What does that do?
So Area 0 Underdepths is really what makes this deck strong and work. So once it's in play, again, it's one of those that's only enabled if there's a Terra Pokemon in play, which Terrapagos is, and as Nico there just played it, now you can put it at Nest Ball, you think, hold on, the bench is full, how can you do that?
Yeah.
It's because with Area 0 Underdepths, if you have a Terra Pokemon in play, you can have up to 8 Pokemon on the bench instead of 5.
Ooh, this is we haven't seen this on stream yet, the Boofalon. What does that do, Freya?
So we did talk a little bit about this yesterday, so some Terrapagos display it, but what that does is if you have 2 Boofalon in play, that Curly Wall ability comes in and reduces the damage that your basic colorless Pokemon take by 60, which is a huge damage buff.
It's a huge
anti-damage buff.
Yeah. Because that's one of the downsides of the Terrapagos archetype. Sure, it can hit really hard with that Unified Beatdown, hitting up to 220 with a double turbo energy attachment, and it's a basic Terra Pokemon that can activate these Jewel Seeker. By the way, Nico is off to the races here.
Oh,
another Jewel Seeker activation. activation, which is finding a Prime Catcher and a Professor's Research. Nico hasn't played a supporter yet, so Nico is fully after the race here. But as I was saying, the sort of main downside to Terrapagos is its HP. It only has 230, I believe. Not hard for many decks to get around. So that curly wall, as we do see Prime Catcher into Regidrago V and into the Pidgeot. But remember, as a free retreat cost, I can't even keep up with what Nico's doing. There's a Professor's Research, still has 7 new cards to play this turn.
And hasn't even used the quick search yet.
Hasn't even used the quick search. So what Nico's basically saying, whatever I want to do this turn, James, unfortunately for you, my friend, I can do it.
Yes, absolutely. So yeah, super strong there with the Jewel Seeker. So going to take a look for it over the quick search. Didn't quite see what Nico grabbed there. I'm sure it was something to set up for next turn. But we did see off the Professor's Research, he already drew a Body Puffin. So we know that he's able to get the full complement of 8 Pokemon on the bench. That will mean that Unified Beatdown will do 30 damage for each of those bench Pokemon, minus 20 for the double turbo energy, 220 for an exact knockout on the Regidrago V.
Yep, you don't get bonus points for hitting over the damage. All you got to do is hit that KO. We do see the second copy of Bouffalant come down. So that means that curly wall is now live. So any colorless basic Pokemon that Nico takes damage with will get reduced by 60. That is a monstrous number, effectively giving a Terrapagos EX a grand total of 290 HP. But worth noting as well, would actually work on a Blood Moon Ursaluna, giving it, what, 300 and, what's that, 320?
320 effective,
That's silly.
Yeah. Now, very clever here from Nico. Does opt to put down that the Duskull. Wasn't able to find the pieces to evolve into a Dusknoir yet. And this is a bit of a vulnerability. Of course, that Duskull does have 60 HP. So if James can get up that Regidrago V-Star, get the Dragapult EX in the discard pile, you can use that Apex Dragon to copy Phantom Dive. And those 6 damage counters are always going to be knocking out one of those Duskulls.
Yep. And that Phantom Dive, obviously, if it's Titan Duskull, it wouldn't matter, but would get around that curly wall as well.
Yes, because it's placing damage counters, not doing damage.
Okay, it's over to James' side of the board now. Going to start the turn off there with a Till Dance. Just promote that Clefairy does have a free retreat cost. Another Till Dance, draw 1. That's 2 cards. Support card still available. Did draw into Regidrago V-Star off that, so now Regidrago V-Star is online. So we need to get a Fire Energy and another Grass on there, though, if we want to use Apex Dragon.
Yeah, but I think he's got it, though. There's an Earthen Vessel and an Energy Switch, so he's got all the pieces to put this together. I think the last piece he's missing is just getting that Dragapult in the discard.
Problem is, with that Curly Ward online, Lost Impact doesn't take a KO now.
No, it doesn't.
So there's no... there's no Raging Bolt, I imagine, in this list. So there's no way to actually get through this Terrapagos in one hit. So I think you're right. It's going to have to be some Phantom Dives and try and pick up extra prizes at a later date, I think.
And that is a fine way to go about it still. It's still it's quite strong, but this is exactly why some, not all, of the Terrapagos list opt to play this Bouffalant, because it's very annoying for your opponent. It makes it ticks down very nicely in terms of protecting your Terrapagos from KOs with certain numbers.
So as we do see Nest Ball for Pheasantipity and a Flip the Script activation there as well, letting you draw 3 cards if one of your Pokemon was knocked out last turn, which of course that Regidrago V was. Now we do see Earthen Vessel, going to grab 1 basic copy of Fire Energy and 1 basic Grass as well.
Yeah. Now the key thing for James here is, so the Pheasantipity's down, Earthen Vessel, play that now to just get the energy out of the deck. The most important thing to him to find now will be another Regidrago V, because if there's only one out, it's going to be very hard for James to keep a chain of attacks because there's nothing to evolve into a Regidrago V-Star.
Yes, it's worth... James can actually go over the 5 bench here as well, right? Because the area 0...
Oh, yes, he can. Absolutely,
he can. So he can get all manner of bench Pokemon if he really wants, so...
Yeah, Teal Mask Ogerpon is indeed a Terra Pokemon. That's why we also see James, like some other lists for Regidrago V-Star, actually opts to play a small package of that Noctowl line, much like Nico is playing.
Of course. We do see the Ironer. Okay, this is one way that James can try and stem the bleeding here a little bit. So it reduces Nico's hand size down. Remember, Nico does have that quick search, so worth noting, there is no Hoot developed actually. So there will, will be no Jewel Seeker available for Nico.
Yeah. Yeah, that was his bait from Nico last turn, because over that last bench slot, he could have opted to put down Hoot instead, but he valued keeping the Duskull option in place so that it's less likely that he won't have access to a Duskull next turn.
I do apologize. Now Flip the Script has been activated. It wasn't activated before the...
You just kind of nest balled it a little bit diagonally.
Nest balled it a little bit diagonally there, but that's okay. So there's Flip the Script. So did draw into Prime Catcher.
Okay.
Apex Dragon is currently live. Legacy Star hasn't been used, but I think I only saw the Giratina and maybe the Dragapult EX at the discard pile.
Now, with that Prime Catcher, there's a couple of different routes you can take here. You can consider maybe actually just going after both the Duskulls. You go Phantom Dive or KO both with the active and the bench damage.
Yeah.
Or if you want to prevent your future math for fixing from being annoying, you could also bring up one of the Bouffalants, KO one of them. Oh, there's a Temple of Sinnoh replacing the Stadium.
opting to keep the boot. I guess that makes sense actually, because the Noctiles are useless.
They've been
right
spent.
now.
Yeah, there was very easy discard there from Nico, just the fan rotom and the 2 Noctiles. But yeah, with that stadium replacement, you do have to discard down again. Oh, hold on a second.
But the Tempest Sinnoh turns off the double turbo energy right now. So as it stands now, Nico won't be able to attack.
No, we'll have to find a replacement stadium. I mean, it shouldn't be too hard with a quick search, to be fair, for the Pidgeot. So you know, even with that Ino, we'll be able to find a replacement stadium, but does still need to set up more bench Pokemon to do more damage to Unified Beatdown. And there we see the Dragapult EX coming in, and a second Ultra Ball to discard it, so that now Apex Dragon can copy the Phantom Dive.
Yep. So there we go. So a few hurdles for Nico to overcome here. And this is what this high-level gameplay is all about. Even if you're off to a worse start, I should say, is you have to start making your opponent answer questions. Like you need to replace your stadium now. You need to fill your bench now. You need to do all this stuff, and I'm going to be sprinkling damage around. Can you do that? Let's see if Nico can, as James does grab the Radiant Charizard off the Ultra Ball.
So here's the thing. If James isn't able to set up another Regidrago V, I would really like to see James KOing both the Duskulls, because in this instance, if you don't, oh no, he's going to go for the Bouffalon. There is a little bit of a risk here, though. If you leave one of the Duskulls in play, then the other one could evolve to Dusknoir, and then you do have enough damage to KO the only Regidrago V-Star in play.
Oh, I agree.
Is that gonna spread things out a little bit? Interesting. Okay. Actually, not opting to KO anything except the active Bouffalon.
Okay, yeah, so that Phantom Dive does 200 damage to that active, and actually spreads 6 damage count on your opponent's bench Pokemon any way you like. So you've gone 4 on Bouffalon and 1 on Terrapagos EX. So it is over to Nico's side now.
And 1 on the Pidgeot as well.
Oh, so 1 on the Pidgeot, I apologize, because it moved into the active.
Yeah.
I didn't see it. So, Pidgeot's in the active. Pheasant Dipity EX comes down, flip the script, activation immediately. Then you draw 3 cards if one of your Pokemon was knocked out last turn, which of course it was. Let's see. So you do see another double turbo energy. So that means you can actually attach that to Terrapagos, and you will be able to attack at the very least. Not the most efficient way of going about it.
No, not really. Yeah, it's tough because there's a few different things you need this turn, and Quick Search only gets you 1 card, so you really want that flip the script to find you some of the pieces, but I don't really think that was the case. And like you mentioned earlier, with no Hoot in play, Noctowl isn't an option for Jewel Seeker either.
Yes, there was a world in which you could have actually Thornton out into a Hoot, but that's currently prized, so that's...
Yeah, it's just, that one of coming back to bite Nico a little bit here. Now, there is a chance still for Nico to reach for the KO, so with the Dusknoir, with the Curse Blast damage, you can get there. But that is why, so I just noticed last turn, James opted to grab a Radiant Charizard. With the 2-price KO that Nico would take, it only needs 1 fire energy, and I think that's why, took a Bouffalon, and James set up with damage in that way, because now it means that Nico also needs to find a Night Stretcher to get back the Bouffalon.
Yeah, because now that Bouffalon, when there's only 1 in play, is kind of useless. It's just taking up a bench slot, right? Because Cody Ball needs another one to activate.
Yeah, so right now it's essentially doing, well, nothing. And it's been set up as well to 4 damage on it. Will, after another Phantom Dive, the other 6 can go on and knock out the other one. Oh, there it is!
Blast, I apologize. That's going to put 130 damage into the active. We now see a Night Stretcher to grab Hoot.
Makes complete sense. Yeah, just opting for I mean, that's enough, isn't it? I think as long as there's a replacement for the Temple of Sinnoh, or no, double, here we go. Oh, that's a 40 damage. Oh, no, it's not 40 damage reduction because the Temple of Sinnoh. Oh, my goodness.
It's an interesting interaction. Temple of Sinnoh says, special energy in play, have no other text. They all count as 1 colorless. So both of these attached are just 2 colorless energy.
That means it's exactly enough, because like 130 plus 150 is 280, which is Regidrago's HP. That's, I love that.
There we go. I said this wouldn't be the most efficient way, but it's perfectly fine. But now, without Curly Ward online, that Combustion Blood from that Charizard EX will take a big swing KO. Very nice, but James will need to try and develop a Regidrago V here, but it does put Nico away from being a boss's orders away from closing up this game 1.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll need to set up a bit more on the bench, of course. So definitely not doing enough damage right now with Unified Beatdown as it stands. But and yeah, this Ino is going to make things tricky as well. But that's exactly why Nico wanted to clear the bench space, both to use the Dusknoir, but also so that Hoot is back online, so that Noctowl isn't out to this inevitable Ino.
Yes. You do still have Pheasant Dipity as well, so
you
we'll
do.
be able to...
And Quick Search as well, I guess.
And Quick Search. Yeah. You know, the Ino might not be as effective as James would like, but you have to answer those questions, or ask those questions.
Yeah, and because it is a lot that Nico needs, so ultimately James is still playing the odd to the best visibility. There comes a Super Rod.
So has the Temple of Sinnoh in play as well, right?
That is true.
So there won't be any double attaching next turn to get out of this like we saw there, so we'll have to replace the stadium.
Yeah.
As James does play a Super Rod, sorry, just a shuffle in a Regidrago V and 2 copies of basic fire.
Hold on a second, I just realized he's not actually seen the fire energy yet. He actually needs to draw it off of this flip the script with the Pheasant Dipity.
Yeah, or Earthen Vessel will get there as well.
Yeah.
but support has been played. So it is going to have to be Earthen Vessel. Energy Switch is not an option.
Yeah, so has to find it either using Teal Dance or with Flip the Script. Let's see if he can find it. It's going to be, if he can't find it, this game is I'd say as good as over. Here comes Teal Dance in the first instance.
Teal Dance, draw one. Is it red? The answer is no.
Oh, it's Earthen Vessel!
Hey, it's as good as red. It's as good as red. It's half red, half green in Regidrago, isn't it, really? Let's be honest.
Pretty much a near enough perfect draw there, because now not only can you get the Fire Energy for the Radiant Charizard, but you can get another Grass and Teal Dance again.
Yeah, there we go.
Who needs to flip the script?
Who needs to flip the script? I mean, I'm sure James will still be using it.
Yes, of course.
That, you know, when you sort of digging in these these late game-ish turns, when you draw your out early, it's like, okay, now the pressure's off a little bit. You know what I mean? Every other card is a bonus. Okay, there's another Teal Dance. Whoop. Was that knocked out?
Yeah.
And there's flip the script, draw 3.
Would really like to draw a Regidrago over here. There's an Ultra Ball, that'll do it.
Ultra Ball, Jamming Tower. Probably won't be playing that.
I think that's going to be a very quick Ultra Ball fodder, I imagine.
Yeah, we like that Temple of Sinnoh when we play.
Or maybe not, just start the Noctowl and the Squall. I guess it's still a replacement for Area 0 under depth, so probably more value than Noctowl and the Squawkabilly right now.
Great point, actually.
Yeah. But he's definitely not going to play it now.
No. We'll leave Temple of Sinnoh in as long as we need to.
Yeah.
As long as we have to.
Yes.
Okay, so there we do see Ultra Ball for Regidrago over here. It's going to come down. Needed to see that. Okay. Goodness gracious. So that Combustion Blast Raging Charizard, I imagine we'll be seeing now. Yep. Does 250 damage, reduces the attack cost by 1 thanks to that ability for each prize card your opponent has taken. So can be used for a grand total of 1 Fire Energy. That's one of the best attacks in the game if you use it for one energy.
It really is.
Over to Nico. Now, promotes Charizard, Pidgeot, and then uses Flip the Script. Okay, what is Nico looking for here?
So
Area 0 is a good start.
Area 0 is a good start. So there's 2 ways to go about it. You can either use Dust Noir to KO the Cleffer and then just attack with the active, or you can find a Gusting card to KO a 2-prizer. Those are like the 2 avenues to win. I think they're not impossible to pull off, but they do require a good bit of cards. So Nico's going to have to plan out his turn very carefully to make sure they can put it all together.
Well, it looks like it was eyeing up off the quick search. I think that was a Dust Noir, so that's probably going to tell us going to try and Dust Noir and then KO with active, or KO active, right?
Yeah. Wait, does he have it?
Oh no, Ultra Ball.
Ultra Ball for Dust Noir. Oh, Night Stretcher. Wait, hold on a second. If there's a Blood Moon Nurse Lunan and Discard pile, you can recover it and then just bring it to the active, and that'll be the game. Yeah, there it is.
Oh, wow. It's going to see the Blood Moon coming out, doing a crisp 240 damage with a similar ability, meaning it could attack for free, and Nico was able to close that game out there. James a little bit off to a slow start. Nico closed the door and is currently 1 game up here in our Swiss Round 12 winning in feature match here at Lille Regionals.
Yeah, Nico able to put it all together, and this is why the Blood Moon Nurse Luna is so important in this Trap Ghost deck especially, because it is the kind of deck that it plays a very low energy count. You're playing 4 double turbo and maybe 1 jet energy, if that. So yeah, you're coming in and look back at the replay of that first game. We see it panned out at the start. Big aggressive start there with the Trapper Ghost, getting the big KO on the Regidrago V. Nico feeling very, very confident with his setup, set up absolutely perfectly. And then going back over to James's turn, was able to respond. He had the Regidrago V set up, took some prizes of his own. It was just this back and forth, but every single time, neither player really missed a beat, and Nico just had the first beat, so he just kept the advantage.
And that's what happens when these sort of high-powered decks are just slamming into each other. A lot of time it's just who can take the first 2 prize KO. And if you're on the receive end of that, all you can do is try and disrupt. And James did a lot of disrupting. We saw the Radiant Charizard at the end. We saw Temple of Sinnoh. We saw getting rid of Boothron, turn off Curly Wall. But in the end, that powerful combo of Curse Blast plus that Blood Moon Earth Luna, which attacks for free, might I say, is just too much to overcome. And James is currently in a 1-0 deficit.
And that was a double sort of advantage and winning game from the Dust Noir's ability, because not only did that KO the Cleffer, but that gave James a prize, which meant that the Blood Moon can attack for 0 energy.
All right, let's look at these prize cards there. Mew EX and Pheasant Dippity prize for James. Didn't quite manage to see Nico because the players are off to the races here in our game 2. James, to start us off, has led that Cleffer. And we like that, but then actually we don't, because it's an easy KO.
Yeah, we like it as long as we can get another Pokemon down. And there is an Ultra Ball, so James can get another Pokemon down. But if James didn't have another Pokemon down, Nico could have in theory won for double turbo on a fan Rotom in a stadium.
Yep. Yep, that is true. That what is it? Oh God, what's that? It does something to do with stadiums, right?
It can't attack unless
Assault Landing.
Yeah, if there's no stadium in play, it does nothing. But it does for 1 color energy 70 damage. That is enough to KO a Cleffer even after the damage reduction with the double turbo. But there is an Ultra Ball, so James can breathe a sigh of relief.
And then also worth noting, you're probably thinking, why are we talking about Fan Rotom having to get rid of the Cleffa when you could just use Unified Beatdown? You can't. You can't use Unified Beatdown on your first turn going second. So Nico won't be able to use any Unified Beatdown next turn, worth noting.
Yes, it is. It's normally, these kind of aggressive decks, they like to go second because you can't get that, but Terrapagos has that restriction. So it doesn't matter if you go first or second, Terrapagos can't attack.
Yes, exactly that. So, James did Ultra Ball away 2 energy switch, worth noting as energy switch are rather important to get energy onto Regidrago V-Star. Now, like we said, Legacy Star, which we actually didn't see in Game 1, I believe, right?
Did we?
No, we did. No. I apologise. No, we did. So that means having them in a discard pile means they can get plucked back.
No, actually, I don't think we did, now that I think about it, because he didn't really need to. Yeah, he was saving it for later, but he never got a chance to use it because the Regidrago V-Star got KO'd.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, whereas anything in discard pile can be plucked back. Okay, over to Nico now. Let's have a look.
Right, so
Rare Candy, Double Turbo Energies, Professor Research, Ultra Ball.
Okay, so if you have an Ultra Ball, you're good to go. That's really all you need. That will get you Fan Rotom. That will get you free 100 HP or less Colors Pokemon. You're off to the races. Loving to see that. And yeah, good to eye up that Fan Rotom straight away.
Yeah. You know what this Fan Rotom reminds me of?
Well, what?
Older players who've been playing the game for a while. I know Fred definitely will know this one. That Hooper EX. Scoundrel Ring.
Oh, you're right as well.
Very similar, doesn't it? Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, which obviously got played in Mega Rare Quars, which is very similar to this Terrapagos deck as well. Yeah, that Fan Core ability is so good, isn't it? Free Pokemon. As we saw in the first game, it just grabs you everything you want. Your Pidgeot, your Pidgey, and then your double Hoot Hoot.
Yeah, and if it's important to get down early as well, it can even grab you Bouffalon too.
Yep.
Does have 100 HP. So there's going to be, I have as a research for good measure as well. I mean, getting rid of one of your 4 double turbos doesn't feel great, but 3 is usually enough to carry you through the game regardless. So I think you're fine to research here. You want to dig further into the deck, you want to see what you can find. And yeah, after that research, now going to go for the Fan Call and try and see if you can, if you can get down the Bouffalons early here, that might actually be really good because it would stop some early aggression from James, but it depends on what the rest of his hand is like. I think he's going for it.
Makes sense.
Is there one in hand already? I think there is,
I think there is. Was there an Area 0 Underdepths in that hand that got researched away?
No, not in the hand that got researched away. No, I think it was just a double turbo.
Okay,
yeah.
okay, because
otherwise you play it down for sure.
Yeah. Just because it was worth noting that Templars in there was quite a factor, so we want to keep an eye on Nico's ability to be able to replace Dames. As we do see that Fan Call concluding for what, double Hoot Hoot. I think was that Pidgey or was that a Bouffalon?
It was a Bouffalon. There was the Pidgey's already in hand, so. So actually,
there we go.
Yeah, in this instance, going to go and just get the Bouffalon down straight away. And I like this a lot because James is going first in this game, so there is the viability of a very scary turn to attack.
Yep.
But the Bouffalon makes the turn to attack a lot less scary. So now you're not worried about getting KO'd by Lost Impact, for example.
Yes. James off to the races. They're going to put Temple of Sinnoh down, play Presses Research, evolve into Regidrago V-Star. So just needs to get another energy online. We'll be able to use Apex Dragon. Let's use Supporter, but I don't think that hand supports that.
That hand's atrocious, Shay. Look at that. It's 4 energy.
It's going to have to be the bailout Legacy Star, I think.
It's 4 energy, a Dragapult, and an Earthen Vessel, and something else? Oh, that's really rough there from James.
Teal Mask Ogerpon. Okay, get rid of them.
Yeah.
Ooh. Okay, this isn't good here. We have to take the Ogerpon. We have to take an energy switch. So that means that Prime Catcher is now in the discard pile. Now, I said the Regidrago V-Star is a very good way of manipulating his discard pile. Only until Legacy Star has been used. After that, the discard pile is a discard pile. No more manipulation for the most part, apart from Super Rod. So that Prime Catcher will not be getting used.
Yeah, that's rough. I mean, it's nice that at least with that, James was able to just set up. But you want Legacy Star to get back the key cards. You don't really, in an ideal world, you don't want to use it to bail yourself out of a bad setup. It's there for when you need to do it. But I mean, this can't feel great for James right now.
Yeah, you don't want your Legacy Star to get a Teal Mask Ogerpon when you've got so much ball search to go and find it. But if needs must, at the end of the day, you have to do what you got to do. Earthen Vessel does discard the Dragapult EX, Teal Dance activation there, attaching energy, draw 1.
Yeah, I mean, this is still a pretty decent turn because now you can energy switch onto the Regidrago V-Star, you can use Apex Dragon, and you will be getting the KO on the Pidgey at least, so that's something.
That is true. We saw how impactful that quick search really is, so being able to deny that as early as turn 2 is very good. And it's still a turn 2 Apex Dragon.
And like we mentioned before, because the Phantom Dive places damage counters rather than doing damage, the Bouffalon will not protect it for the Curly Wall ability from that.
But it does prevent the damage into that active, as you can see there, only putting on 140.
Yes.
Okay, over to negative side of the board here. Does need to get rid of that. Well, I mean, doesn't have to get rid of Temple of Sinnoh, but with one double turbo energy on your discard pile, I think a double attached Unified Beatdown is going to be a lot more costly.
Yeah, well, I mean, regardless of whether sort of regardless of the fact that the Temple of Sinnoh does obviously shut off the double turbo energy, you want the Area 0 under depth regardless, because you just want the extra bench down, so you can do the extra damage you need by beat down. So it's important no matter what. And yeah,
we do see the Area 0 again eyed up there on the Jewel Seeker. We cannot afford to letting that Temple of Sinnoh hang around any longer than it realistically needs to.
Yes, not at all. But now, I'll be interested to see what the other card he goes for here. I think a Buddy Poffin would probably make a lot of sense, just to try and get, a little bit more going with your setup. Although, what was that? It wasn't a Cassiopeia, was it? Or was it a penny? Oh, it's a penny. Okay, that's an interesting inclusion.
It is a penny. Ooh. Yeah. Guess that could make a little bit more sense if you're playing the booth a lot and you can try and absorb a bit of damage and then penny it up.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
I mean, right now that's really, really strong because you basically undo a good chunk of the turn that James just had there. That seems really, really, really good.
That is an insult, right? Lack of a better term. There's Area 0. There we see the penny going to pick up that, remove that damage. Curly Wall doing a fantastic job. Says your Phantom Dive, your attack basically just plays 6 damage counters. And now Area 0's online, Buddy Poffin. So now Nico can go wide and fill that bench.
Important to note, so the way Penny works, it's not a card we've seen other than control archetypes lately, but it states you can just pick up any basic Pokemon in play and put it into your hand. But unlike Professor Tour's scenario, when you use Penny, you also get all the cards attached. So Nico was able to preserve that double turbo energy and put it back on the fresh Terapagos.
And then we do see Buddy Poffin concluding for Duskull and Hoot. Now, because there was no Duskull developed last turn, we're not going to see any KOs here, but we're going to see a big unified beatdown for what? 220 is the max, right?
Yeah, 220 is max, but here with one less, so it's going to be 190.
Okay, not bad though. We'll take that.
I mean, if you follow up with a Duskull, or rather with a Dusknoir Curse Blast, that is a KO, but...
Mid-turn KO.
Mid-turn KO, but unfortunately, Nico didn't get down another Duskull, so that does mean that if James Phantom Dives again, you can just target down that Duskull very quickly.
I know there's a lot of discourse online about what is the optimal Duskull, and when you have 60 HP, that does mean you are inside of range of the Phantom Dive.
There is no 70 HP Duskull.
Oh, there isn't? No. Oh, I assume that's what there was all discoursing about.
No, the discourse is the joke that basically the two of them in the decks they played in, you can never use either one's attack. I think there's a very, very minor margin on like MuEX copying one of them, I think. So that's why people played this one from Brilliant Stars usually. But no, the discourse is more just like a bit exaggerated, like played up for laughs.
As we do see a Regidrago V hitting the bench with 5 energy. Energy switch. This is going to move it, from the Tilmask Ogerpon onto bench Regidrago V. But yeah, worth noting, if that Duskull does stay on the board for whatever reason, that could be a mid-turn knockout,
Yeah, but there's no way James is going to allow that. He knows how crucial that Dusknoir is going to be in order to help Nico get really back into this game. So he's going to be targeted down post-haste, I would imagine. Oh, but the hand's not great, though. I've got to say, there's really not a lot for James to be working with here. There's no extra draw options other than keeping that grass energy in hand and then going for Teal Dance again next turn. But yeah, I mean, look at that hand.
Yeah, it's not looking good. It's not looking good there. We do see that Earthen Vessel concluding. Going to grab that grass energy. Yeah, that is... Basic energy are good, but you don't want them in the hand. You want them in play. We do see Super being played. They're going to shuffle in Regidrago V-Star. Basic, just those two, and a basic grass, and shuffle up the deck.
So then, because you give it the Phantom Dive here, you'll do 140 to the active again. You'll KO the Duskull, of course, unless there's something that we're missing in terms of that might be better to go for something else, because Nico had a Nest Ball in hand, so he wanted to, if he wanted to, he could have gone for a second Duskull, but opted not to, so there must be something Nico's thinking of here that we're missing.
Yeah, that's a good point. Definitely had the option, as we do see the Phantom Dive going to KO, bench the Duskull, and place that 140 damage back into the active, it's a bit of a rehash. When James has taken 2 prize cards, though, done it the old-fashioned way by moving 2-1 prize poke.
Oh, one of them was a Pheasantipity EX. That's a very good prize card to take.
Oh, yeah.
We didn't even get a chance to see that in the prizes. They went so quickly.
Went so quickly, Yes.
Wow.
All right. Let's see what Nico could do here. Probably just taking a KO is the bare minimum. What else do you think Nico's going to try and do? If you see Jewel Seeker, this might give us some insight into what he's planning.
I think this plan has got to be, especially given how James wasn't working with much, but had taken the prize cut.
Oh, he just scrolled past the Thornton. We could see Thornton Duskull, perhaps.
Yeah, that was prize last game, right? Yeah, so have it. Oh, that's what.
That would be.
Oh, the Thornton could be coming in. Oh my goodness, Shay.
He looks like he's going for Iron instead. Oh, okay. He just scrolled past it. I was like, oh, great, wait. But to be fair, though, that's actually something we have to keep in mind for the rest of this game. Thornton can swap any of these basic Pokemon into a Duskull, which means Curse Blast is technically online at any point.
Yeah, it's an interesting mechanic the way it works, because, yeah, with the Thornton, you swap one of your basic Pokemon in play with one in a discard, but it's treated as the same Pokemon, so it's treated as a Pokemon that's been in play for a turn, so you can still evolve it even if it's fresh, because, yeah, a bit of a complicated mechanic. Well, some people might not know about that, so good to explain it.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. We see Dual Seeker concluding for a Power Pad and an Ino. And let's see, Nest Ball going to be played as well. I imagine this could be finding a Duskull, right? Or
yeah, I mean, you got to think, right? Either that, or it could be that Pheasantipity, of course. Flip the scripts, get some more cards drawn in. This has been such a format-defining card, I think. Like Shrouded Fable with those two cards alone, with Dusknoir and Pheasantipity, just completely changed the way our current format is played.
Should have called the set Pheasantipity Dusknoir. That's what the set should have been.
They are the Shrouded Fable.
Yeah, they are the Shrouded Fable. Here we do see Power Pad. We see a Terrapagos EX hit the bench, I should say, and then Power Pad shuffling in Penny and Professor's Research. Shuffle, 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 and it looks like we will then be seeing the Ino, and then we will be seeing a Flip the Script, I would imagine, after that.
Yeah, maybe searching the Ino now. I mean, I was thinking, is there a world in which you want to try and just dig for the Penny now? But I guess it's fine to just put it back into the deck and use it later. You
can always Dual Seeker it out when you need it, right, I guess.
So, yeah, 6 draw of Ino, Flip the Script, drawing 3 more. That is looking like a very, very good hand. And yeah, you're just happy to attack again, take the KO, right? I mean, we put James on a 4-card hand. Not that much going on.
No Fez obviously was developed.
Yep. Well, because it was in the prizes, yeah.
Yeah, because it was in the prize card. Now it's now to the bottom.
Yeah. Oh, that hand is really good, though. Just Ultra Ball, Regidrago V, and a Professor's Research. I think you can't ask much better than that off an Ino to 4.
No, we'll take that. So let's see what James...
Oh, and a Dragapult as well, just for the easy discard.
Yep, we'll get rid of that. Obviously, I think there's one already in discard pile. We're using Phantom Dive, but we'd love to get it in the discard pile. Just get it out of the deck.
Yeah, of course. Oh, interestingly enough, there was... So he's not going to put down the other Regidrago V, because there was another card to discard in hand. He could have discarded another Ultra Ball instead of the Dragapult, but he's opted to keep the Ultra Ball in hand instead with the Research. So there's 2 cards in hand right now, Professor's Research and Ultra Ball.
Interesting. Yeah, so could have... Ah.
Okay. Maybe thinking I don't want to bench another Regidrago V here? Maybe because you want to clean up at the end of the game with Radiant Charizard, maybe.
Yeah, you don't want to have another 2 prizes down.
Makes sense.
Perhaps, yeah. Okay, so we do see the Professor's Research being played there for James. We're going to discard the hand, draw 7. Just need to get a basic energy, as we do see an Earth Investor. So at the very least, Apex Dragon is now live.
Yeah, and of course, going to get rid of that Cancelling Cologne. James is not seeing any Manaphy. No worry about shutting off that to do a big Trifrost later on. And of course, you can't use it to shut off Bouffalant either, because you can bring one in deactive and Cancelling Cologne it, but then the other one also has the ability, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's an interesting little... interesting interaction as we see Till Dance activation, draw 1.
So go down as a Nest Ball, okay.
This finds Radiant Charizard, perhaps. Oh, Pheasantipity, of course, that makes sense as well.
Yeah.
Got to draw those cards, flipping the script.
But, I mean, I don't think he's thinking for anything specific here. I think he just wants to, like, fill up his hand as much as possible and try and get the setup for the next turn as good as it can be. Yeah, definitely, like you mentioned, finding that Radiant Charizard will be key. Oh, finds that Giratina as well, and a Hoot Hoot.
Yeah, that's good to get those set up. We do see energy attachment for the turn on Regidrago V-Star.
Yeah, there's no way for James to get the Giratina V-Star in the discard pile, but that Hoot Hoot bench is going to be really, really good. So Cleffer goes to the bench, retreat, bring up the Regidrago V-Star, and I guess, yeah, it's just going to be Apex Dragon copying Phantom Dive again. You will take a double... No, you want to take a double knockout here, actually. There's nothing to put 6 on. So, yeah, 1 on the Rotom set up for next turn, and then I guess you can put 1 on the Hoot Hoot as well. Like, I'm not sure how you want to spread this here. No, 1 on the Terrapagos, 2 on the Hoot Hoot, and 1 on the Pheasantipity. Okay, fair enough. Oh, no, maybe not. Changing his mind. It's interesting, the damage spread. There's so much to think about in terms of how you want to move things around.
Guessing it just helps bring stuff down into range of other attacks, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, there's a Pidgeot draw, not very useful to Nico right now, given there's no Pidgey in play. So the script comes in straight away through 3 cards drawn. What's he find? Oh, there's a double Turbo Energy. That's a good first piece.
It's a good part of the puzzle. Could this be a Thornton turn, perhaps?
I think
this would be incredible to line that up.
It would be really good, because then not only with the Thornton, you could swap out that Fan Rotom and stop it from being a Phantom Dive target, but then also, yeah, you can evolve it into Dusknoir, and yeah, if there's any turn to Thornton, I think it's got to be this turn, and I'm sure...
Oh, it's in hand as well.
It's in hand as well. Oh my goodness gracious me.
I didn't even realise it was. I was going to have to do a Dual Seeker. I can't even do that. I thought I have to try and find it the old-fashioned way.
I think
it's ironed it up, ironed up the Duskull. Okay, so Thornton, as we said, lets you swap one of your basic Pokemon from play with one of your discard pile.
Oh, you can swap the Fez as well to deny a 2-prizer.
Deny
I like that.
Goodness gracious. So yeah, the Thornton will swap one of your bench Pokemon in play with one basic Pokemon you discard pile. And as Freya rightly said last term, all effects carry on. So it's going to be in play for over a turn. So
wait, no, but you just put the Fez down. So now you can't Rare Candy, right?
What do you mean?
Well, no, was the Fez down last turn?
Yeah.
Oh, it was. Yeah. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Yeah.
So there we do see Curse Blast is now online. 130 damage can be, well, 13 damage counters placed on the active. Unified Beatdown is now in KO range.
Yes, it sure is. I got mixed up because James just got down.
Yeah, James that was it.
But Nico had an Amber. Yeah.
Wow. Anyway, and if you're James now, I mean, how do you play around Thornton at any time? James probably
can't.
Yeah, James probably thought, oh, okay, there's going to be no Curse Blast. I can go around like this. But now you know that Thornton's in the deck. You think, oh goodness, that's going to really change how you play the game.
And now James is in a very similar situation to the way he was in Game 1, where there's no Regidrago V-Star out. So now you really have to dig for this Radiant Charizard to finish out this game. And there's a Nest Ball and Fire Energy in hand, but I mean, it does 250 damage.
Yeah.
After the 60 reduction from the Curly Wall, it's 190. That's not enough to KO a Terrapagos.
Yeah, the Curly Wall. Really building a wall for James to sort of try and get around there. Going to make life hard. That's what I've always found it interesting that the Buffon didn't see as much play, because I think the card is incredible. As we do see double turbo energy, unified beatdown for game. Hang on, James is off to the races though. What has James seen? Nest Ball.
Oh wait, Nest Ball. Wait, boss on. Wait. James only had one prize left, of course, because of the Dusknoir.
Oh,
never mind.
Yeah, we got there. So Boss's orders, Combustion Blast onto Noctowl, onto anything actually. That's not a Terrapagos. And James was able to take game 2.
Yeah, I think I thought that the prize had already been taken, but no, James did two prize knockouts. So with the Dusknoir and one prize, Boss's orders comes in and gets the easy KO. So Curly Wall, not useful in that instance, unfortunately.
Well, this still put the Curly Wall up, but it's not enough when you slam it into the other ball. Not would even activate for Noctowl, would it? So James takes game 2. Woo, big sigh of relief there, my friend. And let's shuffle up and get to game 3. Now, I'll be honest, a lot of the time these decks can go quite fast. You might have enough time for a game 3.
Yeah, I think so. And both these players are playing fast as well, just physically with their actions. We can just see it here in the replay, just going super lightning fast. James with that really awkward start, not able to do much of anything, but that Legacy Star, V-Star power there being used, bailing him out, finding exactly what he needed in terms of the energy switch and a Teal Mask Ogerpon, just to get the first attack set up, get rid of that Pidgey, which of course we saw was so vital for Nico.
Yes.
And this is really where James started to take control of the game.
It really was. And we said, Legacy Star, we want it to be using to get cool stuff, but if it gets you in the game, it gets you in the game. As we do see that Phantom Dive again, just denying that Duskull, just making life hard for Nico. And Nico was able to do some fine things back, Penny and all that jazz, but this was the Phantom Dive here, just setting up stuff, and both players are getting ready for game 3. There's the fist bump. How long we got? 14 minutes.
That's enough.
Plus 3 first 3 turns. Prize cards. Serendipity prize again.
Oh, no.
Penny in the prizes. Noctowl and Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Oh, rough. I mean, Noctowl's played plenty of it, but Blood Moon Ursaluna and Penny, those are 2 rough one-offs, surprise.
Yes. Okay. Nico starts off there with a Buddy Buddy Puffin. I imagine we're going to see a Fan Rotom getting grabbed with that. And the Fan Rotom basically says, right, here come the rest of the gang. And here is here is the Fan Rotom. And let's see what else Nico grabs.
Yes. Just having a look at James's hand as well, just whilst Nico's doing a deck search. Don't think it's quite as bad as the hand as the last time, but it definitely is not looking great. There's a Mew and a Teal Mask Ogerpon, but there's no draw supporters or anything like that. So we're kind of relying on that Mew EX's restart ability and the Teal Dance to get into the game and get a Regidrago V. And I was also grabbed another Fan Rotom there off of the fan call. I mean, you can if you want to,
yeah,
but
you can if you really want, but.
Yeah. Oh, I think there's a bit of discussion there because he put it down. Is that committed to that? But I think James is saying, you know what, it's fine. It's I think James knew what Nico was going for, so saying, you know what, it's fine to switch it.
Yeah, when you're trying to play fast and all that, sometimes you just see the colorless Pokemon, you've put it down. But let's see what happens here. So fan call. So the deck, honestly, it just sets up so nice. So it looks like trying to work out. Yeah. So there's players are shuffling here, just debating on what to do. What do you think, Nico? How do you think Nico's going to approach this game 3?
Yeah, so I think you just kind of do something similar to... wait, is there something going on in a discussion? There's still a little bit of debate as to whether something needs to be switched.
Yeah, so while they're doing that debate, how would Nico approach this game 3?
Yeah, so I think you just do something similar to what he did in game 1, which is already what he's doing. You just go ahead and you just make sure that you get your setup nice and as possible.
Yep.
Go wide with your Hoots early on and get Duskull down so you can do an early Curse Blast.
Yep. Get
the Noctowl, the Hoots ready to go so you can go for that Jewel Seeker. And he's doing all that very effectively.
Yeah, okay. And then It's just tough though, game threes when you get into this sort of winning in scenario. You know, you've been there actually. What goes through your head in winning in, you know, game 3 as well, right?
It's especially in a situation like this. I've been in this exact scenario before. So, so my 2016 Worlds run, my last match was like that, was against Frank Diaz, and you kind of have to just shut everything else out. You know that this match basically means whether you have a chance at making top 8 or not, because bubbles and all that. They're not going to go down to that story again.
Let's not go down that road.
But regardless, you know that there is so much on the line there, but you have to just keep calm and just play your deck the best you can. It almost seems like a bit of a cliche to say, but if you're not going to do that, then you're not going to play well and you're not going to win. So you just can't think about it.
Yeah, you have to just treat every game, treat every turn, you know, as it comes. But I had winning in for a top 8 international challenge. I managed to win that one, but you know, I had weakness on my side, so I wasn't quite as nervous, unfortunately. You know, when Landorus, the people that have been playing all the way back then, when Hammerhead's hitting for weakness with strong energy, you know, all of a sudden the games feel quite easy. But yeah, winning in scenarios. But the thing is, here though, when you've got all this cash prizing, you know, they got this harder invite, I think, you know, you have to place in the top 125. Everything matters, you know.
It does.
Every SCP matters, and when the pricing scales exponentially in that top 8, you really want to make sure you get there.
Have you had a chance to play in? Well, granted, it was only Dortmund regionals, but were you casting for Dortmund regionals?
Yes.
Yeah, you were.
Yes.
So you haven't had a chance to play in this format yet, have you? With this like new tournament structure change?
Not in like a regional setting. Just been playing at local leagues and stuff.
So I made that point because I was playing in Dortmund.
Yes, you was.
Yeah.
With Terapagos.
Yeah, with Terapagos, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly.
And what I realized playing it is that the feeling that you get in terms of wanting to carry on is so much more, because every single point counts now.
Yes.
You can't just reach a certain threshold and think, oh, I'm done, I've got my invite. Now you need to stay in that top 125. And I definitely felt it when I was playing. I was thinking, oh, hold on, this kind of changed my perception of the tournament a bit. So yeah, definitely feeling that from experiencing it from the player side as well.
Yeah, no, I said every single match point realistically, well, it can make or break your run, and it just gives you less margin for error here. So that's why, you know, you want to try and take those ties into wins as often as possible. So yeah, it's just a tough scenario to be in at the very least. And yeah, just whew, it's not a place I want to be in. I'd rather sit here and talk about people winning in.
Well, to that exact point, do you see yourself playing at regionals this season at least?
Yeah,
of course.
I played UIC last. I got points. That was my car. I wasn't going for top 8. I was playing the Alga. I loved that. Managed to get some points with that. Loved that. I think I managed to do the most damage in one attack in the room. It looks like play might have been started here. So let's even get back down there. And yeah, it looks like this turn for Nika has ended with a Duskwall, a Hoot Hoot, and another Hoot Hoot in play.
Yeah. Now, just to give you guys a quick update at home, the reason why that happened. So there was a 2-minute time extension due to a slow play warning, and there was an appeal, and there was appeal going on for that warning. That was why we had a little bit of a judge call there.
Okay. Thank you for that update there, Freya. Do you know who the slow play warning was for?
No.
Okay. Well, hopefully we'll try and get confirmation of that. But anyway, it's up to James now. We're going to start the game off. Remember, we have got a 2-minute time extension.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like there was a Regidrago we found. Okay, either it was already in the hand or he drew it off of the Teal Mask. I didn't see it there. But yeah, so James is going to be pretty happy with this turn 1 in that case. Mew down for drawing extra cards. There's one Teal Mask Ogerpon down. In fact, this is probably going to be a pretty ideal turn 1, because with going second, of course, you can attack on your first turn, and now you can just you play out your hand as much as possible and then go for that grasping draw from the Cleffa to refill your hand.
Yep, that Cleffa, I think, got led in game 2 as well, right? So Cleffa's really getting involved. Look to see that from little old Cleffa. We're going to see a Teal Dance activation. Going to attach your grass energy and draw 1. There's the fire energy. You need to see that. Another Teal Dance Ogerpon coming down.
You know what? I think the Regidrago might have been the top deck for turn, actually, now that I think about it. Like, just the way, I definitely didn't see it in the hand before, so I was saying you had to dig for it with the restart and the Teal Dance. We just found it off the top. That's it. Okay. Oh, okay, no, clarification. The appeal, it was to that mix-up with the fan rotom. That's what it was. So it was just that mix-up with Nico getting on the fan rotom and the fan called said the thing. So it was just appeal to basically to reselect that. So that's all squared up now.
Okay, yep. Yeah. Many thanks to our table judges and all the staff. They'll be keeping a tight handle on what is going on. I'm sure they're doing a fantastic job. Shout out to them. Without those judges and staff, we wouldn't be here right now. You wouldn't be watching, and we wouldn't be talking about it. So shout out to them. They do a terrific job. Now, James is going to do an Earth Investor. They're going to get rid of a boss, or 2 bosses. All are discarded now, might I say. Another Teal Dance active. And again, you know, this is a fantastic start for the Regidrago V deck.
Yeah, it really is. And also now, even though, those 2 bosses were discarded, as we talked about before, you're feeling pretty okay with that, knowing that at least you can get them back with that Legacy Star ability.
There we do see Grasping Draw.
Yep.
Okay.
Tops up the hand again.
Tops up the hand nicely. And then it's over to Nico now, who's going to start us off with that Jewel Seeker, Freya. We love to see that.
Yeah. Yes, I'd love to see that. So good. Searching that deck now, and I imagine going to be grabbing an Area Zero Underdepths for sure. And I think much like in Game 1, Nico is going to want to target down that one Regidrago V as quickly as he can.
Although it looks like going to go for the Ionos. That would... Well, that's not... Ionos not a boss's order. Is the Prime Catcher in hand?
Yeah, the Prime Catcher's in hand.
Prime Catcher's in hand
Goodness
already.
me.
Okay, so Feather Ball, Ultra Ball going to be in play here.
Yeah.
That's going to grab Dust Noir.
Oh, right, and it looks like Nico was indeed forced to keep that Fan Rotom in the end.
Yeah, because, well, now it's in the discard pile.
Yeah.
At the very least, Ultra Ball Fodder.
Yes, so there it is. Rare Candy into the Dust Noir, and then go ahead and, Prime Catcher, bring up that Regidrago V, and then go for, you go into the Dust Noir, of course, because you can just use the ability to KO itself and then bring that Terrapagos back active. In comes the Area Zero Underdepths. Curse Blast gets the damage on there, and then, this is a really cool synergy here, because you go for the Curse Blast, you force your opponent to take a prize, and then you Iono to make the amount that they draw less.
Yeah. But an insult to injury there, especially after James just had the Grasping Draw hand as well. That's now gone. We'll get our hand of 5. Double Curly Wall Boomerang have come down, so now that's online, might I say. And I guess all Nico wants to do here is try and get some more bench Pokemon. How about another Duskull? We know how powerful Curse Blast is.
Yep.
And there is a Unified Beatdown for KO. Nico takes the first 2 prize KO of this game.
And with that Regidrago V being KO'd, that Duskull is completely safe as a one-of, because there is no chance of James getting out a Regidrago V-Star this turn.
Yep. What a turn there for Nico. Goodness gracious me. Curly Wall's online, Duskull's online, Unified Beatdown's online. James, what can you do? Got to try and take them all offline.
I mean, yeah, what can you do here? I mean, because later on in the game, maybe you can use a Radiant Charge to get KO, but there's only 2 prizes taken, so you need 3 energy attachments, I guess.
Well, it's possible.
Actually, yes.
But now we see this energy switch going to the Regidrago there. We're very surprised if we see that now, though.
I think he's just setting it up for later. Oh, he is thinking about it, though. There is that Radiant Charge in the hand.
It is in the hand. Combustion Blast could get used. But it doesn't take a KO with Curly Wall, though, right?
No, the Curly Wall prevents the KO for sure. But yeah, maybe that's why he's thinking, well, he's committed to the energy search now, so yeah, going to put that down. I guess you just put the Radiant Charizard down and research, right?
Yeah, you definitely don't want to discard it.
No, not at all.
I mean, remember, Area Zero Underdepths is still live for James, so James can go wide and have the 8 bench as well.
Yeah, sure can. So that's what it goes there. That's the one benefit of, it's one of those things that we talked about it yesterday as well, with making sure that you make use of your opponent's stadium as well. So, you have the Area Zero Underdepths down. Yeah, there it is. 6 Pokemon wide on the bench because you have that Teal Mask Ogre in place, so you can make use of your opponent's effect.
Love to see that. Okay, right. So another bench Regidrago V. That means they're going to be at the very least, hopefully next turn, Regidrago V Star for James. But what do you? I don't know what we do here.
Well, I mean, you still get the 2 Regidrago V down, because then at least you know that there's no way, unless there's some like Fulton shenanigans, it's not like Nico's going to be able to take down both of the Regidrago Vs and win the game. So you put 2 down, maybe one get KO'd, you can get 1 Regidrago V Star out.
We see another Nest Ball, but do we just end the turn with a Grasping Draw then?
I guess so, yeah. It's still a single prizer, right? I think that's probably your best option right now. Just making further use of the Areas Zero Underdepths Nest Ball for a Hoot for good measure.
Yeah,
we like that.
We like that. This really is the mirror match going on here.
And you know that none of these bench listers are going to be discarded, because there's no way that Nico's going to get rid of his own stadium. In fact, I don't think he even plays a card that would let him do that, apart from his own Pidgeot, I guess. But
oh yeah, true.
Yeah, but that's not even coming into play anyway. So yeah, Grasping Draw comes in, 2 cards drawn. So now it's going to be on Nico to find more gusting cards to try and just keep this tempo up. But the advantage is definitely on Nico's side here.
Yep, Jewel Seeker's going to basically line up anything Nico wants to do. He'll be able to do for the most part. No Pidgeot around yet, but if you haven't got Pidgeot, Jewel Seeker's just fine.
I gotta say, in this situation, do you really even need it? I mean, there's actually some builds of Terrapagos that opt to not even play the Pidgeot and just go full 4/4 Noctowl line just to go really with it. And yeah, straight away, the Jewel Seeker searches for the Buddy Pop, and then the boss's orders. 2 more Pokemon go down onto the bench. Boss's orders are going to bring up the Regidrago V with 2 energy, and when again get the KO. And what do you do if you're James here?
See, this is the scary thing. We don't even need to use any Curse Blast. Actually, they get a 2 prize KO here, so those Duskull can just sit there, Ben. You can't get rid of them all. There's boss is always going to go after 2 energy Regidrago V. Unified Beatdown does 220 when you've got 8 cards on your bench. So that's a nice, crisp, clean KO. James Cox on the back seat here. Nico takes another 2 prize cards. Let's see what he can do. Legacy Stars online.
Yeah, that's going to be the one thing that's going to bail James out here. I think it's really got to be Iono and Prey. I think that's pretty much the only thing that James can do here.
Okay, so let's have a look. Ultra Ball. We're going to discard Dragapult EX and Regidrago V-Star.
Yes, so that gets the attacker in a discard pile, and that means you can then Ultra Ball for, I mean, I'm not sure what you even get at this point, but he is looking into the deck. Oh, Noctowl, of course. That will do very nicely because then you can go ahead and search for that Ino straight away. Yeah, just not even wasting any time there. We know that he's evolving into that Noctowl. Jewel Seeker's going to come in, yeah, going to grab the Ino and the Earthen Vessel. So then that will search the extra energy you need. And I think now with the Legacy V-Star, I think it's guaranteed in a discard pile that there's 2 energy switches to actually make this happen.
Yes. The only problem is, the Curly Wall's online. We can't get through that Tribogus in one hit, I believe, right?
Oh, no, that's a good point, actually. Maybe...
There's
Temple of Sinnoh, okay.
There goes Noctowl.
Yeah, but I mean, the discards there are not too tough, right? Yeah, it's 2 Noctowl and a Fan Rotom.
Both players, yeah.
Oh, but there's the Prime Catcher on the Hootoo. Okay, this works, because then you can just get a double knockout with a Fan Dive.
So this is sort of like said, I'm going to Iono you, and you haven't got any bailout options here, because you're only Pokemon that can evolve Hoothoot. I'm going to get rid of it.
Oh, so we didn't miss the Prime Catcher, but that completely changes his turn, because now this is how James makes the comeback here.
Yes.
You KO the Hoothoot and a Duskull, and now it's very, very hard for Nico to take the comeback and win.
So we do see Legacy Star, those energy switch have been eyed. I imagine they'll probably be the 2 cards, unless James manages to draw into them. Here we go, Legacy Star, discard top 7 cards of your deck, take back any 2 cards from your discard pile, but yep, energy switch ×2 it is.
Yes, easy choice there. Entry switch number 1, entry switch number 2, and then in it comes with the Phantom Dive, KO the Hoothoot, and one of the Duskulls, I guess? Probably, yeah, because you want to deny the chance for like a double rare candy. Oh no, actually, you're going to spread the damage again. Interesting, okay.
I like the idea of trying to soften up those Curly Walls. If you can get them offline.
Yes, absolutely.
That's really good. Remember, 10% has been used. Okay, Freya.
Nest Ball.
Oh, wait, Pheasantipity.
Flip the scripts. Is this the bailout that Nico needed?
Oh, here we go.
It all comes down to this.
And the Pheasantipity flip the script enough here and get Nico into the top 8 of this regional. Goodness gracious me. Flip the script, then you draw 3 cards. If one of your Pokemon was knocked out last turn, of course, the Hoothoot was.
If Nico can find enough extra bench Pokemon and a boss's orders, you can bring up the Mew EX and KO it for the last 2 prizes. But does Nico see it? I see there's a Fortin and a Night Stretcher. You could Fortin and switch into a Hoothoot so you can still use Jewel Seeker.
Yep. That would work. That would be incredible. Thornton ×2. Let's get an eyed up Thornton. Ooh.
I think he's thinking about it. He just wants to make sure that he's not, misinterpreting the situation, that he can put this all together. So yeah, there it is. Fortin switching to Duskull for the Hoothoot. That Duskull has been in play for a turn.
Yep.
So you can then go ahead and Night Stretcher. You get the Noctowl, and now you can use Jewel Seeker.
I think surely that's it, right?
It depends on what else he has in hand, because he needs...
There's a Buddy Puffin in hand, right?
Is there
enough Pokemon in the deck?
I think it's just a matter of whether has he played his Prime Catcher yet? Oh wait, no, you can Dusknoir and hit the active and then just KO the active.
Oh yeah, that also works as well. I think we need to replace the stadium, of course.
Yeah, we need to replace the stadium. We need to get 1 more Pokemon down, because 130 plus 130 won't be enough with the double turbo in effect. So, oh wait. No, you just need 1 more Pokemon down, because if you keep Temple of Sinnoh in play, you do Rare Candy Dusknoir, and then, he's going, go for a research. You just Fortined. You can't research.
Well, might not be playing it right now at the very least.
I guess not, but yeah, but if you can Rare Candy Dusknoir, then that gets you there. You just need to replace some Pokemon. There's the areas that are under depths. Yeah, places the stadium there. Yeah, Pidgey down. Hold on a sec, because surely you go for the Rare Candy Dusknoir, right?
Okay, well, looks like that's
just going to attack.
What Nico wanted to do. I mean, to be fair, it's not like Nico can lose this turn at the very least.
No, that is true. So yeah, because with the way James set up the damage, yeah, there's no 4 prize turn happening, right? So maybe Nico's just playing it a little bit safe, thinking, hold on, I don't need to win straight away.
Yeah.
I can do this over a couple of turns. Yeah, this makes sense too.
Okay, so over to James here. Going to start off there with a Till Dance. Attach 1 Grass Energy, draw 1. Okay, remember that 10% has gone now, and there is no Legacy Star available. The 10% will not be coming down.
No, it won't.
I think James does play a Jamming Tower, so can opt to replace the stadium again. I don't think we've seen that so far.
Yeah, that would be the other... Like in the last game, we noticed that James did keep that just for that option. Even though it's not really shutting off anything in Nico's deck, it's still a way to counter the areas that are under depths and to reduce the amount of damage that Unified Beatdown does. But yeah, here comes the Super Rod shuffling in. Just a bunch of energy here. Looks like a Fire and 2 Grass. Maybe might be thinking about attacking with that Radiant Charizard, because, of course, then you kind of force Nico to have like a bit more of a game plan around it. So, what is it? There's 160 damage right now on this Regidrago V-Star. So 1 Cursed Blast can get the KO. There's a bit of a tricky interplay here. Yeah, you almost certainly want to go for this INO because then you put Nico down to a low hand size again. There's still no Hoot on the field.
And Thornton has been used now.
Yeah, Thornton has been used now, indeed.
You have to imagine if you're thinking, all right, surely this INO has to stick, right?
You think so. You hope. But then you need to KO this Terapagos because otherwise you just attack again and then the game's over.
With the Curtly Walls online now.
Oh, yeah, so you're not even taking the KO, and there was no grass energy found either. Oh, sorry, rather, no fire energy, so you can't attack with a Radiant Charizard. Yeah, that's a jamming tower. I mean, surely you just get rid of the Noctowl here, right?
Yeah, I think it's got to be. Got to keep those Curly Walls online.
With that... Oh, I guess, hold on, with the 1 damage counter, Lost Impact actually does enough. That's why they're part of the fountain. Yeah, that's what it is. So yeah, you can copy the Lost Impact here, and you actually can KO the Terapagos.
Okay.
So that was actually very clever earlier with the Phantom Dive. Yeah, the 1 damage counter makes the difference because now even with the Curly Wall, it's a knockout. 220 plus the 10, 230, yeah.
And that is why James Cox isn't winning in with Regidrago. It looked a bit odd at the start. Okay, what has Nico actually got here? Ultra Ball INO.
I think he's debating whether he wants to INO first and then flip the script, or which way around he wants to do it. Nest Ball's Fin 1 card, I like that.
Shuffles the deck as well, because Professor's research was put to the bottom.
I mean, because all you really need is a double turbo, right? If you get a double turbo, you just attack and win the game. Nico does not need a lot. Rare Candy Dusknoir would get him there too. He has outs. It's just about digging for them. Oh, there's the Blood Moon Ursa Luna as well, so he can even maybe if he can get the if you get the Dusknoir, you win anyway. But that would be, I think he's just playing that to thin the deck.
Yeah, thin the deck. Okay, here we go. Double Turbo Energy gets us there. Yeah, so does Rare Candy Dusknoir.
Flip the script. For free cards, what does Nico draw? I see a Terapagos, I see a Pidgey, and I see an Ultra Ball that's not going to get there. Oh my goodness.
Even a draw support apart from the INO. I don't think
so. I think it might be thin the deck.
Wait. What is that? What is that fancy looking card? I can't tell. It's
which one?
Oh, it was a Terapagos. My bad.
Yeah,
okay.
You play Ultra Ball here, you thin the deck as much as possible. I don't believe Nico's playing Dusclops, so that isn't an option. So yeah, you just grab whatever just so you don't draw back into it. You play the INO and you cross your fingers and pray.
INO to 2. Double Turbo Energy or
Rare Candy
Dusknoir. Has to be exactly those 2 cards.
Edge of the seat stuff for the win and end. It is coming down to the last draw. These 2 cards off this INO. A double turbo or Rare Candy Dusknoir rather wins the game for Nico. Anything else will not win the game, and then James will be advanced to top 8. Let's see, what did he draw? 1, 2.
Power Pad and something that wasn't a double turbo.
That was a Briar.
For free. Briar.
It's not useful right now, unfortunately.
James on 2 prize cards as well.
Oh.
Just consulting the discard pile here. We haven't missed anything, right? Doesn't play a Mew, doesn't play Mew EX, and no other way to draw. Flip the script has been used.
I mean, the INO does help Nico a little bit. It means that it's not like he's guaranteed to lose straight away. That Lau, with the Terapagos in the active being fully fresh, there's no Lost Impact KO at least. So yeah, it's going to have to be Pal Pad, shuffle in some draw supporters, I would guess.
And worth noting as well, I don't know if it's going to be super relevant here, but time looks like has been called. We'll get confirmation of what turn it is. I think there's a dice with 1 on there.
There was a time extension, but we had it reported that was added to the timer. So our timer is accurate, and yeah, time has been called currently.
Okay. So we'll try to get confirmation if this is turn 0. I imagine it probably is. But yeah, Power Pad are going to shuffle in those 2 supporters. But you're right, without that prior 10 damage, that Terapagos EX in the active is, well, fine.
Yeah, it won't be KO'd by Lost Impact. So
Boss's orders on Fez would get there, though.
Yes, Boss's order on Fez Dipsy, actually, or even on, on Fez, yeah, this way. So let's see, it's down to the top deck. What does James draw here? Is it a Fire Energy? It's an Energy Switch. Is it going to be Ultra Ball, and then you go for the restart?
I think it might be. There is no Area 0, so we won't be able to grab Pheasant Dip to yourself.
Yeah, alternatively...
It is restart for 1.
For 1, okay.
Boss's orders?
Is it? What? Show us, James, show us!
James, you showman!
Wait, what was it? No, there's no way, right? He'd slam
if it was a boss, they'd be getting slammed down.
Yeah. Oh, it's a research.
I mean, it's not a bad card to
get.
It's
not. But I believe James has used his Prime Catcher this game, right? I'm fairly sure I saw it earlier, yeah. Yeah, absolutely had. Yeah, he had that big turn with it earlier.
Yes, he did, yeah.
Oh, so both players right now on the edge of their seats at the end of the turns, in the time turns, just falling a little bit short, each one of them.
Yeah, it's just everyone's so close, but we're trying to piece together these late game combinations. You know, a 3-card combination, you need to get all 3 of them. 2 doesn't get you there.
No, so yeah, Phantom Dive, another 40 onto the benched Bouffalont, and then maybe he's thinking about KOing it, maybe? No.
You don't want to actually flip the script, do you?
No, of course not. So yeah, 40 and then, or 10 and 5, and then yeah, it'll be another 140 on the active. What does Nico draw?
Double turbo
win the game.
Oh, that was a hoot. I mean, that was a Noctowl, I should say.
But yeah, no way to get it down. I think that's it, and Nico scoops, and James Cox wins the match and has enough match points to advance into top 8.
Wow, what a finale. Tell you what, James Cox, you played that really well, my friend. Had to navigate out of that game 1 really well, and James is able to advance. But massive commiseration there to Nico. What a back and forth that was. Both players, I feel, played that matchup really, really well. I was really impressed with how effective that Curly Wall was, though, Freya. Not a card you see in all the Terrapagos decks, I'll be honest, but it seemed to put in a lot of value there.
I mean, it bought him the turns that he needed. I mean, granted, it didn't end up working out in the end, but without those Bouffalons, he wouldn't even have stood a chance. James would have won way earlier.
Yeah. So, wow, there we go. I think we have our replay ready. Let's take a look at the sort of key moments throughout that game. This is in game 1 when Nico was just off to the races, quite honestly, and James didn't really manage to get much in this game realistically. You know, tried his best and was able to sort of stem the bleeding a little bit, but Nico was just off to the races. Unified beatdown, the cursed blast, turn after turn. He even had to double attach after on the Temple of Sinnoh. I think we might be able to see that, and just
but it
didn't look good.
But it worked out well because it meant that with the 130 and then the lack of damage reduction because the Temple of Sinnoh shot off that effect too was actually just enough. And yeah, you can see the grimace on James's face there. And then following up, with Rare Candy, Dust Swab, and then ending off with the Night Stretcher for the Blood Moon Nurse Luna and retreating the KO by using that Blood Moon attack for 0 energy.
Yeah, I'll tell you what's that great attack that is when you attack for 0. And this is where James, you know, had to try and get back. Think, well, if I need to win both games to get into the top 8 and I'm 1-0 down, I have to win this game. I've got no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And James was able to do that with the Phantom dives and, you know, had to do that Legacy style this game, which we didn't think, you know, wasn't the nicest, having to use it for double energy switch. But if it gets you in the game, it gets you in the game. And that's what James was able to do.
Yeah, you could see how much James was struggling. We talked right at the start of this match about how when you're up against someone that you know is, you know, just as skilled as you and you're both at the highest level of play, you know how much of a struggle it is. And we can see that on both these players' faces as they were playing through, but both of them just not giving an inch, just making sure that they can go through all their plays as well as they can. And James here in game 3, even with a slight awkward setup, was able to take that really key knockout on the Hoot there, spreading the damage perfectly with this follow-up attack then with the lost impact. With the 1 damage counter means it can get through that curly wall.
And that's exactly why we saw that 1 damage get put there. It looked a bit odd at the time, and then we saw it come to fruition. And Nico, you know, did everything he could, but at the end of the day, those Ionos were going to stick eventually, and that's exactly what happened. James didn't take a KO on that last turn via the Phantom Dive, no flip the script, and that means James is able to secure himself most likely a slot in our top 8.
Yeah, a bit sad for my own cast of prediction, I've got to say, to Terrapagos and Dust Noir. I went a bit all in on that, but you know, for the match that was a really, really phenomenal match.
It really was, and Regidrago V-Star seems to be the pick right now, really throwing high to the top of the tables and putting in a convincing fashion. A deck that I feel was really popular at Worlds. You know, was it 4 in top 8, I believe, or something?
3 or 4, yeah, it was a lot.
3 or 4 in top 8 it was, and then, not to say it's fallen off massively, but it hasn't really seen that sort of, you know, massive metagame share. But now, I think looking around these top tables here in Lille, I saw a lot of them in the top table. You know, Kywin was playing it as well, who's, last time I looked, was undefeated. So, could it be Regidrago V's? I don't think any of us picked that, actually, did we?
No, I don't think so. But speaking of winners, Shay, I do believe we have an interview ready with a winner. Over to the lounge, let's take it away.
Well, nobody picked Regidrago, but somebody picked Dragapult, which is quite an important part of this Regidrago deck. James, that was a tight game, a thrilling game. How did it feel up there on the table?
Yeah, it was definitely very nerve-wracking. Since he made the mistake and couldn't get the Pidgeot, it like gave me a chance. And obviously I've played the matchup a ton, so I know like you go to the draw engine, anything can happen, and yeah.
And you made some fun plays there, you know, not taking a KO, so the flip the script wasn't an option. You had the Ionos hoping they would go. You know, how do you think the matchup with Terrapagos generally goes? Is it always that awkward?
Yeah, I think the matchup is generally, in my opinion, like slightly favored for Drago, but when they go first, they have a massive advantage. When you go first, you have a massive advantage. When your only Drago dies on turn 2, you're in a really bad spot. But yeah, like a lot of the time when you're going second, like the reason you're favored in the matchup is because when you go second, you have like some opportunities.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that Buffalon did put in some work in that game. But you got through, you got the 2-1 victory. You got 30 match points, which we believe should be enough for at least the asymmetrical top cut. Obviously waiting to figure that one out entirely. You brought Regidrago V-Star. And, you know, you look at the last couple of regionals, Dortmund, Louisville, it wasn't the deck to beat, but it seems like it is this weekend. What's changed?
Yeah, it feels like actually the format has gone pretty good for it. I couldn't explain why. It just seems like a lot of the good matches are doing pretty well, it seems. And yeah, I mean, it generally just seems like it's the only deck I'm comfortable with in this format. Like, I really don't like all the other decks like Raging Bull, even Zard, I don't really like them. Considered Lugia, but I don't really want to play Lugia, so yeah, I think that's why I played Drago, but yeah, it's pretty good, I think.
Feels like you might have made the right choice here, honestly, given your record today. And, you know, there's a lot to be said for being comfortable with a particular deck. So do you think Regidrago, you know, is it poised to potentially take down the tournament this weekend? Are there any major hurdles to it that are still in the field?
Yeah, well, Raging Bolt is the main hurdle. I don't know if there's many left. I don't know if there's any left. So that'd be the main one. But I think Drago definitely should be winning. Either me or Kai win at least. I'm really hoping one of us wins.
Well, you've had a good weekend so far. Any shout-outs you want to be giving out before we finish up here?
Yeah, shout out to Zul for great streams. And yeah, Kaiwin and Brent for absolutely helping me like so much with like everything and testing and building a good deck. And yeah. That's it.
Yeah, your group's been pretty successful this weekend, I think is probably a polite way to put it. Well, thank you very much for your time. And casters, let's send it back to you.
Thank you for that there, Ross. Love hearing from James. We chat quite a lot online. I tell you, when we talk about Pokemon, it's very clear to me that we operate on different levels because the way he talks about the game is up here and I'm just knocking down there. But yeah, you said the meta game might have fallen really well for that Regidrago because we saw, you know, James said that the Raging Bolt is the biggest hurdle, and we saw when we talked about the sort of day 1 to day 2 conversion rates in our intro, we saw how quickly that Raging Bolt was tumbling down the graph, literally like that.
Yeah.
So what are we thinking, Regidrago? Could it be the time again?
I mean, I think so, right? And it does seem like a different continent every single time is like coming in and just, you know, coming in dominating on our regionals. So first we have, you know, the US players doing well, and then Japan, and now we're about to have an Aussie win here in Lille. What's going on?
I mean, we definitely could. You know, James mentioned the sort of testing group that I've got written down. Tail, you want to hear about a stat testing group? You mentioned that sort of French area over here. How about this one? So you got James Cox, Natalie Miller, Henry Brand, Brent Tonnes, and I'm missing off some names as well. You know what I mean? You know, yeah. Currently James should be in the top cut there, and I feel Kywin, I'm sure, is locked up in there as well. And I tell you what, we mentioned it at the start. I think in the interview with Kywin yesterday, I was like, you know, an EU player didn't win Stockholm. That was 2 regionals ago. Our last regional was Dortmund. A Japanese player won it. Could an Australian now come out of nowhere and just, oh, yoink that title, thank you very much, and take that back home? It could be on. So one thing I really like is talking about these sort of testing groups and, you know, how it can really increase your game. You have like so many different high-level players all thinking about the game, working on a list and all that. And one way you can sort of get your own testing group, Freo, I feel, is by getting involved in your local scene and community. Build up your friendships, build up your testing groups, and try and get to a big regional and do well. And I believe we have a quick video here to run us through that.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that guy. Yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. The local scene is the best way to get started. It was the same for me, and I'm sure it was the same for you, Shay. I remember all the way back when I was living in Shrewsbury, we had a small little local scene there. Pokemon wasn't as big there, unfortunately, so I mainly had to keep playing and sort of much like by myself. And I think if I'd had something like this back then, it would have been really, really nice. And I think it's really great that now more and more leagues are popping up and more people have the chance to get involved with their local communities and like build up each other's player skills. And then suddenly you have these areas like in Australia or here in Paris Paris, where you have these absolutely phenomenal groups of players.
Yeah, realistically. So try and scan that QR code now, and if you're a bit slow off the draw and don't manage to scan it, just get yourself on Google, type in Pokémon TCG event locator, find yourself your nearest league and get involved. I love going to my Friday night league. I go all the time. I'm known to play the sort of out there stuff, probably not the stuff we'll be seeing on stream. Like I said, Torterra EX was the last thing I played, but it just depends on how you enjoy the game, right? If you want to sort of increase your competitive knowledge and play skill, you can go for that and practice against meta decks. If you like to shake your binder like I do, see what drops out and see if you can build together a working deck, you can do that as well. And at the very least, there's worse places to be than in a room full of people that all love Pokemon, right? What's not to love about that?
Absolutely right. It's so wonderful always to have that chance, like I was just saying, to get together with people who share like-minded hobbies and interests, and get together to sharing that passion for something that you really love and are involved in.
Now, I want to share some passion myself here.
Oh, yeah?
You know what? I love the community bracket. I love debates. I love putting my point across. And you know what? Above all else, I love winning. So I haven't had a chance to do this yet this weekend. And I'm intrigued. I want to put my stamp on this community bracket. Okay, so viewers, we're both going to get me and Freya about 30 seconds to pitch to you one of those bottom cards there. Tilmask, Ogerpon, the Cornerstone Ogerpon, the Ogerpon Showdown, as it were. Then a Twitch poll will open. So if you're watching on YouTube, try and scurry onto Twitch now on your phone or something like this, new tab. And then when the poll goes up, you can vote on what card you prefer or who put the best pitch forward. And then the winner will advance onto the semi-final. Then we'll have the final later on.
Okie dokie. So, but then you've got Tilmask Ogerpon. I've just got my back against the wall here, but should I count you in?
Am I going first, am I?
Yeah,
okay,
so.
okay, cool.
Yeah. It is at the top of the bracket, so
yeah, okay.
3, 2, 1, go!
Right, let's just be, I don't really need to say a lot right now. How much of the metagame is dominated by Tilmask Ogerpon? We just saw Regidrago on stream. So there we go. That got 4 top 8 slots at Worlds and got a top 8 or 9th, I believe, at NAIC. Raging Bolt, the most popular deck here in day 1. Tilmask Ogerpon. What won Louisville? Oh, yeah, it was a Tilmask Ogerpon deck with Raging Bolt. It's just a good card. It attaches energy.
And your dance is over. Sorry about that.
And it activates Briar as well. Hey, I snuck that one in, didn't I?
Yes. All right, so yeah, again, credit where it's due. I know my back's against the wall here, but I am going to put up a stony defense for Cornerstone Ogerpon. Yeah, so are you ready to count me in?
Oh, I'll count you down. 3, 2, 1, off you pop.
Okay, so Tilmask Ogerpon, great card, right? But what does it have? An ability. And what can't touch Cornerstone Ogerpon EX? Anything with an ability. It locks out so much of the format right now. Think about Lugia V-Star. You think about Charizard. You think about, we just mentioned the Cornerstone, the Tilmask Ogerpon EX.
Yep.
Abilities are crucial in this game in order if you want to build a deck that's successful. And Cornerstone Ogerpon can't be touched by any of them. It is such a strong control option, just to really put a really annoying wall in your opponent's way. And you know what? I'm done.
Fair enough, you got that just in.
Didn't even want to let you cut me off.
Yeah, I was sitting there. I was like, I'm not going to count down. I'm just going to let you carry on. I'm going to try and interject. But okay, fair enough. I mean, it's a good card. Yeah, it's cool. I'll be honest, it's a good card. But
well, hold on. Polls are open. I've just gotten word. So yeah, get your votes in. Remember, as we mentioned before, it is only on Twitch that you can vote. So you can watch on YouTube. That's fine. But if you want to vote for these community prediction brackets, you've got to get over to twitch.tv. So get your votes in on Twitch right now.
Yep, get your votes in. As I was saying, Cornerstone Ogerpon, it's a good card. Good card. Tilmaster, that's a great card. Come on. It's a tough one, but we saw some upsets. I think, what is it?
Calvangelo beat Dragapult.
Yeah, no, okay, that's wild, chat. So I know you guys are, you're a little bit of a mutant.
You throw us another curveball, throw me a bone, maybe, you know?
Yeah, maybe. Stranger things have happened here. The poll is currently live, so get yourself on Twitch. Vote for your favorite Ogerpon, the Ogerpon Showdown.
The Ogerpon Showdown.
As it were, yeah, Half-Fire one. That's not getting involved, is it really?
Yeah, it is. So it is interesting with the Cornerstone Ogerpon EX because it has seen some use in some control archetypes, but I don't think it's been used to the full extent that it could be. Yeah, maybe that's just because there are ways around it. Of course, you can. I'm kind of dismantling my own argument here.
Yeah.
But there is the canceling clone thing. There are ways to play around it. Like you can just attack something without an ability, but there are a lot of decks that really can't do much because I mean, abilities are very, very good things to have. Generally speaking, the Pokemon with abilities are the ones that end up winning. So yeah, it walls a lot.
Yeah, and I remember when I was table walking yesterday, I was going around the sort of higher tables and I saw a Cornerstone Ogerpon the active and it was attacking. I think Demolish the attack's called, I think, right? And then what is it attacking into, though? Another cornerstone. I saw an attacking cornerstone mirror, and I was like, oh, wow, I didn't think I'd see that. I watched it for a little bit.
So I think that was the card was designed that way on purpose because the attack, it goes through anything. So you can't just have two cornerstone Ogopon just a face off like that, just a stare down. Reminds me of like the in the animated series, like the Metapod stare down.
Oh yeah.
You remember the Viridian Forest? That was a fun one.
I do, but I think our results are ready.
Okay.
Here we go. I'm intrigued to see. Come on, chat. Show me the money. There we 91.9. Someone clip that, screenshot that to me now. Send it me. That has to be the biggest victory we have ever. 91. That couldn't even round up. It is the biggest victory of the season, confirmed ever. There we go, and this is what I said. I haven't had a chance to get involved with this community bracket. I was itching, I was ready. When I heard in the earphones it was time, I was like, yes, this is my time. I'll tell you what, if you could earn championship points for community bracket debating, I'd be #1 right now. That was the biggest landslide. You didn't even get 10%.
I got nothing. Yep, no, that was... Oh, dearie me! You absolutely destroyed me there, Shay.
Yeah, well, you know, I can't take full credit. I'll be honest. It was the card doing the heavy lifting. I could have just tried to march off just for like Mask Ogopon march off. I'm gonna have to put a little bit of point across there, but I mean, let's be honest now. Let's step back from that. Yeah, that was a hard one for you to try and get out of, right?
The only thing I can go for is that, you know, it itself, you know, Cornerstone Ogopon does wall Teal Mask Ogopon, but you're not attacking with it, so it doesn't really matter,
yeah,
right?
Exactly. But not to say that Cornerstone's it's not a bad card. I mean, it has its place in the meta game. I'm sure we'll see it more played. Do you remember when Raging Bolt decks first sort of taken off? You actually played it in there, right? It was meant to be a little bit of a way to disrupt, but just sort of fell off.
I'm not going to lie. I think I need a bit of a break right now, if nothing else, just to go hang my head in shame a little bit. But you guys don't go anywhere, because we're going to be back very soon with our asymmetrical top cut. You're definitely not going to want to miss that.
I'm Nico Alabas and I play the Pokemon trading card game competitively. When I started playing the game, there was not really anything like an international level. There was the World Championships once per year and the German Championships once per year. And then once the season, or like once the game got more serious, once we got cash prizing international regional championships back in 2016, I decided to take the game more seriously because I was already among the best players in Germany. So I thought, well, okay, why not try to be one of the best players in Europe or even in the world? And so I decided to take the game more seriously and travel all around the world to play Pokemon TCG. The key to playing at a high level consistently is to just stay interested in the game, just keep playing the game. Sometimes there might be phases where you have to kind of force yourself to play the game because there's formats you might not enjoy as much, but having a lot of friends to playtest with and make the journeys to tournaments still a pleasant experience, even if the playing might not be like the primary reason, definitely helps with staying consistently in the game. And then if you just stay at a consistent level, stay at a high level and try to always play your best, you can be successful. Having a lot of friends in the game is one of the most important things because you're not going to travel all around the world or even attend tournaments if you're just going to be by yourself. So at some point you will find people, you might find them locally, you might find them internationally, but you're going to find friends and then you can experience the journey together. The one thing that makes the Pokemon community stand out compared to the other games is how welcoming the community is because, I mean, the game is designed for children, even though the majority of people are not kids anymore. But it also means that a lot of stuff is geared towards young people to be welcoming, to be, just an easy introduction to the game. So everyone can join and then at some point, find people in the game. And once you get to know them, you will experience the same. So my biggest accomplishment was winning the 2020 Oceania International Championships in the 2019-2020 season. Ever since then, or even before that, I've been striving to win the World Championship at some point. I think every top player has the same goal. So that's what I'm always going to be aiming for. But that doesn't mean that I'm not taking every other tournament seriously. So it's always going to be my goal to do as well as I can at as many tournaments as possible every single season. I think at first it's gonna feel surreal and you might not even experience all the feelings at some point, but then once you meet all of the people that are gonna be cheering for you in the finals and you realize, okay, what has actually just happened, then it's just gonna be excitement and relief as well, because you finally accomplished that one thing that you've been aiming for.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokemon trading card game. The Pokemon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokemon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of basic energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokemon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokemon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokemon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokemon in this game: basic Pokemon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokemon, which can be played on top of basic Pokemon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokemon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokemon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokemon is, and also what Pokemon it evolves from. Pokemon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokemon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokemon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokemon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokemon once during each turn. Some Pokemon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides 1 energy of its type, or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have 1 Pokemon in the active spot, and this Pokemon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokemon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokemon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokemon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokemon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokemon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokemon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokemon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokemon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokemon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokemon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
This is the final international event of our 2024 season. And we're so excited to watch our competitors solidify their invites to Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii.
The stakes get higher and higher the closer we get to that coveted world champion title. This is your last opportunity.
There is a lot on the line for every single player out here. It has been a long season with a lot of Pokemon coming out on top.
Hello, Pokemon fans, and welcome to the kickoff of the 2024 season.
Mirage Gate, that is it. Oh, wow. Andrew Estrada. Riley Factura taking the first regional, and Michael Zhang.
I'm really excited to see that team again. The previous time I was on stream, we kind of both underestimated a little bit.
Giovanni Costa.
The double crit! Arjet, a smile on his face. Game number 5 goes to Arjet.
Here it is, Mirage Gate, gonna power up Giratina V-Star, and John Eng is the Portland Regional Champion.
And he takes it. The Charlotte Miracle.
Todd Ratcliffe is your 5-time international champion.
Shifu, close combat into the Amogus, it holds on!
Wolf becomes a repeat champion. 3-time Worlds qualified competitor. No one can do it like Doombug.
Other trainers should consider me a threat because I never back down. I never feel like I'm out of a game, and I'm always going to give it my best.
Do people not see the 3 regional championships I have?
I do not mess up very often, and I'm not going to start messing up.
Probably the best of the world right now, so they should be threatened.
I'm threatening in the way that any other competitor who has qualified for Worlds is threatening.
Somos la mejor región de Latinoamérica Sur.
I think if the other players at the World Championships don't consider me a threat, then they have not done their research.
All these events really just lead up to Worlds. We've had some phenomenal players win this season, and
players are better now than they've ever been. You get a lot of people from different places in the world, and
it'll be the biggest Worlds so far. It's going to be an incredibly difficult feat to try and win it all.
It's never a guarantee. Everyone is phenomenal. Everyone is doing great service to the game at the World Championships.
Only one person can win, so everyone's going to have a story.
I am absolutely winning Worlds this year. I am unstoppable right now.
I am definitely winning Worlds this year.
I will be winning the World Championship this year.
I'm winning the World Championships.
If not this year, then eventually.
Gonna give it my all, you know.
Who knows how far I'll go, but I've always said I wanted to get another Pikachu trophy, so.
I will pour my heart and soul into it once again, and we'll see how far it takes us.
I do think I have a chance.
I think I do have a good shot.
I want to have fun more than anything.
If I could battle anybody at the World Championships, it'd be Tord Reklas.
I would love to face off against Tord again.
If I hit Azul in the Worlds Finals, that would have been amazing.
Azul.
It's gotta be Gabriel Agati.
Doombug.
Justin Tang.
Rat Chen.
I think the World Championship is literally the only thing I haven't won, so that's like the last thing I need to collect for my trophy case.
It would be life-changing.
Winning Worlds would mean the world to me. There were a lot of people when I won Worlds the first time that sort of teased me about it being Seniors Worlds when Ray was taking his 3rd crown, and I've always kind of wanted to prove them wrong.
I think that if I were to win the World Championships again, it would mean that I am undisputably the best player of all time.
Being able to tell my 10-year-old self that, hey, your dreams actually did come true would be something magical.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. My name is Barash Akjoj, and it's my honor, my privilege to be joined by the man, the myth, the Vossi, Ross Gilbert. How are you doing?
I'm doing really, really well. I have this thing at regional championships where I'm always like, I'm going to wander around the venue. And all I'm doing is just like, so I'm going to watch the games and I'm going to dig through deck lists and I'm going to look through results. And yeah, all I do is just try and spam as much information as I can when I'm not on stream so that when I come back, I'm fresh with information and I'm having a great time, frankly.
Absolutely, and we're about to jump into our bracket of the top 16 players. We actually have 9 players advancing to the top cut portion, which means it's exactly what you said earlier today. Number 1 to 7, they're all through to top 8 guaranteed, and then number 8 and 9, which happens to be Nina Eisenbetter from Germany against James Cox, playing it out here for the last top 8 spot.
Yeah, and that's why those extra points are important. 7 of our 9 players are just in top 8 and sitting chilling for a bit, whereas Nina and James, well, they they have to play one extra game to get through to top 8. And look, it is better than bubbling out, which is what used to happen, but it's not as good as just going straight through. And we got to give some love to Nina Eisenblatter here, right? She's just aged up into Masters. This is her first season in Masters. First regional, she gets 18th place in Dortmund, and she's back here. But let's start with James. World's top 4, world's top 8, Dortmund regional top 8, 2020 Players Cup top 8. I mean, that's pretty good.
Huge accomplishments across a variety of tournaments, from regionals to internationals. But over to Nina Eisenblatter. Don't have as many accomplishments in the Masters division, just having graduated up. But there's the Dortmund regional top 32 just a few weeks ago. And now she finds herself back in this top 9, top 16 situation. And there's one storyline that I loved seeing throughout the last 2 years, which was Piper from the US.
Yes.
She graduated to the Masters division and took down 2 of the North American regionals in her first season as well. And now we have Nina here, and she's on a very good path to just step into those shoes and potentially, as a very young player, take it down.
I'm not loving 2 energy switch and Fezandipti prize for Nina, though. Those are not ideal prizes, but we are going to have a Regidrago mirror match here, if I remember these decks correctly.
That is absolutely correct. We haven't talked about the decks yet. Both these players, James Cox just coming off a win on stream here. We have seen his deck in full action. Is playing against Nina, who seems to be going first, if I saw that correctly. So won the coin flip there. Potentially wants to go first immediately, set up her board. We see an Ogerpon Teal Mask hit the field. We see energy in hand, gets to discard 1 grass, but this is probably the most typical prize search coming for us, but the Earthen Vessel will potentially get a grass and a fire energy out. It's the same as before. You see how, even at this young age, how experienced and how versatile, how quick they are with this deck search, but getting all the pieces to the front, making sure that they have them ready, or more so check that they're in the deck because they have no sight of their own prizes. So making sure all cards required are in here, and then potentially going back into the deck to get out the 2 energies. Early on, what do we want to see in the mirror? You want to have your Ogerpon ready. You want to set at least 1 Regidrago. Your opponent is not really in a position where they can take out a knockout on their first turn, so 1 Regidrago early on could be enough, but if you have a second one, even better.
Yeah, even better, of course. There is the thing that I believe it was Isaiah Bradner did at the World Championships, where you get your Kyurem copying that attack and you just Triforce twice, which does 220 to all of your opponent's Pokemon, and it won't get any Regidrago V-Star, but it will get any Regidrago V that haven't V-Starred. It will get any Teal Mask Ogerpon, Fezandipti, and, you know, things like Mew if that's on the bench, or whatever it might be. So that is an option. It's a risky one. You've got to discard all your energy when you attack with Kyurem, but if you can pull it off, that could be a route to victory. I just want to finish what I was saying about Nina at the beginning of the game. She was 18th in Dortmund. It was a top 32, but it was 18th, very close to top 16. That was her first regional in Masters. This is her second regional in Masters, and we've already got an asymmetrical top cup.
But I think I was speaking a little bit too soon there with the optimal play in your first turn. Yes, getting the Regidrago out. I spoke way too soon. There's only 1 Ogerpon. Yes, the ability got you an extra card of the deck, but it was a research that you can't use yet. So there's no Regidrago, so you're basically 1 turn behind. And let me think about this. How many energy, grass energy, would you need on that Ogerpon to start taking knockouts? You need loaded up opponent, like opposing Pokemon as well. So that's going to be really hard. It's better to set up an attacker than none, but that's not really what I would go for in this match here.
I mean, it depends. I think the number is like 6 for a Fezandipiti, 7 for a Regidrago V, I think 9 for a Regidrago V-Star. But I think we can really just settle it by saying a lot.
Yes.
Or if we want to be slightly less generous, too many.
Yeah, because your opponent won't play into that and give you extra energies on their Regidrago here. For example, you said 6, but yeah, you won't really get, or 7, you won't really get there unless your opponent would help you massively, but they have no reason to charge up their Regidrago this early on so heavily. So yeah, that's probably not what we're going to see here, and it's really sad for that, like going first but not having any Regidrago in play.
Yeah, the only saving grace is you do have energy switch, so the theory is you stash the energy on now, you energy switch them later. But remember, 2 of Nina's 4 energy switch are in the prizes, so it's not just that she's got energy in the wrong place, it's that she's got half of her energy switch in the prizes. Now we do see, we've had to discard a Regidrago V-Star to go and get a Dragapult. And as a side note, while we got a second, there is an actual Dragapult deck in top 8. Not just Dragapult in Regidrago, an actual Dragapult. I feel like one of the casters, can't remember who it was, but one really clever, handsome caster did say that there was going to be Dragapult doing well this weekend. Well, we'll have to check later who that was.
We'll check later, but we will have it. We'll give you that point for sure. You've called that out quite well there. But let's focus on this game right now with the Regidrago V-Star mirror here. We see Squawkabilly hit the bench. You only really bench it if you want to use that ability as well. So that's something we might see here. You talked about the Dragapult hitting the hand there with the Ultra Ball, if that was correct.
And then a Professor's Research popped it in the discard.
So it's already discarded. There's another. So some Dragons already on the discard pile. I think that's a Regidrago V-Star already.
That's the V-Star we got rid of with the Ultra Ball early on, which was not ideal. But look, we've got a Regidrago V on the bench with a Grass Energy. We've got a Regidrago V on the bench with a Fire Energy. So not a terrible start. You know, James went second here, but he's going to get the first Regidrago V-Star, and that is huge. Nina, again, going straight for a Grass Energy onto the Teal Mask Ogerpon. Does have an Iron-O.
And an Ultra Ball in hand.
So at least has some options for this turn.
Yeah, well, I mean, this has to be a Regidrago on to start setting that up. Yeah, picking that out, and then we have the Iono to draw into more cards. Yeah, a little bit behind, especially in this mirror. You probably want to go 2-2-2 on your prizes as well, and not being able to have a strong attack ready here right now might put you a little bit behind, and it's not easy to come back in these heavy hitters 2-2-2 prize races.
The only saving grace is that it's actually got 210 HP, so the usual attack that James will be trying to copy is that Dragapult, which would actually be, so if you attack with Teal Mask Ogerpon, James gets the Regidrago V-Star in the active, the Dragapult attack only does 200, so you would need something more to actually go and get that KO.
Oh, there's actually Fire Energy hitting that Ogerpon as well for a manual attachment here. So not even trying to set up that Regidrago for future turns just yet, and goes heavy on there. 4 energies, I think that's 120 plus 30, it's 150.
Yep.
I mean, it can spread that damage for sure, and then maybe later a Triforce can pick that knockout. But yeah, it's interesting that she chooses that route. We have the Cleffa in the active position, free retreat, so that won't be a problem to get your Ogerpon in the active position and attack. And then that is some damage that will stick on that Ogerpon for sure.
There's even an argument here to not attack, because you're probably not going to bench any other single prize Pokemon in this game unless you go for your 1-1 Knockdown line, or maybe a Radiant Charizard way down the line. So there's even an argument here to just set up as well as you can, draw cards with Cleffa, except that you're giving up that one prize, which is going to be going at some point during the game anyway. But no, it does look like we are going to go for the attack with the Teal Mask Ogerpon, 150 damage. It's not amazing, but you know what it does do? Leaves Teal Mask Ogerpon on 60 HP remaining. How many damage counters do you drop with Dragapult?
60, exactly. Very good math there, actually. So it does work out. The 150 plus 60, very well recognized there. Well, as a future setup, I was thinking about the Triforce. That would have been enough for sure. But this even better. You can potentially boss that Squawkabilly. And 200 and a 60 on the bench, 4 prizes of 1 turn, and that would be one way to get back into this prize race.
Yeah, I mean, this is not how Nina wants to play the deck, let's be perfectly clear. But she has at least set up an easy KO with the residual damage counters from the Dragapult, which is really the best she could have done at this point. Here comes an Ultra Ball for James, presumably, yeah, for a Regidrago V-Star, because we didn't have one of them established yet. So that's going to go down there quite nicely. And then we're going to have a quick decision as to where we are going.
I'm looking for some energy switches as well, but yes, even though they started with like 2 Regidrago, 1 energy each, they will need some extra energy switches to set up these Pokemon. We have, Super Rod putting both. There was the Pheasantipity and another Regidrago V-Star, I believe, going back into the deck. Can be important for the late game, especially once KOs have been taken. And of course, you want to have access to your second Regidrago V-Star as well.
Oh, and here we see Mew restart, drawing free cards, emptying out the hand nicely there. We get a fresh free cards. What are we going to see? Energy, Teal Mask, Ogerpon, and I believe it was a Nest Ball. Yes, so those are the free cards we've got. You know what we don't have?
No energy switch.
No energy switch, unfortunately, and we don't have any grass energy either. Could it be time for the V-Star power? Is it too early? It's not too early, Barish.
It's never too early if you want to get your attacks going here. We actually see 7 cards being discarded from the top of your deck. I see an energy switch actually as one of them, so that could be huge. But we said, what was the energy situation in hand? Because
one fire, and you need 2 grass.
Correct. So that doesn't help necessarily either. We have the professor's research, but
I mean, that is rough. If you're using Regidrago V-Star, what you really want to be doing is picking the best 2 cards out of your discard pile and going, this is perfect. What you don't want to be doing is going, oh, it's not got what I want. Guess I'll get a professor's research and hope. That is not how we're supposed to play this.
And you see how James has picked up the pace here. It's going so fast through his deck, through his cards. Another Ultra Ball slammed down. 2 cards discarded. Another Regidrago V-Star in play now, both active or both ready basically. They're just missing their energies. And it was the Ultra Ball and Professor's Research being picked up there. So you'll probably see a perfect hand played down and then a Research. Love to see 0 hand into 7 with that Professor's Research. We have now Fire and Grass. We need 1 more Grass energy and an energy switch. I don't see the Grass energy, so even an energy switch at this point wouldn't really help.
No, because you could only just switch the Fire over, and it is 2 Grass and 1 Fire. Of course, we generally play more Grass in the deck because it fuels Teal Mask Ogopon, but sometimes you just hit the Fire instead of the Grass anyway. It's not ideal. Temple of Sinnoh comes down, but it's not really doing very much, and James is passing over to Nina. And actually, with 2, now this is asking a lot, I'm going to tell you, but if you put another energy onto that Teal Mask Ogopon, it actually hits for 180. And that will KO Mew.
Yes, that's one way. We actually see a Regidrago here in play now as well with the Prime Catcher drawn off. And of course, we still have access to the V-Star power on Nina's side, which can give us more access to more cards, both from the top 7 deck cards and the discard pile. This is why you will see Regidrago V-Star players checking their discard pile so often.
Nina could win next turn. If Nina KOs Mew with your Teal Mask Ogopon this turn, then next turn she can just gust up the Squawkabilly, use Dragapult's attack to KO the Teal Mask Ogopon, and after a truly horrendous start, and her hand still isn't great, let's be honest, Nina could actually win next turn.
And there's the attack, and there's the first knockout in this round. Who would have thought that Ogopon Teal Pass with a Fire Energy and 4 Grass will take the first knockout in this mirror here? It's really interesting. Let's check the hand from James. Does he have any way to draw into any potential Grass energy here? I don't really see it. So there's the Iono, and we have to draw more cards into deck. V-Star power already used not to its like fullest potential here, and it just puts James a little bit back, or let him fall back in this game. And Nina, despite a very slow start, is suddenly in the driver's seat.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I believe she had the Prime Catcher in hand before that Iono, which is a little upsetting. But we see an energy onto the Teal Mask Ogopon, drawing an extra card. James now has Prime Catcher in hand, but you kind of want to KO the Teal Mask Ogopon. But like I've said, the attack you want to use on Dragapult doesn't actually work here. Well, I mean, it works, but it doesn't KO the Teal Mask Ogopon.
Yeah, you would have to find another attacker, actually.
You need the Giratina.
Yeah, and we see plenty of energy, but I don't see any energy switch. There's a second Teal Mask used for another card off the deck. Is that potentially the energy switch?
It's an energy. Again, there is 1 energy switch in hand. Wait, are we going to see an attack? Whoa. Right, Nina has only attacked with Teal Mask Ogopon so far. It looks like James is going, you know what, I like that plan. I'm going to attack. And remember, it's 30 for each energy on both Teal Mask Ogopon. So that will get a KO. Don't make me, okay, fine. 270, it was plenty enough. So
that was an amazing. I mean, we said there's a Regidrago mirror, but actually it seems like it's an Ogopon Teal Mask mirror based on these attacks we've seen so far. One problem, despite having 2 Regidrago V-Star in play here, there's no Ogopon Teal Mask, so you would have to find 2 of them, then attach 2 Grass energy, find 2 energy switch on top of that as well. It's a lot to ask for, but there's a research, and we still have the V-Star power, so yes, there's quite a potential for this turn to work out.
What we really need here is energy for turn, Teal Mask Ogopon, Grass energy, energy switch, gusting. Oh no, you wouldn't even need the gust. Yes, you would take 4 prizes. No, you wouldn't. Yes, you would. No, I've decided, Barish, you would need gusting. I've had a good think. You definitely do.
Okay. The only problem is Prime Catcher, I think, was sent to the bottom of the deck.
It was.
Professor Research was already used. No access to boss, and you're not behind on prizes either. So it's actually 4-4 on prize at the moment. Counter Catcher, if that was played in the deck, is not an option either. So it's going to be hard to get that Gustum effect. And I think that KO on Nina's Ogopon was so huge. All the energy was off the board, and you don't have any Ogerpon Teal Mask left at the moment, it's really hard to get access to those. So the game is literally going back and forth through these Ogerpon Teal Mask attacks.
There is an option here where Nina could just go Teal Mask. You could do it with Teal Mask Ogerpon, but it's asking a lot. You need 2 Teal Mask Ogerpon, 3 Grass Energy, and an Energy Switch, and that would actually get the KO here. But again, we're asking a lot. I feel like we might see the V-Star Power coming down this turn.
I think it's a Super Rod eyeing out.
Yes,
that's
absolutely.
been played, so that's going back into the deck. So you can't actually get it through the V-Star Power, which is interesting. Maybe the sequencing, I mean, surely Nina is there for a reason. She will know why she's sequencing this way.
What's she doing right now?
Super Rod, 2 Grass Energy.
Yeah, but what's she doing? What's she literally doing?
Shuffling the deck to get the Prime Catcher back.
She's getting the Prime Catcher. Now it's randomized in the deck. It was definitely at the bottom. Now it could be anywhere in the deck. Now you can use that V-Star Power. Now I think she needed those cards in the deck. I'm just saying that was a very nice bonus.
Absolutely, and you're right, because if you use the V-Star Power and you want the Prime Catcher, you would only have 1 more possible target. So you rather want to have it in deck, but it's just an attack to draw up to 7 cards from the Cleffer.
Yeah, I kind of like this, honestly. This is absolutely fine by me. I don't see James taking 4 prizes this turn. And Nina said, look, I've got my V-Star Power ready to go. I've got a Hoot Hoot benched, which can go into a, into a knockdown next turn. Now, you would need, obviously, a Teal Mask Ogerpon, but you shuffle one of them back in. There is a possibility next turn where Nina could even potentially go Pheasant Dipty, although that might, I think, still be prized. But, she could have a big turn next turn. She needs 1 big combo to win. James isn't winning this turn. She's just going, I'm going to draw to 7 with Cleffer. Next turn, I've got more options. Let's do it next turn.
It makes me wonder if Triforce is an option here. I think it will be discarded. 110 would pick up the Cleffer and the Hoot Hoot for 2 prizes and set up any of the other remaining Pokemon up for an KO afterwards. You might want to shift 110 to one of the Regidrago V-Stars, potentially the one with the Fire Energy, because it's more likely to become active, and then it would be an easier pick out in the end of the battle. But yes, I think Nina said, hey, if I get the tools, I have my 4 prize turn set up. I have the Squawkabilly, I have the damaged Ogerpon Teal Mask, so I'm happy to give up 1 turn, potentially 2 prizes, but then if I get all my pieces, I'm ready to finish off this game.
Yeah, I think James might be going for the Trifrost this turn, or maybe not, going for the Regidrago with the energy. I like going for the Trifrost to get rid of the Hoot Hoot, because that could be a real issue for you next turn. James, instead, it looks like is actually going for the Giratina attack, doing 280, taking a 2 prize knockout, and Trifrost will still win the game next turn as it stands, or you could just do this again. And yeah, James has got plenty of options here. It really does look like James will win next turn. Yeah. I don't think that's the issue. The issue is whether Nina can win this turn. She needs an attacking Regidrago, and she needs gusting. That is it. That is the goal.
Yeah, now the Fire Energy is also gone, so you need access to 3 energies. So which, once again, we have both the Ogerpon Teal Mask now already, at least. That's a good start for sure. But we'll need access to a Fire Energy, 2 Grass, and 2 energy switch as well. Again, it's 1 step more than we needed before, on top of that gusting effect, which isn't necessarily easy to get all these pieces together, especially with that Pheasantipity price, if that was correct.
Yeah, the Pheasantipity not being available is a real pain. I assume it's still prized. It could have been taken, but I haven't seen it be taken. So if you don't have Pheasantipity, in theory, you should have a couple of draws off your Teal Mask Ogerpon. You should have a couple of cards off of your Noctowl. You should have 3 cards off of, or 2 cards, sorry, off of your Regidrago V-Star. So we have options here. We are going to be getting a bunch of cards, and sometimes they're going to be cards we are specifically selecting, but it is quite a lot. And Nina did have, I wonder if there's any way we could have a quick look at Nina's prizes, see what's still in there, because that is becoming quite relevant.
Yeah, so I think both the Ogerpon will hit the bench here, will give you access to those double ability uses to get 2 Grass Energy once you have them in hand. We have an Ultra Ball, which I really like to get that Noctowl, and which that actually allows you to pick up 2 pieces. That could be the Prime Catcher anywhere out of the deck, and you no longer rely on picking that up, right? And on top of that, we can also still use the V-Star ability, kept all the way to the end of the game when you actually need it. I'm not sure how many energy switch have hit the discard pile, but that could be an easy way to get 2 energy switches from your discard pile into your hand. Let's check the Grass Energy count. I see 1, 2, 3, 4 in your discard pile.
Okay, right, here's a look at her prizes. So one energy switch has been liberated. Pheasantipity has not been liberated. Oh, and her only Noctowl is prized.
Oh.
So she doesn't have access to Noctowl. She doesn't have access to Pheasantipity. There's no Hisuian Heavy Ball in her deck. She does have access to free energy switch, because I don't think she's actually used any, but even if she has, she can get them back with Regidrago. But not having access to Noctowl or Pheasantipity is huge, because that would be an extra 5 cards, 2 of which you pick out yourself.
Yeah, that's actually huge. I mean, she set up the Hoot there to potentially go into Noctowl. She played and failed that Ultra Ball because there was no target. We see 7 cards being discarded here. Ooh, 3 more Grass Energy. That's huge. I'm not sure. I think we saw 1 Super Rod earlier, and I would have to look if there's a second Super Rod available in the deck list. But discarding those 3 Grass Energies so late in the game, 2 more already. I think all of them are in the discard pile.
I counted at least 7, and I counted at least 6, and she plays 7 in the deck.
Yeah, that's 6 in the discard pile.
Yeah, so there's only 1 Grass Energy. We know it's not prized. We just saw the prizes. But honestly, at this stage, having your Noctowl prized, you're one of, and having your Pheasantipity prized, that Noctowl wasn't that relevant early in the game, but it has become very relevant. And here's the thing, Nina has played this game phenomenally. She's played it beautifully, but she's just not had what she needs. No Regidrago turn 1. Now, we do see a Grass Energy, so we are going to see an Earthen Vessel here, getting a Grass Energy and a Fire Energy. So we need 1 more energy, 2 energy switch, and a Gusting. I don't think we've seen a supporter yet.
I don't think we've seen a supporter yet, at least not confirmed by production either. So yeah, there's the Fire Energy and 1 Grass Energy. I think these were the last 2 energies off the deck, if I was correct. So we'll have to find a way to get another Grass Energy off the discard pile.
Okay, no, there's 2 Grass Energy in hand now, plus the Fire.
Okay.
So we got all 3 energy, we're drawing 2. That is a Nest Ball, that doesn't help at all. We've got a full bench. That is a Switch, that doesn't help. We've got a free retreat Pokemon in the active. Both of those cards did not help. We've actually got Boss's Orders sitting there in hand, ready to go. If we had Noctowl, we could just search for 2 energy switch and the game would be Nina's. We don't have Noctowl. Switch into the active. We're literally just thinning out the deck at this point. But, oh, this is heartbreaking. So Nina has to hit Prime Catcher now. Boss's Orders is no longer an option. Supporter has been played. That was really just energy switch.
Another energy switch.
Oh, no Prime Catcher!
Wait. No, she needs 4 prize turns. The 2 prize turn is not enough. I mean, it's the best you can do. You can still take out the opposing. Restart there, 1 more card. It just wasn't.
How much energy does she have remaining? If she lost zones 2 energy this turn, does she have enough energy to mount an attack next turn?
I don't think so. I mean, we saw 1 Super Rod being played. I see it's 2 in her list. I'm not sure if the second one already hit the discard pile. That would be one way to get some energy back into play here. But yeah, it's a really tough decision. Double checking both your own and your opponent's discard pile. Yeah, take the knockout on the active, lose 2 energy, not being able to attack afterwards. Well, I mean, is there anything out of the prizes that we could get? I think there was another energy switch. Doesn't really help.
Energy switch, Noctowl, Pheasantipity. They're all cards that would have been really good this turn.
You're playing the Radiant Charizard. However, the problem is that your bench is currently full. Right?
And if you give up a KO, unless it's, there's no way James is giving you a bench space at this point. James has been playing this game for too long. He's too good at the game. He is not liberating a bench space for you without winning the game.
Absolutely. So you had to play them both down to get the Grass Energies into play, but you locked yourself out of a potential Radiant Charizard because discard the 2 Grass Energy would be born in play, energy switch your Fire Energy onto Charizard, and then you would have another attack ready. The problem is your bench is full.
Yeah, and that is a gigantic problem. Yeah, I mean, look, the taking the 2 prizes here really isn't an issue, and it's the following prizes, and we're retreating into Cleffa. I don't like this for Nina. I feel like doing this is probably going to end up losing you the game. One of the reasons I like taking a KO is at least you make James have an energy and an energy switch, and I know he's got 3 in the discard pile. So he would have to have his final energy switch and an energy in order to attack next turn if you take the KO. but Nina can't attack if it literally leaves her unable to attack for the rest of the game.
That's true, and Clef at least lets you draw up to 7 cards. There's the Super Rod that gives you energies back, an energy switch, and the Earthen Vessel. They're all the pieces you would need. Get the energy back in your deck. Earthen Vessel gets them out. You would have even more energies available next turn. The question is...
And she's actually just drawn into the Giratina, and she only plays 1 in her list. So the Giratina actually hasn't hit the discard yet. That wasn't an option as an attack, even if she thought she had enough energy, and it really does feel like the game has swung back to James here.
But I think I see Professor's research in hand. That would also mean that you don't have a gusting effect with the boss because the Prime Catcher is already in your discard pile.
Oh, so, this could...
Wait, he's down to 2 prizes. Trifrost will just take out...
Trifrost will win the game, yes. Trifrost will take out the Cleffa and the Hoot Toot. They will be James' final 2 prizes.
So we need a grass energy for game here, right?
I think we need a grass energy for game here, Barish. No.
Fire.
Yes, there we go. Trifrost onto the Cleffa and the Hoot Toot, and that will be game 1 for James. This is why I said on the previous turn, James was winning that turn. There was just too many. He could have hit his last energy switch, and that also would have been the game. He was too close. Nina had that 1 turn, and she was so close. Here we see a little bit of a replay here, and we see that there in game 1, we actually had Nina take the first prizes with her Teal Mask Ogerpon.
Yeah, and most interestingly enough, she took the top 2 prize instead of the bottom 2, and the bottom 2 were Fezandipity and Noctowl.
Yeah, that's
obviously is a random order, and like Nina had no idea, but like if she was taken from the bottom, that would have completely changed the outcome of the game, and James was able to take knockout after knockout, and eventually with that Triforce closing that game. We said how crucial that Triforce can be, especially towards the end of the game, because you have this high energy cost of, or have the effect of like having to discard all your energies, and we see here towards the end of the game it doesn't matter anymore because you take the win at that point.
Yeah, James takes game 1. Nina on the ropes here, needs to win game 2 and game 3 to carry on into the top 8 of the Lille Regional Championships. Of course, she had a phenomenal finish a couple of weeks ago in Dortmund, finishing 18th. She will finish at least 9th place in Lille here, and I'm sorry, but I need someone to show me if we can find a better player who has done, better in their first 2 regionals in the Masters division, aging up and having those 2 results back-to-back. If anyone out there can give me a player who's done better in their first 2 Masters regionals, I would love to know who that is. Right now, we see both players drawing up their cards for game 2. The good news is Nina gets to go first. The bad news is if there is a game 3, James will be going first.
Yeah, at least we see a good opening hand here with the Rage Drago and the Teal Mask both ready. That's the grass energy, gives you more access as well. So it's a better setup. It's like you go first and you actually get to go first, if that makes sense. So putting down the prizes, let's have a look at what is priced for both of these players. Nina has 2 grass energy, 1 energy switch.
And the only Kyurem.
And the only Kyurem, correct. I couldn't quite catch the prize from James, but we're already jumping into the next game, so let's look into that. A nest ball being played. We already have 2 of the most crucial pieces of the puzzle on the board here. And Nina, once again, a very quick deck search going through the cards.
And it looks like we are just having a look at which cards are there. We see the Noctowl. She is about to find out that, unfortunately, that Kyurem is prized, which... Like I say, there is an option here for just try and get 2 quick Trifrost to try and win the game. That is no longer an option. And in the late game, well, we saw it in the top of the... She did take from the top of the prizes last time, so maybe that will be an option. Certainly, Dragapult is your general attack here. And we saw in the end of that game, both players running very low on energy and very low on options in that regard. It's one of the reasons why Dragapult is so good. It doesn't make you discard or lost zone energy, whereas things like Kyurem and Giratina do.
Yeah, that's another reason why attacking with Ogerpon Teal Mask is so inefficient, because it costs so much energy, and once it gets knocked out, they're all gone, and you kind of lose both a Pokemon that helps accelerate energies and the energies are gone. And there was like, I think, 4 or 5 energy on Nina's Ogerpon Teal Mask in the last game, and they were all just hitting the discard pile, and that's quite a lot of energies gone and not being used by the Rage Drago. One interesting part is you might be thinking, hey, surely Nina knew that her Noctowl was prized, so why did she bench the Hoot Hoot? And sometimes benching a Pokemon and letting your opponent believe that you have the option can be so crucial, and threw them off or have them to go for other game plans that they didn't expect. And I think there was a Prime Catcher to get the Hoot Hoot.
Yep, Prime Catcher to bring the Hutu active. If you think you've got a way to KO this, I don't mind this too much. To be fair, Hutu does not have free retreat, so what you're saying to Nina is, you know, you need a switching option, and you need an energy, and you need an energy, and you need an energy switch. And Regidrago decks, they don't play many switching cards. Nina's playing one copy of Switch, one copy of Prime Catcher, that's it. So Jane's basically saying, I know this deck as well as you do. I don't want you to have the first attack. I am willing to give up my Prime Catcher to try and make sure you don't. And of course, remember, sometimes if you don't need other stuff desperately, you can get it back with your V-Star power.
Absolutely, and it might also be a case where he doesn't quite like his opening hand and might have to discard it with either Research or maybe a Squawkabilly. So you might say, before I discard my Prime Catcher, I might as well use it on a Hoothoot, even though that might not look like the most efficient, but you've perfectly explained how that just requires him one extra piece, or her more so, in the next turn. Yeah, I'm really interested. There's a Nest Ball for the Regidrago. Ogerpon Teal Mask in hand. Fire Energy attached and a Professor's Research. There we go.
Yeah, so you're right. That Prime Catcher wasn't staying around anyway. Got a decent amount of use out of it. Not perfect, but it can always come back. We got Pheasantipity in hand, which can always be fun. We got another Regidrago. We got Earthen Vessel to go and grab a Grass Energy. We know we like this Grass Energy in this deck.
I guess because there's already one Fire Energy in play, there's no reason to grab the classic combo of Fire and Grass in your first turn. Fire already attached, get 2 Grass, you can attach 1 this turn, and you already have a second one to use that in the next turn for any of your targets. So that is great. Earthen Vessel, just such a stable card and gives you so much flexibility in almost any deck at the moment.
Yeah, it really does. We attach to Teal Mask, we get to draw an extra card.
And it looks like the turn is not quite over yet. There's an Ultra Ball being played. Pheasantipity and Fire Energy hitting the discard pile. Let's see if that is a Squawkabilly to extend your turn even further, or if you get a second, or it's actually the Cleffer. So potentially retreating the Mew and attacking with the Cleffer to draw up to 7 cards. Set yourself up perfectly for the next turn, especially with how low the hand card is at the moment. Love the hand shuffles from the players, which gives us, typically from the right angle, a perfect view of what they currently have in hand. Drawing up to 7 cards and giving over to Nina. Let's see what Nina can do out of this turn. I think I see the Prime Catcher to reverse the play.
We do have that Prime Catcher, so the real question here for Nina is, can she set up an attacking Regidrago? There's a V-Star. You need Fire Energy, Energy Switch. Those 2 cards will be perfect. Knocked Owl is actually on board right now, and I'm not saying this is the perfect time to use it, but I am saying basically from now until the end of the game, or when Hoot gets knocked out or evolves, it is an option. Oh, I love that. That artwork of Regidrago. That's a little Lugia hiding near the top of that card. The other deck that's doing very well this weekend. So, you know, loving the bling there on Nina's deck.
Absolutely. Getting a second Regidrago on the bench here to make sure that in following turns, I still have the option to evolve. Depending on when you use your V-Star ability, having just a V-Star in play is great. And I think we'll see, okay, Temple of Sinnoh, not really coming into effect here because there's no special energies, but this is another, like, part of fitting out your deck. I don't want this back in my deck. I might as well play it. Not that it really matters, but it's out there.
Yeah, this card's not doing anything for me. I want rid of it. We bring up a Teal Mask Ogerpon into the active. We play a Professor's Research for a new hand of 7 cards. Bunch of supporters, 1 Grass Energy, no Fire Energy that I saw initially.
Nope, no Fire Energy either. So, but we have the Ultra Ball. We have the Noctowl ready, and that could get us out an Earthen Vessel for 2 energies. Is that correct?
It is correct. She does play 3 copies of Earthen Vessel, so that is absolutely an option. And then it would get any other trainer she wanted as well. Would potentially get the Energy Switch. So there is the Noctowl. I'm assuming Earthen Vessel Energy Switch, unless she has Energy Switch in hand already.
I don't think I saw that active in hand, so yeah, that's the perfect combination. She would have to discard 1 of her hand cards to activate that Earthen Vessel. It's actually an Ultra Ball she's eyeing. Grass Energy, no, I don't see an Energy Switch. What could a second Ultra Ball, or what could an Ultra Ball get here? I guess you could discard your hand even further and then get a Mew potentially.
You could.
Restart for free, but I think Earthen Vessel into Energy Switch, and that's what we're seeing here right now.
That makes a lot more sense. They're the 2 cards I'm expecting to see here, because they're the 2 cards that allow Nina to get an attack off. Now, I'm telling you right now, Barris, this is a situation where I actually would love to try Frost, because KOing a Teal Mask Ogerpon is sneaky super annoying. because you basically have to use Giratina's attack, which I don't love doing. I would much rather Trifrost here. The Mew is then almost KO'd. The Teal'c Ogapon is almost KO'd. The Cleffa is KO'd, and then both the Regidrago have to evolve, or you can literally win next turn with enough energy, bits, and pieces. But of course, Kyurem is prized. That is not an option. It will not be happening. There's the energy switch. There's the V-Star power. So we're going to discard the top 7 cards of our deck and get any 2 cards from our discard pile back into our hand.
My question right now is which Dragon Pokemon have hit the discard pile so far? And I don't think I see any. I mean, there's a Regidrago V, but that's not really helpful.
No, and that is...
there was the Giratina, of course, but that is heavy on price cost with like 2 energy that you would have to discard.
Lost Zone even.
Yep.
So it's yeah, you're right. And that may be why she went for the earlier V-Star power here, hoping to hit some of those dragon Pokemon. So we do just see there that it is the Giratina attack. It had to be. You've got to take those prizes. But yeah, unfortunately, no other options available. But you still do get the first 2 prize KO, and that is huge in the mirror match.
Absolutely. Going ahead here, taking the first 2 prizes, saying, hey, James, if you don't start taking prizes, I have the first 2 already in hand here, and I will keep trying to go for the second one. I mean, there might have been a reason why she was eyeing at the Ultra Ball earlier from that Noctowl, because it would have allowed to get you a Dragon Pokemon that you can then discard with your Earthen Vessel. However, you would then be missing the energy switch and not be able to attack in the first place. So
well,
I think
it would have forced you to get the energy switch off the V-Star power, and you don't really want to go in, because then let's say you discard 3 of them out of the top 7 cards. Well, then all of a sudden you're really, you get 2 of them back, but then you can't get any other card in your discard, and you don't want to have to get a particular card like that.
Let's see what we get out of this V-Star power. We were just talking about it, and James was like, hey, I have my own V-Star power to use as well. 7 cards hitting the discard pile as Super Rod. So I guess he didn't quite like what has hit the discard pile at this point. I see 2 Ogapon. You might want to get some of them back into play, and I see quite a lot of energy there as well. So double Super Rod. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's this is generally not what you're hoping for when you use that V-Star power. You get your Regidrago, use your Legacy Star. You are hoping for, I'm going to get a second. Use the Prime Catcher. I'm going to get a 5th energy switch. It is not generally what you're looking for here, but look, if that's what you need to do, that's what you need to do. So the good news is we do have the Ogapon, the Pheasant Dipty, the basic grass energy. These are cards you are going to need.
Yeah, there's some of the tools, and I think this is the story of the game so far from James. At least he has won the first game, absolutely correct, but both his V-Star powers came down to taking cards that you wouldn't usually want to use there. So even here, the Super Rod, the double Super Rod is typically not a classic V-Star combination you would get out of your discard pile. And Nina's like, oh, let me have a look what is actually in your discard pile. What was that Super Rod about? And yeah, you see the remaining energy and the remaining Pokemon. Yeah, through the combination of Super Rod and the Nest Ball, you get at least 1 of your Ogapon Teal'c back into play. And of course, looking at the board state from James at the moment, he only has 1 Fire Energy attached, so he would need 2 Ogapon, or at least I think the Fire Energy was already there at the beginning of the turn. He didn't attach for turn yet. So yes, he would need 1 Ogapon, 1 Energy Switch, and 1 extra Grass Energy in hand.
Yeah, and he does have an energy switch in hand, I believe. So we get an Ultra Ball coming down here. That is going to go and grab a Giratina, which, of course, is going to hit the discard. And right now, that is the attacker that you want, because it's not just taking 2 prizes and keeping up with the prize race. Nina just lost 2 energy for using her own attack. But if you can get rid of the fire as well, then that forces Nina to completely reset. Fire, 2 grass, another Teal'c, 2 energy switch, really saying you've got to have the maximum possible combo. So, oh, Radiant Charizard apparently was in the... No, it's in the...
It's in the discard
pile. Yeah, it was
pile
in the discard, so you really want to get that back as well, because that is a great way to take those last couple of prizes off a Teal'c Ogapon or something like that.
Yeah, we haven't really talked about the Radiant Charizard too much here. Its ability basically allows you to attack up to, down to 1 fire energy if your opponent has taken 4 or more prize cuts already. So that can be huge towards the end of the game when your opponent has taken 2 knockouts, 4 prizes, and you can attach a single fire energy and get 250 damage with Combustion Blast. That is huge finisher, as you've just mentioned.
Yeah, it really does help nice with those last couple of prizes. Here comes a Regidrago into the active with the requisite energy. And of course, with Giratina having hit the discard pile, we know what's happening here. 280 damage, lost zone 2 energy attached to your Pokemon, and Regidrago goes down. Good news for Nina, she has a Regidrago V. That's the only thing she couldn't get this turn, but she needs a V-Star. Fire Energy, Grass Energy, second Teal'c Ogerpon, second Grass Energy, 2 energy switch. Possible.
Absolutely possible. Awkward for sure. I see 3 or 2 more Grass Energy in hand. One is already attached. Of course, you can't attach Grass Energy for turn because you then won't have an option to get the Fire Energy. Because the only way you can get extra energies is through the Ogerpon. Ogerpon only accepts Grass Energies as a tribute, I might want to say here. But yeah, so the Cologne won't really make an impact here either, taking away the ability, but that doesn't come into effect. So the question is, discarding 2 more Grass Energies and an energy switch apparently in hand here as well, if you want to use that research. Looks like, yeah, Prime Catcher as well. That's not really a card, but it is being used. So let's see what has been targeted here and what you actually switch into yourself, because, well, it's going to be difficult to go back into your Regidrago if you don't have another pivoting tool like a switch, for example.
It depends if you think you're getting an attack off. If you don't think you're getting an attack off, you can put the Knockdown active and just be like, you know what? I saw you use your Prime Catcher. I saw you not take it back with your V-Star power. And I know you only play 1 or 2 bosses orders, 2 here. So I'm liking my chances. And essentially, Nina might be going for a reset turn here. Having to use 2 energy switch every turn to set up an attacker is not sustainable. Okay, and now that we've had a Grass Energy attached to it, oh no, that was an energy switch. Okay.
Energy switch from the Ogerpon to the Regidrago here. So 1 part's already done. We still need a second Ogerpon. There's a Super Rod that isn't really helpful, and a
that is. You got Super Rod, and you got Jamming Tower, Radiant, Charizard, and Squawkabilly. Not a hand of cards that are going to do much for you at this point in the game, Barish. So yeah. I do think this might end up being a bit of a reset turn here. We do get the Super Rod being played, but with the V-Star power having already been used and the Grass Energy attached, it does feel like, well, no Fire Energy ready to go, I mean. It does feel like maybe, look, next turn you at least only need 1 energy switch.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And I feel like Lost Impact actually has such a huge impact in this game because both players had to use it, had to discard, or even lost zone 2 energies here. So they were both in an awkward situation where their Regidrago V-Star is only left with 1 energy. Interestingly enough, James has chosen to keep the Grass Energy and discard the Fire.
He has indeed. Fire Energy is in the lost zone from that Giratina's attack. And I think what you're saying to me is the impact of Giratina's attack was not lost on you. Nailed it. So we do see an Ultra Ball coming down here, getting rid of Pheasantipity, actually, and Teal'c Ogerpon to go and... What are we going to be... Is it? Okay, to go and grab a Hoot. That gives an option for Knockdown next turn. And we're kind of in that awkward situation where both players have used quite a lot of resources, taken 1 KO each, and now they're sitting around being like, well, I don't have what I need right now.
Yeah, it's really difficult. And also, whoever takes the next knockout, especially, I mean, Nina's currently very vulnerable here with the single lone Regidrago V on the bench. If that goes down, she has no option to evolve anytime soon, and that would throw her really back in this game. So James, however, would have to pull off a miracle here. I don't think, I mean, it's a statement here at the moment with the extra Hoot. Yeah, just passing over back to Nina.
Yeah, with Hoot having just been benched, Pheasantipity in the discard pile, and James has played both his Super Rods, so that Pheasantipty's done. Like, I'm pretty sure that Pheasantipity is not coming back anytime soon, by which I mean for the rest of this game. So it left James with limited draw options, so could not mount an attack. And now we're back to Nina, and the question is, what can you do? And again, you see Teal'c Ogerpon in the active, because that's a really annoying Pokemon to KO. Forces you to use the Giratina attack, and look, you don't mind using Giratina's attack to KO a Regidrago V-Star.
Did you see that turn? It was a single Ultra Ball, grabbed the Pheasantipity, empty hand, nothing else to do, and it's just back and forth here at this point. Draw a card as the Regidrago can't use, and back, and it's going back and forth quite literally. Okay, you got 2 energies now.
While you were talking there, Nina and James had 2 turns each. And now Nina's into another turn. And that wasn't a comment on you, sir. Yeah. You were not talking for very long. They were incredibly quick turns.
This gives you 1 extra card off your deck through that Ogerpon. It is a boss's order, but checking the discard pile again. I mean, probably see the fire energy attached and going straight back. What is James looking for before he actually goes back into action? There's an Iono, but do you want to give your opponent 4 cards when they're currently down to a single card?
It's awkward. The problem with Iono is if you hold off for too long, your opponent draws out of it and you have regrets. And I've done that more than once. I'm not playing it, you've drawn nothing, and then they draw a Professor's Research.
There's an Ultra Ball.
Speaking of which, she has drawn a Professor's Research, I believe.
I think so too, yeah. And with the Ultra Ball, you would get the Regidrago V-Star, but you still have a Noctowl kind of locked in the active position. At this point, both have not only used a lot of resources, but also both their V-Star power, so that won't be an option here. I see a switch in, an energy switch and a switch in hand, so that could come in handy, but...
There's the switch.
Yeah, now my question is, why was the fire energy discarded earlier on? But I guess you can always retreat into Cleffa and draw up to 7 cards, and you set yourself up there. That's exactly what we're seeing. Yeah,
James doesn't really want to KO the Noctowl right now because it doesn't help his prize map with no other single prizes on Nina's board, and it would activate Fezandipti to give Nina 3 extra cards. So that is not what you want to do. Here we go. Now, you can now manually attach to the Noctowl and then retreat, because I believe it has a 1 retreat cost. Yes, it does.
Yep.
So you can energy switch, energy onto Noctowl, and then you can actually get an attack roll in here. Problem is, you don't want to KO. Now, the good news is there's at least a Hoot down, so your prize map can then go through like a Noctowl. But ideally here, if you KO the Cleffa, it's 3 damage counters and Dragon Pulse attack, that'll do fine. You don't really want to use an actual attack here, and that's what James is betting on. James is saying, you know what, Nina, I don't think you're going to KO this Cleffa because it doesn't really help you very much.
Yeah, oh, and there's another Professor's Research, an energy switch in hand, and we might actually, I think your play was perfectly fine, attached to the active retreat, but then do you want to take a knockout? At least, the only bear in mind here, James doesn't have a Fezandipiti. It is in the discard pile, not on the bench. Nina earlier was saying, hey, I'm happy to discard my whole hand for a great Ultra Ball and get that Fezandipiti ready. So if you were to take a knockout, I would have extra drawing power there. We see a manual attachment to Regidrago, so a little bit of a slower turn here, and see a boss's order, actually. It was a boss's order all along.
Oh, it was.
So what are we bossing up is the question here. Then we can always... Okay, we can...
Okay, so that means we're not KOing here. If you're going to KO, you go after the one that's got energy attached. So that is just an, okay, yeah, you know what, your turn again. Nina doesn't have the Regidrago V-Star. She still hasn't got the V-Star. I don't believe she's got any access to it right now. So we KO we get rid of the Kyurem, with an Earthen Vessel. We got 30 minutes left, remember, on this top 16, this asymmetrical top cup. We have a much longer, we got 17 minutes, so we're not worried about
actually.
time. Pardon?
75 even though.
5 minutes.
Yep.
We are not worried about time here. We got plenty of time to finish out of game 3. We are going to have an actual result here. The question is, we've reached a real stalemate in this game. Who's going to break it?
Yeah, exactly. We see the Earthen Vessel for the infamous grass-fire combination. Fire probably hitting one of the Regidragos, but before all that, you always want to attach your grass to Ogerpon first to get an extra card off the deck, which might enable even more options. So let's see the top deck here off that Ogerpon. It is
Radiant Charizard, which... yeah, it's way too expensive right now. It'd be a great option for taking out, say, the Noctowl, but not at this point in the game. Speaking of Noctowl, James plays Noctowl, goes to search out any 2 cards. He's only got 6 cards left in his deck, you know.
Yeah, it's very thin. We talked about the stalemate or currently like standing out each other, and I mean, you don't have to, especially with these...
he's only literally got 2 trainers in his deck. The only other option was Nestball. Carry on.
Yeah, sorry, I was going to say, like, with how fast these decks are running through their resources, it's not uncommon that you suddenly only have 5 cards left in your deck, and still 4 prizes to take.
Right, so there's a fire energy. Double energy switch. Oh, it's happening now, Barish. We're getting an attack. It is going to happen.
Do we have a Gusto as well? Something to pull another active Pokemon, because you might not want to take the knockout on the Noctowl, but I think that's the only option we have.
The only good news here is if you do set the KO on the Noctowl, there we go. It is a boss's order onto the Regidrago, which is absolutely huge, because now we can KO all of the energy. We KO the only Regidrago. There will be no V-Star next turn. That is the only really good attacker to which Nina had access. She's lost her Regidrago. She's lost her energy. And this is a very bad position for Nina to come back from here. And she's having a look through James's discard, but I feel like we've just seen the pivotal moment in the game here, Barish.
Absolutely, that might be one of the plays we'll see in the replays if this might be the last game here, but absolutely crucial. Nina was maybe waiting just a little bit too long here, and James is very comfortable in the stalemate position. With the Noctowl ready, you can just search out any 2 trainers, and like if the boss wasn't in deck, then it was in hand, and this late in game, if you have 2 more trainers, you can exactly get the puzzle of double energy switch. And now, even with the Serendipity, it's really hard to come back. You have no Drago Vista, and I don't think the Ogerpon Mask will get anywhere close to enough energy to take a knockout here.
No, you need, unfortunately, 9 combined energy. There's 2 on Regidrago. You would need 7. That is not happening. And the thing is, James has set up his board perfectly here. James just needs a grass energy. Literally a grass energy. If there's a single prizer in the active, he will need to get some gusting going on. But if there's a single prizer in the active, he can even just use Dragapulse attack to, you know, preserve the energy. And I just don't think Nina, essentially, if she puts the Teal Mask Ogerpon active, she will lose. If she doesn't, then James just keeps rolling along.
I think the switch was never actually used. James is very happy to just put another Regidrago Vista. We'll pull a card, and I think...
Do we have grass energy? We do. That's the wrong Pokemon, though. Are we attaching to the active here? Could we double energy switch?
I mean, there's another fire energy. We can maybe buy another turn. I think Nina's only option here is to make sure that James is running out of deck cards. So, yeah, there's 1 attachment and pass over. Yeah, I
kind of like what James is doing here. James is saying, look, I don't care. I will set up very slowly my next Regidrago V-Star because I know how out of options you are. So energy switch with the boss's orders, which we know is in hand, will win the game here. Or switch in an energy. There's an energy. And I think James is just going to pass again here and go, okay, you tried gusting up Regidrago. That didn't work. Now what?
Yeah, I think I just want to see if the last card is a grass energy, so it's only a matter of next turn. If there's a pass, then there's another grass energy for turn back-to-back here for James to win. I think what has been one of the first times we feature a player back-to-back on stream here, not only in the last Swiss run, but also in Top Cut here. And I think it's only a matter of time until Nina has to see no options left, no other gust option left, I believe, in deck. And it's going to be a pass over, and that's going to be James's big turn here.
Yeah, there's an energy switch onto the Noctowl. We have to go. Oh, we could. Okay, that's game, because now we can just attach a grass energy to the active Regidrago. Boss's orders onto either of the bench Pokemon. There is the fist pump, and James Cox will be heading into the top 8 of the Lille Regional Championships. Back-to-back wins on stream. Neither of them were easy, but James has managed to pull them off, heading into the top 8 proper. Commiserations to Nina, who has exactly halved her result. We had an 18th place finish in Dortmund, a 9th place finish in Lille. I look forward to seeing her come 4.5 in Gdansk.
Yeah, it's going to be a top 4. I mean, it's a progress for sure, and I love to see those young players. She was top 16 in the European standings going into this tournament, and top 9, top 16 more so, gets you another 160 points on the board, and that's huge into the long season.
Yeah, that is going to be good. What else is going to be good? A replay. Let's have a gander at what happened in that game. So we go back to game 1 here, and of course we had the Nina attacking with Teal Mask Ogerpon, but then her own Teal Mask Ogerpon went down to Teal Mask Ogerpon. But we see a big KO with James here, KOing Regidrago with Regidrago. Bit of a theme there for James. But then we get here to the end of the game, and we see we've got an energy, and we've got Kyurem actually taking the big win in game 1.
Yeah, it was in both cases sniping down damages. The first one was a Triforce, and here was the boss and grass energy to clean out the game. I mean, we saw the Regidrago. It was a stalemate situation. Nina was just waiting one more turn to set up perfectly, but it was just too late. The gust, the boss, KOing the Regidrago V before it could evolve was just too much to come back from.
Unfortunately, it was not to be. James, I mean, both players played that really, really well. We saw a lot of options, but in that second game, we hit that stalemate where both players were drawing suboptimally, I think might be the way to put it. And unfortunately for Nina, James was able to navigate around that just a little bit better. Nina never got the V-star. The V got KO'd because James got just enough pieces together. And as soon as that Regidrago V went down, that was the game. We had a few more turns after, but James was just not going to lose from that situation.
Absolutely, and I think one great adaptation, I've mentioned it very early on, is the Noctowl in those Regidrago V-Star decks. It is running the Ogre Pawn, it is a Terra Pokemon, gives you access to Jewel Seeker, and we've just seen in this game specifically, Nina was missing the Noctowl because it was priced.
Yes.
And then in the second game, or in the third game more so, second game, excuse me, James actually got the Noctowl in play, got the remaining trainer cards needed, energy switch, boss had everything ready, and just closed out the game.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Nina's prizes really let her down in game one. The Noctowl prize, the Pheasantipity prize, 2 energy switch prize. And then I'm not saying the Kyurem in game 2 would have been the option. I'm not saying it would have won a game. But I am saying that that was one strategy she could have chosen to employ. Like I said, I think it was Isaiah Bradner we saw do this at Worlds, you know, just doing that twice in a mirror match to win the game. She never had that option. It was never available to her. And that's a little bit of a problem. You know, both games, she was a little let down by her prizes. And let's be honest, this is what Regidrago does. 1 Giratina, 1 Kyurem, 1 Noctowl, 1 Hoottoot, 1 Radiant Charizard, 1 Pheasantipity, 1 Mew. If you keep playing all of those one-offs sooner or later,
they will be priced.
Yeah, you are going to have to navigate some prizes. So, yes, Nina did have some unfortunate prizes, but Regidrago is a deck that can lead its way there by playing so many one-offs.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes picking up those early knockouts will give you access to those cards in the prizes. We have seen that Nina was rather unlucky with the way the prizes were playing in her cards, so didn't really help out there. But yeah, sometimes it just doesn't work out. Nonetheless, amazing accomplishment, bringing from 18th in Dortmund to 9th here in Lille. And it's slowly but steady. She's improving and getting more and more results. 160 CP on the board. I think that brings her to 480. That is already a huge accomplishment this early in the season, and she's definitely making a name for herself for this top 125 race.
Yeah, I mean, the top 125 players are going to get that invite through the European region. End of the season, we look at the, you know, we get a big print. I'm assuming what happens is somebody prints out a list of the top 125 players, you know, 100 whatever, gets a ruler and a big black marker and just draws a big line under 125. Everyone above the line gets their Worlds invite. Everyone below misses out. If you can get a top 32 and a top 16 at the first 2 regionals of the year, it's a good start.
Yeah, the only way to prevent that line deciding whether you qualify or not is by winning the event. Yes. And we'll have one more player this weekend join the elite club of regional champions who will automatically qualify for Worlds. So I'm really excited to see who, now that we have our 8 players, our 8 decks, I'm really excited to see the graphic to show you which 8 decks actually made it into the top 8, which variety we have here. And if after these double Regidrago wins on stream, we might feature some other decks and show you more variety and see who takes it all the way to the final.
Or maybe we put James Cox on stream again in top 8. Have James on stream for the entire rest of the event.
That would be an option for sure as well. But there's, I mean, one storyline that we have brought up over the weekend is the last 2 regionals have gone to players from abroad.
Yes.
Dortmund just recently was won by a Japanese player rookie, right? Stockholm Regionals last season was won by an American player. Yep. It would only make sense if the next foreign player would be from a different region, so to say Australia.
I mean, having a player from the Oceania region winning our regional would continue the stream. We'll have to see how that figures out as we go through. Right now, however, well, we have a lovely caster on the team, Amy. She's not casting this weekend, but she is here this weekend, and we miss Amy. So why don't we go and have a chat with Amy and Freya?
Thank you, Ross. Yes, why don't we have a chat with Amy? How are you doing, Amy? No stranger to the stream, of course.
Not at all. I'm having a great day, honestly. Yesterday was one of my worst events ever in regards to record. No. But honestly, I had so much fun because I just picked a deck that I knew I was going to have fun with.
Yeah. So I heard you were Clorf Gaming, weren't you, yesterday?
I was Clorfing around, and I was Clorfing around today too, and the card play did much better. So having a fantastic day today.
Much better? How better?
Went 5-3, so I'm really, really close. So I started started on a really hot run, so I wish I could have gone further, but honestly, I'm just happy that Clorf got results today.
Yeah, I mean, Clorf has done very, very well. We were talking on the stream about how a lot of people probably picked. In fact, I even mentioned the conversation that we had earlier about really preying on the Raging Bolts. That was your main reasoning behind it, right?
Oh, yeah. That and like the early donk potential was huge. Just being able to know that in a best of 3 format, like if you do kind of not have a great game in like game 1, game 2, you can come back sometimes really quickly and you can finalize a game 3.
Absolutely, you can. Now, we're here in front of a very excited Pokemon Go crowd. As you can see, the Go stream is fully live up and running, getting very close to the climax here. But, you know, the local scene, I think it's a really good idea to talk with you about this because you are a league leader, aren't you, Amy?
I am, yeah. I've been running Pokemon League for a lot of years now, and we've come strength from strength, even during some home time that we had earlier years ago. We were managed to grow the Pokemon League even online, and everyone is now kind of super with really great numbers.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm fairly sure your league is one of the biggest in the whole of the UK, right? I mean, it's a lot of attendance. We've been talking a lot on the stream, where we have like the new bumper, right, where we show what it's like to play in a local league. So for someone who's thinking about attending their first league, I don't know if advice is the right word, but like, what would you say is like words of encouragement to tell them to come and join in on the fun?
Well, first of all, go on the Pokemon.com league locator to look at what your local league kind of looks like, where they're located, and honestly, a lot of the time you can find those leagues on social media as well, so you can get chatting to some of the league members before you even start. And then once you feel confident and comfortable, best thing is just to go along to their league night. You know, it's generally a relaxing atmosphere. Like, no one's going to be super crazy competitive on a league night. They might be practicing for some regional events coming up, but even so, speaking from the heart, I know that I've found my place, and every Pokemon League I've ever been to has been absolutely the most welcoming, lovely bunch.
Yeah, for sure. And last but certainly not least, we know that your partner even is in Top Cut, so I assume you'll be cheering big time for him.
Oh, hugely, yeah. It's super exciting. The fact that I was doing well in the Cup for a while, I was kind of 5-1 at one point, was just made me ecstatic.
I bet.
Knowing that he was doing well in the main event and I was doing good on sides.
Yeah, maybe we'll shoot you guys at home to Amy Cam 2.0 as well after having it the last time. But yeah, Amy, thank you so much for your time. Wonderful as always to speak with you. Let's throw it back to the casters.
We will take that throw, Freya. Thank you very much. Now, Barris, we've had some fun right now. We just had a good game. I feel like we're kind of getting a good partnership going on. I want to ruin that with an argument. I want to argue
not again
about the best Terra Pokemon in the format right now.
Let's look at the bracket, shall we?
Let's get the bracket up. I'm going to need some help from all you lovely people at home. Because, look, Galvantula took down Dragapult. That was awesome. I'm going to need your help, because right now, Galvantula is up against Charizard, and I think we can do it again. I'm taking Galvantula here. I don't want to argue Charizard. I think I gave a pretty good argument for Galvantula. I am running it back. And, you know, Barish is going to tell you why Charizard should win, and you're going to ignore him, and you're going to vote for Galvantula.
All right, then. Shall I start here?
You can start. I'm going to count you in. 3, 2, 1, Charizard!
All right, Chad, listen, I need you once more. I'm currently 1-1 against Russ. Last run was a little bit easier with the Terrapagos, but now Charizard is facing Galvantula, and I need your help. Charizard, fan favorite. If you have played Red and Blue, if that was your first game, you might have picked Charmander, evolved it all the way, and that might have been your favorite Pokemon of the first generation. It's a fan favorite all along. It comes back in every single format I've seen. It comes back, clinches back those very important cards, and gets you Infernal Rain, free energy from your discard pile from your
Done! Deck. There we go.
Okay.
I appreciate you not being the kind of person that tries to shout your last point over me when I've already said done. That is a mark of your...
I play by the rules. Charizard hopefully has my back and has enough going for itself, but...
I respect you for that. Right, now I'm going to tell you why you're wrong. Right, count me in, Barish. I'm going to tell you all about Galvantula.
Chat, let's give him 3, 2, 1.
Item cards are very good, and your deck doesn't work without item cards. Galvantula turns off your item cards. It's got a really nice 2-energy attack, does 220 to a V or an EX, but mostly it stops you playing item cards. Yes, Charizard's had some success. It has fallen off. It was overrated. Galvantula has the most potential of about any card in the format right now. Look to the future. Be the person that saw it early. Galvantula, no items. You win the game. Get there early. Seriously, do not underestimate the Spider.
Ross, I have to say, if I ever get in trouble, I want you defending myself. You will be the first person I will call. You will have to make my case. That was amazing, but I think bugs don't stand a chance against fire Pokemon.
Fun fact, I actually did do a degree in law, and I was a professional law teacher for 13 years until I quit to do this. I was very, very almost an actual lawyer. Now, remember, if you're making this vote, you need to do so on Twitch, not on YouTube. Watch on YouTube, we like YouTube, but you vote on Twitch. Open your phone, your laptop, your tablet, whatever it might be, go and put your vote in on Twitch, and then go back to YouTube. We like YouTube. But you have to vote on Twitch. Get your votes in. While they're voting, Barish, I have a question for you.
Sure, go ahead.
How many pet tarantulas do you think I have in my house to the nearest 10?
To the nearest 10?
To the nearest 10.
Let's say you have 17, so I'll say 20.
I have about 40.
Tarantulas.
I have around 40 pet tarantulas in my house, plus about 20 snakes, if anybody's interested. We have a reptile room in my house, and some people, when they visit my house, don't want to go in the room with the 20 snakes and 40 spiders and a bunch of other reptiles. And frankly, I can understand that. It's why I'm so happy arguing in favor of Galvantula. I'd take a Galvantula into my house.
Oh, absolutely. I'm happy for you to defend me, but I think I will stay away from that invite you spoke on earlier, and I might not be coming over to see any of these tarantulas. Make sure to get your votes in. Don't let yourself be distracted by this amazing defense, because I think the case is very clear. Might be a worse defendant here, but Charizard is the winner in my eyes, and I think in your hearts as well.
I mean, everyone loves Charizard. We need to give more love to Galvantula. Do you know the smallest Pokemon? The physically smallest Pokemon?
It's got to be Nightmarch user. What's the little spider called?
Joltik.
Joltik? Is it Joltik?
It is Joltik. It's the smallest Pokemon, and it evolves into Galvantula. Let's have a look at the results and see if Galvantula has done it again. It's done it again! 58% over Charizard. It is all about Galvantula this weekend. I'm going to find somewhere I can pick up a special illustration rare Galvantula. This is wonderful. I'm so excited, Barish. I can't even talk anymore. Let's just go to a break.
is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで諦められない。 While your passion is the fire, always lighting up a path, it's the greatest you will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
The nail biters are now coming. We are very soon kicking off with top 8 action here at the Lille Regional Championships for the Pokemon trading card game for the 2025 season. I'm Freya Pierce. I am joined by the inimitable Shane Burton. Shay, how are you doing?
Wow, I've never been called, what was that word again?
Inimitable, like no one can copy you.
Okay, well, I'll take that. Yeah, that's what we like to see. But yeah, I'm feeling very excited, right? We're getting towards the nail, as you said, nail biting time now. Top 8 coming soon, top 4, and then we'll have the fun. Here's how the bracket has been shaping out here. So this is how our top 8 actually is panning out. Right, so we've got James Cock versus Kywin Kababe on the top, the sort of Australian showdown.
Aussie showdown, absolutely.
We've got Alberto Conti, fantastic friend of mine, versus Ethan, who's also a friend of mine. Joshua Vanelva-Shelder, a very popular content creator, versus Clement. And then at the bottom, we've got Anthony versus Roan.
Oh, yeah, what a phenomenal top 8 as always. And like, every single time I see in these top 8 brackets that, yeah, it's always the mix, right? It's always, yeah, some new players coming in, but players like Joshua, who's been playing for such a long time, still making good results. And speaking of him,
Joshua,
there he is!
You shall receive. We got Joshua Vanelva-Shelder on the right.
Only Zapdos TCG.
Yep. Versus Clement there on the left. Let's go, Clement. Let's see. Currently hasn't had any big finishes yet, but you know what? Having a top 8 as your first one, and that's the bare minimum. It could be a top 4, could be a final, could be champion, but on the right, Joshua will be able to try and stop that from happening. 2024 World Top 32, EUYC Top 32, Liverpool Regional Top 16, and Dortmund Regional Top 32 as well.
Yeah, an absolutely fantastic player. Has been playing for a very, very long time. I think longer even than both of us. Like, Joshua's been playing for a very, very long time indeed, and that experience paying off in spades, and very much a contrasting showdown, right, of the veteran experience versus, you know, the up-and-coming, perhaps the underdog here in Clement, but going to be wanting to put his name out there as a future contender for multiple championships. As you see, the prizes there coming out, and the one Dragon Ball prize in Pidgeot for Clement, and we do see the prizes for Joshua aren't too bad. It's, as you see, it is Dragon Ball versus Lugia, and both players will have workable prizes. But we are kicking off the top 8 here with Joshua. Both players with really not ideal starts, actually. We have Lucia against Luminion V.
Yeah, so Joshua, after a lot of mulligans there, looks like that hand's looking pretty big.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Yeah, starting off after the capturing aroma, flipping tail. That means you can find an evolution Pokemon, which is what he really wants to. Sorry, a basic Pokemon, I should say. So yeah, let's take a look at Joshua's deck playing the Lugia V-Star Archetype. I love this deck, really fun. So Joshua has a couple mini games he wants to do. He needs to get some Archeops in his hand and then into the discard pile as soon as possible. Why is that? Because Lugia V-Star Summoning Star V-Star Power lets you grab any 2 colorless non-rule box Pokemon from your discard pile and pop them straight onto your bench. Archeops has the fantastic ability Primal Turbo, lets you attach 2 special energies from your deck to any one of your Pokemon once per turn. However, if you have 2 of them in play, thanks to Summoning Star, you have 4 special energy from your deck you can attach whenever you like, letting Joshua use a multitude of different attackers as and when he wants to.
Yeah, Summoning Star, one of the most powerful abilities maybe ever printed, and able to kind of cheat out those stage 2 Pokemon. Archeops being a stage 2, normally you can't bring it out, you have to put down, what is it, the Plume Fossil, and then evolve it up. But no, with the Lugia, you can just go ahead and bring 2 of them out with that Summoning Star ability. Phenomenal stuff. We do see there the Jet Energy coming in with the Lugia. I think Joshua, seeing what Clement has in the active, feels pretty content with knowing that this isn't going to be like a Raging Bolt that can get a really quick turn 1 knockout. So pretty safe to have Lugia in the active. So just Jet Energy there, and a pass from Joshua with a Lugia down, and a Minchino down for good measure. So a pretty good turn 1.
Yeah, so let's see over to Clement now, who's playing the Dragapult EX archetype, the archetype that won Dortmund Regional just a couple of weeks ago. Freya, why don't you talk to us about that Dragapult EX archetype? What's it going to try and do?
So in some ways, it's a bit of a similar strategy to Regidrago in the sense that you really want to be attacking, like Apex Dragon with the Regidrago V-Star copies the Phantom Dive attack. But in this instance, you are just, you're doing it the old-fashioned way. You're getting your Dreepies down and you're evolving up into that Dragapult to make use of not only the Phantom Dive attack, but of course, that tremendous 320 HP that the Dragapult EX has. So you'd want to be training those Dragapults. That you also have the Pidgeot EX line as a backup engine, kind of similar to how we have in Charizard. It's another stage 2. Once per turn with that quick search ability, you can search your deck for any one card. So you've just got like, it's basically, yeah, this stage 2 setup deck, but you're making full use of Dragapult's HP.
Yeah, and it almost reminds me, as we do see an Ultra Ball being played there, discarding a Counter-Catcher and a Draglock of Charizard EX. Right, these are two cards that actually saw a little bit of play together at the start of the format, Charizard and Dragapult, as we do see that Dreepy coming down. Worth noting, the stage 1 Draglock is actually kind of useful. Has that Recon Directive ability, lets you look at the top 2 cards of your deck once per turn, put one in your hand and one into the bottom. So there is a world in which we do see the Draglock getting value, as we do see an INO being played here as well. So both players shuffling their hand to the bottom of the deck and will both get 6 cards.
Yeah, this is one of the reasons why INO is such a great card. It is, of course, very well known for the fact that it does disrupt your opponent's hand. Of course, the more prize cards that they've taken, the less cards that they draw off of it. But then also in the early game, it can just draw you cards, right? Both players shuffle their hand, put them to the bottom of the deck, and then draw for each prize card they have. So in the early game, it's a draw 6 for you too.
Worth noting, Clement did prize 2 Fire Energy. Does play 3, so 1 is available in the hand now, and can use that Sparkling Crystal to get around that. They're both in the hand though, so if INO comes out of nowhere here, both the Fire Energy outs will be at the bottom of the decks. Interesting thing to keep an eye on, because the Phantom Dive does have an awkward attack cost of 1 fire, 1 Psychic. That Sparkling Crystal is very useful though. A Spec Tool card, when it's attached to a Terra Pokemon, you can reduce, well, you can minus off any energy cost from the attack.
Yeah, to that exact point, Sparkling Crystal was what really pushed Dragapult over the edge, because this isn't a card from the newest set. You know, Dragapult did come out in Twilight Masquerade. It was very hyped going into the Twilight Masquerade format, didn't do as much, but then that Sparkling Crystal came out, and then all of a sudden, you could very easily power up your first Dragapult with 1 energy attachment and that Sparkling Crystal, so it meant you could get going a lot more quickly.
As Clement did end the turn of the instant charge from Rome, letting you draw 3 cards, but now it's over to Joshua. Does have a Lugia V-Star in hand, did attach a Gift Energy, and here we are going to see an Ultra Ball, going to discard Blastoise and Jet Energy to grab himself an Archeops. Now,
there's number 1.
There's number 1. Got to get in the discard pile first. We know that there is a Lugia V-Star in hand currently, so there is no Archeops in discard pile yet, but if there's a nice Ultra Ball here, could get rid of 2 Archeops, and all of a sudden, Joshua will be off to the races. Remember, the winner of this round will find themselves in top 4 here at the Lille Regional Championships. Start to get some massive amount of championship points and cash prizing as well. Worth noting, this Ultra Ball will shuffle the deck, so the cards that were at the bottom of that INO are now liberated.
Yeah, very important to note that. It's, of course, it's one of those strange things where, because INO does put things in a specific order in a way, right? You want to, make sure that you can shuffle the deck to reshuffle the deck and let the cards at the bottom go to the top. Oh, we've just spotted something, Shay.
Here we go. Big research here. Do we see Archeops on the way to discard it? No!
Oh, a little bit
so
short.
Close.
We see the Ultra Ball, but no way to get another Pokemon and no Archeops. So yeah, just stuck with one single Archeops gaming here if he decides to go for it.
We could do that. That would start to apply pressure, but I don't know. I mean, we have seen. We did see all the way back round 3 at this stream. Constant Climber did Summoning Star for 1. It looks like that's what Joshua is going to do. I think you kind of have to here. You're still applying pressure. Dragapult, it doesn't apply that much pressure.
It doesn't feel great because it is not hard for...
Oh, no, we're going to see a pass.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say, the problem against Dragapult specifically is that it is not a deck that has a hard time finding a way to KO your only Archeops. You have the Pidgeot engine, you can search your boss's orders pretty easily later on, so Joshua recognizing, you know what, it's a bit too much of a risk. I'm not under a massive amount of pressure right now. Obviously, there are 2 Dreepy down, but at this point, I think I'm happy just sitting back and passing.
Yeah, you could just say, you know what, I'll have my optimal start. Your stage 2 deck, though, maybe you won't as well. So Joshua opted not to Summoning Star for 1 Archeops. Remember, Summoning Star is a V-Star power. You can only use that once per game. So if you was to try and pop it for 1 Archeops, that's all she wrote for game 1. So as we do see a Hisuian Heavy Ball being played. Didn't looks like
no basic
hit.
Yeah.
Escape. Oh, no, that's not explosive. Rescue board attached to the active that reduces the retreat cost by 1 on the Halucha. And here we see an Arb. Now, Arb in this stage 2 decks normally means you can get whatever you want because it can obviously search you for a tool card and an item.
And we know that the Sparkling Crystal was, of course, in the hand, but then the Ino got rid of it. So, oh wait, no, is it still in the hand? Am I misremembering?
No, it's still in the hand.
I said, oh yeah, no, it was, yeah, that was before, right? They drew it from the Ino. So, yeah, instead he used the Arven to search for that Rare Candy and the Forest Seal Stone, of course, giving Clement access to his own V-Star power. Forest Seal Stone, a tool that can be attached to any V Pokemon and gives it its own V-Star power. Once per game, you can use it, Star Alchemy, search your deck for a card.
Yep, and that's why Arven is so good in stage 2 decks, because you always grab the Forest Seal Stone. Forest Seal Stone can be anything. So we do see Rare Candy, Dragapult, Sparkling Crystal attached, I would imagine. There we go. We've got the free retreat thanks to the rescue board. That means we're going to see a turn 2 Phantom Dive. Phantom Dive does 200 damage to the active, and you can spread 6 damage counts on your opponent's bench Pokemon in any way you like.
Yeah, and this is so hard to deal with, right? It is so much pressure coming in from not just having the active hit, but then, yeah, you set up the damage counters on your opponent's bench cleverly. You can put, say, 5 onto the or no, I guess either way around. Yeah, you could split it in a way where you can make sure next turn the Phantom Dive residual damage gets a KO on the Chinchino. In fact, you could, in theory, set up well, not even in theory, but you can set up a multiple prize turn very, very easily with Phantom Dive. That's kind of the whole strength of the deck. I
mean, you could, but Lugia does have a very good defense against that. We're using that missed energy.
Yes.
So you can always try and stop any 2-hit shenanigans on the bench. We're going to see Phantom Dive into the active 200, 6 on the Mincino.
That's a lot of missed energy in hand, speaking of which. Yeah.
I still don't see a way of getting a second Archeops out, though.
Oh, no. Yeah,
that's the thing. If we could get 2 Archeops down, he can very easily special roll and get this Dragapult clean out the active.
Yeah, the draw for turn, that was the Blood Moon Ursaluna, wasn't it?
Ursaluna, indeed.
Not very useful here.
So we could go Ultra Ball for, I mean, you could go for a Luminion, but that's just, it does play 2 copies.
But against Dragapult especially, that doesn't feel great, right?
That doesn't feel great.
Phantom Dive is going to prey on that very, very easily, and it creates a very easy prize map for Claymont to take advantage of.
But it looks like Luminion is going to get eyed up. What could we grab here? We do see the Jack. Grab 2 Evolution, but we can't discard them again. Could it just be a Professor Research and hope to enter Archeops plus Ultra Boil again? Could be.
But if you research, then you get rid of all your missed energy and you have no protection against Phantom Dive.
Yeah, you do. That's a good point, actually. But I think
but maybe you have to. Yeah. Oh, that does not feel good though. If you're Joshua, can't think of much of a worse set of energies to discard, especially in this matchup.
Yeah, you're right. The missed energy, while it's attached to a Pokemon, prevents all effects of attacks done to the Pokemon it's attached to. And since Phantom Dive placing damage counters is classed as an effect of an attack, it would stop that. However, when you haven't got your Archeops out, you haven't got a choice. We are going to have to just try and, get through, power through.
Oh, hold on a second. I'm just got through it already. One of the other top 8 matches already finished. So Roan versus Anthony. Roan beat Anthony 2-0 already.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So Roan will be advancing to top 4. That was fast.
Goodness, doing that in quick. I think they 2-0'd their last opponent as well, didn't they? So they are off to the races. As we do see a Jet Energy going to fling the Chinchino into the active and a Research, discarding 2 Mist Energy and a Blood Moon Ursaluna. Oh, no.
Right.
Oh wait, is that card there?
Oh, hold on.
I don't think after that research I saw a way to get another Archeops in a discard pile. So I think
is it gonna be Great Ball? Oh, there's no discard cards.
No discard card again.
Well, no, last time it was no Pokemon. No Archeops. This time it was no discard cards.
True, sorry.
Missing a different thing each time. Oh, that's so rough for Joshua.
And that is the thing about Lugia. It's a very strong deck when you can attach 4 special energy from your deck. Of course it is. However, to get to that point, you have to get those Archeops in the discard pile. Gone are the days where you can use Evolution Incense or Quick Ball or Aurora Energy. You're only really using Read the Wind and Ultra Ball, and if they don't fall the right way, you're in trouble.
Yeah. Okay, so I just realized what's going on there. The games haven't been super quick. So the top 8 games were playing whilst the Asymmetrical Cup was playing, the ones that weren't affected by the bracket match, just to save some time. So I can also tell you guys that Alberto Conti has also beaten Even Wild, and so Alberto was in top 4 as well. So we have 2 of your top 4 already.
Wow. As we did see the Great Ball grabbing Iron Hands EX there, and there's been another Great Ball being played. Still no Archeops.
No, still no Archeops, no way to discard things. Yeah, this is really rough. I mean, maybe now you do have to go for the single Archeops gaming, but it doesn't feel great. If you do that, you're not even getting a KO on this Dragapult.
See, if we did get the second Archeops there, we could have actually special rolled to KO that Dragapult, but nope. So we're going to see Summoning Star for 1. Archeops is in play. Primal Turbo is live. 2 special energy from the deck can get attached. It's probably have to go to the active now, right? Just so you can put some damage into play, surely.
Yeah, but again, just for 210, right? Oh, I guess the Legacy energy is kind of nice. You can put that on the active, so that way the Phantom Dive damage will turn, you know, the pricing from 1 to 0, because if it only works if it's damage from an attack. Say if you have a Legacy Energy or something in the bench and gets KO'd by residual damage counter placement from a Phantom Dive, that plays around the Legacy Energy. So you definitely want to be careful about using that at the right time. But actually, no, just going to go for the double Gift Energy instead.
Okay, so that'd be what, 7, 14, 21. 21. Okay, so you could actually... This special roll does set up for potential amp you very much for 3 prizes. Am I... My mathematics correct there?
It does, yeah, but again, with only 1 Archeops, it is a bit awkward, right? Because you need to have yes, because you need to have a double turbo in the mix somewhere.
Yeah.
And wait, would that mean that it would be short?
Yeah, it would be short with a double turbo energy.
Yeah, 190 goes to 290. Yeah, oh, that's super rough again. Just Joshua just missing the beats here, really not. And yeah, Claymont just announced his Phantom Dive. I mean, just no time wasted.
Don't need to do a lot there. So yeah, Phantom Dive into the active, and then 6 damage counters on the bench. That Lugia V-Star will survive. But that will activate Gift Energy, though.
That will.
Letting you draw up to 7 if the Pokemon attached to you was knocked out.
I think Joshua already has 7 in hand.
Oh, okay. It's not going to activate then.
Whoops.
Not much of a gift, that one.
No, not much of a gift at all. And especially also given that the current cards in hand are really nothing that Joshua wants. It's just really, really rough draws from Joshua's side. And this is what puts some people off the Lugia deck. It is very, very strong when it gets going, but it is sometimes vulnerable to these clunky hands where you can't really work with it because you miss your Archeops or you draw your energy so you can't Primal Turbo them. It's a deck with a lot of complex moving pieces. We do see there, you did just mention the Iron Hands. He's thinking about benching it. There's the Legacy Energy in hand too. So maybe you could Primal Turbo, you know, attach the Legacy from the hand and then Primal Turbo, the double Turbo, and something else. Maybe you could get 2 prizes off of, I don't know, a Dreepy or a Pidgey or something.
Well, I mean, if you're Joshua, Clement did exactly nothing last turn. All he did was attack, right? I mean,
yeah,
okay,
true.
So you haven't got too much going on, clearly. So I could try and start to race you. Here we see Jet Energy going to fling the Iron Hands into the active. Let's have a look. What are we...
Wait, okay, so if you Iron this is fine, because then the Legacy goes back into the deck and then you can Primal Turbo it, so that's okay.
Yeah, so now we can do Iono. It's going to get both players' hands back to the bottom. And the thing is, you know that Clement didn't do much last turn, but if you need to play that Iono, you have to do it.
Wait, oh, hold on a second. No, wait, no, it is going to work out. No, it's not, right? This is, I got the math wrong earlier, but this is 210, right?
Right.
So, yeah, Primal Turbo, this is going to be 10 short. Is there something we're missing here? I don't think so, right? You know, 210 plus 100 for Ampy very much. It's 310. That's not enough.
Yeah, well, let's see what happens. Maybe we could be trying to set up the 2-shot then, maybe.
But surely you just do that with Lugia instead, right? I mean...
Doesn't want to leave it in the active, perhaps, so it doesn't just easily get KO'd. Could you put a Mist Energy onto Lugia at that point?
Yeah, and Joshua recognized the mistake, and he just scoops it up.
yeah.
Just 10 short of the knockout, because it was 210 with the Cinccino, because it was free. It wasn't a double turbo.
Energy,
it was free special energy, and there wasn't the 20 reduction for the double turbo. It's still 210 plus 100 is 310. That is 10 short of the Dragapult EX's 320 HP. So no knockout taken. And Joshua recognizes, yep, let's scoop it up and go to game 2. So Clement takes game 1.
Clement takes game 1, does it in convincing fashion. Was straight off to the races. The turn 2 Phantom Dive put so much pressure on Joshua there. And Joshua, you know, didn't really have a lot to do. Had to take a turn off, missing off the Archeops, and then couldn't find it again. Here we saw the 210 damage special roll. Well, places damage, and there we go, and then we saw it getting KO'd. But this was a turn where we were thinking, wait, Joshua, you realize you're a little bit off there, Joshua.
Yeah.
As soon as you realize, oh my goodness gracious, let's scoop them up and get on for game 2. It happens to the best of us.
Yeah, it does. Just unfortunately that little bit short, and the fact that it was only 1 Archeops is what exacerbated that, because if those 2, you didn't need to attach double turbo. You could have done Primal Turbo for 4 non-damage reducing energies. 120 would have been enough, but 100, not so much.
Unfortunately not, and that would have been really interesting. That would have been a 3-prize turn there.
Yeah, it would have been. And that would have been a chance then for Joshua to come back, I think. But then, actually, no, it would have been really good, because the Iron Hands is very hard to be one-shot. So then you open up a chance to do like another Ampy very much on something else. Yeah.
And if you're Clement there, you must be thinking, my hand was actually pretty dire. You know, when they just announced Phantom Dive and that was it? I had a look at their hand, it was like double counter catcher, Dust War, and a basic energy or something. So they weren't doing a lot. So if I'm Clement, I'm thinking, I had a bit of a dud hand and I managed to still get a sneaky win. So now all Clement has to do is win 1 of 2.
I mean, dud hand, but if you just have a Dragapult EX announcing Phantom Dive, you're pretty much good to go anyway, right?
Yeah, exactly. So If you're Joshua, though, you think, okay, you know, that's fine. Joshua was telling us yesterday, hasn't changed this list at all since the World Championships, where he did really well. So definitely knows his way around the deck. Let's consult his prize card. Forest Seal Stone coming in the prize cards, actually.
Oh, yes.
There's a one-of.
There's one of, and I think the Turo is a one-of as well, and also the one of Jacques for Joshua as well could be annoying. That's usually a very helpful setup card in the early turns if you can get the combos right. So let's see how this comes into play in this game as Joshua does go for...
There's no Archeops in that hand, and there's no Ultra Ball, so we're not going to see any Archeops. I'm not even sure there's a draw support outside that Io.
There's an Io, yeah. But, okay, in this instance, Joshua is going first, at least, and there is Lugia down. So maybe off of this Io, you know, you can find Ultra Ball double Archeops. It's the crazy thing. Oh, it's Jamming Tower, yes.
Jamming Tower. That is a staging card that makes all tool cards have no effect. So there will be no Sparkling Crystal shenanigans.
Yeah.
At least while Jamming Tower's in play.
Yeah, that is so effective because...
All Forest Seal Stone.
All Forest Seal Stone is actually... What this Jamming Tower essentially does is say half of this Arvin is useless.
Yep, unless it's going to be for Ultra Ball fodder.
Yeah. But yeah, very, very, very strong, especially against Dragapult. It's Lugia is one of the few decks that really doesn't make use of tools. So Jamming Tower is a very strong inclusion in it because it's something that hurts a lot of opposing decks but doesn't hurt you in the slightest.
Yep. And worth noting, Clement only plays 2 stadiums, Pokemon League Headquarters and the Temple of 10% will be very impactful in this matchup.
Oh, absolutely.
But that Jamming Tower sticks for a while. You know, we saw even the rescue board came up in game 1. All very useful. So let's see what Clement does. I was going to start turn off here with an Arvin, letting you grab an item and a tool card. Remember that tool card, well, can't really do a lot while the Jamming Tower is in play. But that item, it looks like it's going to be Buddy Poffin. Great. Probably grab Pidgey and Dreepy if I had to guess, since there is one Dreepy in the active.
Yep, sounds pretty fair to me. Just to get your basics set up nice and good, especially with, I mean, it can go either way, right? A Lugia doing this kind of turn 1 can mean I have Professor's Research and 2 Archeops ready to go.
Yeah.
Or it can mean something like Joshua's situation where it's like, I've not got much of anything actually, and I'm just hoping that my draw supporters will find me the rest of the way. So it could go very much either way.
So we did see the Arvin conclude for Buddy Puffin, which then found Pidgey and Dreepy, and we did see the rescue board being taken. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Okay, so if you're Clement, you just want to maybe get some energy in play as well. Not currently in hand, actually, so it might just be a pass. But yeah, we do see a pass. Okay, Joshua. Not the greatest of starts there for Clement. Let's see if you can capitalize. Archeops off the top, but I don't think there's a way to discard, and Iona's going to put that straight down to the bottom. Do you even just read the wind here, actually?
It depends. So, yes, there is definitely an argument for that. It depends on how aggressive you think Clement's turn can be. There is the saving grace that Phantom Dive won't KO a Lugia, so yeah, maybe you just go for it. Yeah,
especially when you like the backup of the Jamming Tower as well, right?
Yeah, I think with the Jamming Tower especially, you have the protection there, makes total sense. Just get that one Archeops guaranteed in a discard pile, and then with any luck, I know next turn will find you the rest of what you need.
Although, a rare Candy Pidgeot coming slamming down.
Oh boy.
Quick Search letting you grab any card you like from your deck. That is the Pidgeot's ability. There we go, Nest Ball going to be played as well. So that means, and we know that Sparkling Crystal's currently in hand as well. So realistically, can Clement piece together the pieces to get an attack? I'm not actually 100% sure if he can, if we do see Rotom V being taken. Let's have a look. Yeah, so we saw a Nest Ball from the Rotom. Here we see Quick Search. I know Sparkling Crystal's in hand. There's no energy in hand, though, I don't think. There's no rare candy and there's no Dragapult. So I don't think Quick Search can just be a bailout option here.
No, I think instead it's a setup option. You know that it's going to be a bit slow, so yeah, just Quick Search with his Buddy Puffin, get some more Pokemon out, and then just maybe end the turn on an instant charge. I think that's probably fine.
Yeah, no, I think that's what we're going to have to be lining up here. So it looks like, was that Buddy Puffin potentially being taken from Quick? Yeah, because that hand's dire.
Yeah, and
a lot going on there.
And you don't want to Iono because you saw your opponent didn't do much. So you know, it's, I mean, maybe this turn you can because your opponent did do the read the wind. But yeah, definitely you can go for the Earthen Vessel here. You don't need that second pitch shot, so you can probably just discard it and then grab a couple of energy, attach one of them at least to one of your Dreepies. So get yourself going a little bit, and then. Okay, here's what you can do. You can play the Iono, and then if you don't find anything, then you just end on an instant charge. It's kind of the backup option just in case. And also, if Clement can find a way to counter this Jamming Tower, and he finds the Forest Seal Stone, that's suddenly live again, and so you have a target to attach to Forest Seal.
Surprise though, right?
Oh, wait, was it? Oh yeah, we talked about it. Yeah, it's right. Oh, well, if he gets off the prize later, you still want to get it down because I think it's literally only V Pokemon you play. There's no Lumineon in Clement's deck, so without the Rotom, there is no way to be able to use the Forest Seal Stone.
Ooh, Joshua has a couple ways of getting Archeops here.
Okay.
We want this to be a heads. Capture an Aroma.
It is tails.
Oh, so going to be a base. To be fair, it's not the end of the world. Joshua does have a great ball. It's actually a card I love playing in Lugia. Letting you look at the top 7 cards of your deck. Any Pokemon you find there, you can put in your hand.
Oh, Joshua's looking at that Iron Hands.
Iron Hands is really good against this deck.
2 prizes off of that Dreepy sounds very tasty to me, Shay. I don't know about you.
Like you said, it's outside of range of Phantom Dives. You need to keep swinging. There's always going to be Pokemon, for the most part, that Clement will have in play that's weak to, well, not weak to Iron Hands, but vulnerable to Ampy very much.
Yeah, just because the HP number, exactly.
Yeah.
So, yeah, out comes the Iron Hands. Now, there's no discard options in hand, so even
if it's research.
Oh, is there research in hand? Oh, okay.
Got it off the read the wind.
Me. But in this instance, so we do know the Jacques is prized. If it wasn't, maybe Joshua could have gone for the Luminion for the Jacques to kind of guarantee the setup.
Here we go.
Here, Great Ball.
Big Great Ball. How great is this Great Ball? Archeops is there. Come on, Joshua. Let's go.
Archeops off the top 7. So now you can get this Archeops, then Professor's Research, just to dump your whole hand, get the 2 Archeops in the discard pile, and then you just find the Lugia V-Star and Summoning Star, and you are rolling.
Exactly that, as Archeops was taken. There's no V-Star in hand there, right? So let's go find that off the research, but you'd hope you can, right?
Yeah, it shouldn't be too much of an ass, but
Great Balls, capturing our own, Ultra Ball.
Then again, having said that, I've played enough Lugia games to know sometimes that's not how it works out.
Guaranteed.
Yeah, so let's see how it goes here. Yeah.
There we go.
Iron Hands.
Professor's Research. How good is Professor's Research? Professor Magnolia, how's your research looking? Lugia V-Star, please.
There it is.
Don't even have to go fishing for it.
Nope. And Jet Energy
to get it in the active as well. Here we go. Summoning Star. 1, 2. Primal Turbo. 4 energy. Going to get slammed around.
Just, adjust the bench a little bit. Make the room. Yeah, maybe you can think about, double Chinchino for good measure.
Goodness gracious me, Joshua Vanelva shoulder. Here we do see Primal Turbo. Where's that Legacy? There it is, yeah. gotta need that one. And don't forget Legacy Energy. Reduces the prize cards if the Iron Hand gets knocked out as well. That's a 1 prize Iron Hand right now.
Absolutely.
Here's the scary part about Lugia. When you can start to pre-set up the Chinchino, it's like, go on then, put a Dragapult in the active. I can't amp you very much that. Tell you what I can do though, I can special roll it clean out the active as well, and missed energy. Keep an eye on that one.
And not only that, but with that pre-setup of the Chinchino, even if one of the Archeops gets KO'd, you can just Primal Turbo once, attach from hand, and you're still carrying a Dragapult. This is a almost perfect, in fact, maybe it is actually outright perfect, turn 2 from Joshua. Wow.
Still left the Jamming Tower as well, and if we do see the amp you very much. Yep, there we go. I was about to say that GP should be get sent to the discard pile. Remember, amp you very much. If you carry something with this attack, you take 1 extra prize card. That's why Joshua has taken 2 over to Clement here.
Yeah, so Clement is back, is absolutely against the wall here. Not out of the game by any means, but Joshua has gotten pretty much as strong of a start against Clement's deck as he could ask for. So yeah, that Pheasantipity is going to go down straight away, flip the script. Maybe Clement can try and flip the script to find his way back into this game.
Yep. That script is going to have to be flipped right now. We know Clement's hand wasn't the greatest. Now, I haven't had a chance to see how the instant charge treated him. Does still have quick search available, does. Here's flip the script. Draw 3 cards if one of your Pokemon.
Oh, it's 3 supporters.
Oh, damn.
I know Boss's Orders in Haven.
You need to see some Ultra Balls or Rare Candy. You want to. That's the stage 2 puzzle, right? You need the Rare Candy and the Pokemon. Okay, so here is Arven.
But again, that Jamming Tower is still in play, so half of this this Arven is going to be searching for something that is essentially reads nothing, just a blank card. But I mean, okay, I guess in this instance it's good discard fodder, right? You're not going to be using TM Devolution against against Lugia, as we see Joshua pointing at the Archeops like, oh, you can devolve my Archeops, right? It's a stage 2.
Yeah.
So not how that works.
Not how that works. So, I mean, Pidgeot can quick search for a stadium, right? So at least we can.
That is true, yeah. But
we can use the Sparkling Crystal at the very, I would imagine.
Yeah, well, you have to, right? Because otherwise you can't attack this turn.
Is it?
At least not easily. Oh, no way, maybe I have to attack for the Dragapult. I guess you don't need to use Sparkling Crystal. You have the Psychic Energy in hand.
Oh,
so
Psychic in hand? Oh, yeah. I missed that.
Okay, so yeah, that works too. You can just go ahead and just, power up the Dragapult the regular way.
The old-fashioned way. I don't mind that, because you can keep the Sparkling Crystal, because there is a world, right? Well, it's a very predictable world where this Dragapult gets KO'd by a special roll, and then you are going to be needing special Sparkling Crystal that turn, right?
Yeah. So, well, I mean, you need more than just that. I mean, the big problem here that I see, where's the second Dreepy? There's no backup Dreepy. If this Dragapult gets KO'd, Clement's going to be left with no attackers.
It's a great point. Has he supported? Maybe do you Boss's Orders or Counter Catcher even? We have seen supporter, so we did. Yeah. Did we see Counter Catcher?
I think you have to. Yeah, you got it. You have to deal with this Chinchino.
You have to. And that's interesting because now the Iron Hands actually can't amp you very much. But the thing is with Cinccino, the maths works. As long as you can turn attached to it, you can reach the big Dragapult HP number.
Yeah. What this does, essentially, it takes an attack off the board, and it means that it forces Joshua to have the NG at the very least. So it's kind of the best option in a bad situation.
Playing to your outs, right? That's how we describe it.
Yeah, but it's still not great because, I mean, we saw that Joshua has the NG ready, hand in hand, ready to go.
Does.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Oh dear, oh dear. That Cinccino is looking mighty right now. Special roll. Remember, 70 for each energy, special energy card attached to it. So here we go.
Yes, 1, 2. From the first Primal Turbo is going to be... Oh, actually, you should like getting all 4 of them ready already.
Might as well.
So Primal Turbo number 1 and 2, and here, Jet, V-Guard, Gift, and Mist, all going on this Cinccino. That is going to be 280 damage, plus 1 more from the handle, bring it to 350 for an absurdly big special roll. This is the scariest Cinccino I've ever seen in my life.
And it's worth noting, with that 350 breakpoint number it does get to, it means that you can actually utilize 1 double turbo energy if you needed to. Doesn't matter here, though. Look at all that energy. That is what makes Lugia absolutely disgusting to play. Look at all this energy's come out of nowhere. 5 energy. Special roll. 350 KO. Big swing turn.
Brought to you by Archeops and Primal Turbo. One of the strongest abilities ever printed on a Pokemon card. I will go out on a limb and say that. And now as we go back to Clemont, what do you do if you're Clemont here? You flip the script to get Bencha, Radiant, Alakazam.
Panic. You
panic.
You keep it moving for a game free. The problem is, right, it's what's so annoying to play about getting Lugia. You have to deal with a Cinccino. You can't leave it. No. You can't think, let me try and pick up 2 prize cards here, because if you don't, you just go, special roll again. Like, you just, And with the mist energy, you can't even try and, KO with Phantom Dive, you can't even do it with that.
But then you have the double jeopardy then, because then you have to deal with it in the active, but then you trigger gift energy, so Iono's useless.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Iron Hand has the legacy energy as well.
Yep. Oh, hold on. TM Evolution.
Oh, wait. How much HP does Cinccino have? Yes, okay. So you couldn't do a little bit of a Radiant Alakazam.
No, if it was a 60 HP Cinccino, that would have worked, but no, a little bit short. Unless... Oh, hold on.
Hawlucha?
Hawlucha
with the flying entry will put 1 damage counter on 2 of your opponent's bench Pokemon. So here's what I'm thinking. For Hawlucha, we'll put 1 extra damage on the Iron Hands and 1 wherever. Doesn't matter. Then, Radiant Alakazam has a Painful Spoons ability that lets you move 2 damage counters from one of your opponent's Pokemon to another. So you'd move it from the Iron Hands to the Cinccino. That would now have 70 damage on it. TM Devolution removed the Cinccino, so it gets de-evolved. Whoops, Mincino only has... Wait, Mist Energy stops that, though.
No, it's effective attacks.
Yeah, Mist Energy will stop TM Devo, right?
Wait, yeah, it will.
It would?
Yes, it would. Oh, no, does he realize? Oh, no, the jamming tower's in play.
Oh, yeah, and the jamming tower.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's so many things wrong with that.
Yeah.
Would have been a fun turn, though.
It would have been.
It looked like that was getting hard up there for a second.
Wait, hold on. Does Clemont play an enhanced hammer? That would have to be it.
I mean, they can also replace the stadium or Lost Vacuum it away, actually.
Yeah. Oh, Lost Vacuum away, but then the mist energy is still there, though, right? Because then
Mist energy is still there, though.
Yeah, is there an enhanced hammer in the list?
All right, let's just see. Temple of Sinnoh!
Yes!
Of course! Temple of Sinnoh. Okay, so there was a few hurdles that Clement needed to get around. But okay, so let's talk about that play again then. So flying entry, 2 damage counters onto Iron Hands. Painful Spoons moves it from the Iron Hands to the Cinccino. That means if Temple of Sinnoh now turns off Mist energy, so that means you can TM Devolution, remove the Cinccino to the hand, which now means the Mincino have 70 damage on it. That's enough for a knockout.
What a galaxy brain play here from Clemont, finding the one way to get back in this. And yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter too much. The Lugia V-Star gets de-evolved too, but yeah, with the Temple of Sinnoh down, the Mincino gets KO'd. What a phenomenal play from Clemont there.
That's nice. Forgot about the Temple of Sinnoh. So many ways needed to get around that. Temple of Sinnoh comes up clutch. Now, does still mean we're boss's orders away from winning, though?
Yeah,
you just Tempest Dive.
Oh wait, hold on. If you have the Lugia V-Star,
well, it's definitely in hand because it got de-evolved, right?
Yes. Yeah, it is. So then, all you need is boss's orders. You can KO the Rotom V.
Yep. Rotom V.
So yeah, Clement has found the best solution here to the situation. Blood Moon Saluna. That's not going to do the trick.
Oh, not quite yet. Still need the boss's orders. Great attacker though. Blood Moon does 240.
Yeah, that's true. But still needs quite a bit of energy to power up to do that. Actually, with Joshua...
boss's orders, the
Holucha, oh yeah,
At any point as well. Actually.
Yeah, just to Ampy very much. That's very true.
We need a stadium replacement. Oh, that's a good point. Oh, does play 2 copies of Jamming Tower.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can also Tempest Dive to get rid of the Temple of Sinnoh as well.
Yeah. I guess that's probably what you have to do. Oh, that TM Devo should be gone.
That TM Devolution should be discarded. Hopefully we'll try and get word down to the table to get that TM Devolution discarded.
Yeah, so evolving to Lugia V-Star, yeah, it was just brought back into the hand. There is an energy in hand, the Mist Energy, so you can just attach that. And yeah, you can at least do Tempest Dive for... Oh wait, no, you can't! The Temple of Sinnoh turns off the double turbo. You can't attack!
It does.
Oh, that's brutal. Yeah, no, that doesn't work.
What have we missed there?
That doesn't
work.
Yeah, no, that doesn't work.
That's going to go straight back.
Yeah, I think Joshua just realized, hold on, I can't, double turbo is only providing 1 color's energy right now.
Yeah, I was just trying to work out, we haven't missed something there. So yeah, Temple of Sinnoh does turn off that double turbo energy. So now what we're effectively looking at here is a Lugia V-Star with 3 energy attack. There goes the TM Devolution. So yeah, I think it's going to be an evolve and pass.
That Temple of Sinnoh putting in so much work right now. And to be fair, also you mentioning about, Iron Hands, Ampy very much, but the Legacy energy shut off as well. So yeah, that Temple of Sinnoh is putting in so much hurt to Joshua. With this, Clermont now has the opportunity to make a huge comeback here.
Yeah. Okay, right. Well, over to Clement's side of the board here. Has a little bit of breathing room now. We do see Quick Search being activated for an Arven. And now that Jamming Tower's gone, there we go. Sparkling Crystal is now live. Remember, it's a tool card attached to a Terra Pokemon, reduces the attack cost by 1. Can be a colored energy as well.
Yeah, and the Rare Candy is there grabbed as well. The Dragapult's already in hand, so we can Rare Candy into the Dragapult. The Psychic Energy's in hand, so you attach that and the Sparkling Crystal, and you're up and running again with your Dragapult. I've got to say, huge, full credit to Clermont here, playing like someone far beyond the experience that, he was demonstrated from the accomplishments list. This is insanely high-level heads-up play from Clermont here. I'm super impressed.
Really is. Playing to your outs, all you can do is, that's all you can do in these scenarios. Remember, Clermont is currently 1-0 up, so if Clermont manages to navigate out of this, he will be finding himself in top 4. Okay, I mean, Joshua, there is no way for Clermont to win exactly this term. Not quite. Joshua is only 2 prize cards away. But, Hisuian Heavy will be in place. Clement Webber to consult the prize. I don't think there was any basic Pokemon in the prizes, so that's just going to get shuffled up.
You know what's rough with Joshua? I think the reason why he couldn't do anything is because he announced the attack.
Yeah, so he couldn't primal
turbo. Yeah, because that's something important to mention. When you declare attack, your turn is over. Here comes the counter catcher.
Interesting.
Okay.
This is interesting because Tempest Dive could be used next turn easily to get rid of that stadium. Iron Hands is now in the active. Remember, Legacy Energy is turned off. Yeah. So if that stays there and gets KO'd, it's not going to be very nice there for Clement, for Joshua, I should say.
Yeah, I think he's doing that to make sure, because Iron Hands has a very hefty retreat cost, right? And right now, Jet Energy isn't doing anything.
And you can't even pay retreat right now because the double turbo energy doesn't count as 2.
No, exactly. So I think Clement is doing this to kind of force Joshua to burn through a lot of resources. But I mean, God, Joshua's hand is so unworkable right now. There's really not much of anything going. I mean, how much energy is even left in the deck? That's another question.
Yeah. Oh,
I see 1 double turbo, 2.
One jet.
Okay, it's literally just a double turbo and a Jet Energy.
Oh, no, 2 jet. 2 jet.
2 jet, okay.
Yes.
But either way, it's not a lot. Like,
no, it's really not a lot.
This is something that's very, very hard with the Lugia deck. When you get to the late stages of the game, you're running very, very low on energy cards. And especially in a situation like this where the Temple of Sinnoh is in play, you have to discard so much from his Iron Hands to, be able to retreat it. And then if you do that, I mean, you're probably not attacking with it again. It's vulnerable to Phantom Dive on the bench. And with the Jet Energy with the Temple of Sinnoh again in play, the Mist Energy isn't doing anything. Joshua's just in a really bad way here.
Joshua's in a lot of trouble, right? I'm just trying to work this out. If you retreat this Iron Hands, attack with Lugia V-Star, Tempest Star, go to Temple of Sinnoh. If you was to then Painful Spoons, 20 damage from Iron Hands to the Lugia, Phantom Dive KOs Lugia V-Star and Iron Hands on the bench, right?
Yeah, that wins you the game.
That wins you the game. That's 4 prize cards right there.
Yeah, you're right.
And there's no Mist Energy now, so you can't prevent that from happening.
Oh, that's so rough. And yeah, I think Joshua recognizes the direness of the situation here. It's really, he's thinking about, so the problem is he wants to attach more energy to this Iron Hand so that he can make effective use of the Legacy Energy later on, but you also, I think, recognize that the game's not going to go on long enough. I think, just 1 Primal Turbo attaching a double turbo to the active, another one attaching an energy to the bench. You can now, go ahead and Tempest Dive, but you're not taking a KO. Sure, you're getting rid of the Temple of Sinnoh, but okay, I guess there is the one saving grace about this. It does mean the Mist Energy is turned back on. So you can't type it. But
that's not relevant, no.
No, not at all. Yeah, you don't care about that because this is the thing you want to hit in the active anyway. In a way, Joshua's kind of playing right into Clement's hands. Now that I think about it.
You can do.
Yeah,
I hope that Clement doesn't see it. I think my maths is correct there, right?
Yeah, no, it absolutely is. Yeah, so yeah, Tempest Dive is going to come in here. 220 damage because the Temple Sinnoh turns off the damage reduction from the double turbo. Yeah, but there it is. I think he's totally right. So
let's see.
Draw for turn. Let's see if he sees it.
Okay, so we need to see Painful Spoons move 20 damage from Iron Hands to active Lugia V Star. Here we go. There's the activation.
Yeah.
There we go. So just going to take that 2 there. I'll make it easy for us. Oh, no.
Oh, just one. You only need one.
Oh, only needs one.
Yeah, and then Phantom Dive,
and
that's
Phantom
it.
Dive, 200 damage into the active. 6 damage counters on the bench. Iron Hands EX, and Clement takes game 2 here in our top 8 feature match here at the Lille Regional Championships, and Clement secures his slot in top 4.
What a match. Clement putting on, again, a fearsome display of the power of Dragapult EX and playing like a player many, many years his senior. What a great display from Clement there.
Yeah, absolutely love that. You know what, going into that game, I thought Lugia V-Star was going to be heavily favored. A lot of just high HP Pokemon that Dragapult doesn't really want to deal with. However, putting on a masterclass there. The Raging Alakazam coming here, there, and everywhere. And it's really interesting to see because we saw in Dortmund the Ryuki Dragapult deck didn't play the Pidgeot, right? It had no backup options. But now we're seeing the strength of that Pidgeot because being able to piece together that wombo combo turn, being able to get around the stadium, use the Pidgeot to de-evolve. What a turn that was.
Yeah, let's go back through the whole game. Let's take a look back at that whole series because there's a lot to go over here, Shay.
Yeah, here we go. So this was game 1, right? Where Joshua was just forced into a suboptimal start, made that big turn 1 play to try and get 2 Archeops and discard pile, couldn't do it, had to take a turn off.
Yeah, and Clement just had that really early Phantom Dive as well, putting so much pressure so quickly, and yeah, just missing that double Archeops, forced to go with just the 1 Archeops, and Joe tried his best to mount some attacks, but then realizing, wait, I'm 10 damage short with the KO from Mampy very much, and that was all she wrote.
Yeah, and that 10 just proves you. We've seen it. How many times in this match we've seen 10 damage, 20 damage just being the biggest thing. Here we see in game 2, Joshua had a much better start, right? Was able to get both Archeops in play. I think it was turn 2 as well. Ampu very much as early as turn 2. And that, with the jamming tower as well, let's not forget that, by the way.
Yeah.
And that's all Joshua really needed to do. Played it really well, at least in these early turns. There we do see the Ampu very much. And Clement was immediately on the back foot. You know, anytime I haven't started to consider attacking with a Pidgeot of all things, but there I think was the masterful turn there, getting rid of the Mincino and spreading damage onto the Iron Hands, which proved to be super impactful.
Yeah, and then Joshua was able to get the big response there, KO, with the Chinchino. At this point we thought, oh, surely Joshua has the game locked up, Clement has nothing left, but Clement was saying, oh, no, casters, I've got a plan in mind, and it involves TM Devolution, it involves Temple of Sinnoh, and it involves Pidgeot, and it involves me taking the comeback right here.
Wow, what a turn that was. Had to overcome so many hurdles to be able to do that, all with the Forest Hill Stone currently in the prize cards, but TM Devolution was all she wrote. This prior damage here onto the Iron Hands proved so impactful because that led Clement to take a monstrous 4 prize turn, and poor Joshua couldn't really do much about it. But yet here we do see that last turn here, Painful Spoons moving the damage, big 4 prize turn, and Clement secures his slot in top 4.
Clement Courbois, take a bow. You have more than earned your place in top 4. I think that's safe to say from the match that we just witnessed.
Yeah, played that masterfully well because both players, especially in that game too, didn't draw really well. I mean, I guess Joshua Kai did draw really well.
Yeah, he
Clement really didn't. So be able to piece together that turn with the de-evolution was so cool. Being able to just, you know, think, right, hold on, I've got the miss, I need to get around that, and had to sequence that perfectly. Because if you did that at if any cards were played in the wrong order,
absolutely,
it would have been disastrous.
Yeah, but you played it absolutely perfectly, and yeah, with that sequence of plays, more than earned his spot on top 4, like I just said. And honestly, after seeing a display like that, I have a funny feeling that his first accomplishment might be Lille Regional Champion. Maybe that's a bit bold to claim so early on, but
you know what I mean? Anything can happen now. Just got to keep winning. Imagine if Dragapult wins 2 in a row. Who would have seen that coming?
Yeah. I mean, Ross maybe will be very, very happy. I'm sure he's kicking off and screaming somewhere here backstage. Well, actually, no, that's not true. He's probably off getting ready for an interview, isn't he?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, not quite ready yet, but we can't wait to hear what Clement has to say about that match when that is ready for you. For the rest of top 4 then, what are you thinking? We know 2 of the people in top 4 already, but I think there's 1 match still going, so how do you feel about top 4 in terms of how things are shaping up?
Yeah, I'm very intrigued to see how it does pan out. We'll have a quick confirmation of how the standings will be featuring. So while in the meantime, while we grab that, let's go get down to Barish, who's going to have Clement there ready for an interview.
Thank you so much, Shay. And I'm standing here with our winner of our first top 8 game on stream. How are you feeling, Clement?
Great. I got really lucky to be there. I wasn't expecting to go that far. And I keep going, so...
I mean, Dragapult has been one of our caster picks, and it didn't do too well last weekend in Louisville. So how did that impact your decision to bring it to this tournament and make it so far?
I already chose the deck before the start of the season. There was 3 regional in Europe with the same game.
The same deck?
And I tried out this deck since like 2 months ago, and I haven't moved. Like 1 card different from Dortmund, and I keep going with it, and it's working.
So you said you felt lucky during this game. How do you approach the Lugia matchup, or how do you feel going into the Lugia matchup with the tools you have in your deck?
It depends on Lugia. Some of them have different techs. Joshua had really strong techs against me with multiple Minchino. So if he starts accelerating energy on them, I need to kill them. But if not, most of the Lugia matchup, I just wait for them to attack with Lugia, and I kill the
match. Thank you so much to sharing your thoughts with you.
Thank you.
We're throwing back to the casters.
Absolutely love hearing that there from Clement. You know, like we said, minimum of top 4, and he's gonna only need to win 2 more to get himself there in the final and win. And quite honestly, with that absolute masterclass display, I wouldn't be surprised to see that happen.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. Now, we do know like 3 of the top 8 games already. I believe Kaiwan and James are still playing. They're 1-1 currently, so I'm sure that match is an absolute nail-biter. As soon as we know the results of that match, of course, we will let you know. But yeah, in the meantime, I think we're about ready for our next round of the community prediction brackets.
Yeah, I'm excited. You know, I've only managed to play this once, and I got a dub. Come on, I'm all about the W's, me, so I'm excited to see how this one pans out. I think this one probably isn't going to be 91-8 though, is it?
Oh, I didn't know, probably not with the 2 card features. Let's get the community bracket up here, so just to remind you guys of where we are currently. So we are only 2 more away from finishing this. Somehow, Galvantula has made its way into the finals. I guess in the chat, loving a bit of Galvantula action there. We're very well defended by Ross, to be fair. But then we have something I'm very happy about. I'm going to be having the Terapagos EX, and you are getting Teal Mask Ogapon. It seems like I'm looking forward to this one.
Yeah, I'll take. This is going to be a really star-studded one. It ain't going to be 91-9. I can tell you that for free. So, deck you played as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So a little bit of bias on my part, but maybe that'll help give a little bit more gusto to my defense of Terapagos, I think.
Yeah. So in case you guys don't know what's going on here, we're about to get 30 seconds each to pitch those cards to you. I'll be pitching Teal Mask Ogapon. Freya will be pitching Terapagos EX. Sorry, a little bit. And then you guys get to vote on Twitch on which pitch you feel is better or what your favorite card is, and the winner will go face Galvantula of all things in the final.
Yeah, not a final for the community prediction bracket I've expected to see. Very important to note, like we always like to remind you guys, you have to vote on Twitch. You can watch along on YouTube, that's totally fine, but the voting is only on Twitch, so get over onto twitch.tv if you want to get your votes in for this community prediction bracket.
Yep, that sounds good to me. So, feeling confident?
Confident enough?
No, I'm feeling confident. I want to win. See, I'm more like I said. I want to win. Like I said, if you could earn championship points from the community bracket, I think I'd be #1 right now.
I think so. I mean, I think Ross's with Galvantulas are definitely putting in like the rogue deck fight.
That's true. That's true. Give him. I don't know how Galvantula's doing so well, but I mean, I do like the card actually.
Yeah, same. I actually pulled the special illustration rare of it. Like Ross was mentioning he wanted to get one. I got one in ETB, but yeah, definitely keeping that gorgeous card.
Yeah, it is a gorgeous card. But let's stop talking about Galvantula. The floor is going to be yours, Freya.
Okay.
30 seconds starts in 3, 2, 1. Go on then.
Terapagos EX is one of the best EX Pokemon printed so far in the Scarlet Violet era. It does so much damage for so little. So Unified Beatdown going ahead and doing 30 damage for each of your bench Pokemon. You have Area 0 Underdepths to combine with it so that you can expand your bench even further. You have the support from Noctowl with that Jewel Seeker ability that you can just go fully wide, and with the Jewel Seeker you can search for 2 trainers if you have a Terra Pokemon in play. With the Area 0 Underdepths you can play this also checkmate style deck where you go with the Noctowls, you have the Dusknoirs to put in extra damage so that you can get those one-shots where you...
Stop.
That was short?
No. What do you mean that was short? I'm getting told in my ear on your countdown.
I believe you. I just didn't feel like 30 seconds. I felt like I was just getting going. Oh, goodness me.
Talking about that short. Look at that.
It felt short. I don't think it was short.
Fair enough. Okay. You did just say that short. I was like, whoa. Hold on a second. What are you trying to accuse Alberts of around here? Okay, that was good though. It's a good card.
Yeah, it's a very, very good card. I feel like my defense could have been a bit better though. I felt like I was just getting into it a little bit, got a little bit too wound up in my own stuff. But anyway, now it's your turn. So, Teal Mask Ogerpon, are you ready, Shay?
Yes.
3, 2, 1, go.
Well, I'm going to start off my argument with the question to you, Freya. How many Terrapagos are in top 8 here?
None.
Okay, yeah, there's none. Okay, good start. So, Teal Mask Ogerpon, there's 3 in top 8. Well, there was 3 in top 8. 25% of the world's metagame was Teal Mask Ogerpon decks. And what ended up winning the World Championships? A Teal Mask Ogerpon counter deck in Iron Thorns. Attaching energy in Pokemon, very good. Drawing cards in Pokemon, very good. Being a basic Pokemon, very good. Teal Mask Ogerpon is all 3 of those things, and can
dance is over again.
Okay, all 3 of those things. Come on, all 3 of those things. So yeah, I mean, stuff. I had to start off a little bit of a low blow there, didn't I?
Hey, look. I think you've been hanging out with Ross a bit too much. That was a very Ross-style low blow, I've got to say.
It was. Shout out to Ross. So yeah, you heard our pitches. You know what our favorite. Well, you know what the cards are. So when the poll is live, make sure to get involved there on Twitch and vote. So if you're currently watching on YouTube, I need you to open up a new tab, whip your phone out, any one of them, get yourself on Twitch. You can vote in the community bracket and vote for the correct card. Teal Mask Ogerpon to win, or your favorite, whichever one you prefer. I mean, they're both really good. There's not like a sort of obvious winner here, I think.
No, I don't think so. I mean, although to be honest, like I think although it was a bit of a low blow, I think it kind of secures it a little bit for you because, I mean, it's not wrong, right? Teal Mask Ogerpon is kind of in, not just in one deck, but in 2 different decks. It is the key support Pokemon, and it's really, really good. So, again, I'm kind of dismantling my own argument a little bit here, but I'm too much of a fair player. I know when I'm back against the wall, as much as I love Terrapagos.
Just had a confirmation. I'm going to change something a little bit here.
Oh, okay.
James 121 against Kywin.
Okay.
So James, without Reggie Drago, that's a Teal Mask Ogerpon deck, by the way. in top 4.
Then that does mean that our top 4 then will be Roan Nielsen against Clément Courbois, and then there we go, James Cox against Alberto Conti. What a top 4.
That is a top 4 right there. Goodness gracious.
Wow. Although, since Alberto beat Ethan, that does mean no Amy Cam this time.
Unfortunately. Shout out to Ethan. Terrific run so far. Doing really well in Dortmund and here as well. But yeah, that's our top 4 all locked up. And we'll be getting that top 4 coverage to you as soon as we can. Make sure to get involved on Twitch for our community bracket. Going back to that though, because we know about our top 4. We know who's winning over here. I want to know who's winning over here. So make sure to get involved on that Twitch poll when you can. Teal Mask Ogerpon versus Terrapagos. Yeah, the thing about Terrapagos, I think, there are some cards when they come out where it takes a few months for the right sort of 58 to 60 cards, right? So whether it's going to be Area 0, Dust War, I'm not sure, but there will be a really good Terrapagos deck. Is it here now, though? I'm not sure. I'll tell you what is here now, though. Our results. Show me the money.
Yeah.
Come on.
I've got to up my defense game. I'm really not on it lately. It's just not feeling great. But
hold on a second, Freya. I'm going to free under the bus a little bit more here. You realise the 2 biggest beatdowns so far this weekend, you've been on the receiving end of.
Should I just walk off the castle desk now?
No, I need you here. Come on. I need you here. You stay there. But I think, as I said, Terrapagos is a fantastic card. It's going to have its place in the metagame. I'm just not 100% sure we found the right 60 cards. Because we saw, like, the power level, you know? The attack's really strong. Basic Pokemon, attacks for 1 energy. We've seen these sort of bench increase in style attacks always do really well. Mega Rayquaza, Eternatus VMAX. These are always good effects. So it will have its place in the metagame. I just think maybe it isn't even going to be Dustoir. It could be something other, perhaps, right? It's so flexible.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, and when Ross has talked about it as well, he has made this exact point. It is a bit similar to Gardevoir in the sense that it's kind of a deck whose time hasn't come. It's not that it's not one of the best decks, but the right build or the right way to go about it hasn't been found yet. And it has had some success already. It has won a major just in South America and then came second again. So there is that going for it. But yeah, maybe there's just something else that it needs to, get that push over the cliff in North America and in Europe. But Joe, what we do have,
what's that?
The standings. So let's take a look at those.
Let's have a look at them. Come on then. Let's have a look.
Oh, the bracket rather.
The bracket. Yeah. So, bottom to top, we have James Cox. Remember, top 4 World 2022 versus Alberto Conti. Alberto has a multitude of top finishes as well.
Very strong player.
Versus Clement Courbois at the bottom, we just saw on our top 8 feature match, versus Roan Nielsen. Let me just try and work out what decks everyone's playing. So we have James Cox playing Regidrago V-Star and Alberto Conti. Regidrago V-Star.
So another Regidrago mirror. So then
another Regidrago V-Star.
So then,
there we go. Production staff looking after us. Shout out to you guys down there. Let's have a look. And then Roan is playing at Snorlax Control. Now this is really interesting. When I was doing the table walking yesterday, I saw a monumental amount of Snorlax, well, even just control decks in general, actually, floating to the top of the table. And I guess Roan might be thinking, both the Lugia, they've been given the old elbow out of cut, so maybe Roan is feeling confident. And of course, our 4th top 4 deck there is Clement Courbois, who we just saw with that Dragapult EX. Our top 4 matches will be a Regidrago Mirror against Snorlax versus Dragapult. And that's an interesting one. I haven't really given the Dragapult Snorlax matchup a lot of thought.
Yeah, I was just about to ask you what you thought about that, but yeah, I think that's going to be a new one on me too. I mean, Regidrago Mirror is Regidrago Mirror, of course, but yeah, Dragapult against Snorlax, that's going to be very interesting. I imagine that probably won't be the top 8 match that we feature, given that, of course, we did tend to like to go from like one side of the bracket to the other, but yeah, I'm very curious as to how that one plays out.
It's interesting. I'm just trying to work out, because normally against control decks, placing damage counters is the way to get around them, right? Because you can... Yeah. I'm just trying to think, what are the sort of walls that Roan can look to sort of throw up? Does play 2 copies of Mist Energy, so that could be impactful. Just trying to see what else we've got here.
But I tell you what, though, the fact that Dragapult EX doesn't have an ability, so that can punch through a Cornerstone Ogerpon EX very easily. It's one of the things that you don't fear go a Cornerstone with that.
Yeah, the Cornerstone, that will be staying in the deck on the discard pile. I can tell you that for free, because that Cornerstone Ogerpon won't be getting a lot of value at all. But yeah, that's our top 4. Let us know down there in the chat what you think, how it's going to pan out. And quite honestly, I tell you what, if the control can navigate through and face Regidrago, I mean, that's a matchup it's looking to try and see all day. So maybe the stars could be aligning for the control, maybe.
It could be. We're going to be in for a very good run indeed. But speaking of running, we've got to run off and go take a break for top 4 so we can let the other guys get on and bring you a top 4 match. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back very, very soon with top 4.
Resource management is a topic that we hear about in the Pokemon TCG all the time, but what exactly does this mean? Resource management is the process of allocating resources to achieve the greatest value, or in our case, winning the game. To do this optimally, it is necessary to remember all of your win conditions of the TCG. Take all of your prize cards, leave your opponent with no remaining Pokemon in play, or decking the opponent out. A player's main objective should be to use their cards optimally toward the best winning line each turn. One of my favorite E-Block decks to showcase the strength of resource management is Lost Box. With countless micro decisions to make in the opening turns and a lot of information to digest, we often find players can lose the game with the decision made in the first few turns. So how do you avoid this? First, learn your prize cards. This information is often crucial for the optimal opening turns, especially with Comfey's Flower Selecting and Colress's Experiment placing cards in the Lost Zone. In these turns, you should begin to develop a prize map, a way to take all of your prize cards as efficiently as possible. This can require a bit of finesse to pull off. If a matchup calls for Radiant Greninja's Moonlight Shuriken into Sableye Lost Mine, followed by a big attack from a Pokemon like Dragonite V, then you better have the resources to pull that off. Hold a Water Energy for that Radiant Greninja, so that only one Mirage Gate is required to meet the energy requirements. This potentially leaves an extra Mirage Gate for that late game Dragonite V or Kyogre. Another important resource is the discard pile. Certain supporters and items interact with the discard pile to help turn that stack of cards into a winning game plan. Cards like Clara to bring that energy back, as you often have the perfect energy type waiting in the discard pile for your next attack. Whether it be Water Energy for Moonlight Shuriken, or Psychic Energy to spread damage with Sableye's Lost Mine. Kyogre's Aqua Storm attack requires all of the resource management tools to join forces on the route to victory, in a beautiful combination that often includes emptying your own deck of cards, refilling with many energies, accelerating energies for the attack cost, and of course a clear prize map. Aqua Storm is nearing the apex of resource management. Let's take a look at how some of the best in the world use resource management skills to blaze a path to victory. In the top 4 of the 2023 European International Championships, Pablo Meza faced off against Tord Reklev in a battle for the ages. Pablo brought Mew VMAX into a new matchup in Tord's Gardevoir EX deck. In a pivotal spot, Pablo had an opportunity to use a power tablet for 30 additional damage and preserve the hit points on his Mew VMAX. The casters also took notice.
Well, he had the power tablet in hand previously.
Pretty sure it wasn't played before the judge.
No, I'm fairly sure it wasn't.
Instead, Pablo used Judge and saved the item. The game ultimately reached a climax with Gardevoir EX versus Mew VMAX. With 290 hit points remaining, only one line of play could knock this Pokemon out.
There's a second power tablet.
And Ultra Ball, incredible.
Oh, and
multiple Ultra Ball. This hand is insane.
Pablo goes all in, drawing as many cards as possible, and finally uses his V-Star ability that he held onto all game in order to find all 4 power tablet and take the knockout and Game 1 victory. Resource management is a vital pillar of successful gameplay. Working on these steps over time can help develop the skills to compete at the highest level. Thanks for watching, and hope to see you find the lines in future tournaments.
Hey Pokemon trainers! Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, the series where we take a look back at some of the most important and exciting matches in the history of the Pokemon Championship series. This time, I'd like to focus on a deck that nobody could have predicted would be a world champion before it won in 2016. Shintaro Ito's Mega Ordinary EX deck. The deck was especially notable as nobody saw it coming. The deck saw no success before the 2016 World Championships and was never played to any competitive success again. In fact, the only other notable finish the deck ever achieved was when Shin Akiyama piloted the deck to a 22nd place finish at the same 2016 World Championships. Now, Mega Ordinary EX was a card that almost the entire player base had overlooked. Although its key attack Magical Symphony could deal a ton of damage to both active and bench Pokemon, You had to have the Spirit Link tool card attached when you evolved into Mega Ordino EX, or else your turn would end without giving you a chance to attack. Despite that hurdle, this deck matched up so spectacularly well against so many of the top decks at the time. The 110 base damage from Magical Symphony was the perfect number to get a one-hit knockout on Shaman EX, a two-prize Pokemon played in almost every deck in 2016. There was also a prevalence of decks playing low HP Pokemon, or evolving decks like Bronzong or Vileplume decks, all of which featured in the top 8 of the Masters Division in San Francisco. Mega Ordino EX also had a phenomenal matchup against Greninja, as we would learn when we watched Shintaro Ito take on Cody Walensky in the World Championships finals. As Game 1 started, we saw that Shintaro had prized 2 of his free copies of Mega Ordino EX, and the crowd was worried whether we'd even get to see Mega Ordino. Shintaro had no such worries. A turn 1 Hooper EX to search free Pokemon EX led to a turn 2 Mega Ordino fully charged and attacking with Magical Symphony.
So here we do see Mega Ordino EX come into play. Cody's going to be under a ton of pressure immediately.
After a double KO on turn 3, Cody had seen enough and conceded, putting Shintaro a single game away from becoming a world champion.
Shintaro takes game number 1 in immediate fashion. Mega Ordino EX absolutely dominates that first game.
Game 2 went almost exactly the same. Shintaro was forced to attach or discard all of his Spirit Links on turn 1, giving Cody a single turn to try to find Startling Megaphone and force Mega Ordino to end the turn when evolving. But this was not to be, and we again saw a turn 2 Magical Symphony taking a KO. Turn 3 saw Lysander play to take another double KO, and once again, after just 3 turns, Shintaro had taken the game, giving him the World Championships final victory in 6 turns.
It's over! This is it! Mega Ordino EX!
Shintaro Ito came into Worlds 2016 after back-to-back Japanese National Championship top 8 finishes, but left as a household name, something he would only further solidify with a second place World Championships finish 3 years later. For now, Mega Ordino EX remains the most surprising deck to ever win a Pokemon TCG World Championship. Thanks for watching, and make sure to let us know your favourite competitive Pokemon TCG moments using the hashtag PlayPokemon. Don't know about you, but that bouncy music in that last video made me feel very excited. But of course, I don't need anything to get me excited. We have reached the top 4 of the Lille Regional Championships. My name's Ross Gilbert, and I'm joined by the lovely Barish Jakos. How you doing, Barish?
I'm a bit emotional because this is our last game for the weekend. 1,380 players made it to Lille in France this weekend. Played it all the way down. 4 players remaining, and we have the honor to cast over one of this top 4 set here.
Yeah, if we have a quick look at the bracket coming up, we've got James Cox and Alberto Conti, who I believe are they going to be playing a Regidrago mirror match?
I think that's what I looked into, yes, absolutely.
We've then got Clement Courbois, who is going to be playing Dragapult against Roan Nielsen with that Snorlax. So a lot of dragons remaining in the tournament today, and Roan and Snorlax hoping to block their path to victory. See what I did there?
I saw what you did there, absolutely. And the big question of this top 4 set is James Cox on stream for the 3rd time today. 2 victories, obviously, in his last 2 sets here in the last Swiss round, in the top 16 round. He then won his top 8 round off stream and is now back on stage to rock his Regidrago V-Star once again. Look at the accomplishments of Alberto, though. Top 4 in Stuttgart regionals, top 8 in Lille regionals. He has been on this big stage before, has been performing. EUIC and Liverpool, both a top 32 there as well. So top 4 currently on par with his finish in Stuttgart.
Yeah, hoping to go one step further here as we have a look at James Cox. World's top 4, World's top 8, Dortmund regional top 8. That was, of course, quite recent, and then a Players' Cup top 8 as well. So we are looking at a phenomenal player here with a real history of high-level success. Last time we were on the desk, we were looking at a Regidrago mirror match. We are again looking at a Regidrago mirror match. We saw some draws go in James's favor in the previous match, but we know that James clearly knows his way around this matchup. And of course, I'm pretty sure Alberto does as well. This has been one of the decks to watch for a while now. It will be one of the decks they have tested. Both players are going to be familiar with a mirror match, and at this stage of the tournament, everyone knows what everyone's playing.
Absolutely, and we have seen how these mirrors play out, and it's really interesting to see if they take any other approach or if it's going to be the same. I mean, we saw some puzzling because the cards were not quite in their favor, and we saw some attacks with the Ogerpon Teal Mask early on. That's not very usual in this mirror game. Going to be really interesting. We have been championing Nina, going from a top, like she was top 32, now top 16 here back to back. James on the other side, top 8, now top 4 in the first 2 regions of the season. Even stronger accomplishments, going top 8 or higher back to back. That's huge.
Yeah, James is having a great run. James seems to always have a great run. One of the players who basically just always ends up at Worlds and, you know, top 4 at Worlds, top 8 at Worlds. I mean, that is, not many players have done that, you know, a couple of years apart. Not many players have made the top 8 at Worlds twice. For most players, top 8 at Worlds would be, you know, your one big accomplishment, and we would be delighted with that. Yeah, James has done that twice.
Absolutely, and I have once made the argument that if you want to count yourself towards one of the greatest of the game, you need that Pikachu trophy at home, which comes with a top 4 finish.
Yes.
James has done it, has one of those, and is trying to add more results to his list of accomplishments. We see the prize though. Talk us through the prizes.
We've got a Kyurem prize for James, which these are generally only played as one-offs. We saw that in a previous game, and I have mentioned one thing we have seen at Worlds where players in this mirror match trying to go double Trifrost early to get cheeky quick wins. That is not going to be an option for James here. That is not there. So it looks like Alberto is going to be going first, and that is a big deal because, as we've talked about, this is a deck that doesn't do much on turn 1. Turn 1 is a setup turn, and then you start going into the game proper. So if you can get that first setup turn, that first attack, it makes a gigantic difference. And just as a quick reminder, while we see Alberto doing the first deck search, the deal is simple. You want to get free energy on a Regidrago V-Star. You then can copy any attack of any dragon Pokemon in your discard pile. How do you get the free energy on there? We use Teal Mask Ogerpon. We attach extra energy to that during our turn, 1 per Ogerpon per turn, and then we use Energy Switch to move it from Teal Mask Ogerpon over to Regidrago. In terms of the attackers, generally we're talking Dragapult, 200 to the active, 6 damage counters to the bench. Or we've got Giratina, which is 280, but you lost zone 2 energy. Or we've got Kyurem, where you discard all your energy, but do 110 to free Pokemon.
I really like that you brought up Kyurem because, as you said in our previous stream match, a double Triforce can actually take out 6 prizes in 2 turns, in 2 attacks. And that could be huge here because 110, that's 220, that takes out the Ogerpon Teal Mask. However, chat and viewers at home, I want you to remember how much Ross was praising that Ogerpon Teal Mask, because that will be relevant when we talk about our community bracket later on, where Ogerpon Teal Mask made it all the way to the final. But for now,
I think we focus more on this game right now, Barris. Thank you very much. We do have a Teal Mask Ogerpon down, though, for Alberto, and it looks like we are seeing a, I want to say that's an Ultra Ball coming down here. And that means that we are going to be going and searching out another Pokemon. It is a Giratina, which means we're going to see some discarding, probably with a Squawkabilly, because, of course, in order to copy those attacks of those Dragon Pokemon, you have to get them into the discard.
Yeah, and having access to Squawk and Seize this early on in combination with an Ultra Ball is amazing, because you pick out one of these Dragon Pokemon that you can't use, but Squawk and Seize lets you discard them, and they're in the discard pile, and the attack will be ready to be launched once you have the attack, the energy, and the Regidrago V-Star, obviously. I think...
Oh, have we whiffed energy here?
That was going to be my next question, but I think I see a fire energy in hand.
We're good, we're good. Yeah, we need an energy this turn, right? We need to get an energy attached to the active Regidrago V. And this is the other good thing about going first. You're not pressured to have to get 2 Regidrago V. James does. Because if James only gets 1 Regidrago V on the board, Alberto could potentially gust it into the active and KO it. So James actually does need to double Regidrago here. in a way that Alberto didn't need to. Straight away, we see an Ino.
Yeah, first Regidrago has hit the bench immediately with an energy fueled up there. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I would love to see another Regidrago just to have the safety net. Then on top of all that, we would love to see some grass energies start piling their butt on your Ogre-Pawns. It's great to pick another one. And here, Earthen Vessel. Amazing combination because you get to discard one card. And if you have a dragon that you want in the discard pile, Earthen Vessel is the perfect opportunity.
Yes, you get that Dragapult in the discard, and that is your general kind of starter for 10 attacker. Unless you have a specific attacker you need to use, that is your general attack, 200 to the active, you drop 6 damage counters anywhere you like on the bench, bring those Pokemon into range of your other attacks, and look, sometimes against, say, a Regidrago V-Star, you have to hit 280, so you're going for Giratina. Sometimes, you're going to get great value out of that Trifrost from Kyurem, and that's fine, but your general attacker here is going to be that Dragapult. And, while we're bringing up things that aren't, just for the match, with 2 Regidrago with Dragapult in top 4 and a Dragapult in top 4, I think it's pretty clear who won the caster prediction this weekend.
Yep. No, I mean, your experience pulls through, and you had the right instinct to call out that Dragapult. Amazing card, of course. 2 grass energies because 1 fire is already attached. 1 Ogre-Pawn is in hand, so you get to attach both of these. Got quite some energy on board that will help you later on in the game because you can only attach 1 energy from hand manually to one of your Pokemon. Regidrago V-Star needs 3 energy. What helps you out here is your energy switch. However, at some point you need your Ogre-Pawns to help accelerate those energies, and having them on so early on helps you to then only you won't need the energies, you only need the energy switches if you already have them on the board.
Yeah, we did actually get a Squawkabilly off of that Teal Dance. And I was thinking, are we going to see that played? It would discard a fire energy, but that seems okay, apparently. So here we go. Has discarded the one of Knockdowns. That will need to be recovered if we try using it later. But here we go. We've got a nice new hand of cards. And it looks like we're going straight for an Ultra Ball. I do think we need another Regidrago V. I know it's a lot to ask for, but it is possible for Alberto to KO that lone Regidrago on his next turn.
Absolutely. I mean, it looks a little bit rough to me personally, seeing that one of Noctowl hit the discard pile and the one of Pheasantipity also in the discard pile. Now, we have some Super Rods in the deck that can recover them. And another thing I would love to see over the course of this matchup is how much of an impact Noctowl can actually have. Because looking at those lists, James already featured on stream has been running that Noctowl combination with the Ogre-Pawns Tearmas that with Jewel Seeker allows you to pull out any 2 trainer cards. On the other hand, Alberto doesn't even run that. So it's going to be interesting to see if that makes a huge impact, especially in the mirror.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Looking at the list, there are a lot of similarities. You're one of Cleffa, you're one of Radiant Charizard, you're one of Squawkabilly, for instance. But you're absolutely right. There's a 1/1 Knockdown line in James's list, which is not present in Alberto's.
Yeah, the other significant difference I see is a 1 of Penny from Alberto. And maybe picking up a damaged Pokemon here could come in favor to prevent any build-up knockout. Of course, keep in mind, we have 2 Regidrago on the bench now. That's exactly what we wanted, and a couple of energies on board as well. I see Professor's Research, which can help us to further build up this board in the next turn, but I went back to Alberto.
Yeah, James didn't go first. He wasn't able to launch an attack there, but he did about as well as you could possibly have done. You got your 2 Regidrago, 3 energy on the board, 2 Teal Mask Ogre-Pawns. That is basically a perfect start there, and we see an Ino coming down from Alberto.
Yep.
And both players are going to get a new hand of 6 cards. For Alberto here, it's nice and simple. 2 Grass Energy, 2 Energy Switch, and once again, we see a Teal Mask Ogre-Pawns left in the active because it's not the best target, and it forces a Giratina attack where you lost zone 2 of your energy. It is an awkward Pokemon. That 210 is really annoying.
Yeah, and I see the grass energies have been missed here. Before the Iono, there was actually an energy switch in hand, which is now at the bottom of the deck. That's why it was so huge for James to already get 2 grass energy on the board, so you only need to look out for those energy switches. Yeah, this is, I mean, you gotta, to stay in the game, you have to use the V-Star power. Discard 7 more cards and get access to 2 from your discard pile.
Yeah, we've got a couple of energy going down there. We've got a Regidrago and a Teal Mask Ogre-Pawns. Didn't hit any of your dragon attackers, which you'd sometimes want to do. and it looks like we're grabbing a Regidrago and an Earthen Vessel here.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see that both the other Regidrago V have been hit the discard pile, so it was crucial to recover one of them. Otherwise, you're stuck with only one attacker for the mid game, basically, and don't have it ready to evolve anytime soon. So getting that back from the discard pile, probably hitting the bench, so if in any following turns his own or the first Regidrago V-Star goes down, he has the option to evolve again. But V-Star ability has been used, and I mean, at the moment it's still struggling to get off the first attack, so it will be even harder to get off a second attack if you can't build up that second Regidrago.
And I do think you need to bench a Regidrago here because James absolutely could get a KO on his turn. And when you run out of Regidrago in this matchup, you know, Regidrago's your only real attacker. Here is an energy switch, though. So now we got the free energy onto Regidrago in the active. And what do you want to do? Do you do 200 to the active and drop 6 damage counters?
I was going to say, which dragons do we have? I see Dragapult.
We do have Giratina as well. It's hidden. You can see it right at the bottom next to Dragapult there. I do believe that is Giratina.
It was pulled out of the first turn. Yeah, it's definitely Giratina with the Ultra Ball, and then Squawkins, he's discarded that. So yes, we have that option available, but then again, 2 energies in your lost zone, even harder to set up another follow-up attack.
The real question here, it's awkward, because on the one hand, I don't want to lose my energies. I want to do 200 to the active, 6 to the bench. I can always drop 1 damage counter on that Teomask Ogopon later and KO it. The issue is, and this is what we're doing, and I don't mind it, I like this at all, this is what I would want to do. However, if James gets a KO, you lose all those free energy anyway. Here's what I want to know. How familiar are these players with the list? Because if you did this against Alberto and he plays a Penny, that was a largely wasted attack. James doesn't play Penny, so cannot punish this. Does Alberto know that?
Yeah, and I think especially with these 6 damage counters going the opposing board, really interesting to see 5 hit the Squawkabilly, 1 hit the Ogopon, and that's exactly the numbers you need, because that Ogopon on the bench down to 200 HP will be knocked out by another Dragapult attack.
Yep.
That you might be thinking, why is there 5 damage on the Squawkabilly? 160 down to 110, that would go down to a Triforce.
Yeah, and that's what we see in this Regidrago mirror. When you're dropping those damage counters with Phantom Dive, it is all about leaving Pokemon in range of other attacks. Now, this turn is huge. If James gets a KO on Alberto's Regidrago, takes all that energy off the board, he is giving Alberto a big task to try and get an attack off on the following turn. If James misses a KO here, Alberto could run away with this game.
Yeah, and we have seen this in the last Regidrago V-Star mirror, where there were potentially 4 prize turns set up, but they never actually pulled through and got them. Here, I mean, the Ogopon down to, what is that, 10 HP?
10 HP
That's
remaining.
An easy knockout there. So with a boss and pick out, for example, that Squawkabilly or even the Ogopon, you could pick up KOs on both Ogopons here, which is huge, with 200 on the active, 60 on the bench, 4 prizes. So let's see if that will come into effect here. We see the Hoothoot being drawn, but the bench is already full, and the Noctowl was discarded earlier, so unless you use a Super Rod, you won't have access to that.
Yeah, Super Rod or Regidrago V-Star ability. They're the only 2 ways we're going to be seeing that Noctowl again. Now, the good news is we got 2 energy on the Regidrago. The bad news is we don't yet have the 3rd. So are we going to go for an energy switch here? Can we find an energy switch? Do we go for the V-Star power? Yes, we do!
Not quite yet. There's a... Seems to be that one in hand that he wants to use first before then using the V-Star. So let's...
Why not both?
So let's see which 7 cards will be discarded here and how much of an impact that will have. Okay.
So we drop... Okay, that's not bad, actually. You lost an energy switch and an energy, but you can get them back if you want them. You also managed to drop a Dragapult and a Giratina, which are Pokemon you want in the discard pile, and then like a couple of Ultra Ball, which are less important. So sometimes you can get really punished for using that V-Star power. That didn't happen. So James is grabbing an energy switch and an Iono. I like this.
Absolutely. And now it comes in handy that this early on he was able to already attach some of the grass energies to his Ogopon, because if he uses Lost Impact, he can use the 2 grass energy on the Ogopon and still has free on the attacking Pokemon.
But now here's what's interesting. Choosing to energy switch over to a Regidrago V and then play the Iono, he's basically saying, I want some energy left for next turn to attack. So what you're going to see here is lost zoning at least 1 off the active Regidrago, basically just saying, I'm gonna hedge. I'm gonna hope you don't have a return KO. but I'm going to prepare in case you do.
Absolutely, and that foreshadowing, that forward thinking, setting up future turns, that's what separates the good from the very good players. And I agree with you, maybe discarding one from the attacking active one and saying, hey, if you take this out, at least I already have one grass energy on the second one. And if not, I might get access to another grass energy and just attach it to the active and attack that way again. So I think basically setting up the board to take a knockout, the first knockout of the game and the first 2 prizes in this prize race.
Now we do see a Super Rod coming down. That is going to get their Pheasantipity and a couple of basic energy back into the deck. And once again, like we see from these Regidrago decks, your deck gets very small very, very quickly here. You end up with, you know, few cards left in deck, which means that finding things like that Pheasantipity become a lot easier. And if you play it right, and it's not always easy to do so, you can get, you know, a really easy end game where you draw what you want. We did see the attack from Regidrago V-Star, and as predicted, it was the energy off the Teal Mask and 1 energy off the active.
I really like how you called that out ahead of time there. Amazing play and really well picked up. So let's see if and how Alberto can come back or respond to this threat here. He has a Regidrago, has to evolve it, but has 0 energy in play at the moment. So he basically needs to get access to 3 energies and 2 energy switch as well.
And the V-Star.
And the V-Star on top of all that. And
really
V-Star ability was already used. And yeah, I don't see any supporter in hand, do I?
Oh, and a pivot, because Teal Mask Gogapon's in the active.
Maybe this is an indication that says it's too hard to find all the pieces right now. So I don't want to put my Regidrago in the active position where it might get knocked out. I'd rather stall out one more turn and try to find all the pieces that way. I see 1 grass energy in hand, a Super Rod that probably will put some of the energies back as well. Question is, what is the right sequencing? Charizard seems to be hitting the discard pile with the Earthen Vessel to get more energy out of the deck. Let's look at the energies. 2 grass, so 3 grass, 2 fire. So there's still plenty of energy. I see 1 fire and 1 grass.
1 fire, 2 grass. That's what's left in the deck. I believe that's what we saw there. 1 fire, 2 grass.
Yeah, and 1 grass was in hand as well. So you will have all the energies that I was talking about. 3 energies. You can't play the energies down, then play a potential supporter. But I mean, oh, Pheasantipity is also on the hand, and the knockout was just taken.
So that's going to be another 3 cards drawn. Have we seen the Prime Catcher yet from Alberto?
I don't see it in this discard pile. I don't think I've seen it in hand yet. So there's still the opportunity. All right, first Super Rod is being played, putting 3 Pokemon back. Oh, I think 2 Regidrago V-Star are currently, now will be pulled back, but in the discard pile, and 1 was in the prizes. So he needed that Super Rod actually to have the option to evolve that. So now energies there. V-Star in the deck. Pivot yet to find. So I see an energy switch in hand as well. So some of the pieces are already there, and we have the, I think it would be huge if there's a drawing supporter drawn out of the Pheasantipity.
Yeah, we also do have Mew in hand as well, and we can actually lower our hand quite a bit potentially here to draw more cards. I think that was a Kyurem that we just drew off of the Teal Mask, and I think we're going to see the second Teal Mask here. Of course, you can use that as a pivot, but then you wouldn't have enough energy to attack with Regidrago. So, honestly, if we could... Actually, no. See, that's the thing. Even if you get your Prime Catcher, you actually want to KO the active. This is such an awkward situation.
You could get Prime Catcher and get a 4-price turn here, but then you would still leave, I mean, one of the active Regidrago with V-Star with 2 energies in play, and that's not what you really want to give your opponent. There's a Pheasantipity. We have seen an Ultra Ball in hand, but chooses to play the Pheasantipity first.
Okay, so we draw 3 cards, and we did Prime Catcher.
Is that also a boss's order?
Maybe.
Let's see if we get a better view at what is the second card.
It is boss's orders. You are correct. As he gets this version,
but no drawing support.
No, which is not ideal. No switch. I
would have loved to see lowering the hand count first, having access to Mew, pulling or thinning out your deck even further. But I'm also not sure if there was any Pokemon actually left in the deck. So let's see what this Ultra Ball will get us here. So there's 1 Regidrago V-Star. That's what we needed anyway. It's great to pull out there.
The only switching cards in Alberto's deck are Prime Catcher and Penny. They're the only cards that actually let you get your active out of the active. And Prime Catcher, this is what we see in the mirror. You end up running low on energy. If you keep doing Giratina's attack to take out a Regidrago, and then you get you end up running out of energy, having to rely on too many energy switches. It gets very, very awkward very, very quickly.
Yeah, one aspect I like about the game is like some players might be thinking, hey, should I try for the rare chance to get all the pieces? Should I extend the turn as far as possible? Or other players might be thinking, hey, I might not have all the tools and I might not want to waste some of the options I have here. So we see a Mew, that's an easy target because you can always retreat for free. Prime Catcher was being used, correct? Fire Energy hits there. There's the energy switch, down to 1 card. We can use restart, draw 2 more cards. Is there drawing support?
Or an energy switch. It's an Ultra Ball and a Jamming Tower, I think. Jamming Tower, bad draw at this point in the game. Does nothing for you whatsoever. So it looks like it was a setup turn. We pass back to James. James is up by 2 prizes, and it is his turn. And this is where James could really punish this. All he needs is an energy, a pivot, and he can use an attachment with the ability as a pivot. If he's got an energy to attach for turn and a gust onto that Regidrago on the bench, James takes a huge commanding lead in this game.
There's the other grass energy we needed, so we have that pivot.
Oh, has he got Prime Catcher in hand?
I don't see it, but a research being played. 7 fresh cards, and the deck is actually quite thin at this point, so there's a high chance. Let's look at the first 3. A boss's order in hand.
And Prime Catcher would preserve that energy as well, which would be big. It's a Pheasantipity, but it's not a Prime Catcher. It's an energy switch, but it's not a Prime Catcher. It is a Prime Catcher.
Oh my God.
That means the pivot and the gusting on the Regidrago. That means that James can go up by 4 prizes, take all the energy off Alberto's board, and the only Regidrago at that point, it is basically game, and we're going to be going to game 2. This is going to be huge for James. Final card was that Prime Catcher, and you've got to believe Regidrago's going down here.
You couldn't have set this up any more tension there. It was literally card by card. The last 7th card was the Prime Catcher.
You made us wait to see all 7 cards there.
Now let's play it safe. Yes, you have the tools to take a knockout here, but sometimes players get ahead of themselves and just play it immediately without thinking further into the future. So yes, 2 energies back into the deck. Let's make sure the damage counters are correct. Deck is being shuffled. Opponent looks at the discard pile, but we will see, and that's why also the extra energy was so important, because now you can discard any 2 grass energy you like, and you have more energies left so for future attack if Alberto chooses to continue this game without any Regidrago in play.
Okay, now it looks like we're seeing a retreat here. We do actually have a boss's orders in hand, but we've used our supporter for the turn. So it looks like we're not going for the Prime Catcher here. Looks like we're KOing the Mew. This is absolutely fine. We take the prizes and we're putting energy, damage on Pheasantipity, energy on Squawkabilly, like we would expect, bringing them down to those key numbers. My worry here is that Alberto just needs a grass energy from hand to KO the Regidrago, and then James needs a grass energy, a fire energy, and an energy switch in order to have an attack next turn. Make no mistake about it, James is still very much in the driver's seat in this game. He is absolutely still the favorite to win this, but I really like the idea of taking out all of my opponent's energy and their only real attacking threat.
I would have loved to see that as well, but I'm sure James he's in semifinals for a reason, so he will have a plan to checkmate out this game. I don't think Alberto has any way to draw 6 prizes, even though there's so much damage at the moment, so which basically means, hey, take as many knockouts as you want. I have 2 Regidrago V-Stars. One already has 1 energy, so I mean, I only need 1 energy manual attachment and an energy switch to attack next turn, basically. So it's not too much to ask for, and then I'm 1 attack away from winning, because if you have a Regidrago V-Star ready, it takes out any Pokemon here on the field at the moment.
Oh, it absolutely does. He has got Giratina in the discard, hasn't he?
That's a good question. Maybe we missed that part, that Giratina is not in the discard and he couldn't even have used the attack. That might even be the missing puzzle piece that we have not considered here.
I think he does. I think he might have even hit it off the V-Star power earlier in the game, you know. We'll hopefully get confirmation of that. If James has another look through his discard pile, we'll have a little bit of a gander. Either way, James is in a commanding position in this game. Essentially for Alberto, it's take out your opponent's active Regidrago and just hope they don't have it, because James has 2 prizes remaining. If he gets Grass Energy, Fire Energy, Energy Switch next turn, he will win the game. He will KO his opponent's Regidrago, and that will be the end of the game. or he can even just, you know, gust something like a Squawkabilly and get an easy KO, or even just use Kyurem's attack and KO the Squawkabilly. He's got like 17 different routes to victory next turn.
Absolutely, and I said, like, yes, there's some 4-price turns here, but then you would just leave the active Regidrago Vista in play, and that's one KO, one attack away from winning this game. So yes, we see grass energy here. That's the missing piece to allow Alberto's Regidrago Vista to attack. We see a potential play here. What is he considering? Putting the Radiant Charizard into play with a Fire Energy, retreating and hitting that for, I guess, 250 damage.
Yeah, the theory here is...
bossing.
Boss onto the Mew. So here we're taking 2 prizes and leaving a single prize attacker in the active. But there's the boss's orders, and James there is going to be able to move on as to, you know, a 1-0 record here. We're not moving on to the final yet, but we are 1 game up very nicely indeed. So, and there were plenty of routes to victory that I believe the Kyurem was actually prized from James in that game. I don't think he'd taken it out the prizes, but certainly had enough routes to victory in the end there. And it really was a situation where James had the faster start. He was able to get those KOs nice and early. And oftentimes when you're playing a mirror, that's what it takes.
I mean, it was such a dominant position towards the end. You just saw how he said, hey, yes, KO my Mew, I have Boss. On top of Boss, I also have the Prime Catcher. But let's look at the replay here and see how this first game played out. James took the first knockout. Board was ready. Alberto managed to deal, spread some damage that didn't take any knockout. And this basically cost them the game in the long term, not having taken any prizes. There's damage, but it didn't really matter. You saw some of the setups. 10 here, 50 there. Everything is in either 200 or 110 range. Charizard doing 250, but it just wasn't enough to close out the game. Boss, and on top of that, I also have the Prime Catcher.
Yeah, plenty of gusting there available at the end to take out that Squawkabilly, finish out the game, and we move on to game 2. We're in the top 4 of the Lille Regional Championships here. James Cox is 1 game up over Alberto Conti in this best of 3 series in the top 4, playing for a chance to play in the final, where they will face either Dragapult or Snorlax.
Yeah, one other thing I want to point out here is looking at Alberto's record. He's 11-0-3. Throughout 14 games this weekend, he hasn't lost a single one. This might be the actual first loss, but the deciding loss that would kick him out of the tournament. James must be really feeling himself going 1-0 in that top 4 set here.
Yeah, James does have his one-off knockdown prize, so that is something to track as we go through this game. Alberto will, of course, go first after losing game 1. This is a matchup where you definitely want to go first because you can, I mean, you can take the first KO, but like we say, it's simple things like you don't have to worry about playing 2 Regidrago V on turn 1. You can get other Pokemon down, whereas James is going to need to do so.
I think Radiant Charizard is probably one of the worst starters you can have. Yes. It has a high retreat cost of 3 energies.
Oh, I'm going to interrupt you there, Barish, because it looks like Alberto has passed over to James. He benched no Regidrago. He got 2 energy on the board, but he didn't get any Regidrago down, so there will be no Regidrago V-Star next turn.
Absolutely, and I love how you said, like, you want to go first, and we kind of have this stream chorus where players go first when they want to go first and then just don't have the tools that they want to. The same thing happened in the last Regidrago Vista, and we say it's almost as if you give James the first turn and allow him to use a supporter, which is huge here. Great call out for the missing Regidrago. On the other side, James already has 1 Regidrago and is playing an Ultra Ball, currently price checking, making sure which tools he has for the rest of the game.
Yeah, the big prize, like we say, is that knockdown. James won't have access to that, unfortunately. And that's important because you don't want to go and spend resources searching out a Hoot and then realize that your only knockdown is prized. Right now, we have gone for a Dragapult, and you know what that means? There is some way to discard in James's hand, which is actually another Ultra Ball.
I mean, that discard is huge. The first Ultra Ball already has a Giratina and a Regidrago Vista. The second one gives you a Dragapult, and having access or discarding your Pokemon this early on, your potential attackers that you want in discard pile, is just such a huge advantage. We have seen how this plays out when you have everything on board, but you're just missing the dragons in your discard pile, and basically saying, hey, I have my Dragapult in discard pile, I'm setting up my Regidrago, I will be attacking very soon.
Yeah, and that attack does seem like it is going to be coming out. Now we get Squawkabilly, and we have Teal'c Ogerpon on the bench there. We got Squawk and Seize for a new hand of 6 cards. We've got Giratina and Dragapult in the discard pile ready to go. We're getting some energy here with Earthen Vessel, and for as bad as Alberto's start was, James seems to be having the polar opposite right now.
Yeah, it's almost a broken record, but we say it once over again. Earthen Vessel, Grass and Fire energy. Attach the fire to your Regidrago and use that grass energy to accelerate that onto your Ogerpon Teal'c. I think we might actually see the attack of the Regidrago as well, which allows you to discard the top 3 cards of your deck. If any of these are energies, you can also attach them to this Regidrago. So with a cheeky, maybe grass energy discard, you suddenly have an extra energy on the active, and that's such a huge advantage.
And it looks like, are we going to find, oh, we see an energy switch going over there, so 2 energy on the active, and here's the thing, James went second, but you look at Alberto's board, you know Regidrago is safe. We do not see a Celestial Roar. Like we see from the V-Star power, it can give you some funky discards, and that will lead to some problems. And look, you've got 2 energy on. All you need next turn is attachment for turn.
Which is in hand. Which is also in hand.
And then you've got your attack off and rolling. I adore this. And oh my, no. Okay, no, we got Professor's researching. I saw Alberto's hand moving. I'm like, he's not going to pass, is he? But no, there is at least Professor's research in hand.
Yeah, and that will give him access to more cards. And it's up to...
I got bad news. There's at least 2 energy switch in hand.
This is where not having access to Regidrago will really hurt his future turns here. We see that, I mean, the stadiums won't really matter. Second energy heading the Charizard, that will actually help you to, I mean, withdraw or retreat more so. But also, wait, 4 energies. I mean, he can also attack soon.
There is an option here that Alberto gets.
He's 1 energy short.
Energy and an energy switch, and actually gets a KO with that Radiant Charizard. It is not supposed to ever be used as an actual 5 energy attacker. The attack takes 1 less energy for every prize card drawn.
What do we need at the moment? We need another Ogerpon, another grass energy, another energy switch. I see a Nest Ball that gives you access to Ogerpon, but do we have enough to get the? I mean, there's an energy switch in deck. We have used 2 of them. There should be 2 left. Let's see. I mean, that would be a miracle, right? You're thinking that's such a bad start, but we have seen how the attack of Ogerpon suddenly took knockouts. In this case, getting a 5th energy on there and taking the Regidrago, which felt so safe in the active position. He just left it there with 2 energies, and that might be knocked out with 250 damage.
When I said that the Regidrago V was safe, I'm just putting it out there. I don't think it was reasonable to expect 3 energy switch and an attachment for turn onto the Radiant Charizard. But here's the issue. If this, even if this happens, Alberto's used 3 energy switch, and yeah, you can get 2 of them back with your Regidrago V-Star power, but then you're forcing yourself to get 2 of them back, and whatever else is discarded is lost for good. Right now, it's a moot point. We don't have a grass energy.
Yeah, let's see if we can thin out the hand to use Restart.
At least for 1 we can.
Yeah, and I think there's another Ogerpon in hand as well, which allows you to thin your hand even further. Squawkabilly, you don't really want to play that beyond your first turn.
No, you really don't.
So, and do you want to search? I mean, I guess you can search out anything else that you can put on the bench, like the Regidrago. So, Regidrago and Ogerpon filling up the bench and then allowing you to basically draw 1 more card. I'm not quite sure if there's any 1-card combo that could allow him to attack here.
So what you need is exactly this. You draw 1 card, it's a grass energy. You attach the grass energy to Teal'c Ogerpon, you draw 1 card, it's an energy switch, then you can attack with Charizard.
All right, Chet, get ready. I mean, yeah, okay, let's see. 1, restart for 1. We can also get an Earthen Vessel.
It's a Giratina.
Okay, never mind.
Now, there's several things going wrong here, Barish. One is single Regidrago, that's your main attacker. You do kind of have to respect the Charizard here. But yeah, so James is just going to use Regidrago's, Dragapult's attack, KO the Charizard.
Did he just top deck a boss?
I don't think you even want the boss here.
No, to KO the single Regidrago, maybe.
I don't even want to get rid of the Regidrago here.
You want the energies off the board?
Yeah, I want to get rid of all 4 of those energy. I want to KO the Charizard. I can drop 6 damage counters anywhere I like here. So no, I want to KO the Charizard. No, I'm not saying it's the only option. There are other options, but yeah, we're going to see a Professor's research. if I see 4 energy on that Charizard, if I KO the Regidrago, my opponent gets 250 damage without attaching any more energy. I do not want them to have that.
True, but that would also be their only attacker, and they can't revenge KO here. 250 is not enough to take out that Regidrago V-Star. But yes, you rather want to get those 4 energies off the board, absolutely agree. And you also open up your hand for more turns. I mean, having used the boss, you would have had the Professor's Research for the following turn. But Professor Research was the choice from James.
Yeah, I like this. We get rid of the Charizard. We get to drop 6 damage counters. And we can do that thing we always do, where we put like 1 on the Ogerpon, 1 on the Fezandipiti, 1 on the Ogerpon, bring them all down into range, maybe even 2 on the Regidrago, just in case it doesn't V-Star the following turn, and just bring everything down into nice, comfortable range of your regular attacks.
Yeah, at the same time, however, you activate Fezandipiti. Right, so now they have quite some drawing power. They haven't used their V-Star power yet, so it's not completely out of the range that they would now evolve, use V-Star power, use Fezandipiti, get all the tools they need. There's also Iono in hand, so let's see how this turn plays out. It's not completely out of the blue that we would see an attack from Regidrago V-Star here.
But the thing that I'm really checking here, Barish, 2 energy switch have gone. Just for that Charizard.
True, true.
It's never even launched an attack. Alberto is behind on resources here. So, yes, you can do it, but you need both your remaining energy switch, which I'm just going out on a limb and saying I don't think is that likely. It could happen, and when you've got stuff like Fezandipiti, it helps, but it is asking a lot. Here comes another Regidrago.
And the Iono. I mean, yeah, you make a good point, but even if you pull it off this turn, you will have used all your energy switches, and only with the V-Star power you could recycle some of them, and it's going to be so much harder to follow up with any future attacks. And the only other downside is that Radiant Charizard is a 1-prizer, so it doesn't quite fit into this 2-2-2 prize trade, but I mean, James will know why he picked up that KO specifically. Let's see if there's a chance to actually set this game up. I think Iono got him a Grass and a Fire energy. They are required anyway for this setup, so maybe it goes even further beyond that.
And I've just had confirmation that Clement has gone and won 2-0 in the other top 4 game. We have Dragapult in the final. It won in Dortmund. It couldn't get better than 24th in Louisville, but it's back in the final in Lille, and it will be facing either Alberto Conti or James Cox. We've got a Dragony final coming up, but first we need to decide which of these Regidrago V-Star are going to be in the final. Right now, James very much in the driver's seat. Is Alberto going to be able to get an attack off this turn? We still need Fire Energy, 2 Energy Switch, and a Regidrago V-Star. All those cards needed for an attack this turn.
Let's see, Fire Energy. I don't see an Ultra Ball. Supporter with Iono is already used, which limits your drawing power here as well. I think that Fezandipiti was used as well, so it's really difficult to get the remaining pieces here. Not impossible, but at this point, quite hard to come back into this game. And I'm like, one way or the other, I think this basically seals the deal and makes Dragapult our champion, because either the deck itself or one of these Regidrago V-Stars will win with Dragapult in the list. So well called out there. Going back into this game, let's see if Alberto finds an opening, finds any chance, maybe stalls, and then, I mean, because Radiant Charizard was knocked out, only giving 1 prize cards, James still needs to take 3 knockouts.
James does, but here's what James did beautifully last turn. He gave Alberto no good stalling Pokemon. Everything is in range of a Dragapult attack, or is a Regidrago. So there's nothing Alberto wants to put active here. He's left the Mew active. This means James is going to take 2 prizes, essentially the first 2 prize KO, and get 6 more damage counters down on the board. So basically guaranteeing he will only need a single Giratina attack the entire game, because that Regidrago V on the bench will be put up to at least 8 damage counters, and that means that it will be in Dragapult range. So this is fantastic if you're James. You are putting Alberto in a super awkward position, and yeah, you only, and again, you didn't get a Pokemon KO'd, so you can set up your bench. So Alberto can't do that thing where he KOs the only Regidrago. No, because there's 1 on the bench ready to go. I love having a turn with Regidrago where I don't have to recover. I can just keep setting up.
Yep, and we're already preparing the dice because there's going to be a KO on the active, 50 going to 1 Regidrago and 10 to the other Regidrago. 2 Regidrago on the board, only 1 with an energy, and James at this point 3 prizes up. 3 prizes up, 2 more knockouts, and he will seal this game. Not, I mean, really difficult for Alberto in this position here. He kept both his Regidrago. There was no pivoting here. We didn't see any of these double Trifrost shenanigans to close out the game either. It was just a simple KO and preparing future KOs. Everything is now in Dragapult KO range. You see 80 damage on the bench Regidrago. If that evolves, down to 200 HP. Both the Ogerpon, 10 damage, and the Pheasantipede, 10 damage as well. All 200 HP remaining.
Right now, the biggest issue is, can Alberto launch an attack? You need Grass Energy, Energy Switch, and V-Star, or 2 Energy Switch and the V-Star. That is the combination you need to launch an attack if you're Alberto Conti this turn. You're down 1 game, you're behind in this, you know that Dragapult is waiting for you in the final. The question becomes, can you get a comeback here, win this game and the next one, and make it through to our final?
I think I had a quick sneak at the hand. I saw 2 Ionos. They could probably help him draw out of the situation here. I didn't see any research, I believe. Earthen Vessel gives you more energies. Super Rod cycled some of these back. I mean, Regidrago, Vista is not, but there was only the Charizard knocked out early on. There's also no real attacker in the discard pile for Alberto, right? There's no dragon.
He doesn't have Giratina, and you need Giratina. That's the other thing that's important here.
Yep.
This has to be a Giratina attack. There is absolutely no way Alberto is going to win this game without using Giratina to start taking out those Regidrago. You have got to hope, and James doesn't need much next turn. Energy, Energy Switch. That is literally it. So if you are Alberto, you need this. And remember, 2 Energy Switch, I believe it's just 2, are gone. There's only 2 available, but V-Star Power can still recover a couple of them.
Yeah, and this is where the drawing part of this deck shines really through. We have Super Rod putting energy back into the deck. Earthen Vessel getting energy out of the deck and also discarding your Kyurem. On top of that, we can now attach them to the Ogerpon and draw 2 more cards.
Okay, are we in desperation mode here for Alberto? Because maybe it's time for double Trifrost. If you just go down the traditional route, you're not going to win this game. Could there be a situation where you can Trifrost this turn and next turn, KO both the Teal Mask Ogerpon and the Squawkabilly and the Mew, take 8 prizes and win? You will need 3... No, I don't think you can, because you'll need 1 Energy Switch this turn and 2 next turn. So, yes, there is, because you can use your V-Star Power to recover Energy Switch. If I'm Alberto, I think that is about the only option I've got right now. I don't think I'm winning with a 2-2-2 strategy. It needs to be Trifrost, Trifrost. I think that's his only option here.
Yeah, it's also one of the only Dragon Pokemon in his discard pile at the moment. There's a second energy going to the Ogerpon. Oh, an Ultra Ball. That would give you the V-Star. That's 1 missing puzzle piece at the moment. And that gives us the V-Star ability as well, which then can further impact the game here. Legacy Star, discarding the top 7 cards off your deck. And then out of all the cards in this discard pile, you can pull 2 into your hand.
And this is where it gets really dodgy, because essentially for Alberto here, it's energy. You need energy and energy switch. If you hit too many off of your V-Star power and you can't recover enough of them, you may not have the resources to attack twice and win the game here.
Yeah, so that top 7 discard will be huge, because he needs to recycle some of the energy switch. But if they're also the remaining 2, if they're discarded now, we'll see how that will actually change the complete outcome of this game here and basically just seal it for James. When I say completely change, just seal it for James, because it makes it even harder to attack twice. Let's see. There's, I think, is this in Professor's research first?
Yeah, Professor's research coming down. We have an energy switch and a grass energy, so the attack is live now. We will be getting an attack from Regidrago. Both the cards we needed were drawn, which is huge. We do also have a boss's orders, but of course that will have to wait for next turn. The question is, are we going to try and see a double Trifrost emergency play, or are we going to try and see a more traditional prize race here? I'm just worried that Alberto just does not have the resources.
Yeah, let's look at the discard pile and see if, yeah, I mean, I was hoping to get a view there and see if there's any dragon Pokemon there beyond the Kyurem. We get more energy out of the deck. Giratina is actually still in the deck, and it's a one-off, so that is not live yet. We get another grass energy out. And here's the point. With that, 1 energy switch in hand. can set up the turn here and then use V-Star to get 2 energy switches back to have them ready for next turn. So that research instead of the Legacy Star was actually very smart and keeps him in the game.
Yeah, and I don't think you use a V-Star this turn. You don't need it this turn. You need it next turn. And also, there is a chance you literally deck out, which doesn't matter if you win the game because the end of the turn never happens. You can have 0 cards in deck. If you win on the turn, you have 0 cards in deck. So I think here we go energy switch, Trifrost, and then hopefully next turn we've got V-Star, Fire Energy, double energy switch, and we can finish out the game that way.
My question right now is how is there access to a second Regidrago V-Star? One is currently in the active, the other one is not evolved yet. Yes, but do we have access to another Regidrago V-Star? I wasn't sure if there was one left in the deck.
That's what I mean. We would need a Fire Energy and 2 energy switch and a Regidrago V-Star. We would need all of those things to attack next turn.
Oh.
We are going to V-Star this turn. Now, we've counted up. We're not decking out this turn. That is very important. That would be bad. And Alberto's getting rid of Prime Catch. Oh, that last energy switch is gone. That's not ideal because it means you only basically get, you know, a maximum of like 5 energy switcher and you're really looking for 6.
Yeah, and I also see another Regidrago V-Star hit the discard pile there. So there's a huge decision here on what to recover and how to get back. If you have a Super Rod, you can always shuffle it back into your deck that way, of course. So let's see which 2 cards. I mean, Energy Switch is required, at least 1, right? And I think that's what he's aiming for right now.
Yes, of course.
Oh, and the Prime Catcher.
Prime Catcher as well.
Just checking what else is in the discard pile. Energy Switch and Prime Catcher it is. Everything else hits the discard pile. There's 1 manual attachment, 1 Energy Switch.
Okay, so we do have the attack here. The attack is coming out. Where are we going with this? Is it going to be...
One more aspect, though. I think he missed discarding the Giratina, which is still in the deck, so he doesn't have that attack available. We see a Prime Catcher, manual retreat, and now is this the first Triforce?
I like it combined with a Prime Catcher because then you're saying to James you have to pivot out of it, and if you don't pivot this turn, then I will definitely win. It's just making it more awkward for James while you're spreading. And I think this has got to be the... Yeah, we see Graham going to the top. I don't see any other way Alberto wins without doing this. This is what we've got, and... Yeah.
I really like how you called that out, not only in this game, but before. The double, I think it happened before on stream, the double Triforce, 6 prizes in 1 turn. Absolutely possible. Checking the prizes here before drawing his own card for the next turn. And if he finds a way, I mean, he has still 3 prizes, still needs to take 2 knockouts here. Even if the actives knock out, down to 1 prize here. And Alberto still at 6 prizes. Basically, he gets to Iono for 6 if he wants to. Just needs to find another Regidrago V-Star and all the remaining pieces, which is quite a lot to ask for, but not impossible.
Yeah, Alberto's going to get another turn here. Now, we do see the Prime Catcher onto the Pheasantipity here, and it looks like we are going to be going for... Now, yeah, so the energy is gone. That's the thing. The energy is all gone because you use Trifrost. So James is setting up an I win next turn scenario. You KO the Pheasantipity, which is huge, because otherwise that would give James more cards. And are we, Professor? Oh, I really wanted an Iono this turn.
Yeah, that leaves him at all his hand cards here, but gives him fresh 7 cards. Let's see if he can extend this turn any further. We have an energy switch setting up. You're basically saying, I have 2 Regidrago V-Star here. KOing one of them won't help you. You will need that Triforce. But regardless, if you get energies to attack, you might as well Triforce. So KO the active, spreading 60 damage on the board. Doesn't matter too much here. The question is just, can he get another Triforce for a game?
Yeah, that is a real question here. James has game next turn. There is absolutely no question about that whatsoever. We see an energy from Alberto. We need double energy switch. There is 1 energy switch. 1 more energy switch, and we haven't got Giratina in the discard yet. There's Boss's orders onto the Teal Mask Ogerpon. We no longer need Giratina in, and did we have it?
I think it just says you might as well have it there. That was a desperation boss.
I don't think we saw any energy switch. We'll get some confirmation. It has gone on the screen that James is won by 2 games to 0 here. That was a very weird end to the game where Alberto's playing. then just puts the cards down, does the fist bump, and it looks like James Cox is going to be going to the final to play against Dragapult at the Lille Regional Championships. That was a very fun game, a very awkward game. There was a chance right at the end for Alberto to take the win. He just needed one more energy switch, and it was not there, and that means that James was able to get one more attack and go and win the game. Yeah. And I'll tell you, Barish, endings of the game like that always make me a little bit nervous, because I go, hang on a second, they
Are
just
we missing
stopped
something?
playing. No, I didn't think we missed anything. I was sure that James had won, but we need that confirmation just in case, because they start the turn, they're halfway through the turn, the cards hit the full, and no one celebrates.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at the replay of that game then. Let's see how that best of 3 came around, and we see a little cheeky smile from Alberto there. Did not get the best draws in this best of 3.
So yeah, also failed to take any knockouts early on. There's a 200 damage on. I mean, I would have loved to see one of the Howlucha action to take one of these knockouts, but there's neither in the decks here, so that was not a play. And James just step by step taking out the Charizard. They were almost attacked turn 2 for 5 energy. Insane play. Didn't quite work out, so he had to retreat, and James was like, first knockout, another 2 knockouts, spreading damage, setting all future knockouts, leaving all the Pokemon at 200 HP or less, saying my Dragapult's attack will basically knock these out.
Yeah, we see the final game, the final moment here of game 1, where James takes that last KO with that Regidrago, and then we go into game 2. Horrendous start for Alberto with that Charizard in the active, and Alberto obviously not happy. You're down 1 game, it's not going well. We eventually actually start building up this Charizard. We use 2 of the 4 energy switch in the deck, but we don't get the 5th energy onto Charizard. It was a lot of resources. It was a cheeky little plan. It could have come down nicely. The players are having some fun with it, but it never worked. Regidrago took it down, got rid of all of that energy, and really put Alberto behind for the whole game.
I mean, commiserations to Alberto. Even if that second game didn't quite turn out his way, he had all the time to finish out his turn. Didn't quite, like, had no path to victory left there, but just the last few moments on stream, on this huge stage. First loss he has to take all weekend on. 11 wins, 3 ties, and now this loss seals it for him. Sends him home, but with a top 4 result.
Yeah, and we just see that last little moment there where the cards hit, the fist bump comes down, and we're pretty sure James has won, and then we get the confirmation that James has in fact won. 1 energy switch away from forcing a game 3 from Alberto there. But, and again, we saw all of those resources used right at the beginning of the game with that Charizard, and unfortunately, that left Alberto without the resources needed at the end of the game to get that last attack with Regidrago, and that unfortunately was it.
Now the question is, could he have saved the energy switch? I mean, he extended really far to get that attack off, but imagine, turn 2, 250, take out the loaded Regidrago in the active position, suddenly you're back into the game. You still don't have your Regidrago, and you missed some resources, but you took that first knockout and left your opponent without any energy on their Regidrago. Didn't work out, suddenly your energy switches were all gone, and it was so much harder to seal out this game. But trying to go for the double Triforce and taking 6 knockouts in a single turn would have been huge. And I mean, seeing the path, taking all the steps to get there, and it was just 1 card off, huge accomplishment.
It is a huge accomplishment, getting all the way to top 4 of a regional championships. But most of the journeys we see from the players here actually start off at the local level. You go to your local league, you make some friends, you trade some cards. So let's have a little bit of a look at this. This is local tournaments and exactly how these things tend to roll.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
1 shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
Yeah, so make sure you do check out your local Pokemon League. There is a QR code on the screen that you can be scanning, and that will show you the locations near you. Get all that information you need. I'm a man that went to my local league every single Tuesday for years, and I'm going back to like 2009 here, Barish, up in, you know, up north near Nottingham Way, and then I do, when I find time, I still like popping by my local league down in Cornwall, although not as much as I used to, not as much as I'd like, but there is no better place to try weird decks, trade for those last few cards in your deck, and frankly, make a bunch of new Pokemon friends.
And you will be surprised how close the nearest league will be to you. Just open the map, put in your postcode, and you will see how many leagues are around you. Even I have discovered recently that I have around 7 leagues in like a very short distance that will half-an-hour drive. I can access each of those. They will have league challenges. They will have league days where you can just play and have some fun, trade some cards, bring your trade binders, of course, buy some more cards, all of that available at those. And then eventually, if you feel ready for your first competition, there's league challenges and league cups that also give you some points towards the world's qualification. Even if that isn't your goal, scoring some of these points, you're like, hey, my name is on the leaderboard.
Yeah, back in 2017, I got video game championship points, and I was never going to play at Worlds in the Pokemon VGC, but you know what? I got my championship points. That makes me happy. I found out the other day there is a League Cup happening a very short drive away from me on the 21st of December. So, you know, a nice little pre-Christmas treat for me. So I am deep into deck building, trying to figure out what it is that we can, what I'm going to play at that tournament. I've got some ideas. They're all a bit silly. One of them's going to work. Now, I do think we need to finish off our community prediction bracket, though, Barry.
Made it all the way to the finals in the community bracket as well. We started with Charizard, Greninja, Galvantula, Dragapult, Terrapagos, Espafra, and both our Ogapons here. 2 of the 4. And all the way in finals is now Galvantula EX and Teal Mask Ogapon. I don't think anyone could have predicted the outcome of these matches so far. But now it's going to come down. Galvantula, your favorite. You have been championing it all weekend long against the Ogapon Teal Mask. But remember what I said towards the beginning of the game. He was championing that Ogapon Teal Mask, which in a mirror in the semifinals now made it to the finals. And I mean, I might not even need 30 seconds this time.
I think you're going to need more than 30 seconds, quite frankly. I do believe we've seen the bracket. I believe we're ready to go. I'm going to let you go first. I'm a gentleman like that. So, tell us in 30 seconds why Teal Mask Ogapon should be winning. 3, 2, 1, Ogapon.
I'll just dance like Ogapon Teal Mask would dance with its Teal Dance ability. Lets you accelerate grass energy. Those grass energies can be energy switched to any of a Regidrago V-Star and then go off for really strong attacks. Oh, you think Regidrago is the only deck? Raging Bolt also just won a regional last weekend, also using the same engine. It's over and over in all great decks, and I mean, it just makes the case for itself. It is about to win the next regional. I'm calling it out right now. You can count down. I don't need 30 seconds, as promised.
You say that, and then you were still talking when the 30 seconds elapsed. Right! Galvantula, I feel good about this. I'm getting loose.
You're just gonna. It's a broken record. We have heard it. Energy, blah, items, blah, blah. But the stage is yours.
Do you want to be a bit part player, or do you want to be the hero in your own story? Teal Mask Ogapon is not a deck. We all tried it. It didn't work. It only works with other better Pokemon. Galvantula is its own deck. It is the one doing 220 XRV. It is the one stopping you playing items. How are you going to energy switch off of a Teal Mask Ogapon if you can't play items? An energy switch is an item. Decks don't work without items. Galvantula has the most potential of any card around. Look to the future. Do not be stuck to the present.
Oh. Present? Future? Miraidon? Koraidon? What were you talking about all this weekend long?
I'm just saying, I think the people out there are smart enough to be able to look not just at what's happening now, but look at potential and potential futures and go, you know what? I think I know what's going on. Be at the forefront. We've got this close. Do not let us fall at the final hurdle. And it is us. We're in this together. You know what you need to do, but remember, you need to do it on Twitch, all right? Because, frankly, YouTube does not have the vote live. It's only on Twitch. We like YouTube. I like YouTube. Me and YouTube, we're bros, but you can't vote on YouTube. Head yourself over to Twitch. It is open right this second. You can get your vote. If you're watching on YouTube, open your phone, your tablet, your laptop, whatever it might be, get your vote in. Go back to YouTube. We're more than happy with that. Get your vote in, and you know, me and my 40 tarantulas at home will be delighted with the result. I have faith.
I mean, I will just be teal dancing my way to this championship of Teal Mask Ogerpon. Teal Mask Ogerpon.
I mean, I'm loving the dancing. Even if you win this, and I don't think you will, the people at home have got my back on this one. Even if you win this, that still only leaves you 1 out of 3 against Galvantula. So let's not be celebrating too much here, Barish. Make sure you get your votes in on Twitch, not on YouTube. That's important. And then go back to YouTube and watch that later. That is absolutely fine. And we are going to know in a few seconds definitively the best Terra Pokemon in the format.
I wouldn't say in the format.
The fan favorites
so far. Yes, okay, sure. There's more Terra Pokemon coming out, so maybe there will be a future iteration of this. Cerulege was one of my favorites to maybe make it into that bracket. But for now, I mean, that would also be a contender to beat that Grass Ogerpon, right?
We're not there yet, but the deck I want to make work the most for this League Cup in December, I want Terra Palossand to work. I don't know if it's going to, but I want it to work so badly. I am going to be testing it a lot, and then probably giving it up for a deck which actually does work. But a man can dream, Barish. A man can dream. I still feel bad. I should have my phone on the desk so I can be voting in the poll. But then I'd know what the result was early and that would ruin it.
Absolutely, and I'm just hearing that results already, so let's have a look. One final look at the bracket.
Go on. Is there any chance?
Oh, nah, you must be kidding.
It did it!
You must be kidding.
Did it again! Galvantula EX goes through officially the best Terra Pokemon. Freya is off camera looking just in disbelief. I'm sorry, Freya.
All this dance for nothing. I was teal dancing here, but it just didn't help, I suppose.
You danced, you sang, and I hate to say it, Barish, that you and Teal Mask Ogerpon lost. Galvantula is the champion of our bracket. That is the big upset this weekend, and maybe I need to make a Galvantula deck.
We have to give it to you. You not only won the caster prediction, but you also helped Galvantula to take it to its first title, probably the only title it will ever get. But don't be fooled. Calling Dragapult and Galvantula, great success this weekend, Ross.
I should have played this weekend.
Yeah.
Caster prediction. Community prediction bracket. Imagine if I was out there actually playing the game. I could be on the desk for the final. Well, on the stage for the final. Never mind. I was happy here. We've had a good time. It's been fun.
Oh, chat, thank you so much for all your support throughout this caster community bracket all day long. I mean, favorite Terra Pokemon? Actually, on socials, let us know what the next community bracket should be. We had Terra Pokemon for this weekend. We will be back with future regionals as well, running completely new brackets, and I would love to hear your opinions. Just use the socials, use #PlayPokemon, and let us know which show-off you would want to see, and also which 8 contenders you would like to see.
Yeah, tell us where you're watching, tell us with whom you're watching, show us your setup for watching at home, tell us what snacks you've got with you, tell us your experiences. Maybe you were here yesterday, but you've already found your way home. Tell us what your experience was, and do make sure you follow the channels, YouTube/Pokemon, Twitch/Pokemon, although for us, specifically /Pokemon TCG. That is very, very important, so you get all of your TCG action. And frankly, if you've not clicked that follow button now, I don't know why, but you can fix this, and it only takes a second.
I mean, I always like when it's regional weekend for us at home. I will be sitting at home with my wife. We will have a lot to do in the house, but we'll definitely have that streams on. And it always helps me to follow the channels because I will get a notification saying, hey, stream is starting soon for either of these 3 games. And then we'll channel through all the Pokemon channels. I love to watch the TCG, which I did for the last couple of weeks to get ready for this tournament. But if it's not TCG, there's Pokemon Go, there's the video game, and in between games, you can always shuffle left, right, check all of them out, and it just, I mean, it makes our weekends.
And if you watch North American streams, lots of that happens when my children are already in bed and I can actually watch in relative peace. What we're going to be watching in a minute is our final here in Lille between Dragapult and Regidrago. So don't go very far. The final is coming sooner than you think.
Hello Pokemon trainers, welcome to Moments in Championship History, a series where you will learn about the most exciting stories throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Today we'll be focusing on an incredible deck that combines an unlikely trio of cards. This is a combination that you would not think would synergize well together, but as it turns out, they formed a partnership worthy of a World Championship title. I'm referring to none other than Robin Schul's Zorak GX Garbodor deck, which combined 3 of the most powerful cards ever printed.
I think one of my strengths at this game is building decks and choosing the right decks for tournaments. I think I'm quite good at seeing what's important in a matchup between 2 decks and seeing how it should play out in theory and then checking the theory in practice.
The first card was Garbodor from the Breakpoint set. It was a very effective way to stop your opponent's strategies by shutting down all the abilities with its own Garbotoxin ability, as long as it had a tool card attached such as Floatstone. Next, the other Garbodor from the Guardians Rising set with a powerful Trash Avalanche attack, dealing damage based on the amount of item cards in your opponent's discard pile. This card alone completely changed how trainers built their decks and played the game, as many powerful item cards such as Ultra Ball, Field Blower and Puzzle of Time that were played back then were now a liability and would increase the damage that this Garbodor could do. And finally, the glue that brought everything together, Zorak GX and its trade ability, allowing trainers to discard a card from their hand and draw 2 cards. With multiple Zorak GX in play, you could draw up to 8 extra cards each turn, allowing you to find key resources like Guzma or Acerola at just the right moment. This formidable card already had 3 international titles to its name with different partners. Tord Reklev won the 2018 European International Championship by combining Zorak GX with Kolisopa GX, and then won the 2018 Oceania International by pairing it with Gardevoir GX. And finally, Stefan Ivanov was crowned champion at the 2018 North America International Championship with the same unlikely trio of Zorak GX and the 2 Garbodors that would then go on to become world champions. Now, why is it an unlikely trio, you ask? Well, this Garbodor shuts down abilities, while Zorak GX's best asset is how many extra cards it grants you each turn with its ability trait. So how was Robin able to make these 2 unlikely friends work so well together in the same deck at the World Championships in Nashville? The answer comes in many forms, but the main one is, you want to take advantage of all these powerful cards at the right time. Draw as many cards as possible with multiple Zorak GXs, shut down abilities when it's convenient for you, and deal more and more damage with each item card your opponent decides to play. In game 1 of his top 4 match against Clive, Robin won by using a Tapu Lele GX with 3 double colorless energy attached to 1 Kiowa Zygarde GX. During game 2, Robin decided to hold off on evolving into Garbodor until the last possible second. And after playing a devastating end to 1, in combination with shutting down all abilities, Robin was able to start an amazing comeback with powerful Trash Avalanche and Riotous Beating attacks to make his way into the finals. On Championship Sunday, Robin adjusted his strategy to start limiting his opponent's abilities as soon as possible against the very ability-reliant Malamar deck, as that deck needed to continually use Psychic Recharge every turn to power up its powerful attackers. Robin didn't hesitate, and as soon as the second turn of game 1, he decided to shut down all abilities with Garbotoxin.
The lock has been established. Turn 2 Garbotoxin for Robin.
And utilize Zorak GX with its Psychic Resistance as a bulky and powerful attacker, dishing out a lot of damage with its Riotous Beating attack.
Robin Schultz takes game number 1.
Game 2 was more of the same.
A perfect second turn from Robin Schultz. It's going to take a 2-prize knockout, lock down the abilities.
And even though it was a bit closer this time around, Robin was able to lock down the Psychic Recharge abilities long enough to walk away with victory.
That is it! Robin Schultz is the 2018 Masters Division World Champion.
Turns out combining 3 of the most powerful and threatening cards ever printed was the perfect strategy for Robin Schultz to be crowned the 2018 Pokémon TCG World Champion. Thank you so much for watching. We hope you enjoyed learning about the history of this crazy deck. Make sure to let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokémon TCG history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Norwegian Pokemon trainer Tord Reklev has amassed over $120,000 from tournaments, earning a reputation as potentially the best. But his journey started humbly in Oslo. Playing Pokemon on Game Boy and learning the trading card game from his mother. Tord's skill began to blossom, winning 3 Norwegian national championships and a top 32 finish at the 2012 World Championship. Global recognition was limited until the 2017 season with the introduction of the International Championships. EUIC 2017 was the first chance for him to show the whole Pokemon world how great of a TCG player he was, finishing top 4. While he didn't win the tournament, Tord's performance earned him recognition around the globe. Riding this wave, Tord triumphed at the inaugural North American International Championships, the largest Pokemon TCG event at that time, clinching the title and drawing global attention. He continued his streak with another win at the European International Championships in 2018, setting the meta for one of the strongest decks for months. Then, at the Oceania International Championships, he became a 3-time international champion, sparking debates about his status as the greatest player of all time. At the 2019 World Championships, Tord reached the top cut, but lost to former world champion Shintaro Ito, fueling his drive to do better. In the 2023 Latin America International Championships, Tord piloted the newly released Lugia V-Star. After a back-and-forth 3-game set, Tord finally did what no one had ever done before. He won all 4 international championships. Yet the World Championship title has eluded him. In 2023, Tord's Gardevoir EX deck took him all the way to the finals, but Vance Kelly's Mew VMAX deck outplayed him in the closing game, denying him the title, despite his remarkable consistency and a record that outshines any active player. The debate of who is the greatest TCG player ever to play continues alongside Tord's quest for a world champion title.
Welcome back, Pokemon TCG fans. History is about 1 hour away from being made. One of our players here will be crowned a first-time regional champion, securing themselves an invite to the World Championships and in Anaheim, and walking away with some cash money as well. I'm Bert's PTCG, and I'm joined by the one and only Fred Pierce. How excited are we to get this started?
Could not be more excited if I try. And to be fair, both our players are going to walk away with some cash money from this final. So yeah, it is true. But yeah, that World Championships invite is on the line here, and both of these players will be itching to claim their first regionals win.
Yeah, and you know, we was talking, well, James is a good friend of mine. I'm surprised he hasn't actually managed to take down a regional championship so far. You know, has world's top 4 twice, which is incredible, might I say. And then, yeah, it's just going to be absolutely started. Who would have thought Dragapult, you know, in Louisville, obviously did really well in Dortmund, took it all home. Louisville, I did a bit of a disappearing act, and then, but here it is now. Maybe she's using a bit of Phantom Force, disappearing for a bit,
yes,
and then coming straight back into the final.
Yeah, and Dragapult and Reggie Drago. And so both, okay, no matter what, a Dragapult EX will be in the deck list of the winning deck.
Yep. Shout out to Ross for that casted prediction here with the Dragapult. Let's have a quick look at the bracket, how it all panned out here, and how we can get ourselves with this final. So here we go. James Cox on the top, had to knock out fellow, you know, areaman there in Kyron, both from Australia, and then Alberto Conti, and then you had to beat him as well in top 4. Hasn't quite been updated there, but yes, James did manage to get Alberto there in top 4, as we just saw in feature match, to get himself there in the final. But you was chatting to our other finalists, and talk to us about him.
Yeah, so I mean, quickly, I was not only chatting to him, I was watching the other top 4 game. And game 2 came down to the fact that Roan ran out of way to refill cards in his deck. So like he had a bunch of stuff for he couldn't keep the infinite loop going, so just kept drawing, realized, oh no, I'm done, you win, scooped, and that was all she wrote. Claremont mentioned, and this ties into the conversation I had with him, he is extremely prepared for every single matchup. What he's basically been doing is taking Dragapult and playing about 3 hours a day on the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live, getting the practice in, knowing exactly how to play each matchup, and it's very clear that practice has paid off in spades.
Yeah, that is 3 hours every day. And it's actually funny you mentioned that, that, because I know James makes a lot of content online, and a few of his videos have been titled things like, I've played 1,000 games with this deck, and here's what I've learned. So, you know, James plays the game an awful lot. So I guess it's a little testament, a little top tip for you guys at home. If you want to make a regional final, either you play 3 hours a day with a deck, and you can find yourself there, or play, you know, 1,000 games upwards of one deck, and you'll also find yourself there. So definitely the key of the message of the tape here is practice makes perfect.
Practice makes perfect. Never been more true as it has been represented in this finals with these two players. Both have put the hours in, it's paid off, they are here in the finals, but even with all that practice, only one of them can walk away with the Lille Regional Championships title.
Yep, only one best of 3 now will separate our players from, well, making history, getting themselves on that EU champion leaderboard there, as we have that nice graphic. And I've just realized something.
What have you realized?
If James actually wins this, that means both our EU regionals,
the streak continues.
The streak continues.
Oh no!
An EU player not winning our regionals.
No pressure, Clermont.
No pressure, Clermont. But here we do see the updated bracket. There we go. So we just saw James Cox's victory there over Kai Wynn, fellow person from Australia, and then 2-0'd Alberto Conti in that real interesting stream match there. Why don't you talk about Clement's route there at the bottom?
Yeah. So Clermont, I didn't quite catch game 1, but and then the rest of the bracket's gone. But yeah, was able to beat top 8 and then in top 4, beating corners the Snorlax control stall. Said he felt very confident in that matchup, as there did win indeed 2-0. He said that basically in that matchup, as long as you win game 1, you're probably fine, because then it's hard for the Snorlax decks to take prizes, and that's pretty much exactly how it panned out.
That's exactly how it panned out. Those 3 hours a day on TCG Live paid off, but we are now going to get ready to head down to the stage. Our Masters final here in the Lille Regional Championships is about to get started. Our player on the left, good friend of mine, James Cox, 1 time Worlds top 4 in 2022 and a top 8 in Worlds 2019. Dortmund Regionals top 8. That was just a little while ago. And Players Cup top 8 as well. Hasn't got a champion there on that resume. This could be the time.
And here, by contrast, Clermont only been playing since July, and yet now is here, first day 2, and now his first ever regional finals. It is very much the underdog against the veteran in this matchup, and no matter who wins, I am sure the roof is going to be raised.
Yep, and it doesn't matter, underdog against the veteran, doesn't matter. In a single best of 3, anything can happen. Clement is going to try his best to win, and so is James. Prize cards being dealt. Here we go. Radiant Charizard, Forest Hillstone, and a Dragapult EX all in the prize card.
Yeah, so nothing too bad, but a couple, like for each one, an awkward one of prize that you definitely will not want access to. So yeah, both players on similar footing.
Okay, so James is on our left, Clement on the right. Clement playing that Dragapult EX archetype. There's the fist bump, and it looks like Clement is starting us off here in our final here at the Lille Regional Championships. Has led that copy of I see a turn attach. Is that all?
Oh, no.
Is that all?
Is that all?
Oh, no. Oh, God.
No.
Myriad Leaf Shower is currently live. If we can get 3 energy onto that active Tilmask Ogerpon, we could see a KO. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, dear. We know
Not
it's possible.
like this. It's definitely possible with energy switch. Yeah.
You just need one as well. Just attach one from hand, and then Teal Dance another one onto the bench. You can get there. Although, is James' hand also not that great?
Okay, right. Let's take a second.
Okay.
Compose ourselves. Okay, so if James wants to win exactly this turn, what we need to see is another Tilmask Ogerpon EX hit the bench. You can activate Teal Dance to attach a grass energy to itself. You then energy switch it onto the active one, and then you can attach another grass to the active. Now, it's not the easiest thing in the world to do. However, it's possible. James could win this turn.
And there's no reason not to go for it either, because even the way James' hand is looking from seeing it more, you can still go for this while setting yourself up nicely the way you usually would in case you miss. So you may as well go for it. There's no reason not to, as long as you get your regular Regidrago setup going on. Yeah, why not?
Yep. Oh, and the Squawkabilly will help piece together that combo. Nice. That Squawkabilly, in case you don't know, basic Pokemon has an ability. Squawk and Seize. As long as it's the first turn of the game, you can discard your hand to draw 6 more. And in case you don't know, the Myriad Leaf Shower is what James might be working towards here. 30 plus 30 for each energy attached to both active Pokemon. So as long as there's 3 grass energy on the Ogerpon, that is enough prerequisite damage, and that would be all she wrote for this game 1. Okay, James, let's see. Regidrago, we'd love to see that in case we don't hit the magic term.
Cancelling Cologne as well, just because.
Yeah.
Why not, I guess?
That's not super relevant. Pheasantipity hits the bench. We love that.
Yeah, and then after this, yeah, it's going to be Squawk and Seize. I mean, okay, that hand was pretty bad without the Squawk ability anyway, so even if you're not going for the donk, no reason not to go for that Squawk and Seize there. Let's see, does he have it? 6 cards?
I see.
Oh,
energy switch. No grass energy, though.
No, oh, that's...
No way. Wait, there's no any draw support.
No, there's not.
So that's it. The turn is over.
That's a complete whiff from James. And you can attach his Fire Energy to the Regidrago at least. Jamming Tower, sure. Yeah, why? Actually, that's a really good find.
Yeah.
We saw how effective that was.
Stadium card that turn where it makes all tool cards useless while it's in play. It turns a Sparkling Crystal there for Clement. But it looks like Clement can breathe a sigh of relief here. Oh, we're going to see an energy. Might see a retreat into the Motivate. Motivate's a fantastic. Oh no, we're not. Okay, we're going to see attached to the Regidrago.
Yeah. Oh, that's a big miss from James, though. I mean, even in terms of like setup, yeah, it's not great. And yeah, just a pass. Wow.
Okay, right.
Talk about an anticlimax.
Over to Clement now as he navigates this turn. Why don't you talk to us about the Dragapult EX Archetype Flare and what it's looking to do?
Yeah. So one more time. So the Dragapult EX, what you want to do is, in a similar way to the Regidrago deck, you want to be attacking with that Dragapult EX's Phantom Dive attack. However, instead of using the Apex Dragon from the Regidrago V to copy it, or rather the Regidrago V-Star, you just want to evolve it up, do it the old-fashioned way. So get your Rare Candy, get your Stage 2 Dragapult EX into play, and then you have the supporting team as well of the Pidgeot, which lets you, once per turn, the Pidgeot EX's quick search ability, search a deck for 1 card. So play similarly to the Charizard in that regard. It's just a setting up Stage 2 deck that wants to get all its setup going and then just overwhelm the opponent with Phantom Dive damage.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you a question here, Freya. Since both decks want to be using Phantom Dive, what's the advantage to using a Dragapult EX instead of a Regidrago V?
320 HP in a nutshell. Yes.
That's a good number right there, isn't it? Yeah, so Clement's going to try and get a Dragapult EX rolling.
And actually also, the fact that the Dragapult EX is a Terra Pokemon means that when it's on the bench, it can't be damaged either.
Yes, that is a great point, actually.
It is a Terra, right? Yeah.
It is a Terra.
Yes. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is definitely. So we're going to see a Nest Ball concluding there for the Rotom V.
Of course, if it wasn't a Terra Pokemon, Sparkling Crystal wouldn't work.
That as well. There we go. What is Sparkling Crystal, actually? So wait, hold on a second. Oh. I don't think there's a lot going on here. They're going to see a Draclock Recon Directive. Oh, it does find an Arven, though.
Okay, there we go.
That is a well-trained Draclock. In case you don't know, that Draclock has an ability, Recon Directive, lets you look at the top 2 cards of your deck. 1 goes in your hand, 1 goes to the bottom. I have a sneaky feeling that if that Draclock didn't hit something good, that would have been turned over. But luckily for Clement, it did. Yep. So Arven can find an item and a tool card. Can't be Forest Hill Stone, we know that, though.
Yeah, we
can find Buddy Willy Puffin to start setting up your bench.
Yeah, and to answer your earlier question, that Sparkling Crystal is the card that really sort of pushed Dragapult over the edge in terms of being a strong contender, and this is something else that it can make use of, which Regidrago can't. It is an A-Spec tool card that reduces the attack cost of your Terra Pokemon by 1 energy of any type. So you can go ahead and just attach just once and then put on the Terra Crystal, and all of a sudden, or rather the Sparkling Crystal, and then you've got a Dragapult going straight away.
Yep. So there we go. Woo, Clement can breathe a little sigh of relief there. Managed to get out of that sticky situation he was in when Arven is concluding here. Looks like eyeing up the Dreepy at the very least. I would imagine a Buddy Puffin. And it looks like a TM Devolution as well. Buddy Puffin, in case you don't know, lets you grab any 2 basic Pokemon with 70 HP or less and pop them straight onto your bench. So here we are going to see that now for a Dreepy and a Pidgey.
Yeah, good thing for Clement is that knowing that James's start wasn't really the strongest, this Pidgey, there's a good chance this Pidgey will be safe here. It does, of course, have 60 HP, so that does mean that a Apex Dragon copying Phantom Dive from James's side, that Phantom Dive 6 damage counters would be able to KO that Pidgey easily, which is not a great position to be. There is no 70 HP Pidgey you can play to avoid that.
No. You are correct, son. Yeah, that hand is a bit dire, so we're going to be using the instant charge here off Rotom, I would imagine.
But I think that's fine, right?
Yeah, it lets you end the turn and draw 3. Okay, over to James now. He's playing that Regidrago V-Star Archetype. Once get Regidrago V-Star rolling as soon as possible using Apex Dragon, since you can copy the attacks of any one of your Dragon-type Pokemon in your discard pile. How are we going to get that powerful energy cost on the Regidrago? By a combination of Teal Dance and Energy Switch, because Apex Dragon requires 2 Grass and a Fire. Once you do get that rolling, though, you have a whole myriad of ways, as we do see an Energy Switch moving in energy onto the bench Regidrago V-Star. We can copy Dragapult EX, Giratina V-Star, but here we do see Legacy Star being used, V-Star power once per game. Discard the top 7 cards of your deck, then you can grab any 2. Whoa, that's a lot of energy. And 2 super, 1 Super Rod as well.
So 1 Super Rod and a Nest Ball. Oh, that's dreadful.
And worth noting, but there's 2 Regidrago V-Star in the discard pile now. One's already there, one's in the discard pile, one's in play.
Does that mean he has to get back the Super Rod? I mean,
hopefully plays other copies.
Literally just gets 2 Grass Energy.
2 grass energy.
Okay, no, actually, to be fair, this is fine, because now you can teal dance onto the active, draw a card, and attach manually, and you can attack.
Yeah, you can definitely still attack, but we want to just be careful of the Regidrago V-Stars available. So yes, Legacy V-Star power. Discard top 7 cards of your deck, then you can grab any 2 from your discard pile.
Although, actually, having said that, is there an attacker in James's discard to copy? I can't remember what he discarded off that score concedes. I can't remember if there was a Dragon-type Pokemon in there.
Well, let's have a look.
There's a
Dragon Ball
okay.
EX. Okay.
Okay. So yeah, not the most sort of flashy Legacy Star ever, but still, I mean, yeah, Phantom Dive gets a really good double KO there. So I think James is still going to be pretty happy about that.
In case you don't know, Phantom Dive does 200 damage into the active, and then you can spread 6 damage counters on the bench. So that is 6 damage counters on the Pidgey, and more than enough to KO active Drac Lock. Now it looks like Clement actually has the pieces needed to pull off an attack. Wait a minute, hasn't got the energy in hand.
Oh, no, not yet. I guess, could you Arven for an Earthen Vessel?
Does he? Yes, actually, because Rare Candy is in hand, so yes. So Arven would have to grab Earthen Vessel.
Oh, but the problem is the jamming tower is currently in place, so there's actually... Yeah, so actually you need to grab the Serendipity here, because you need to flip the script and find a counter to that jamming tower, otherwise your Sparkling Crystal doesn't work.
Yep, so that jamming tower, in case you don't know, is a stadium card that makes all tool cards in play useless, for lack of a better term. So it looks like Clement's going to grab himself the Serendipity EX, basic Pokemon with that flip the script ability. Fantastic card, seen in a lot of decks, letting you draw 3 cards once per turn if one of your Pokemon was knocked out last turn, which of course they was. Didn't see any energy there, though.
Professor Turo, another Arven, and a Dragapult EX. All stuff that is either not very useful or stuff that you already had. So yeah, definitely not what he was looking for there. A little bit unfortunate.
So it looks like Arven is going to be played.
Yeah, what can you even grab, right? I mean, I guess you can grab the... Okay, you can Rare Candy to the Dragapult, sure. You could grab Lost Vacuum to get rid of the jamming tower.
That works as well. That's a fantastic point.
Yeah, and then if you do that, I guess you could attach the Sparkling Crystal and just do the first attacker, Jet Headbutt, for no energy attack cost.
You could. That'd be a nice 70 damage.
Yeah, it doesn't feel great, but like if it needs a must, right?
Looks like Earthen Vessel is being eyed up, though. Earthen Vessel is an item card, and you discard 1 card from your hand to grab any 2 basic energy from your deck. Fantastic card. And that will help alleviate the problems. Yeah. You're right. The jamming tower would still be in play.
Yeah. And you can see those are literally the Earthen Vessel and the Vacuum, the 2 cards he was debating. Does decide to go for the Earthen Vessel in the end. And I think this is fine, mainly because essentially both means achieve the same end. You're just attaching the energy first. And that's probably better because maybe you keep the jamming tower in play for 1 more turn. Maybe you think that you haven't got an answer to it, but we know that there's a second Arven in hand. So that next turn, Clement could just search for the Vacuum.
Just a shame that 70 plus 200 isn't enough to KO the active. We're talking the Jet Headbutt.
Oh no, it's 10 short.
10 short, yeah. So a little bit unfortunate mathematics there, as we do see the Earthen Vessel going to discard a boss's orders to grab a basic Psychic and a basic Fire.
Yeah. So the energies needed to eventually power up the Phantom Dive, they're going to hand. So has got that somewhat ready. As we do see James, just cutting the deck. It's whenever you shuffle your deck, you have to offer your opponent a chance to cut it. It's just a matter of courtesy and it's part of the rules and all that.
Yep.
And then Psychic Energy attached onto the Dragapult EX, and Jet Headbutt for 70 damage.
Not bad. You know, a little 1 for 70. Okay, James, over to yourself. What can we do here? Okay, so it looks, I'm trying to get a little peek at the hand. The Earthen Vessel is like being eyed up. We're going to discard an Earthen Vessel as well. Now remember, James has a few hurdles he has to navigate. If this game goes long, it could be hard for James to win. We see 2 copies of Regidrago V-Star currently in the discard pile, and a few energy as well, as 2 are going to be taken off the Earthen Vessel. So Super Odds, which we did see one of them get discarded off the Legacy Star, it could be an important resource if this game goes long.
Yeah, the reason why the Regidrago V-Star has options for it that the Dragapult deck doesn't, like both of these decks have their own advantages, right? Yeah. The advantage of the Dragapult deck is that you have the extra HP of the Dragapult EX, and that's really great. And that normally the advantage of the Regidrago V-Star is that you have access to other dragon attacking options. You have the Kyurem and you have the Giratina V-Star, but the Giratina V-Star is not enough damage, even with the 280, to take a KO on a Dragapult.
Yep, and that's one of the drawbacks, as we do see a Hoo-Hoo, a Serendipity, and a Regidrago V hit the bench after a Teal Dance activation.
The Serendipity was already out. That was
sorry, I apologise.
Yes.
There's an energy switch, though. Going to get that energy from the Ogerpon onto the Regidrago V. But yeah, and if we do, I was going to see an Apex Dragons copy, a Phantom Dive. Looks like one's going to go on the Serendipity, EX on the bench, 200 onto the active, and then the rest onto the Rotom V.
So actually thinking about it, actually. So 1 on the Fez is obvious, because then you can do Phantom Dive into the active. Actually, just going to put all of it on there. Fair enough.
Okay, Clement, we're going to have to try and see some backup attackers at some point. It does have a nest ball, though. I think that was off the top. Needed to see that.
No, it definitely didn't have that last one. Otherwise, would have played it. So that was definitely the top deck there. Now, yeah, it is such a shame that it's 10 short of a knockout, but there is something cool that Clement could do.
What's that?
So if you Phantom Dive this turn, you could, in theory, finish off the Regidrago later, send it to the bench, and Holucha ping to take the knockout with the flying entry.
Definitely could. That's something to definitely keep an eye on. If I had the boss's orders and Holucha now could have done it this turn, maybe. Oh no, of course you need the 200 into the active, of course.
Yeah,
you're right. That's something to keep an eye on. Okay, here is a nest ball being played. That this has to get a GP, right? We're going to have to get a backup attacker at some point.
Yeah, you have to. And the unfortunate... hold on, wait. Did you do it with the Radiant Alakazam? That'll do
it? Yes, if we have a way to get Holucha flying entry, we'll get an extra 10 damage. So that Arven can now grab... It has to be Ultra Ball, because flying entry is a coming into play ability.
Yes, so it has to be the Ultra Ball here to... Oh, you're taking a bit of a... Wait. No? Buddy Poffin? Is there something we're missing here? Maybe he's not... Doesn't want to go for that straight away, but just wants to set it up for later? Oh, no, I guess... The thing is, you don't need to take the KO this turn.
Yeah.
You can kind of do a similar play to what we just described, but you don't necessarily need to do it straight away. You can still just do the 200 now. Yeah, use the Buddy Poffin to set up more GPs, and then next turn, do the manipulation with that. So yeah, that's probably a better way to go about it, because that way, yeah, you're not taking prizes early and making yourself more vulnerable to an Ino, for example.
Yeah, you probably don't want to commit all your sparkling crystal or anything like this, extra energy cards to Dragapult. That's likely going to go down. So Arven will search the Buddy Poffin to grab 2 more GP, which we needed to see as some backup attacker.
Yeah, so there we go. And then attachment onto the active, and yeah, Phantom Dive, 200 going onto the Regidrago V-Star in the active. So that will be on 270 damage, 10 away from a knockout. And then let's see where Clement decides to put these extra 6 on the bench.
It would be very, very impactful. These bench manipulation, very important for the Dragapult EX. Oh no, we're not going to see the Phantom Dive straight away, so we're going to see the painful spoons from Radiant Alakazam, then you move 2 damage counters from one of your opponent's Pokemon to another.
Yeah, I guess it kind of, in a way, manipulating it in a way to make sure you get to the same result, right? So yeah, it makes total sense here. So yeah, now, Phantom Dive, 200 to the actives, that will now put it up to, what was it, 250?
Yep.
Yeah, 250 there, and then 60 going on to the Squawk ability, setting up for a potential really nice follow-up KO next turn.
Yep, so 80 damage on that Squawk ability on the bench as well. Okay. Over to James. Let's see. What is your... Tell you what, a Trifrost there would be a bit naughty, wouldn't it?
Yeah, Trifrost would be devastating here. It's like getting rid of... Especially if you know that you're... Wait, would that just win the game? Would that be enough? No, you'd be short, right? Because there's 200 on there right now, so
I apologize. I am 10 short again. Oh, just getting excited there. Yeah. So it looks like James is going to start off there with an Ultra Ball. We're going to grab Noctowl, that Jewel Seeker. Love that card. Noctowl has the ability Jewel Seeker. When you evolve into it, as long as you have a Terra Pokemon in play, you can grab any 2 trainer cards you like from your deck.
Yeah, so going to do a quick little Super Rod first, just to get this Regidrago V-Star back into the deck. We know that, yeah, there's a 2 in the discard, so he needs to get at least 1 back. Actually going to get back 2 for good measure, and a Grass Energy 2. Super Rod gets played, all of Fritos get shuffled back, and that does leave Noctowl as the last card in hand. There's the evolution. Jewel Seeker triggering with that Tail Mask Ogerpon in play. Yeah, Professor's Research is an obvious choice. And then, I guess, what do you go? Oh, thinking about that. Wait, no, Temple of Sinnoh doesn't do anything here. What? Maybe just get rid of it.
Just to thin it out of the deck, I imagine. Probably knows that Dragapult doesn't play many stadiums that it needs to worry about, so let's just get Temple of Sinnoh out the deck. These are high-level plays. You don't want to join Temple of Sinnoh in the late games. How about I get it in my hand now and just immediately discard it via Professor's Research?
Yeah, very heads up. And it's also, there's nothing else vital that you need to go for here. You just want to draw a bunch of cards. You want to see more energy mainly, so yeah, just thin out the useless card for the Jewel Seeker instead. Makes a whole lot of sense.
So we do see the Professor's Research there being played, 7 new cards. Let's see what they are. I tell you, this game has developed a lot more than just a myriad leaf shower turn 1 for game.
Yeah, here it is. Oh, there's
Regidrago V-Star.
Yeah, found it straight away and finds the Grass Energy too. So there is now another Regidrago ready to go when this one eventually gets knocked out. So that's a really, really good mitigation setup there from James. And now he's looking through in the discard pile just to see what else he has access to. He knows that he can't Legacy Star this game. That's already been used.
Yep.
So he needs to make sure that he's aware of all the resources that he has and that he doesn't have. And then finishing the turn off with another Phantom Dive. Going to be a KO on the active, but now where is the split going? Oh wait, is he Trifrosting? No, I think he's just got multiple dice out in case.
He's got the dice ready,
just in case he wants to split up a bit. So yeah, let's see how he goes for this here. 30 onto the Dreepy, it looks like. 20 onto the Alakazam, and then 1 more. Where's that going? James is thinking about it. Onto Another one onto the Radiant Alakazam, maybe? Oh, he's thinking about it. It's so crucial to place these damage counters in exactly the right way. This is the true skill in piloting any deck that makes use of the Phantom Dive attack.
2 on Radiant Alakazam brings it in range of a Triforce, right?
Yes, it does.
So it's going to be 3 on bench DP, 1 on bench DP, 2 on Alakazam.
Yes.
Okay, so the
3-1-2, yeah.
Yep, so the less damage DP gets promoted, and it is over to Clement. Now, does have all the pieces. Oh no, still needs a stadium replacement. Sorry, if
yeah.
I'm still.
Oh, but there it is.
Pokemon League headquarters. Don't see that one too often. Stadium card that makes all basic Pokemon's attack cost 1 colorless more. Not super relevant here, but could come up.
Yeah, and it is still a stadium count ultimately. That's what matters most right now.
It could have had no text for all that matter. It's good enough in that scenario.
Yeah. Oh, and that flip the script wasn't bad, you know. Finding a Dracloak and an Iono, definitely a card that you want to play this turn. The Noctowl's been used, so and there's Pheasant Dipty out, but still you got to play to your outs as much as possible, right? Iono seems pretty good to play here. Or maybe not.
Probably needs to play the Arven to grab Rare Candy. I haven't quite got that yet. Oh, there's a Rare Candy. The Recon Directive off these Dracloak. Oh my goodness gracious. There's some well-trained Dracloak here, everybody.
Yeah, now you play the Iono, no sweat. Yeah, definitely worth going for because now you with the Recon Directive you have the freedom to play the Iono when otherwise you would have needed to play the Arven to grab the Rare Candy instead.
Although, they still need basic energy.
Oh, yeah, but
I guess out the woods yet.
So Arven, I guess, could guarantee that because you could get another Earthen Vessel. But
only plays 1.
Only plays 1. Oh, no,
it's going to be Iono. Okay, then, folks. So we need to see a basic energy here from Clement from this Iono to 6. Has used Flip the Script. Has used Recon Directive. Okay, if we don't see that, we can't use Phantom Dive. Can use Jet Headbutt still. But there is the energy.
Important to note.
Oh, wait. Counter Catch is currently live as well. That's going to make this so much. Oh, we could even see Counter Catcher into Squawkabilly. Could see Counter Catcher into Regidrago. Could see Counter Catcher onto Fez.
Oh, love that.
Serendipity.
Get the sucker to the active because, this is so smart because this is not a KO here. So you can go ahead and you do Phantom Dive, 200, spread the damage around, and then you can finish everything off next turn. That is super clever.
Don't forget that Halucha is still currently live as well.
Yeah, it is. Clement, again, putting on a masterclass display with a Dragapult, knows exactly how to play this deck the most effective way, and is setting up for a 6-prize turn next turn.
A 6? Oh, looks like it's going to iron up the Regidrago now. Don't mind it. Get it out of the way.
He's putting just enough on it so that he can finish it off with something else later.
Okay.
This is so clever.
Wow.
Because then next turn you win off a 5 Phantom Dive and Hawlucha, and moving stuff around with Radiant Zam. And because there was no knockout, Pheasantipity isn't live.
Yep, so that was an Iono to 2. No bailout options for James. What a turn there from Clement. James, what can you do? Has to maneuver, and that's a concession!
Clement Courbois, take my hat off to you. That was my mind is blown. Like the Galaxy Brain level plays coming from Clement, but he's doing France proud right now.
Wow, Clement Courbois, what a game. How much did that game develop from being a potential myriad leaf shower and that's all she wrote to all of a sudden Clement navigating so well out of there and managed to get that all home. We had a Jet Headbutt as well. I wonder how many games you win if you announce Jet Headbutt.
Yeah, but this is the strength of Phantom Dive, right? If you're clever with your damage placement, you can set yourself up so that you never essentially take a knockout until the point where you know you can just win the game. And that's exactly what Clement did there. Set himself up for a 6-prize turn. And yeah, with this start, we thought, Phantom Dive, KOing the Dracloak and the Pidgey. You thought, what's Clement going to do from here? But he pulled it back, kept Phantom Diving, set up the damage in the absolute best way possible. James was able to mount some counterattacks, of course, but after Clement just sort of flooded the field of damage, there was nothing James can do. And with the Iono combined with no draw outs, just concedes the game.
Yep. Wow. That was all she wrote there, realistically. Massive shout out to the MVP, in my opinion. Has to be those Dracloak. Both of those uses of Recon Directive found Clement exactly what he needed. Without them, those Arvens would have had to been used to find different targets. And that's one advantage of actually using the Dragapult EX via its evolution line, is that you can make use of Recon Directive, whereas James can't do that.
I just saw the opening hand for Clement. It was a lone Dreepy start, but this time he does have a buddy pop in.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Okay, well, we was all holding our breath there. Yeah. I can tell even people at the stage were like, wait a minute. But there is 2 copies of GP currently prized for Clement. But here we go. Game 2 at the Lille Regional Championship final is about to get started here. I would imagine James is going to kick us off. And here we
Yeah, this is a matchup where no matter who you are, you always want to go first. You either want to get your Regidrago out first, or you want to get your Dragapult out first. Makes a lot of sense.
Here we go. Here's the fist bump. James is going to be kicking us off here. James is currently 1-0 down. Needs to win 2 games in a row to become a first-time regional champion. Kicking us off here with a Nest Ball.
Yes, Nest Ball able to search your deck for any basic Pokemon and put it straight onto your bench. And of course, this being the first deck search, James is going to take the chance to look through and work out those prizes. We didn't get a chance to talk about James's prizes actually, but I did notice he had a couple of one-offs prized. He had that Mew EX prized and also that Cleffa, which is, well, granted, it's not ideal, but in this matchup, you probably don't want to bench it anyway. It's a little bit of a liability for a Phantom Dive.
That is a dangerous Cleffa if you put that down.
Yes.
So I'm sure Cleffa is going to be perfectly fine hiding in the prize cards. And I find it interesting. It is the battle of the Phantom Dive. Who is the best Phantom Diver? Regidrago, V-Star, or Dragapult itself? Only one way to find out, but currently James needs to win this game if he wants to take that crown.
Yeah, he does. So Nestball's going to find the first Teal Mask Ogerpon. Of course, makes total sense. You want to get your energy down early, get those Teal Dancers going, attach extra energy, draw extra cards, find your way through the deck. Yeah, it's... Galvantula, put on a very brave fight, and I'm still, Ross was absolutely right. I was reeling over in the backstage when I saw that, but you know what? I see the Galvantula love in the chat, fair play, but I mean, Galvantula isn't in the finals, and Teal Mask Ogerpon is for both decks, well, not for both decks, but for one of the decks, so, you know.
Shout out to you, chat, as we do see the Teal Dance activation, gets to draw a card here. And I guess the saving grace about playing against Dragapult EX is that, there's not going to be much turn 1 pressure. Oh, big here. Talk and Seize being used, but that's a lot of... Wait, Fezandipity getting discarded, Giratina, V-Star, and the Kyurem.
Yeah, I mean, Giratina, V-Star, and the Kyurem was good, but yeah, interestingly, he chose not to bench the Fezandipity. I think this is James adapting here, realizing, hold on, Clement is not going to take knockouts until he can win the game, so Fezandipity is never going to be live.
Tell you what, Clement doesn't play Manaphy, right? Having that Kyurem in the discard pile early is huge. The turn 2 Triforce basically said, you need to get down 4 Dreepy, otherwise I wipe them all. So that could be interesting for us to keep our eyes. And we know that Clement's actually prized 2 Dreepy as well, so what was you going to say?
I was going to say is that, again, James has found very early on his first turn the one-off Jamming Tower that he plays.
Yep. Love that Jamming Tower, making all tool cards effectively useless, as James is going to Ultra Ball away Temple of Sinnoh and his own Dragapult EX to grab a Regidrago V-Star. And you're right, James probably working out, I'm not going to be dealing with much turn 1 pressure here, so I've actually have time. But yeah, there's that Triforce. We can see it on the side. Apex Dragon can copy that. You have to discard all your energy after using it, but you can do 110 damage to any 3 of your opponent's Pokemon. That right there is a great number for getting rid of GP. Right, that's our turn 1 there for James. Let's see what Clement can do.
Oh, it's not a lot, It's Buddy Buddy Poffin, which, sure, you can grab 2 more basics, but with no Manaphy out, James can in theory just win next turn.
Yeah, no, you are, yes.
With the Kyurem discard, there's, there's not much else extra needed in setup. You just need an energy switch, an energy attachment, and a Regidrago V-Star, and you're good. So
Regidrago V-Star's in the hand, got Ultra Balled for, right?
And there's a research in the hand too. Oh, Clement's got to be careful here. I don't think he has another way to search for a basic either. I think it's just as Buddy Buddy Poffin.
Well, we know 2 are prized anyway, so there's going to be only 1 being taken here. Goodness gracious. That Triforce is interesting because Manaphy usage goes down because Dust Noir exists, but what this does do is open up, it opens up gameplay lines for other bench attacking decks.
Yeah, that hand, there's no other way to draw cards to search for a basic.
Really?
Really? Oh dear, oh dear.
This GP's attack might be seeing a petty grudge.
Oh my goodness.
That'll have to be one real big grudge to try and get out of this business.
Yeah, it will. I want to make sure that, let's look at when we get a chance, look at the hand again. I want to make sure that I'm seeing this right, but I'm fairly sure, yeah.
Oh, uh-oh.
There's the Psychic Energy, yeah, going to attach it onto the bench.
Makes sense.
Counter Catcher, TM Diva, there's no way to draw cards.
Oh boy. Okay, that's Clement's turn there. James, Triforce wins this game actually. Wait a minute. There's no, oh my God.
I was saying,
explain that to me, and I've only just realized. Okay, we saw a turn attachment already, right?
Literally just need Energy Switch.
We just need Energy Switch.
Energy Switch wins the game.
There it is! So we're going to see Energy Switch from the bench Ogerpon to the active Triforce, 110 damage to any 3 of your opponent's Pokemon. There's only 3 Pokemon. That'll be all she wrote. Have we missed something?
No, but I think James has missed something. Does he not see it?
Kyurem is in a discard pile, right? Yeah. There it is.
There we go.
So Triforce for game. James Cox wins our game 2 here at the Lille Regional Championship. Do you know what this basically means, Freya?
What?
Lille Regional is going to come down to a best of 1.
Oh, well, one more time. It's 1 game to decide if the streak of non-European domination continues, or if Clermont can defend the French home soil and take the Lille Regional Championships home.
We're going to have a replay coming up here. It's going to be a quick one because that game wasn't particularly long. Yeah, there's the pass, and that was all she wrote realistically. James managed to get that squawking seas was so impactful. Got all the attackers. James realizing, wait a second. I think I saw a cure him in the discount pile. Drive for stealing 110 damage to 3 Pokemon. That's all she wrote.
You can see the smile on his face as well. He realized, wait, hold on, I almost missed that.
Yeah. Tell you what, if James did miss that, he wouldn't have been a happy camper. I can tell you that for free. But did manage to see it in the end. But sometimes that can happen, right? You get so sort of caught up thinking turns ahead. Sometimes you can miss the easy one in front of you. But James did catch it. Now it all comes down to a best of 3. Now, Clement, what I imagine, ought to be going first. How much do you think that changes the match?
Oh, it changes it a lot, because if you can get out your evolution first, that means you can get out your... You basically get the first attack, and the first attack means so much, because you get early pressure on, and the tempo is always going to be in your favor, unless your opponent can then do something to make you miss that tempo.
Let's consult these prizes. Draglock, Rare Candy, not a skateboard, rescue. Oh,
2
Rare Candy.
Okay, yeah. 2 Rare Candy, it's not ideal, but it is workable.
It is workable. Okay, but here's our game 3. Let's make some noise here in the venue. The winner of this will be our Lille Regional Champion. Clement starting us off here with a Buddy Puffin.
And going first as well, so actually this is going to be about as perfect a start as Clement could ask for. Just getting Pokemon down, no risk of a, ridiculous...
Triforce,
no risk of a Triforce, or even just a Phantom Dive to get a KO on a Pidgey. This is a really, really strong turn 1.
It really is. So there's 3 Dreepy down there. Buddy Puff is still being played. He's going to consult the deck. Love to see that. Work out what's in the prize, guys. There's nothing better when you can get to consult your deck on your first turn on your first deck. So let's work out what exactly is available.
Interesting, he's obviously going for a double Dreepy here. Maybe he's thinking, hold on, I'm not 100% confident that I can set up the Pidgeot in time. So maybe before a Phantom Dive happens. So maybe I just want to go all out with my Dreepies. Just have that as my engine instead. Maybe do some Dracloak action.
Yeah, could there be an argument? Maybe he's worked out with 2 copies of Rare Candy prize. Might not be able to afford to use one of them for a Pidgeot.
That's a very good point as well. Yeah, and he's probably working that out now from doing the deck search too.
And also might have another Nest Ball or Buddy Puffin in hand as well to maybe go and grab the Pidgey. Although the shuffling suggests that maybe there is no more ball search in the hand. We'll get to consult the hand soon, but immediately, if the turn was to end here, so fine start there for Clement.
Yeah, so there you go. Taking note of his prizes, he was able to work those prizes very quickly.
Yeah, fair play. All right, let's have a look. There's another. There's Pidgey in hand.
Okay, there we go. Pidgey that makes sense.
Hand. Another. Got the Dreepy army. The Dreepy are coming out and saying, Clement, we're going to do our best, my friend, to get you a regional championship.
The quad Dreepy is here. Energy attachment onto the bench, and then just to pass. Oh, Clement's hand is really not good. Other than that. It's 3 cards, and there's a Professor Turo, a counter catcher, and like a rescue board, I think.
Okay, let's see if James can. Will James bail him out with an iron? I'm not 100% sure. We're going to see an Ultra Ball at the very least. That's going to discard that Dragapult EX. Get that in the discard pile immediately. That's like the first mini game for the the Regidrago archetype is to get those attackers in the discard pile. James as well working out what's prized.
Yeah. Oh, this might be a huge bailout though, because I don't think James realizes how bad Clement's hand is, but now he's just Ultra Ball the way that Professor's research.
Has another one in hand, I think.
Oh, is there another in hand? Okay, then never mind.
One in hand.
Okay. I guess to be fair, you could make an argument either way, right? It's the whole thing of trying to work out, is my opponent's hand like small but really insane, or is it just small and actually not workable?
Always have the stage 2 hand, that's what I call it. Rare Candy plus your evolution Pokemon that you need. So Ultra Ball is being played here. Imagine Regidrago V could be the easy target, or a Tilmask Ogerpon, depending what's in the hand. But here we do see Regidrago V hitting the field.
Yes, gonna search that out. And then is there another deck search to come as well? We do see there is, there's another Ultra Ball in hand as well, so that's gonna be, okay, there we go.
There's an Iono getting discarded, so that's gonna mean there will be no bailout here.
No, and you were right, there's another research in hand, so it's gonna be the old, the high five Professor's research, right? No cards in hand.
Back in the day,
Yes, the high five Juniper if you want to go all the way back.
Juniper, all day, but base black and white if you've been playing that long.
Yeah, so there you go. Research for discarding no cards, drawing a fresh 7. They're absolutely the ideal there, so.
We just want to see some basic energy, some energy switch, anything like that would be ideal.
Yeah, and that's Giratina V-Staff, good measure. Earthen Vessel, absolutely. And finds the Jamming Tower turn 1 again!
Jamming Tower
3 in a row!
You see Kurt with the little hand wiggle. Oh, yeah, okay, fair enough. Is that a one-off, is it? You're doing quite well at finding that. And worth noting as well, Giratina V-Star hits the discard pile off that Earthen Vessel.
Yes, so it would be pretty much the perfect discard target there as well. Very happy about that. And now we'll be able to use that Teal Dance, draw another card, get a Fire Energy onto the Regidrago, and you're very much good going, especially knowing how bad Clement's hand is.
Well, James isn't to know that, but yeah. Oh, love that. that. Back in the day, you go. Yeah, shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Okay, so let's see. We've got Till Dance can still be used. I imagine basic fire energy will end the turn on the Regidrago V. Yeah, that's going to be your last interaction today.
Energy Switch is in hand already as well, so you can go get it going. Why not, right?
Ultra Ball.
Hello.
Ultra Ball.
Maybe do you want to save that for now, though? I think
so.
I don't think you're too worried about your Regidrago being
you want to see what you draw into. You want your Ultra Ball to maybe, if you draw into a Regidrago V-Star, your Ultra Ball could be something else, maybe a Cure at a later date.
Yeah.
But I think that's going to conclude the turn there.
The only thing, maybe, you could Ultra Ball for the Hoot so that then you can evolve to Noctowl. So there's Noctowl in hand, but opts not to go for it. What is the top deck there?
Dragapult EX.
Oh.
Counter Catcher. Professor Churro scenario, not the card you want to see in this scenario. And the Night Stretcher. That's going to be a pass.
Oh dear, Clement's deck failing him at the final hurdle. This is not what you want to see in the finals of regional championships.
Did actually draw into the Noctowl there as well.
No, it was already in hand.
Oh, sorry, I apologise. Yeah. James, what have we got in this card pile? Dragapult EX is there. Giratina V-Star is there. Here comes the Ultra Ball.
Are we going to see another Trifrost?
We could. I mean, if you Triforce, you get rid of 3 GP, right?
Yeah.
If you Phantom Dive, you get rid of 2. I would argue.
Well, you get rid of one and a Pidgey.
1 and a Pidgey as well. Okay, yeah. So I don't know. I think holding on to all your energy here is crucial. It's not like a Dragapult that can KO you in one hit, right?
Wait, actually, if someone's hand is that bad, no, you definitely go for the Phantom Dive because you go GP, Pidgey, and then you Triforce the next turn and win.
Exactly.
So.
You still need to actually get the Regidrago V-Star in your active. Does have Legacy Star available. There's an okay. Fair enough. Professor's research again for James.
Firing on all cylinders here. 7 cards drawn. What does he find? Oh, that's a Prime Catcher. Oh, 9k of the GP with the energy too.
Yep. Now you can chase the energy. Leave Jamming Tower in play as well.
Oh wait. Although hold on. Still needs to find the Dragapult EX. I don't think it's.
No, it's a Discard.
It is.
Discard.
It is. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, it was the first one. There is the Prime Catcher bringing in the energy attached 3P. Oh my goodness, this is not looking good. Double Nest Ball can still be played as well. You need that just to help stabilize your board in case of any shenanigans.
Yeah, the contrast is stark here. Clement just not able to find anything. Imagine getting all this way in your deck just failing you at the last hurdle here. It can't feel great, whereas James is just firing on all cylinders, not missing a single beat here.
And here you could argue here's a benefit of playing an effective Stage 1 deck versus a Stage 2 deck. I don't need to bother with Rare Candy Puzzle.
No.
I can just evolve. Still has Legacy Star available. Not even sure if you use it right now.
No, you don't need to, right?
You don't need to.
You're under no threat at all. Save it for when you want to dig further. Maybe find that Kyurem next turn to finish the game.
I really like this. Phantom Dive will KO bench Pidgey as well. 6 damage counters. Goodness.
Yeah, you were totally right. Yeah, I missed that. Dragapult discard off the first Squawking Teaser must have been right.
Yeah, it was the very first one. There we go.
There it is.
So there we go.
And that just reduces Clement out even further as well because now you can't Rare Candy into the Pidgeot. Let's see, what's the draw?
What is that top deck?
What is it?
An Earthen Vessel.
An Earthen Vessel. I think that's it.
Cure isn't in discard pile yet, so it's not quite it.
That's
but it's tough.
All James needs is Kyurem in discard pile and he wins the game. That's it.
I think Clement might be looking. Is Kyurem there? I don't think it is yet. No, it's not.
No. So.
Oh no.
Wait, I think James might have a guarantee. There's an Ultra Ball in hand and there's an Earthen Vessel. So yeah, James has it. That's it. This game's over.
Let's have a look.
Oh no, sorry. Okay, there's Night Stretcher for Pidgey. Okay. It's not over yet. Don't mind me. Okay.
Counter Catcher like that. Try and stall something in the active. Pheasantipity has a 1 retreat cost. Mew has a 3 retreat cost.
Yeah, I can't bring that
there.
Oh, it's so hard though. Yeah, there's nothing great to bring up. No.
Just a pass.
Because I mean, bring up the Fez. It's really 1 energy is really not hard to find at all.
Okay, over to James. Let's see. I mean, he Phantom Dive here. Does James play a Halucha? He does not.
No.
Okay.
But yeah, I think Phantom Dive here is still fine, right? You can just take a double knockout. Even if you don't do the Triforce, you're still so far ahead.
Then you go down to 2 prizes. Yeah, at that point, you can just squeak over the line. Oh! But there is that Kyurem being taken off the Ultra Ball. Just have it in discard pass. There, right? Yeah. It's there. Try frosty now. Can someone feel the temperature in the venue get a bit frosty?
Well, I guess to be fair, even if you do the Triforce now, you don't win immediately. If your opponent's left with a lone Pidgey, do you really care?
Yeah.
It doesn't win the game, but it effectively does. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, really just closes the door.
Yeah, so Earthen Vessel discards that Kyurem that James just found off of the Ultra Ball. Going to grab 2 Grass Energy. You can teal down to set up another Regidrago V if you really want to. I'm fairly sure there was another one in the hand, but even if there isn't, I don't think it really matters at this point.
Goodness, so now Triforce is available via Apex Dragon, so is Lost Impact, I believe, and so is Phantom Dive. There is another Teal Mask Ogerpon. Bench that, use Teal Dance, draw a card, attach to Grass Energy.
Oh, that's another Regidrago V.
Regidrago V.
Wow.
There's another Teal Dance activation. There we go. Attach that. Draw another one.
Eventually. There it is.
We got there.
Yeah. Actually, no, at
What's
this point,
order?
yeah, you don't even put down the Regidrago V. That's just a stall target at that point. Yeah, no, there's no reason to put it down. You're under no threat of an attack here. Yeah, just,
it's not like a Regidrago can get KO'd in one turn via Dragapult, is it?
Yeah, it just...
This is looking tough.
Yeah, it's looking tough.
Oh, are we going to see the Triforce?
Yeah, I think you just go for it now. You just get rid of all the Dreepies. Because if you get rid of all the Dreepies, Clement can't even attack.
Wow, Triforce, 110 damage to 3 Pokemon. Dreepy, sent to the discard pile. It's looking a bit creepy here. What can Clement do? What top that Radiant Alakazam? I think that might be all she wrote. Could you use Professor Churro Sonoriga on your own terms, perhaps?
Oh, is he thinking about it? Or no, what's it? Earthen Vessel. Oh, wait, what is? Are we going to see a Peck? Peck?
Gust, I apologize.
Gust. Gust for 10. Is this how it ends? Oh, for 20 rather. Is this how the Lille Regional Championships ends right here? Pidgey's brave last stand against this Regidrago V-Star.
Pidgey's last stand.
Oh,
goodness. I mean, the only benefit here for Clement is that the Regidrago V-Star hasn't got any energy on. Wait a minute.
Wait, no, that makes it even easier because now you can just attack with the Teal Mask Gogapon, right? There it is.
Myriad Leaf Shower is currently live. There's a switch in hand. If there's a basic energy in hand, Myriad Leaf Shower will take the Lille Regional Energy switch. Myriad Leaf Shower for game. James Cox wins his first regional championship here in Lille.
Jay, over the moon. Huge congratulations. And that means the streak of European regionals being conquered by non-European players continues. And I think we've got some work to do. Shay.
We have. I ain't got no work to do. I've been sitting there talking about massive congratulations there for James. A fantastic player, a good friend of mine as well. Has been around the circuit a very long time now. Can call himself a champion. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves here. I want to give a massive shout out to Clement there. You know, played really well. Unfortunately, had some bad draws towards the end, but was able to navigate his way to the final and was only one game away from taking the regionals down as well.
Yeah, and let's make no mistake here, Clement earned his spot in that top 8. Every single game that we saw him play on stream, he played like a player 10 years his veteran. Like, he deserved to be in that finals, and it was just unfortunately his deck failing him at the last hurdle. But James Cox as well, I know he has been pining for this win for such a long time. This has got to mean the world to him.
I know he plays, like I said, James has played thousands of games with different archetypes, you know, so many practices, you know, with Kaya and Natalie Miller, all fantastic players over there in Australia. Goodness gracious me. But let's have a look at this replay. Let's see how this finals panned out here, because it was a fun one. There's the fist bump to start us off here in game 1. The recon directive from the Draklock came in so handy, because there it found that Arven, and then Clement could actually get in the game.
Yeah, and but then after that, you know, trying to find his way through, but James able to just draw and set up perfectly both games there. And with that, was that the Legacy Star? Yeah, thinking, hold on, Legacy Star for 2 grass energy, that doesn't feel great, but it didn't matter. That was all he needed. They then can Phantom Dive, KO the Drakloak and the Pidgey, and then you know, that was really a great setup there. But then Clement coming in and taking that game 1 convincingly, placing the damage counters perfectly on James' side of the field to take no prizes until right at the end. And yeah, that was such a phenomenal display.
Yeah, Clement coming back in that game 1 from that desperation board state just proves, you know, you're never truly out of it with this Dragapult EX archetype. Because once it hits the bench, or hits the field, I should say, 320 HP, and that was all she wrote there. Clement was able to weather the storm, and James just had to shuffle him up, compose himself, and just get back involved for game 2. However, game 2, we saw that pass, and that was pretty much, it could have been a Myriad Leaf Shower to end that game 2. However, it did actually develop, not very long though, as Triforce was able to clear up all 3. Talk to us about game 3.
Yeah, so game 3, I mean, it was a similar kind of thing, right? We saw in game 2, it was just the Triforce and that's all it was. But then in game 3, Clement's deck, all the Dreepies out, the whole gang was there, but nothing to evolve them into. And then James able to set up the Regidrago V-Star, had the Phantom Dive to take the KO on the Dreepy and the Pidgey, and just, again, perfect setup there, completely devastating Clement's board before he could even draw anything. Up comes the Dreepy. See, Clement saved himself with the Night Stretcher on the Pidgey just to last a little bit longer, but Trifrost coming in again, wiping out all the Dreepies from Clement's side of the field, just leaving Pidgey's last stand to come in.
Yeah, Pidgey last stand. Love to see a Gust there in a regional final. But yeah, James had the switch, had the energy, Myriad Leaf Shower, and that's all she wrote. Myriad Leaf Shower taking it all the way home there and crowning you could argue crowning James with the Stellar Crown a regional champion.
Yeah, huge congratulations to James, and huge congratulations again to Clement. I have no doubt that we'll be seeing him again in future regionals doing very, very well. With a performance like that, we know that he has the skills to pay the bills.
He really has. Let's take a quick look at the bracket and see how Clement did manage to navigate his way there, and James as well. Let's start off on the bottom side of the bracket there. Clement had to navigate through Joshua Van Elvershelder, a fantastic player in the community, well-known content creator. That wasn't an easy one. Then had to navigate through the tricky control matchup. Not the easiest thing in the world to do. You can make one falter and you can quickly lose that. But James, on the other hand, Freya, talk to us about James's journey from the top there.
Yeah, beating his fellow Aussie Kaiwen in top 8, and then beating Alberto Conti on stream in top 4, and finally trifrosting his way to a Lille Regionals win. Against Clement. Against Clement.
That's how it all panned out here in Lille. Goodness gracious me, what a bracket that was. And just a battle of the Dragapult EX, the Phantom diving here, there, and everywhere. Batten down the hatches and close the windows because Dragapult are diving everywhere. And I guess it so happens this time that Dragapult EX was able to topple Dortmund. The better Dragapult deck here in Lille, though, was Regidrago V-Star.
Yeah, it sure seems that way. Let's take one last look at those standings rather than the bracket, just to see the top 8 standings here from Lille. So, yeah, we see Anthony Argente comes in 8th with Raging Bolt, Ethan Wild in 7th with Lugia, Joshua in 6th with Lugia as well, Kaiwen coming in 5th with Regidrago, and I'll give you the left side to you.
Okay, Alberto Conti getting the top 4 there, best finish for himself. Roan coming in 3rd with that Snorlax control, dangerously close to taking it all home as well, might I say. Clement, we just saw there in the finals, faltering a little bit, losing in 3 games, and that leaves James Cox, our regional champion here in Lille, booking himself an effective plane ticket all the way to Anaheim there in August, and gets himself $10,000 US as well.
Not a bad weekend's work, huh?
Yeah, you'll take that, right? $10,000 for moving some Pokemon cards here, then everywhere around the table, and doing it in fantastic fashion.
Yeah, now let's take one last look at the day 2 breakdown, just see how, so comparing the start of the day to now. So yeah, we saw at the start of the day, to be fair, Regidrago, the 2nd most popular deck in day 2, and did end up taking the whole thing. And with Lugia, there were 2 in top 8. So I feel like it's pretty, the way day 2 developed into the top 8 was pretty accurate, honestly.
Yeah, realistically, Snorlax Control managed to get himself in there as well. That could actually be the real story of Lille Regional Day 2 here, is that Snorlax Control was the 4th most popular, or I guess tied 3rd, actually, funnily enough.
Yeah, wherever the charts are.
V-Star managed to wiggle away into top 8, had a fantastic run. But yeah, looking at this sort of Day 2 graph here, it's not surprising how the top 8 really did pan out. Raging Bolt, the real big, I don't want to say loser, but, you know, coming in as the 1st place deck in Day 1, sliding all the way down to 5th there in Day 2. So wasn't able to capitalize, but yeah, just a tale of the tape that Teal Mask Ogerpon just having its fingerprints all over the metagame.
Yeah, either Regidrago or with Raging Bolt EX. But yeah, Raging Bolt maybe with a bit of a target on his back too much, not able to make it all the way. And yeah, in terms of the best of the rest, we do see that Dragapult, it was still there. There were 6 of them in there, and Clement was one of them, and didn't make it all the way into the finals. Terapagos, unfortunately, my caster pick did not really pan out. We did see it just lose in the winning and being pited by Nico Alabas. We could have had one in the top 8, but not to be. I'm very curious to see how the Ironborns and Goldengo did in the end, but I don't think they were anywhere near in top 8, unfortunately. But it does very much seem like it was a very, it's like, not sensible, but a predictable transition from the Day 2 into the top 8.
Yep, I think so. There's no realistic surprises unless you count the Dragapult coming from the best of the rest to make it to the final. But, you know, realistically, seeing it win Dortmund without any support Pokemon, funnily enough, it can't be too surprised to see it here in the final, even though it did do a bit of a disappearing act in Louisville.
Yeah, it feels like Dragapult is one of those decks that really rewards player skill specifically, because knowing exactly where to place the damage with Phantom Dive and not getting greedy with the knockouts, as we saw Clement do masterfully in that game 1, that was exactly the way that you need to, you know, play the Dragapult deck to do well with it, and Clement showed that beautifully.
Yeah, we saw in the top 8 game, or our feature match, I apologize, where we saw the real big, you know, TM Devolution play. That takes a lot of skill, a lot of, what's the word, big brain power to work all those plays out. However, I believe we have our winners ceremony lined up with Ross, so let's kick it down to the stage and hear it from our winners.
You believe right, Shay. We are here. We've had a lovely time in Lille. We started with nearly 1,400 Masters Division players in the Pokemon trading card game. We had 8 rounds on day 1. We had another 4 Swiss rounds on day 2. We had 9 players in our asymmetrical Top Cut. We went all the way through, and we've just had what was a very, very fun final between 2 decks that both used Dragapult, but in rather different ways. But now that we've had our tournament and we've decided our winner, the thing that I think is most important is to crown our winners. So let's start off giving a massive hand for our second place finisher, Clement Courbois. Oh, congratulations, Clement. That was a very fun final. That game 1, taking 6 prizes in 1 turn. How often does that happen with Dragapult?
Not that often. Usually it's only 4. But it happens.
I mean, a lot of the time, 4 is enough. But I got to say, you know, in Dortmund, we had 3 French players in the top 16, all from around Paris in France. Tell us what part of France you're from.
I'm also from south of Paris, and I play with them regularly.
Do you think that that has an impact on getting you to the fantastic player you are this weekend?
Yeah, because they have there is a good level in Paris, and I can train even so. I didn't do anything in a big tournament before. It was the first time I made day 2, and I got here.
I mean, first day 2, all the way into a final. That is spectacular. And apparently, if you want to rapidly get better at the Pokemon trading card game, head on over to Paris. So as you leave the stage, let's give it up one more time for Clement Courbois. And that gives me only one more thing to do on the stage here this evening. We need to give a gigantic congratulations to your Lille Regional Champion, James Cox. Congratulations. Okay, James, first question I have to ask you here. I know this is something you've wanted for a really long time. You've got your regional win. How happy are you?
I mean, it's pretty happy. It's pretty great, yeah.
Coming into this tournament with Regidrago, did you think you were going to win it coming in, or were you just expecting a good result overall?
I thought Regidrago was pretty good, but honestly, like compared to some of the last tournaments I've had, this is one of the ones I was less confident for. But I mean, I've prepared so much with Regidrago for like Worlds and all those tournaments that I was still feeling pretty good regardless. Could win it, had a chance to win it regardless, yeah.
Well, I think it sounds pretty good to me. And I do have to ask a question that the casters have been wondering about. I asked you this before we came on. You're from Australia. You currently reside in the Netherlands. Does this count as a European regional win?
I think I'll let the streets decide that one.
Oh, well, congratulations, James. First regional win with Regidrago. So we are going to have ourselves a little bit of a post-show. But before we get there, let's give it up one more time for your Lille Regional Champion, James Cox.
It is my pleasure to welcome you back to the couch segment one last time for this weekend. It was a pleasure to watch that award ceremony. And, well, my name is Beresh Aktush. I'm joined by Ross, Freya, and Shai. How are you guys feeling after this amazing weekend?
I mean, I've just come off the stage congratulating the winner, so I am absolutely buzzing. And I tell you what, you know, we saw Regidrago win, but that 6th prize turn from Dragapult, you don't see it very often. When you do, it is a thing of beauty. And then getting to follow that up with James Cox finally getting that regional win. It's been a fun afternoon here.
Absolutely. I mean, it is the year of the dragon. Did any one of you guys expect double dragon in finals? Freya?
Well, I mean, I didn't, but I think the guy to my left certainly did if he's been on about it all weekend, much to my chagrin.
I'll be honest with you, we got here on Saturday and they put up the caster predictions and I went, I predicted Dragapult? Turns out, me from a few weeks ago was onto something, because Dragapult, that really was the card of the entire weekend.
I mean, Shai, you actually called it a third foreign champion here in EU. I mean, on stage, James wasn't quite sure, and he would let people at home decide whether this was a European champion or an Australian champion. However, it's the second weekend, the second regional in Europe. First one by a dragon, second one by a dragon. What is your call for Gdansk?
I think I'd be silly not to say a dragon type's not going to win. You know what I mean? I can't expect a 2-0 trend to break. But yeah, let us know in the chat if you've classed that as a European victory or an Australian. I class it as Australian. He's lived in Australia for a long time and tested all the Australian. What a fantastic player testing group, by the way. You know, Natalie Miller, Brent Tonneson, and Kywin. Obviously, Kywin made a top cut here as well. So goodness.
I mean, this is the second champion we have crowned, and I've talked about this over this weekend. I mean, your name is now on that graphic for the rest of the season. First one, Rookie. Second one, James. We have so many more regionals, but what do you think? How does this set up the players for the rest of the season, Freya?
I mean, it's hard to say, right? I mean, for the whole rest of the season, I mean, there's going to be so many more like new sets out, new cards out when it comes to that. So I don't want to make too many bold predictions just yet. Maybe, yeah, like Shay said, a dragon type could be doing well at Gdansk. That's the next regionals, and that will still be in our current format. So we can maybe use this one to predict a little bit what might be going on. But I mean, that ties in very nicely, of course, to our future schedule. Take us through it.
How about Ross, to talk us through this schedule? I mean, you asked us a lot of questions. Which of these events are your favorites?
Oh, I mean, there's a lot on there that I absolutely adore. Birmingham, of course, our one UK regional of the season, always a favourite of mine. Stockholm, I was there last year. I had a wonderful time. Bologna for the food, obviously, and I'm really hoping I can find my way to New Orleans for the North American International Championships. Firstly, I had a great time there this year. I was lucky enough to cast it with the lovely Joe Bernard. That was awesome. But also, that is the last big event of the year, and now that we have the top X number, 125 in European TCG Masters, that means that the last few spots are going to be decided by that event, and it makes it so much more fun.
I've got to be honest, on a personal point as well, New Orleans, I've been to a lot of US cities. I genuinely think New Orleans might be the coolest city I've visited in all the US. It's such a cool place to go. If you can make it over, highly, highly recommend it, no matter where you're in the world. It is absolutely worth it.
Yeah, the North American Championships have changed location between Indianapolis, Columbus, and currently we're in New Orleans. If you really enjoyed the stream this weekend, we have asked you to push between YouTube and Twitch all weekend long. But how about Shay, can you talk us about the content that we also have on our Twitch schedule here?
Yeah, there's some fun stuff there, a little bit of Pokeween thrills and chills. I don't know what's going to be happening there, but you'd be silly not to tune in.
Thrills and chills, it literally says it right there.
Yeah, but who knows exactly what that entails? Anyone to find out, and that's by watching Tuesday, 2 p.m, 5 p.m. We've also got on Wednesday a little bit of a rerun of the 2023 EU IC Championships Go and Unite. So if you play a bit of them, you can watch that. On Thursday, we've got a bit of Pokemon DP Sinnoh League Victors. Let's go. And then, funnily enough, we saw Curum have its fingerprints all over that final. If you want to see Curum in some more action, you can go watch them on Saturday. Pokemon the movie, Curum and the Swords of Justice. Goodness gracious me.
I mean, if you didn't have enough reason to follow our channels, these content bits, they should definitely give you reason enough to follow. Make sure you follow on both our Twitch channels, our YouTube channels, our socials. Make sure you tweet at us with those hashtags #PlayPokemon. But on top of all of that, if you liked what you saw this weekend here in Lille, we actually have another regional coming up very soon in Poland.
Love that. That's going to be all the way there in Gdansk. Look at that beautiful architecture, and look, that just looks amazing. So there, November the 2nd to November the 3rd, 2024. Make sure to go there and watch the stream.
Again, I went to Gdansk last year as a player. I will be going again as a player the next time, and yeah, such a gorgeous city. Absolutely well worth a visit to anyone. It's just, I honestly fell in love with the place a little bit when I came.
I mean, when it comes to these events, we kind of think in like periods of events, almost quarters and cycles with new sets coming out as well. And they culminate, they end with one of those international championships. The next international championship, where is it, Ross?
It is going to be the Latin American International Championship. That is traditionally for a few years now, that has been the first one of the season. And I think we got a little bit of a trailer we can have a look at for the Latin American International Championships as well.
Latin America International Champion.
Goodness me. You know, seeing that always brings like a little bit of emotion to me. It's something that I talk about sometimes, but not all ever know. I actually am Brazilian. So I was born to British mum, Brazilian dad. So I'm British and Brazilian by birth. So definitely got a big connection to the Latin American Championships. Seeing that trailer was super, super nice. And looking forward to going back to Sao Paulo.
Yeah, and I was lucky enough to cast at LAIC last year. And I tell you what, the crowds there and the fan base, I've never heard a crowd so I thought the roof was going to fall off with how loud the crowd was being there. So that's going to be a cracking event. If you can't make it, if you can't manage to get there, highly recommend tuning in.
Absolutely. I think one of my favorite moments from all the ICs I have actually attended myself was watching Freya interview a Brazilian player and live translate themselves as they go with both English and Portuguese. That was probably one of my highlights, seeing those interview skills.
Mas claro, eu falo português e inglês. that was me saying I speak Portuguese and English.
Absolutely. I mean, these international championships really great recommendation from all of us to go. If either attend yourself, if you can make it over to Brazil, or watch them live on our channels, both YouTube and Twitch. But I think the next big tournament on the horizon is actually in North America.
Yes, I do believe it is. So we are going to be going to, that looks like, yes, the Sacramento. It's not a place I've been to myself, but from November 22nd to November 24th, that's going to be the next NA event. Yeah, we're getting a really cool city. Really look forward to seeing how that plays out there.
Just realised that's on my birthday weekend. I'll be able to watch some TCG action on my birthday weekend. Let's go.
I mean, I had my birthday at a regional this year, and, you know, that was quite nice. Got given a cake by yourself, Shay. And it's worth noting the next two World Championships are going to be in California, in Anaheim and San Francisco. That was, of course, announced in Honolulu, Hawaii. So get yourself out to Sacramento, get familiar with California, you know, get a bit of a preview of the next two Worlds.
I mean, I love talking about birthdays because my birthday actually falls on an international championships as well. It is the EUIC this year. It's going to be on my birthday. So really hyped, already booked my flights. We'll make sure to be there and celebrate it with the Pokemon community.
And I once gave Freya a cake on her birthday at a regional as well many years ago. So
that wasn't regionals. That was all the way the 2016 German National Championships.
That was a German National Champion. Yeah. Apparently, we all have our birthdays on stream weekends. It's almost like we planned it this way.
Got to say, best cake I've ever gotten in terms of like what it meant. I was not expecting it in the slightest, and it was a really lovely gesture.
I mean, before I ask my co-casters, I want to remind everyone at home, let us know what your favorite moment was this weekend. And use the hashtags, use the socials, exactly. We have them on YouTube/Pokemon, Facebook/Pokemon, Instagram/Pokemon, and of course, use the hashtag #PlayPokemon as well. Let us know what your favorite moment was, and maybe it makes it onto the stream for the next regional as well.
Absolutely. And can I say on a personal as well, Barish, no, this has been your first time casting. It has been an absolute pleasure having you on the stream team with us. You have made an awesome addition to the team, and I'm sure everyone at home would say the same. So it's really lovely to have you with us as well.
No, thank you so much, and guys, for welcoming me to this stage, allowing me to co-cast with you. It was an honor, of course. I have to say, we watched this highlight video of LASC. Pokemon has really upped their game when it comes to these these trailers. Just go on Spotify and check out the Pokemon Worlds playlist. It's one of my favorite playlists. And watching this trailer just always gives me the chills. Seeing these highlight moments paired up with these amazing soundtracks. I mean, love to watch and hear that. It was definitely the playlist I listened to, getting pumped in the morning for this weekend.
Yeah, no, that sounds good to me. Now, I'm going to jump in because you said, I think you were going to ask us for highlights. I want to go first. I want to give my highlight. You want to know what I'm going to say? Clorf going 6-0 on stream, booking into day 2. I'll be honest with you, after that match, Clorf, well, shall we say, fell off a little bit, retreated back into the sea. But for that moment, Clorf at 6-0 on stream, I was a happy boy.
How about your highlight, Freya?
For me, it's got to be just Claymont in general. I was so impressed by the way he played, like I said multiple times, I'll say it again, like a player who's been playing for 10+ years. He put so much practice in. He placed the damage counters massively with Phantom Dive. He mega impressed me. I think him doing so well was the highlight for me for sure.
Yeah, and it has to be my highlight. It has to be being able to cast a good friend of mine, James Cox, is getting his first regional championship. We talk a lot, mostly about content creation, how to make better Pokemon content, and I know he's a player that puts an absolutely silly amount of time into the game. So now he can finally get a regional championship under his belt, and I got to cast it. Makes me very happy.
Well, last but not least, parents at home, I want you to check your children's candies. Phantom Dive, there might be some Dreamies hyping in there. So from all of us, thank you so much for watching this weekend. Have a nice weekend. See you next time.